Chapter 1: The Awakening Ceremony.
The annual Beast Taming Awakening Ceremony is now underway nationwide. This two-day event hopes to see all participating students awaken their beast taming talents and obtain their desired initial spiritual beasts. Breaking news! Li Huan, a student from the capital First High School, has successfully awakened her talent and obtained what is suspected to be a 9-star spiritual beast egg.
My name is Zheng Chang.
Right now, I'm standing with my class in a corner of Weibei First High School, scrolling through the news alerts on my phone, feeling utterly indifferent, if anything, mildly amused.
I was reborn, waking up to find myself in this magical world called Blue Star.
About 100 years ago, massive red mist suddenly appeared across Blue Star, followed by spatial rifts opening in various locations.
Countless legendary demonic beasts and savage creatures surged forth like a tide, reducing the world's population by half in just over a year.
Along with the emergence of these monsters, a place called the Spirit Beast Sanctuary also descended upon the world. Every adult on Blue Star who turns 18 can enter the sanctuary through a special method, awaken their beast taming talents, and even have the chance to obtain an initial spirit beast. They then become beast tamers, individuals who can control spirit beasts and enhance their own power. For centuries, beast masters have fought for humanity's survival, establishing numerous fortress cities to protect ordinary people, though vast numbers of monsters still roam the wilderness. Today marks the annual Beastmaster Awakening Ceremony. Entering the sacred grounds grants one the chance to awaken beast taming talents and obtain its starter spirit beast. These initial companions come either as beast eggs or newborn creatures, sharing an innate bond with their beastmasters. Beastmasters somewhat resemble the Pokemon trainers from my past life, though trainers in Pokemon lack combat prowess. Here on Blue Star, beastmasters grow alongside their spirit beasts, gaining extraordinary powers. As I reflected on these memories, my eyes burned brighter.
If I could awaken beast taming talents and become a beast master.
Whoa! At that moment, an excited uproar erupted from the front.
Class 12-1's awakening ceremony is over. Rumor has it someone obtained a high-star spirit beast.
Holy shit! It's Li Yu! Li Yu's beast egg turns out to be a 7-star Shadowstalker leopard egg.
As expected from young Master Li?
Li Yu's literally beast-taming aristocracy. His old man's a beastmaster. He's been chugging awakening potions like water since childhood.
What's so surprising about him getting a high-star beast egg?
Listening to the discussions around me, I tiptoed to look ahead. A crowd had gathered around the awakening divine stone on the high platform, teenagers in their late teens, teachers, and journalists shouldering cameras. Everyone was surrounding a fair-skinned, upright-looking young man, chatting excitedly. That beast egg is definitely a 7-star shadow leopard. It must be the highest star awakened spirit beast in our Weibei city this year.
Li Yu, which beast taming university are you planning to apply to? Naturally, it's the Imperial Capital Martial University.
Only Imperial Capital Martial University is worthy of me. The young man spoke with soaring spirits, his tone brimming with excitement.
The previous chaos soon settled down.
After Class 1 finished, over 40 students from Class 2 stepped onto the platform one by one, approaching the awakening stone, ready to enter the beast sanctuary.
Just then, I heard another wave of murmurs. Look, Li Yu is coming down. Why is Lu Xian'er running over? Damn, she's smiling so brightly, she's our class belle.
Following the voices, I saw a girl in a white miniskirt standing beside Li Yu, her face blooming with smiles as she looked at him eagerly. I don't know what Li Yu said, but it sent Lu Xian'er into fits of laughter, her crisp giggles audible even from where we were sitting. I just glanced their way before losing interest. Lu Xian'er was our class belle, great figure and always dressed to impress. I used to have a crush on her and even wrote her a love letter, but nowadays I couldn't care less about such commonplace beauties.
Just then, my buddy Sukuan sidled up and whispered, "Tisk tisk tsk, having a high-star spirit beast really pays off, huh?"
Even the class belle's throwing herself at him.
Isn't this just like those pathetic simps? I shot him a look and said, "What, you jealous? Hee, Chung bro, if I got myself a high-star spirit beast, you think the class belle would go out with me?" Looking at my best friend standing before me, weighing nearly 200 pounds and sporting a mushroom haircut, I shook my head helplessly. Alright, enough talk. It's almost our class's turn.
I took a deep breath and followed the crowd to the awakening stone. The stone stood a full 2 meters tall, gleaming gold and engraved with densely intricate, arcane patterns.
Principal Yang Shinli announced, "Don't be nervous. Relax yourselves, recall the beast-taming knowledge your teachers have imparted, and you might awaken your beast-taming talents, earning the favor of spiritual beasts." Once the entire class quieted down, Yang Shinli clasped his hands into a ritual gesture and pressed them firmly against the awakening stone. Soon, a strange ripple surged from the awakening divine stone, enveloping all 45 members of the class. Bzz.
Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared before my eyes, flooding my entire field of vision. When I regained consciousness, I found myself standing in a space of crystal-clear deep blue like the depths of the ocean or the vastness of the starry cosmos. Dozens of hazy figures materialized around me, and I realized these were the other students from our class. Looking up, scattered stars dotted the night sky, an exceptionally beautiful sight. At that moment, I noticed that within the dense cosmic expanse, over a dozen stars suddenly blazed with brilliant light, illuminating our group of several dozen people, and a beam of starlight also shone upon me. My heart stirred as a realization struck me. The starlight's glow signifies a successful awakening of talent, meaning, I have the potential to become a beast tamer? Only, I wonder what my initial spirit beast will be. Just as I was pondering, the figures of the other 20-some classmates who hadn't been bathed in starlight disappeared. They had failed their awakening and been expelled from the sacred ground of spirit beasts. At that moment, figures came rushing toward us like darting fish, enveloping the space before us. I widened my eyes to get a better look. These figures were beast eggs of varying shapes, colors, and sizes, some even curled into tiny, adorable creatures. A yellow beast egg swept past my eyes, and I instinctively reached out to grab it. Just as the yellow egg brushed my fingertips, a blue-violet one suddenly slammed into it from the side, forcibly shoving the yellow egg away. Two beast eggs were vying for position in front of me, acting just like pets competing for affection. I froze. Could it be that my talent is extraordinary, enough to attract so many beast eggs? I tentatively extended both hands, intending to grab both eggs simultaneously. The moment this thought occurred, 5 or 6 more eggs in the vicinity seemed to sense something, all flying toward me. Holy shit! I couldn't help but curse aloud. The scene before me completely defied all the common knowledge our teachers had taught. Normally, an awakened individual can attract 2 or 3 beast eggs at most, and even then faces a difficult choice before ultimately selecting just one. But nothing like this current situation, where beast eggs are practically throwing themselves at me. An emerald green beast egg brushed against my arm, emitting a faint humming sound. Not to be outdone, a silver white egg nearby shoved its companion aside to claim a closer spot. Further away, several more eggs were desperately jostling to get closer. This is too ridiculous. Which one should I choose? From the corner of my eye, I noticed that the dozen or so classmates who had awakened their beast taming abilities had already left the sacred beast grounds. Only I remained, agonizing over my choice. Just as I was paralyzed with indecision, the entire sacred beast grounds suddenly trembled. All the beast eggs froze simultaneously, as if sensing some terrifying presence. The hairs on my neck stood on end as an indescribable pressure surged from the depths. I turned slowly to see a black and red beast egg nearly a meter tall tearing through the starlight, charging toward me with overwhelming momentum. The other beast eggs scattered in panic as if encountering a natural predator, with some even colliding into each other in their frantic escape. What's happening? Chapter 2, The 9-Star Beast Egg. The black-red beast egg was covered in sinister patterns, with faint glimpses of dark currents swirling inside. It barged through all obstacles aggressively and, before I could react, slammed straight into my arms. Bang! The impact sent me stumbling backward 2 steps, and instinctively I clutched the fierce-looking beast egg in my arms. It was heavy and cold to the touch, its surface patterns suddenly glowing a dark red as I held it, as if asserting dominance. Wait, I didn't even choose. A flash of white light swept over me, the scenery of the sacred beast grounds quickly fading away. In the blink of an eye, I found myself back at the awakening ceremony site. Zheng Chang, awakening successful. Initial contracted beast is. The registrar teacher's voice abruptly cut off as he gaped at the giant egg in my arms. What kind of beast egg is this? The entire hall instantly fell silent, all eyes riveted on that black-red beast egg. It was simply too conspicuous, at least 3 times larger than anyone else's egg, its surface patterns slowly undulating like living organisms, exuding a palpitation-inducing aura. My god, what kind of spiritual beast is that? It's huge, even bigger than Liu's shadow panther egg. The color's so eerie, could it be a mutant variant? Judging by its coloration and surface patterns, according to the complete guide to initial spirit beasts, it should be a 7-star flamingo. Impossible. Flamingo eggs are only 30 centimeters in diameter. But this one looks to be about a meter long. Could it be a flamingo king's egg? I think it looks more like a magma python. Voices buzzed back and forth. I could practically feel the weight of countless envious and jealous gazes piercing through me. I lowered my head to examine the beast egg cradled in my arms, faint but distinct. I could sense its steady heartbeat. Thump, 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 rhythmically pulsing, gradually synchronizing with my own. Silence. Principal Yang Xinli strode forward, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Zheng Chang, let me take a closer look at that egg of yours. I carefully handed over the beast egg. The moment Yang Xinli's hands touched its surface, he suddenly hissed sharply, sucking in a cold breath as if scalded, immediately pulling back. This energy fluctuation. His voice trembled as he turned to whisper to several teachers nearby, at least 8 stars, no, possibly 9-star. 9-star? A bespectacled female teacher exclaimed involuntarily, Principal, are you certain? Weifeng City has never produced a 9-star spirit beast before. Yang Xinli didn't answer directly, instead fixing me with a profound look. Young man, please rest over there for now. This beast egg requires further appraisal. I nodded, carefully cradling the beast egg as I stepped off the stage. I could sense the principal and several teachers quickly gathering together, their expressions grave as they discussed something in hushed tones, occasionally pointing in my direction. Bro Chang! Bro Chang! Su Koan shoved his way through the crowd, his round face lit up with excitement. You're absolutely legendary. The teacher said it might be a 9-star spirit beast. I chuckled, how about you? Did your awakening succeed? Of course. Su Koan proudly brandished a brilliantly multicolored beast egg in his hand. Look, a 5-star rainbow pheasant. Though not as good as yours, it's definitely one of the best in our class. I was about to speak when a waft of fragrance suddenly drifted by. Lu Xian'er had appeared before me unnoticed. Today she was wearing a white miniskirt that showed off her long, fair legs, her face flawlessly made up, with a sweet smile playing at the corners of her lips. Zhang Cheng, her voice was sickeningly sweet. Congratulations on getting such an amazing spirit beast. I looked at her impassively. In my past life as a corporate drone, I'd seen too many of these sycophantic expressions. Lu Xian'er, who had been fawning over Liu just moments ago, now turned to suck up to me instead. Her face changed faster than flipping a book. What do you want? I asked coldly. Lu Xian'er's smile faltered momentarily before quickly regaining its composure. I just wanted to congratulate you. She took a step closer, her chest nearly brushing against my arm. By the way, my emerald-scaled snake is only 1-star rated, so weak. How about? She blinked her big, fake-lashed eyes and said with feigned innocence, why don't you just give me your beast egg? I can be your girlfriend, you know, dating, holding hands, kissing, even. She meaningfully bit her lower lip, anything goes. The surroundings instantly fell silent, everyone stunned by such blatant words. Several girls showed expressions of disdain, while the boys had complex looks, both envious and disdainful. Su Koan's mouth hung open. Damn, this is way too. Lu Xian'er confidently waited for me to agree. In her perception, no boy could refuse her request. Especially someone like me who had once written her a love letter, a simp who would leap at even the slightest hint of encouragement like a dog. No thanks, I bluntly refused. Step aside, you're in the way. What? Lu Xian'er's smile froze completely, her delicate face briefly contorting with fury. Zhang Chang, do you realize what you're saying? I'm giving you this opportunity, I said. No thanks. I repeated slowly, enunciating each word. Do I make myself clear? Lu Xian'er's face flushed crimson before turning deathly pale. As the campus goddess who'd been pampered and admired since childhood, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? You! Who do you think you are? She screeched, completely abandoning any semblance of dignity. Just some poor bastard who got lucky. Without this beast egg, you're nothing. I couldn't be bothered with her and walked away cradling the egg. Lu Xian'er stomped her feet hysterically behind me. Zhang Chang, just you wait. I'll have my dad deal with you. My father's with the Beast Tamer Association. Su Koan jogged to catch up with me, glanced back at the frenzied Lu Xian'er and hunched his shoulders. Chang, you've really pissed her off. Her dad does have some clout. Whatever. I stroked the beast egg in my arms, feeling its warm pulse. With this, why should I care about any association? At that moment, the beast egg suddenly trembled slightly. Looking down, I saw the patterns on its surface glowing intensely, with dark red energy swirling like liquid, vaguely forming a ferocious beast head pattern that silently roared toward Lu Xian'er's direction. What's this? My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly covered the egg with my hand. The pattern flickered a few times before gradually fading away. In the distance, Lu Xian'er, who had been throwing a tantrum, suddenly shuddered as if caught under the gaze of something terrifying. Her arrogant demeanor instantly extinguished, and she slunk back into the crowd. I gazed thoughtfully at the now calm beast egg, feeling both shock and joy. A sentient beast egg? According to the complete guide to starter spirit beasts, this is something only 8-star or even 9-star beasts can achieve. It seems I've really stumbled upon a treasure. Ha! Just then, another wave of murmurs reached my ears. What a pity! Even the campus goddess only obtained a 1-star spirit beast. That beast egg looks so strange. Doesn't seem to be recorded in the compendium of initial spirit beasts? What's so strange about it? The spirit beast sanctuary has descended for 100 years, and different beast eggs appear every year, though they've become much rarer these past few years. Goddess Lian Yining, the campus belle of their school? I looked up and saw a tall girl standing before the awakening stone, her waist-length hair framing a perfect oval face. From what I remembered, this girl surpassed Lu Xian'er in every aspect, family background, looks, temperament, or figure. However, at this moment, her expression was filled with distress and a hint of sadness. In her hands, she was cradling a rather peculiar beast egg. Shaped like a basketball, its surface seemed slick with some sort of viscous fluid. At its top, a ring of fleshy petals resembling chrysanthemums were tightly clustered together. Lian Yining, awakening successful. Initial spiritual beast level. The teacher in charge of registration couldn't hide the disappointment in his voice. He could sense that the beast egg Lian Yining held was only a 1-star tier. But he truly hadn't seen what specific breed it was. Classmate Lian Yining, could you show us what type of spiritual beast egg you got? After awakening their beast taming talents, all beast masters would gain a semi-digitalized interface. At that moment, beast masters could view the basic information of their initial spiritual beast.
Lian Yining looked dazed and somewhat disbelieving. She couldn't believe she had only obtained a 1-star insect class spiritual beast.
After some thought, he decided to check the beast egg in his hand.
1-star, facehugger beast egg.
Just from seeing the name and star rating, Lian Yining closed her eyes as if resigning herself to fate.
1 star, an insect-type spirit beast. Either piece of news alone was enough to extinguish all her fantasies. Facehugger? Never heard of it? Another new spirit beast? The registration teacher also shook his head and recorded it.
As everyone knows, 1-star spirit beasts are the weakest among all spirit beasts.
And insect-type spirit beasts? They're the weakest of the weak, the trashiest of trash.
The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in uproar, with waves of astonished murmurs crashing through the crowd.
What? The school beauty only got a 1-star? And an insect type at that,
the absolute worst kind.
I remember her father is a beast tamer too. How could this happen? Game over. This is going to bring massive shame to the Lian family.
Listening to the surrounding chatter, my gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the girl clutching that bizarre beast egg. Lian Yining stood there, her slender fingers tightly gripping the beast egg, her knuckles turning white from the strain. I watched as the color drained from her delicate oval face, her lips trembling faintly.
Then I heard her murmur, "Facehugger, it couldn't really be that kind of monster, could it?" My pupils constricted as my heart pounded violently.
That name signified some terrifying entity in my past life's memories, yet in this world, it appeared to be merely the lowest-tier insectoid spirit beast. I pushed forward several steps, scrutinizing carefully. The beast egg was basketball-sized, covered in viscous fluid, resembling a fleshy tumor, and most notably, the chrysanthemum-like cracks at its apex. Without a doubt, the facehugger egg in Lian Yining's hands was exactly the kind of monster from my memories. At that moment, Principal Yang Xinli strode briskly toward Lian Yining, carefully sensing something about it.
It is indeed a 1-star insect-type spirit beast.
Yang Xinli sighed. The energy fluctuations are very weak, but the corrosive properties are strong.
Lian, you must be careful with it. A flash of unwillingness crossed Lian Yining's eyes as she said, "Principal, could the test be wrong? My talent is clearly high. Can I? You know the sacred ground of spirit beasts never makes mistakes."
Yang Xinli shook his head, cutting her off.
"But don't lose heart. Your father is a high-level beast tamer and can easily procure a higher-star insect-type beast egg for you. Though insect-type spirit beasts have limited potential, once you form a contract and establish your spirit beast space, you can still rear other insect-type spirit beasts through it." "I don't want an insect-type spirit beast."
Lian Yining suddenly raised her voice, then immediately checked herself, biting her lower lip as she whispered, "Uncle Yang, you know, my dream is to get into the Imperial Beast Taming University in the capital.
With a 1-star insect-type spirit beast, I'd have no chance at all."
It was obvious that Lian Yining and Yang Xinli were quite familiar with each other, and her family background was clearly extraordinary. Watching this scene unfold, my heart pounded wildly.
I understood the true value of that facehugger beast egg better than anyone. It wasn't even of this world's origin. If I could obtain that facehugger beast egg, 8-star or 9-star spirit beasts would all be trash in comparison. "Chang, what are you looking at?" Su Koan leaned in, following my gaze. "Oh, it's Lian Yining.
What a pity, such a beautiful prodigy, yet she only got a 1-star spirit beast, and the lamest insect type at that." I didn't reply, clutching the black and red giant egg as I strode toward Lian Yining. The crowd automatically parted, everyone watching with curiosity at me, the lucky one who just obtained what appeared to be a 9-star spirit beast.
"Classmate Lian," I stopped before her, my voice steady. "I'd like to make a trade with you." Lian Yining raised her reddened eyes and looked at me with confusion. "What deal?"
"I'll trade my beast egg for your facehugger." My words exploded through the crowd like a bomb.
"What? Is he crazy? Trading a 9-star for a 1-star? He must have taken a liking to Lian Yining, showing his synth nature." Lian Yining widened her eyes and stared at me incredulously. What did you just say?" I handed forward the black and red giant egg in my arms. "According to the principal, this beast egg is likely rated 8 or even 9 stars. Though I haven't checked its attributes yet, it's definitely a high-star spirit beast egg. I want to trade it for your facehugger beast egg." Yang Xinli grabbed my shoulders abruptly. "Zhang Chang, do you have any idea what you're saying? This egg might be the highest-star initial spirit beast in Weibei City's entire history." "I know," I nodded, "but I still want to trade." "Why?" Lian Yining's voice trembled. "That's a 9-star. I shrugged. My talent isn't high enough to control such a powerful spirit beast. Rather than risk backlash later, it's better to swap for a gentler one. Plus, as the only son in my family, contracting a high-star beast means being sent to the battlefield. The excuse clearly didn't hold water. A chorus of jeers rose around us, with several boys laughing loudly. "Stop pretending. Clearly just trying to hit on the school beauty. Simps end up with nothing in the end. Trading a 9-star spirit beast for a beauty smile, worth it."
Lian Yining's expression shifted from shock to suspicion, finally settling into a complex mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Zhang Chang, I don't need your pity. It's not pity. I met her gaze directly. I'm serious. This facehugger beast egg, it's special. I think it suits me. Yang Shinli frowned deeply. Zhang Chang, think carefully. Once exchanged, there's no turning back. I've considered this very clearly, I said firmly. Lian Yining bit her lip, her gaze darting between my black-red colossal egg and her own facehugger. She could feel the various glances directed at her from all around: pity, derision, schadenfreude. Uncle Yang, she whispered pleadingly, turning to Yang Shinli, heedless of the surrounding stares now. Yang Shinli pondered for a moment, then motioned for Lian Yining to follow him behind the raised platform. Lowering his voice, he said, Yining, high-star initial spirit beasts are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Haven't you always wanted to get into the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University? With this 9-star beast egg, your chances will be much higher. But that originally belonged to Zheng Chang. He volunteered for the exchange. We can compensate him later, Yang Shinli said meaningfully. Don't forget your father's expectations, and your own dreams. Lian Yining's body trembled, conflict flashing in her eyes. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and turned to me. I agree to the exchange. But I want to make it clear, this was your initiative, not forced by me. I smiled and replied, of course. Also, Lian Yining hesitated for a moment. I'll remember this favor. If there's ever an opportunity in the future. No need, I shook my head. This was just a mutually beneficial exchange. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, we exchanged the beast eggs. When I took hold of that slippery facehugger egg, I could feel the creature inside suddenly tremble violently, its 4 fleshy flaps quivering slightly as if cheering with joy. A strange connection formed between me and the beast egg, far more intimate and harmonious than the previous bond I'd shared with the black and red giant egg. Ah, this is too funny. Lu Xianer's shrill laughter rang out from the crowd. Trading a 9-star for a 1-star? Zheng Chang, you're the dumbest simp I've ever seen. You're really something, Lian Yining. Just crook your little finger and fools come running to you. Lian Yining turned pale, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched the black and red giant egg. But she quickly retorted angrily, this is between Zhang Chang and me, what's it to you? You, Lu Xianer glared at Lian Yining, but then seemed to remember something, her face draining of color as she nearly collapsed to the ground. She begged me to trade, and I didn't even bother with her. But Lian Yining got herself a 9-star spirit beast egg without saying or doing a thing. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow for her. Yet I remained oblivious, all my attention focused on the facehugger beast egg in my arms. Shang, Shu Kuan squeezed closer, his face a picture of anguish. Have you lost your mind? That's a 9-star spiritual beast. Just to impress the campus belle? I smiled mysteriously, you wouldn't understand. Damn right I don't. Shu Kuan stamped his foot in frustration. The whole school thinks you're an idiot blinded by beauty. Granted, the goddess is indeed stunning. But if you could nurture that 9-star beast egg, even the goddess might willingly become your woman. You. Yang Shinli walked over, looking at me with a complicated expression. Child, I don't know why you did this, but, thank you. Lian Yining is a rare talent. This high-star beast egg is very important to her. I replied, Principal, I also really like this facehugger beast egg. Consider it a mutual exchange. Yang Shinli pondered for a moment. Very well, I'll faithfully record today's events, but no one will give you trouble. He lowered his voice. The Lian family owes you a favor that's more valuable than anything. Without confirming or denying, I turned and walked away with the beast egg in my arms, murmurs rising behind me. Playing it cool? Must be dying of regret inside. Trading a 9-star for a 1-star, what an idiot. Lian Yining hit the jackpot, getting a 9-star spirit beast for free. Hearing the chatter behind me, a cold smirk tugged at my lips. Fools? Worthless? A trash tier 1-star spirit beast? Just wait until it grows up, I'll see what expressions you'll be wearing then. I rushed to a secluded corner of the playground and couldn't wait to bite my finger, squeezing out a drop of blood onto the facehugger beast egg. Following the knowledge taught in school, I began forming the contract. As I traced the sacred sigil in the air, something miraculous happened. The drop of blood slowly seeped into the eggshell. Bloodbound hearts, souls forever marked, spirits shine as one, fates intertwined. Contract formed. Chapter 4, The Facehugger. The next second, the 4 fleshy petals at the top of the facehugger egg in my hand slowly began to unfurl, blooming like a chrysanthemum. After the blood sacrifice, the growth of the spirit beast could be accelerated. Most low-star spirit beasts would mature at the moment the blood sacrifice was completed, even hatching on the spot. Accompanied by a strange insect chirping, a bizarre arthropod emerged from the beast egg, an odd fusion of scorpion and crab with 8 slender legs and a long, thin tail. Creak, creak. Perhaps due to the blood sacrifice, I could sense a peculiar bloodline connection with this facehugger, an eerie yet familiar presence. Facehugger, it really is a facehugger. I shouted excitedly. And this was the only facehugger on the entire planet. Once it finds a suitable host to incubate, it could evolve into an alien queen. By then,
I'd have countless aliens under my control. Recalling the films and materials about aliens from my past life, I was so thrilled I couldn't speak. What would a mere 9-star spirit beast matter at that point? Creak, creak. The facehugger quickly crawled up my pant leg, its 8 sharp claws gripping my left shoulder as it affectionately pressed against my cheek. The sensation was cold and sticky, instantly enveloping me in terror. For those few brief seconds, my heart nearly stopped beating. I'm really afraid the facehugger might accidentally leap into my mouth, mistaking me for its parasitic host. But in this world, as a beast tamer, I naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. With a flash in my eyes, having undergone the baptism of the sacred beast grounds, I immediately summoned my personal attribute panel. All beast tamers, after awakening their beast taming talents, gain access to a personal attribute panel. Not only does it allow precise viewing of one's own attributes, but also lets one examine different spirit beasts for purposes like cultivation, taming, and more. I focused my eyes and saw clearly displayed, name, Jing Chang, talents, life symbiosis, all-seeing eye, realm, black eye and tier first stage, physique, 5, spirit, 4, beast companion, facehugger. What's going on? Why do I have 2 talents, life symbiosis and all-seeing eye? Don't normal beast tamers only have 1 talent? Could it be, because I'm a transmigrator that I ended up with 2? I muttered to myself, this must be the talents I obtained at the sacred beast grounds. It was precisely because of these 2 talents that I became the target of so many battles over spirit beast eggs. In the end, an egg suspected to be from a 9-star spirit beast seized the opportunity to become my bonded creature. Unfortunately, I ended up trading it for a facehugger. With a focused thought, the detailed information about these 2 talents reappeared before my eyes. Life symbiosis, special talent. All your spirit beasts share their life force with each other. As long as one spirit beast survives, you cannot die. All-seeing eye, you can view detailed information on any spirit beast, including their weaknesses, evolution paths, current status, and more. Shared life? My pupils abruptly constricted as I stared fixedly at the final line of life symbiosis. As long as one spirit beast remains alive, you cannot die? No wonder those spirit eggs were scrambling to become my contracted pets. They must have sensed this talent. I quickly realized xenomorphs are hive-nesting creatures. With sufficient flesh and energy, they can reproduce indefinitely. In other words, as long as the xenomorphs under my command aren't all dead, I won't die. From another perspective, does that mean I could live forever? Hell yeah! And the all-seeing eye allows me to check all spirit beasts' weaknesses, evolution paths, and current status? I wonder if it works on wild monsters too. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, so I immediately checked the facehugger's attributes. Name, facehugger, juvenile, star rating, 1 star, rank, black eye and tier 1, master, Zheng Chang, skills, parasitic bond, suffocating embrace, mimetic camouflage, acidic blood armor. For skills, not bad. As expected of the larval stage of an alien, it actually possesses 4 highly useful abilities. With such capabilities, it's practically a born killer in dark, confined spaces. I was still reeling from the shock of the facehugger when a contemptuous sneer suddenly came from behind me. Well, if it isn't Zheng Chang? What? You gave up a 9-star beast egg just to get this, insect? I turned my head to see Liu approaching with his arms crossed, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. Perched on his shoulder was a small creature, jet black with faintly glowing emerald pupils, resembling a blue cat. It was a juvenile Shadowfang panther, a 7-star spiritual beast renowned for its speed and stealth. The Shadowfang panther stared down at me from its elevated position, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat as if mocking this foolish beastmaster that I was. I gave him a cool glance and couldn't be bothered to respond. Yet he pressed on relentlessly. What's the matter? Feeling guilty? I heard you caused quite a stir in the spiritual beast sanctuary. Even a 9-star beast egg took a liking to you. And what do? To impress Lian Yining, you willingly gave it up and picked this thing instead? He pointed disdainfully at the facehugger on my shoulder. A 1-star spiritual beast, and an insect at that? TSK. Zheng Chang, you've truly opened my eyes. Many students nearby turned to look, drawn by the commotion. Unfazed, I gently stroked the creature's cold shell and replied calmly, my choice isn't for you to judge. Ha ha ha, Li Yu burst into exaggerated laughter. Zheng Chang, don't tell me you actually think this bug can turn your luck around? Stop dreaming. A 1-star spirit beast, no matter how you nurture it, will always have its limits. By giving up that 9-star beast egg, you're giving up your chance to become a true powerhouse. He stepped closer, lowering his voice with a chilling tone. I suggest you stay away from Lian Yining from now on. Someone like you isn't worthy of her. So that's how it is. This guy came here entirely for Lian Yining's sake. Earlier when I obtained a 9-star beast egg, it caused quite a stir. The attention originally focused on him shifted entirely to me, something he naturally couldn't swallow.
Later, I actually gave the precious 9-star egg to the school beauty Lian Yining in exchange for a 1-star insect-type egg. This must have made him laugh his head off. He surely thought my way of pursuing girls was utterly foolish. My gaze turned icy as I was about to speak when suddenly, a cold female voice interrupted. Liu, watch your mouth. It was Lian Yining striding over, her fair face frosty with anger, beautiful eyes glaring at Liu. Zheng Chang's choices are none of your business to criticize. Not to mention, his talent far surpasses yours, and his future accomplishments might very well exceed yours. Lian Yining spoke coldly. Liu's face darkened, clearly not expecting Lian Yining to defend me so staunchly. He gritted his teeth and said, Lian Yining, don't be fooled by him. Giving up a 9-star beast egg is nothing but throwing away his future. Is such a fool even worth you speaking up for him? Whether he's worth it or not is my business. As for you, strutting around flaunting your family background all day, do you really think that makes you a genius? Lian Yining refused to back down an inch. Liu's face turned livid with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He glared at me with venom-filled eyes and spat, fine, very fine indeed. Zheng Chang, how brave of you to hide behind a woman. I shrugged my shoulders, feigning innocence. I didn't say anything. Humph, Liu snorted coldly. Just you wait. With that, he turned to leave. Yet at that very moment, the shadow panther on his shoulder suddenly bristled all over, letting out a terrified screech, meow. It abruptly retreated behind Liu's neck, its limbs clinging tightly to his clothes as if it had seen something utterly terrifying. Liu froze, then turned to see the facehugger on my shoulder slowly raising itself, its 8 slender appendages slightly parting while its tail tip gently swung, emitting a series of eerie click-creak sounds. The sound wasn't loud, yet it seemed to pierce directly into the soul, carrying a chilling pressure that made one's hair stand on end. The shadow leopard trembled uncontrollably, not even daring to lift its head, completely stripped of its earlier arrogance. Liu's expression darkened as he barked sharply, useless fool. What are you afraid of? Damn it! He yanked the shadow leopard down, but the little beast struggled fiercely, even scratching a few bloody marks on his arm before breaking free and darting far away, curling up into a ball, refusing to come any closer no matter what. The surrounding students immediately showed looks of astonishment. What's going on? The shadow leopard is actually scared like this? That weird insect seems seriously off. Liu's face twisted in anger as he glared at me viciously. You just wait. With that, he scrambled awkwardly after his spirit beast and slunk away in humiliation. Even Lian Yining looked surprised, her gaze turning curious as she studied the facehugger. Zheng Chang, what just happened? I smiled faintly and gave the facehugger a gentle pat. Probably because this is the facehugger's first appearance. The shadow leopard had never heard its sounds before, so it got momentarily startled. The facehugger let out a squeaky creak, as if in response, then lazily settled back onto my shoulder again, as if that earlier intimidation had been just a casual gesture. Lian Yining nodded thoughtfully before smiling and saying, but Liu is the type who bears grudges over the smallest grievances. You'll need to be careful from now on. Don't worry, I said with a deep gaze. If he dares to come, I won't mind showing him what real terror looks like. By the way, what about your spirit beast? What breed is it? Chapter 5, The Little Rich Girl. Thank you, Zheng Chang. Lian Yining's gaze and tone were utterly sincere and serious as she said, I've already performed the blood ritual. Perhaps because its star rank is too high, it hasn't hatched yet, so I placed it in my spirit beast space. The beast space, every beast tamer awakens their talent before establishing their beast space. This is the exclusive domain of spirit beasts. Depending on their size, living habits, and elemental attributes, spirit beasts can manifest diverse realms tailored to their nature. Here, spiritual beasts can rest and live comfortably. Even when injured, they can enter the spiritual beast space and slowly recover from their wounds. But I already know what breed it is. Speaking softly, she whispered, 9-star grade, Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, a spiritual beast that combines the bloodlines of dragons and phoenixes, incredibly powerful. Zheng Chang, this spirit beast is truly too precious. Hold on. Zheng Chang stopped Lian Yining from continuing and said, since we've made the exchange, it's yours now. Let's skip the gratitude talk. If you really want to show appreciation. Zheng Chang suddenly thought of something and whispered, just give me some money. The facehugger needs to incubate within a host before it can evolve into a xenomorph, or even a xenomorph queen. But it wasn't like he could just go around killing people. Unless, he could purchase a suitable humanoid spirit beast to breed a xenomorph queen. And wanting to purchase a humanoid spirit beast would cost a fortune. His family was just an ordinary one, and his parents weren't beast tamers. Getting a spirit beast for him wouldn't be easy. Admittedly, even ordinary spirit beasts could hatch into aberrant forms. However, the incubation of the aberrant creatures is closely tied to the conditions of their parasitized hosts. The smarter the host, the more cunning the alien that hatches. The same holds true in reverse. He didn't want just any random beast for the facehugger to parasitize. If the resulting xenomorph only had brute strength without intelligence, it would truly pale in comparison to the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix. But right now, isn't there a little rich girl right before my eyes? Money? Money? Lian Yining's delicate oval face scrunched up as her clear peach blossom eyes whitened momentarily. 9-star spirit beasts are priceless treasures that fetch tens of millions at minimum when they appear. She murmured, I don't have that kind of money. Then how much do you have? Lian Yining tilted her head thoughtfully counting on her fingers before whispering, I've saved my New Year's money for over a decade, roughly over $1 million. But Dad promised I'd get rewards if I awaken my talent this time. The higher the initial star rating of the spiritual beast I obtain, the bigger the reward. How about I transfer all that money to you once I get home? Deal. It's settled then. Lian Yining said with a beaming smile, by the way, let's add each other as friends. Mum. Although they were classmates, they weren't in the same class, so they still hadn't exchanged contact information by this point. After adding her as a friend, Lian Yining's profile picture showed an adorable white kitten with wide, innocent eyes that looked utterly charming. Alright, I'm heading home first. Let me know if anything comes up. So soon? Won't you stay? Stay for what? Those reporters are too annoying. With a wave of his hand, he walked out of the school gate alone. Gazing at Zhang Cheng's departing figure, Lian Yining's beautiful eyes brimmed with gratitude and excitement. Zhang Cheng, no matter what happens in the future, you'll always be my precious friend. I will protect you for the rest of my life. Before long, Zhang Cheng arrived home. A rundown neighborhood tucked away in a corner of Weibei City, also considered part of the slums, the outer district. His parents were just ordinary folk, jointly running a small convenience store that barely kept food on the table. Staring at the corner store, Zhang Cheng hesitated outside. After some thought, he still stored the facehugger into his spirit beast space. The facehugger's exclusive spirit beast enclosure was a cave spanning barely over 100 square meters. The interior was extremely damp, with the floor covered in viscous mucus and even the air thick with humidity. Such an environment was highly suitable for facehuggers or xenomorphs to thrive. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Cheng walked toward the convenience store. Zhang Cheng pushed open the glass door of the convenience store, causing the brass bell hanging on the doorframe to chime twice. The dim lighting in the shop cast shadows as an old television broadcasted the news, the reporter's excited voice reverberating through the cramped space. Breaking news! A 9-star beast egg has shockingly appeared during the awakening ceremony at No. 1 High School, a first for Weibei City in nearly a century. Surprisingly, Zhang Cheng, the student who originally awakened this egg, has exchanged it with a female classmate. The screen switched to footage of the awakening ceremony, the camera perfectly capturing the moment Zhang Cheng passed the beast egg to Lian Yining. Zhang Cheng halted mid-step and cursed under his breath, damn reporters, they work fast. Xiao Cheng? Lin Xiulan, Zhang Cheng's mother, sprang up from her chair at the sound, her eyes still rimmed red. She had clearly been crying. She hurried over, grabbed Zhang Cheng's hand, and looked him up and down anxiously. Are you okay? How was the awakening ceremony? Were you hurt at all? Zhang Cheng shook his head and forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine. The awakening went smoothly. Lin Xiulan let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled him to sit down, then turned to fetch some water. You rest first, Mom will get you a glass of water. Father Zhang Weigua sat quietly on the old rattan chair behind the counter, watching the television with tightly knitted brows. His right pant leg hung empty, the monster attack a decade ago having robbed him of half his leg forever. At that time, although Zhang Weigua was not a beast tamer, he was a military man who voluntarily signed up to cooperate with beast tamers beyond the city walls. Unexpectedly, we encountered a beast tide. Zhang Cheng noticed his father's gaze, his throat tightening slightly. Dad! Zhang Weigua remained silent, merely giving him a deeply complex look. Just then, the shop door opened again as a middle-aged woman poked her head in. Lao Zhang, get me a pack of salt. Here we go. Zhang Weigua leaned on the counter to stand up before shuffling toward the shelves with his cane to retrieve the goods. His movements were practiced, but the sound of the crutch striking the ground landed like hammer blows upon Zhang Cheng's heart. In this era, mechanical prosthetic legs and AI-powered electronic limb assistance technology have reached astonishing heights. Unfortunately, their family simply couldn't afford a proper one, so they had to make do with this simplest type of crutch. Lin Xiulan pressed the water cup into Zhang Cheng's hands and whispered, Don't blame your father. He's just feeling terrible inside. I know. Zhang Cheng lowered his head to stare at the cup, the steam blurring his vision. Lin Xiulan sighed softly and said, Cheng, Mom doesn't care what spirit beast you traded for, as long as you're safe and sound. Those reporters kept talking about 9-star ratings and geniuses. Mom doesn't care about any of that. You're my only son. Her voice choked slightly, and Zhang Cheng quickly grasped her hand. Mom, don't worry. Even though my spirit beast has low star ratings, it suits me perfectly. That's good. That's good. Zhang Weigua saw off the customer, shuffled slowly back to the rattan chair, and sat down before finally asking, So, what's your spirit beast? Zhang Cheng hesitated for a moment before finally telling the truth. 1 star, facehugger. Facehugger? Zhang Weigua's brow furrowed deeper. An insect-type spirit beast? But it's very special. Zhang Weigua waved his hand, cutting off his explanation. Forget it, since you've already chosen, just nurture it well. His tone was calm, but Zheng Cheng could hear the disappointment in it. The room fell into silence for a moment, with only the TV journalist's endless chatter filling the air. Experts suggest that Zheng Cheng's actions are related to an emotional infatuation, but the cost was undeniably high. We hope Zheng Cheng won't regret this decision in the future. Slap! Zhang Weiguo suddenly grabbed the remote and turned off the TV, his face darkening. Lin Xiulan quickly intervened to mediate. Old Zhang, the child just got home. Let's eat first, I've made spare ribs. Go ahead without me. I'm not hungry. Zhang Weiguo stood up with his cane, limping as he walked toward the backyard. Zheng Cheng watched his father's retreating figure, his fists involuntarily clenching. He knew what his father was disappointed about. Though Zhang Weiguo was just an ordinary man now, the spirit of a soldier still ran deep in his bones. After losing his leg years ago, his greatest regret was never being able to return to the battlefield to fight the enemy. He had pinned all his hopes on his son, wishing for Zheng Cheng to become a powerful beastmaster who could serve their country. But now, Zheng Cheng abandoned a 9-star spirit beast, choosing instead a 1-star insect. In his father's eyes, this was equivalent to voluntarily giving up the chance to become a powerhouse. To Zhang Weiguo, who had never admitted defeat, how was this any different from deserting the battlefield? Still, at the end of the day, it was his own son, he could only respect his decision. Dad, don't worry, I won't let you down. Chapter 6, Lian Yuashan's shock. Mom, Dad, I'm home. When Lian Yining stepped through the doorway, she found her parents had already been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Father Lian Yuashan sat solemnly in the main seat, his expression grave. Mother Su Qing has stood nearby, her eyes filled with concern. Ninger, I heard you've obtained the spirit beast egg of the Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon? Su Qingha hurried forward and grasped her daughter's hand. Is this true? Lian Yining nodded calmly, his expression unreadable. It was Zheng Cheng who gave it to me. Lian Yuashan abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with disbelief. A 9-star spirit beast egg, and he just gave it to you like that? He paced back and forth, then suddenly stopped. Don't tell me you too. No. Lian Yining firmly cut off her father's speculation. We're just ordinary classmates. Really? Lian Yuashan looked utterly astonished. Then why would he give you a 9-star beast egg? It's not that he didn't trust his daughter, but this matter was simply too unbelievable. Su Qingha exchanged a glance with her husband and said gently, Ninger, that was a priceless 9-star spirit beast egg. If it weren't for having special feelings for you, who would? Dad, Mom, you know I never lie. Lian Yining's expression remained calm, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. As for why Zheng Cheng did this, I don't know either. This was indeed the truth. Even now, she still couldn't comprehend Zheng Cheng's actions. Though they'd been classmates for 3 years, she and Zheng Cheng had almost no connection. Could it be that he secretly likes me? Even so, it's quite excessive to give such a precious gift, isn't it? That was a 9-star beast egg. If he nurtures the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix and grows powerful, perhaps even reaching the epic realm or ascending to the legendary realm and then comes to woo me, I probably wouldn't refuse him. What's happening now? Why the rush? Recalling Zheng Cheng's actions during that time, even Yining's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of confusion. Oh, seeing his daughter didn't appear to be lying, Lian Yuashan was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you really not dating? He had thought that Zheng Cheng was deeply in love with his daughter, to the point of willingly sacrificing everything, which would explain such astonishing behavior. Yet they aren't even a couple? Then what's in it for this kid? A hopeless romantic? Does someone this foolish really exist? Even the most pathetic simp wouldn't grovel like this. It must be said, Zheng Cheng's behavior has genuinely left many people utterly bewildered. After speculating for a long time, the father and his 2 daughters still couldn't fathom Zheng Cheng's motives. In the end, they could only conclude that his reckless extravagance stemmed from an obsessive infatuation with Lian Yining. Since things have come to this, the only thing we can do is try our best to make it up to him. After pondering for a moment, Lian Yuashan said, if he can survive the trial alive, I guarantee him a life of wealth and honor. This was no empty promise. With the Lian family's power and resources, ensuring a comfortable life for an ordinary person would be as easy as turning over one's hand. The trial. The Ministry of Education of Xia stipulates that all newly awakened beastmasters who obtain spiritual beasts will undergo a special trial 10 days later. Only by passing the trial will they qualify to participate in the subsequent Beastmaster University joint entrance examinations. The 10-day period is designed to allow beastmasters to cultivate synergy and affinity with their spiritual beasts, as well as to nurture their growth, ensuring they perform at peak strength during the trial. And every year, the trial comes with its corresponding death quota. Lian Yining glanced at her father and said calmly, a 1-star spirit beast, especially the weakest insect type, can barely unleash any real power. Zheng Cheng's current strength is probably just slightly better than an ordinary person. In this situation, attempting to pass the trial is nearly impossible. Lian Yuashan frowned slightly and pondered before saying, I have some connections with the deans of several intermediate academies. Yining,
go ask Zheng Chang. If he needs help, I can assist him with enrollment. With my influence, such a small matter shouldn't be difficult to arrange.
Even if he doesn't pass the trial assessment, he can still enter the academy as a special talented student. After a pause, he added, however, those top-tier institutions,
I'm afraid they're out of reach. Their admission standards are extremely stringent.
Though differing by just one word, intermediate academies and top-tier institutions are worlds apart. It's like the gap between ordinary colleges and prestigious elite schools.
No need, Lian Yining said indifferently, I've already settled his enrollment issue.
What?
Lian Yuashan froze. How did you settle it? Back at the academy, after I blood bonded with the beast egg, several prestigious institutes sent representatives to recruit me. Lian Yuashan nodded. This is perfectly normal.
Beast masters with 9-star spiritual beasts are few and far between across the entire nation.
Any academy would compete to have them. Could you possibly?
At this point, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had thought of something.
Indeed.
Lin Yining's tone remained calm. I said one condition for admission, they must accept Zheng Cheng alongside me if they want me to enroll.
Most academies couldn't agree due to their regulations.
In the end, only 6 institutions compromised, and I chose the strongest among them, Imperial Capital Academy.
Imperial Capital Academy? That's the top-ranked institution nationwide. They'd actually accept Zheng Chang?
Imperial Capital Academy has a branch called the Rare Spirit Beast Research Institute, which specializes in studying scarce or endangered spirit beasts. Zheng Chang's facehugger is the first of its kind, the only one in the world. As long as he passes the trial and performs well in the subsequent college entrance assessments, he can be admitted to Imperial Capital Academy. These words left Lian Yuashan speechless.
Blame? Yet his daughter was repaying a kindness.
Besides, compared to what Zheng Chang had sacrificed, this was nothing at all. After a moment of silence, Lian Yuashan smiled bitterly and said, Yining, I understand you want to compensate Zheng Chang, and I don't oppose that. But after all, Imperial Capital Academy is a top-tier institution, only those with truly exceptional talents can gain admission there.
Forcing him to join might not be wise.
During the trials, no one would willingly team up with a beast tamer who only has a 1-star spirit beast.
Facing danger alone would only make his situation worse.
At this point, his expression suddenly changed, and he sharply turned to look at his daughter. Even Su Qing has seemed to realize something, casting a surprised glance in his direction.
And Lian Yining certainly didn't let her parents down. He has teammates. She said calmly, I am his teammate.
I'm willing to partner with him and pass the trial together. Her tone was light, yet brooked no argument.
Lian Yuashan nearly fainted. Daughter, don't you dare be foolish. The trial is extremely dangerous. If you bring deadweight along, none of you will survive.
By doing this, you'll not only harm him but doom yourself as well.
Didn't you swear to reach the legendary realm?
Now that you possess the Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon, just find some powerful teammates, and you'll be able to acquire more resources during trials, growing stronger rapidly.
The path of trials, one misstep leads to countless errors.
If you are hindered from the very start, you will never become strong, let alone seek vengeance.
There are countless ways to compensate Zheng Chang.
Why sacrifice yourself for it? To dissuade his daughter, even the mighty Lian Yuashan found himself pleading incessantly, resorting to long-winded persuasion.
Yet Lian Yining paid no heed. Instead, she said, all right, Mom and Dad, didn't you promise me a red envelope once I awakened my beast-taming talent and obtained a spiritual beast?
Not only have I awakened my talent, but I've also acquired a 9-star spiritual beast, so you'd better prepare an extra large red envelope.
Chapter 7 Purchasing a Spiritual Beast.
Early the next morning, Zheng Chang woke up. When he opened his phone, the bank balance nearly made him freeze.
Balance, 3,001,585.5. 3 million.
Late last night, Lian Yining chatted with him and mentioned that her father had sealed a big red envelope for her. She transferred it all to him. At the time, it was already late, and he hadn't paid much attention. Who would have thought that when he checked this morning, it was actually 3 million? He quickly sent a message to Lian Yining. Lian Yining, these 3 million is too much, I'll return it to you. Soon after, Lian Yining's reply came through.
Compared to the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix you gave me, what's 3 million worth? If you consider me a friend, don't say such things again. Alright then, thank you. Also, we're already good friends now. You can just call me Yining from now on. Zheng Chang blinked. What was this girl thinking about?
Still, looking at her message, he typed out, alright then, Yining.
Oh, and I'll have a surprise for you in the next couple days. Don't go running off anywhere. Surprise? What surprise? How can it be a surprise if you know in advance? You'll find out in a few days. Lian Yining typed quickly, sending another message shortly after. By the way, the school is on break these days. Any plans? I'm going to check out the Spirit Beast Association and buy some spirit beasts. Buy spirit beasts? That makes sense.
Facehuggers are only 1-star spirit beasts after all, way too weak. Buying a few 3-star spirit insects to raise would give you some decent combat power for future trials.
Oh, want me to come with you? Facehuggers are weak? Zheng Chang really wanted to show this girl how powerful the facehugger would become in the future. But for now, he'd have to wait a little longer. No need. Your presence would draw too much attention. Let's meet another time if there's a chance. Alright, I suppose that's the only way. Good luck finding the spiritual beast of your dreams. Watching Lian Yining's avatar box dim to gray, Zheng Chang turned off his phone as well. 3 million. With these 3 million, he could purchase a suitable spirit beast. He might even be able to transform his parents' living conditions. And father's disabled broken leg could also be treated. But thinking of his stubborn father, Zheng Chang suppressed the urge to tell them about the 3 million right now. The origin of these 3 million isn't easy to explain. If father knew it came from selling the spirit beast egg, he'd undoubtedly start overthinking things. No rush. Once I breed this alien creature successfully, making money afterwards will be perfectly justified. At this thought, he quickly washed up and got ready to head to the Beastmaster Association. Just then, through the bathroom door, he seemed to hear his mother talking to someone on the phone. Hello, second uncle? Celebration feast for my admission? That really won't be necessary. Xiao Cheng is grown up now, he can make his own decisions. What? Hao Yan also became a beast tamer and contracted a 4-star spiritual beast? Oh okay, W will definitely attend the celebration banquet once he gets admitted to the Beast Taming Academy. Why yes, Listening to his mother's voice, Zheng Cheng quickly realized something. His cousin Lin Haotian was the same age as him, just a few months older, but attended number 26 high school in Chang'an City, the provincial capital of Qinzhou. It seemed that this year, he had also awakened beast taming abilities and had even contracted a 4-star exotic beast. Now, was he being invited to attend the relatives' celebration banquet? The trial hasn't even begun yet, and there's still the college entrance exam assessment to come. Why are they rushing to throw a graduation celebration banquet so soon? Thinking of his second uncle and aunt's petty, calculating behavior and their small-minded ways made Zheng Cheng frown involuntarily. The news that he had traded a 9-star spiritual beast egg for a 1-star spiritual beast egg had already spread across the entire nation, sparking unimaginable levels of discussion. They must have heard about it too. Now they're calling under the guise of a graduation banquet, clearly just trying to annoy us. He walked out just in time to see his mother put away her phone, her expression visibly upset. Xiao Chang, you're awake. The food's in the pot, let me get it for you. Mom, I can do it myself. Where's Dad? Your dad went to stock up on goods. Oh, though disabled, father had always been self-reliant. He handled everything within his capabilities independently and never asked for help. Chewing on plain steamed buns and rice porridge, Zheng Cheng paused to phrase his request carefully. Mom, I'd like to go out later. Go out? Where to? The Beastmaster Association. The Beastmaster Association? Do you want to buy a spirit beast? Though Lin Xiulan was just an ordinary housewife, she still understood some basic knowledge about beastmasters. Alright, I'll go take a look first. Oh, while eating, Lin Xiulan furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought. Ding dong welcome. A customer entered the small shop, and Lin Xiulan hurriedly got up to attend to them. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng finished his breakfast in a few bites and walked out of the house. Mom, I'm heading out first. Stepping onto the bus, after over an hour, Zheng Cheng's figure appeared before the square of the Beastmaster Association located in the southern part of the city. The association building was entirely constructed of silver-white alloy, gleaming with a cold radiance under the sunlight, while a giant screen above the main gate continuously scrolled through images of various rare spiritual beasts. The Beastmaster Association operated as a special department independent from other government agencies, overseeing nationwide Beastmaster qualification evaluations, mission assignments, rank promotions, and more. Simultaneously, it also engaged in the business of selling spiritual beasts. Although Weibei City is just a small town, all the spirit beasts in the Beast Tamer Association are connected to the network. Purchased spirit beasts can be delivered within 3 days through logistics. I hope the spirit beasts here won't disappoint me. Zheng Cheng sighed softly under his breath, adjusted the slightly worn backpack on his shoulder, and stepped into the grand hall. As soon as he stepped inside, a gust of chilly air and the clamor of voices made Zheng Cheng frown slightly. The spacious hall bustled with activity, mostly filled with well-dressed parents bringing their children to purchase spirit beasts. They gathered in small groups around various display areas, letting out occasional exclamations of awe. Zheng Cheng's ordinary school uniform made him stand out awkwardly in the crowd. Several wealthy youngsters passing by deliberately kept their distance, as if afraid of being infected by his poverty vibes. Those who could afford to buy spirit beasts on the very first day after the awakening ceremony were undoubtedly either wealthy or noble. The reason is simple. The price of spirit beasts has always remained exorbitantly high. Even the most worthless 1-star spirit beast costs at least tens of thousands of yuan. This is nearly equivalent to a year's income for an ordinary family. Not to mention those high-level spirit beasts, their prices are astronomical. After making a round, Zheng Cheng took the initiative to approach an available staff member.
The staff member appeared to be in her 20s, wearing light makeup with slightly reddish curls, looking quite efficient. The nameplate on her chest read, Wang Lily, Senior Consultant. Zhang Cheng came straight to the point. Hello, I'd like to purchase a spirit beast. Wang Lily's gaze swept over Zhang Cheng in an instant, lingering momentarily on his faded sneakers and slightly worn backpack, her lips curling in an almost imperceptible sneer. Oh, she drawled, even our cheapest one-star spirit beast cub starts at 100,000 yuan. Are you sure you can afford that? Zhang Cheng's brow furrowed unnoticeably. Did salespeople with such snobbish attitudes still exist these days? Her words were abruptly cut off by a sudden commotion as a family of three entered through the door, the father dressed in a tailored suit, the mother dripping with jewels, and between them stood a haughty teenager clad in obviously expensive attire. Oh my, isn't that President Zhang? Wang Lily's expression instantly shifted from indifference to fawning flattery. You've brought your son to select spiritual beasts? We've just received a batch of 5-star juvenile spiritual beasts that would be perfect for. She completely forgot about Zhang Cheng's existence, swaying her hips as she hurried toward the family. Zhang Cheng shook his head, long accustomed to such snobbish behavior. He looked around, preparing to search for the purchasing area himself. Hello, do you need any help? A slightly nervous voice came from the side. Zhang Cheng turned his head and saw a young girl with a ponytail standing nearby. Her name tag read Lin Xiaoyu, Trainee Consultant, and there was a shy smile on her face. I want to buy a spirit beast. Certainly. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Do you have any specific requirements? Such as attributes, star rating or? I need an anthropomorphic spirit beast, preferably intelligent. Zhang Cheng interrupted her. The smarter the better. As for star rating, he estimated the prices of spirit beasts at different grades and then said, 5-star or 6-star will suffice. Lin Xiaoyu blinked and said, humanoid type? Such spirit beasts are quite rare, but we do have a dedicated section. Please follow me. Chapter 8, The Raging Ape. She led Zhang Cheng through the crowded hall toward a smaller exhibition area on the right. On the way, Zhang Cheng noticed many people casting strange glances at them. A trainee consultant accompanying a poor student indeed stood out conspicuously in this place full of the wealthy. Others were whispering amongst themselves, pointing subtly in their direction. Clearly, someone had already recognized him. After all, Weibei City is just a small town with relatively few wealthy people. Zhang Cheng, who had just gone viral yesterday for trading a 9-star spirit beast egg for a 1-star egg, naturally attracted overwhelming attention. This area houses the humanoid-type spirit beasts. Are you sure this is the type you want, sir? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. What makes you say that? Humanoid spirit beasts may be intelligent and can assist beastmasters effectively, but precisely because they're too clever, they sometimes choose to act contrary to given commands. Some humanoid spirit beasts even hesitate in the face of danger, resorting to fleeing or avoiding combat, unlike beast-type spirit beasts, which are far easier to control. Lin Xiaoyu was clearly a novice. Under normal circumstances, these talking points would never be shared with customers. What if it scared them away? However, Zhang Cheng didn't pay much attention, as he was purchasing these spirit beasts purely as expendable materials. Lin Xiaoyu pointed at a row of transparent incubation pods and explained, currently, the humanoid spirit beasts available include the 4-star Quado Fishman, a water attribute creature capable of mastering some water-based spells with moderate melee combat abilities. Its combat effectiveness doubles underwater. This is a 5-star Thorn Troll, a melee spirit beast with innate thorn aura that can reflect physical damage. And here we have a Shadow Harpy, a 6-star flying spirit beast that's extremely rare. Our Weibei City currently possesses just this single specimen. Zhang Cheng carefully examined these spirit beasts. Their bodies were similar in size to humans, though clearly in their juvenile stages, petite in stature with naive, dazed expressions. Some resembled merfolk, while others bore likeness to gorillas. Particularly striking was the final shadow hag, pitch black from head to toe, with sharp facial features, looking exactly like a winged little shadow creature. Are there any adult specimens? Zhang Cheng frowned as he asked the question. Purchasing the spirit beast was solely to allow the facehugger to parasitize it. These hatchling spirit beasts are clearly unsuitable. Adult stage? Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes in astonishment. Generally speaking, beastmasters prefer juvenile stage spirit beasts. They're easier to form contracts and spiritual bonds with. I need one in its adult stage, preferably injured. High-star spiritual beasts in their adult stage are difficult to control, but those that are injured are different. The facehugger could easily implant without any trouble. This strange request left Lin Xiaoyu even more bewildered. She bit her lower lip and thought for a moment before suddenly brightening up. Wait, I think I remember something. She swiftly flicked through the inventory records on her tablet. Got it, she exclaimed excitedly. We did acquire an adult humanoid beast last week, a 7-star golden ape. But not here in Weibei City, it was in Lulin City. If you want it, it can only be reserved, and we can deliver it to you as soon as today. However what? It was severely injured during a trial, the kind that can't be cured. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her voice. The original owner thought the treatment cost was too high, so they sold it to the association. But Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid this spirit beast isn't suitable for a contract. A glint flashed through Zhang Cheng's eyes. Let me take a look.
But, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated, that King Kong rage ape is in very poor condition, and the price isn't an issue. Zhang Cheng said calmly.
Under normal circumstances, the price of a 7-star spiritual beast cub would range between 5 million to 10 million. But this is the price for juvenile beasts, which are most suitable for beastmasters to tame and raise. As for adult spirit beasts, their prices are often lower.
Not to mention this critically injured golden ape, its price would be even lower. With 3 million in hand, he had more than enough. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the plainly dressed student in surprise before finally nodding. Alright, please take a look. Taking the tablet, Zhang Cheng turned his gaze toward the golden ape that Lin Xiaoyu had mentioned. The video clearly showed a spacious metal cage, resembling a prison cell. Inside lay a massive ape-like creature. Even lying down, this King Kong rage ape stood nearly 5 meters tall. Its golden fur appeared dull and lifeless, with a shocking wound across its chest as it breathed weakly. As if sensing a photographer's approach, it suddenly opened its eyes, a flash of ferocity flickering through its golden pupils before emitting a low, menacing growl. This is that King Kong rage ape.
According to the caretakers, its spine was shattered, it can't stand anymore. The heart suffered fatal damage too, completely untreatable.
The best destination is to become nourishment for other spirit beasts, or perhaps.
Zhang Cheng revealed a satisfied smile.
This King Kong rampage ape boasted a robust physique and well-defined muscles, exuding an imposing aura even in its dying moments.
Moreover, simian-type spirit beasts are acknowledged as the most intelligent of their kind. Now this King Kong raging ape was severely injured yet still tenaciously clinging to life, the perfect host for a facehugger.
How much?
Just ask, Zhang Cheng said bluntly.
Lin Xiaoyu checked the records. Due to severe injuries, the price has been reduced to 2 million.
Zhang Cheng answered without hesitation. I'll take it.
What? Lin Xiaoyu thought she must have misheard. Mr. Zhang, are you sure? This diamond rage ape might not survive. Charge it. When they returned to the front desk to complete the formalities, Wang Lily had just seen off those wealthy merchants.
Seeing Zhang Cheng and Lin Xiaoyu, she sneered mockingly. Xiaoyu, showing the cheapest 1-star spirit beasts to your guest, are we?
No, Sister Wang.
Lin Xiaoyu blushed as she said, this Mr. Zhang wants to purchase the diamond rage ape that was delivered to Willowwood City a couple of days ago. The lobby fell silent for a moment, with several consultants and customers turning to look at Zhang Cheng in astonishment.
The diamond rage ape?
A 7-star spiritual beast that must cost at least several million.
This kid has that kind of money? Do you have a juvenile titan ape here? I want it, bring it out now.
The surrounding customers were immediately shocked, with many clamoring to purchase the titan ape as well. A 7-star spiritual beast juvenile is essentially priceless and rarely encountered. Every time one appears, it sparks fierce competition and is typically sold through auction. To everyone's surprise, a 7-star diamond rage ape existed here, which naturally drew numerous inquiries. Wang Lily was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Stop joking. That 7-star spirit beast costs 2 million. Can he even afford it? Everyone, please don't get worked up. The diamond rage ape in Lulin City is fully grown but gravely injured, completely immobilized, that's why it's only 2 million.
But can this kid really afford it?
Zhang Cheng couldn't be bothered to respond and directly handed his bank card to Lin Xiaoyu. Please hurry, I'm in a rush.
Lin Xiaoyu nervously took the card and processed the payment on the computer. When the successful payment notification sounded, the entire hall fell silent.
Wang Lily's expression froze on her face, as if she'd been punched hard. Payment successful, 2 million exactly. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly with surprise. Mr. Zhang, here's your receipt and proof of purchase. Please leave us an address. The Beastmasters Association will deliver your items to the provided location by 6 p.m. today at the latest.
Thank you. Low murmurs and suppressed chuckles rose around them, while some onlookers seemed to have guessed the situation and watched Zhang Cheng with keen interest. Who's that kid? Haven't seen him before. Haven't you watched the news?
That's Zhang Cheng from number 1 high school. Yesterday he traded his 9-star spirit beast egg for a classmate's 1-star egg.
Holy shit, that's him?
I remember the female classmate was Chairman Lian's daughter. No wonder she's so rich.
TSK, damn generous. Looks like the rumors about him and Chairman Lian's daughter are true. What rumor? Of course they're a couple, ha ha ha. By the way, I heard the association consultant sales commission is 5%, so Miss Lin stands to get 100,000 bonus this time?
Wang Lily's face instantly turned deathly pale. That should have been her client, her commission.
She had certainly heard about yesterday's incident at First High School.
Yet she never would have imagined that the young man standing before her was the protagonist of yesterday's awakening ceremony incident, and that President Lian being discussed by the surrounding crowd was none other than Lian Yueshan, the emblem of Weibei City's Beastmaster Association.
Could it be that the young man she had offended was President Lian's prized son-in-law?
At this thought, watching Zhang Cheng's departing figure, her heart swelled with even deeper regret.
Young Master Zhang.
She hurriedly took 2 quick steps forward, her smile becoming increasingly servile and ingratiating. I apologize for earlier, it was my blind ignorance.
Chapter 9, Second Uncle, this spirit beast is reserved for my son. Zhang Cheng stepped out of the Beastmaster Association into the blazing sunlight.
Squinting at his phone, he saw it was already past 2 in the afternoon. His fingers brushed against the purchase certificate and contract crumpled in his pocket as a faint smile played on his lips.
A 7-star rated King Kong Rage Ape. I wonder what kind of xenomorph will hatch after Facehugger's parasitism. There's still incubation time, but don't take too long.
Only 9 days left until the trial, Zhang Cheng thought as he hailed a taxi and hurried home.
Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Zhang family's small grocery store was so tense you could wring water from it.
Xilan, don't take this the wrong way, but Hao Tian is now the first beast master from our Lao Lin family. Uncle Lin Haitao, his beer belly protruding, drummed his fingers on the glass counter. A contracted 4-star ironback ape.
Boundless prospects.
Aunt Wang Chunmei chimed in beside him.
Exactly. Though your Xiaocheng has also awakened, what future could there possibly be with a 1-star insect? Wouldn't it be better to lend the money to our Hao Tian? When Hao Tian succeeds in the future, wouldn't he naturally look after you? Lin Xiulan's face paled as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her apron. Second brother, this money is for Xiaocheng's tuition. We'd also hoped to buy him a spiritual beast of matching attributes. Tuition?
Lin Haotian let out a scornful laugh, dressed in his brand new beast tamer uniform.
Auntie, he said, that 1-star beast of cousin Zhang Cheng can't even scratch the entrance requirements for beast taming university. What tuition could he possibly need? And what's the point of buying spirit beasts?
His 1-star insect-type spirit beast is utterly useless even if you bought him 100 of them. They wouldn't amount to any real combat power.
Forget it. Talking to you about this is pointless. Just know that Xiaocheng's tamed beast is completely useless. He'll always be a good-for-nothing.
Zhang Weiguo on the wheelchair suddenly slapped the armrest in anger. Hao Tian,
is that any way to speak to your aunt? Uncle. Lin Hao Tian looked down at the disabled Zhang Weiguo, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. I'm just stating facts.
A 1-star spirit beast, and the weakest insect type at that, at best, cousin will never rise above a black iron rank beast master in his lifetime. He deliberately unleashed a hint of the spiritual pressure unique to beast masters, causing Zhang Weiguo's face to instantly pale.
You! Lin Xiulan quickly stepped in front of her husband. Hao Tian, your uncle's legs aren't well, don't you?
Lin Haitao and Wang Chunmei by the side acted as if they hadn't seen anything, grinning smugly.
This is their son, the pride of the Lin family.
If Zhang Cheng had contracted a 9-star beast earlier, they wouldn't have dared to come knocking on his door so shamelessly to borrow money, even taking the initiative to offer money, just to win Zhang Cheng over.
But now, what's the use of a 1-star insect? Mom, I'm home.
Zhang Cheng pushed the door open and immediately sensed an eerie atmosphere in the room.
His gaze swept over his second uncle's family before settling on his parents' grim expressions. What's going on? Why would his second uncle's family be here?
Zhang Cheng had 2 uncles, both living in the provincial capital. What sets them apart is that the uncle's family was honest and kind-hearted, maintaining a very close relationship with Zhang Cheng's family. As for the second uncle's family, they were snobbish and cared only about wealth, rarely keeping in touch.
Xiao Cheng, you're back? His aunt immediately put on a smiley face. We were just talking about you. Your cousin has become a beast tamer and needs money to buy a spirit beast. We were hoping to borrow 500,000 from your family. Who would have thought your parents would keep making excuses? Hurry up and talk some sense into them. Zhang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Borrow money?
Lin Haotian strode over, his 4-star badge glinting in the sunlight. Cousin, now that you're a beast tamer too, you should understand what a difference in star rankings means.
He lowered his voice. That facehugger of yours will never break through the black iron tier in its lifetime. Seeing how things stand, you might as well lend me the money to help me grow stronger. Zhang Cheng's eyes turned icy, but before he could speak, his father Zhang Weiguo roared in fury. Lin Haidao, get out of here with your wife and kids. No matter what my son does, it's none of your damn business. Zhang Weiguo. Uncle's face turned grim. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Hao Tian is destined to attend the provincial key beast taming university in the future. Where's your little Chang? Can't even get into some third-rate college. Lin Haotian added disdainfully, Uncle, do you know what a 4-star spiritual beast means? With enough resources, I have an 80% chance to break through to the gold rank. By then, I'll be the top powerhouse in Weibei City, maybe even rank among the elites across the entire Qinzhou province.
Turning to Zhang Chang, he said in a condescending tone, Cousin, lend me the 500,000. Once I reach gold rank, I'll hook you up with a decent job. How about it?
Zheng Cheng suddenly laughed. Cousin, what spiritual beast did you contract with? A 4-star black iron ape. How about that? Among all 4-star spiritual beasts, the black iron ape is considered top tier. It can even rival some ordinary 5-star beasts. A black iron ape? Monkey-type spiritual beasts, I've heard they're quite intelligent? Of course.
Lin Haotian proudly raised his head. Ape-type spiritual beasts are the smartest. If you can gather them into a group, their combat power doubles.
That's why I need to buy another one.
As they were speaking, the sudden roar of a heavy truck came from outside the door. A truck emblazoned with the words "Exclusive Transport for the Beast Taming Association" pulled up in front of the convenience store, followed by a black sedan.
Is Mr. Zhang Cheng here?
A neatly dressed middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of the car, followed by 4 uniformed staff members.
I am.
Zheng Cheng stepped forward.
And you are?
I'm Wang Ning, business manager of the Spiritual Beast Procurement and Sales Department at the Weibei City Beastmaster Association. The 7-star diamond rage ape you ordered has arrived.
Please sign for it.
The small shop instantly fell silent, with everyone inside staring over in astonishment. Lin Haotian's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Diamond rage ape?
Zheng Cheng walked out calmly. I bought it. Wang Ning respectfully handed over the document. As per your request, we've administered specialized anesthesia.
It's currently in a deep dormant state. Shall we arrange transportation to the designated location for you? The second uncle's family followed them out.
Lin Haotian stared at the enormous metal cage on the truck, where a golden giant ape towering over 5 meters lay inside.
His breathing grew rapid. A 7-star diamond rage ape? That can't be. He spun around abruptly to face Zheng Cheng. This titan ape was the one severely injured in Lulin City. It's worth at least 2 million. Where did you get the money? As someone who had contracted an ape-type spirit beast, he naturally paid attention to high-star ape-type spirit beasts.
Upon discovering this severely injured King Kong raging ape earlier, he immediately wanted to purchase it to cultivate his own spirit beast. For a spirit beast to grow and enhance its strength, aside from gaining combat experience by slaying other demonic beasts or wild beasts and absorbing soul energy, it could also improve its power by devouring the life core of other spirit beasts of the same type, species, or attribute. When he learned that this King Kong raging ape would cost 2 million, he immediately pestered his parents to lend him the money. If I could feed this severely injured golden steel violent ape to my black iron ape, there's a high chance my black iron ape could break through its current star level. I never expected the golden steel violent ape I've been longing for to appear before my eyes so soon.
Wait, that's my money. Did you use my money to buy that golden steel violent ape? Or is this something you specifically bought to give to me? To curry favor with me? Zheng Cheng's gaze turned icy. Cousin, it's broad daylight, stop dreaming.
And what's more, if you're going to make accusations, bring evidence.
This is my money. Evidence? Lin Haotian pointed hysterically at Zheng Cheng's parents.
Your parents run this shabby little shop, they could never save up 2 million in their entire lives. You must have stolen the money my father left at your place.
Lin Haotian.
Zheng Weigua trembled with rage.
You're spewing malicious slander. Wang Ning frowned and said, Sir, Mr. Zhang's fund source is completely legitimate. It was personally confirmed by President Lian Yueshan this very morning. President Lian? Lin Haotian froze as if struck by lightning. That Lian Yining who traded a 9-star spirit beast egg for your facehugger, her father? Chairman of the Yusho Division Association of Weibei City? Without acknowledging him, Zheng Cheng addressed the middle-aged man. Could you have it delivered to my backyard? I've already prepared the accommodations. As the staff began unloading, Lin Haotian suddenly seized Zheng Cheng's arm, his eyes brimming with greed. Cousin, transfer the King Kong rage ape to me. My iron ape shares its species lineage, they could form a clan. Here's the deal, transfer the Vajra ape to me, and I promise I'll take you to audit classes once I get into the Beast Taming University. Even better, when I advance to gold rank Beast Tamer, I'll arrange a cushy job for you. You'll live in luxury for the rest of your life. Zheng Cheng shook off his grip. Not selling. You. Lin Haotian's face twisted in rage. What use could a 1-star beast tamer possibly have for a 7-star spiritual beast? That broken insect of yours wouldn't survive a single flick of its finger. Second Uncle Lin Haitao grew anxious and quickly said, Xiao Chang, how can you be so unreasonable? Good things should go to those who can make use of them. You only contracted a 1-star bug, there's no comparison to my Hao Tian. Second and Wang Chunmei also shrilled, you're not even getting into a beast taming university, so what's the point of keeping such a powerful spirit beast? It's better to hand it over to my Hao Tian, we're all family, after all. Just then, a luxurious hovering car emblazoned with Imperial Capital Beast Taming University slowly descended by the roadside. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman in gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. Is this the home of student Zheng Cheng? Chapter 10, The Unbelievable Lin Haotian. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Everyone was stunned, their gazes uniformly focused on the middle-aged woman who had suddenly appeared. She wore a well-tailored navy blue professional suit, with the gilded emblem of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University pinned to her chest, glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. Zheng Cheng slightly frowned, his mind filled with confusion. Imperial Capital Beast Taming University? Wasn't that one of the nation's top 3 prestigious institutions? How could they possibly come looking for me? I'm Zheng Cheng, he answered cautiously while subtly sizing up the other person. And you are?
The woman gracefully extended her hand, her wrist adorned with an exquisite silver watch that looked undeniably expensive at first glance.
Hello, Zheng Chang. I'm Yang Shui, head of admissions at the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University.
Her voice was gentle yet commanding, carrying the composed demeanor of one long accustomed to authority.
Good morning, Director Yang.
Zheng Cheng politely shook hands. The touch was cold and dry. Yang Shui withdrew a gilded-edged admission letter from her briefcase and smiled. After a special recommendation from Lian Yuashan, president of the Weibei City Beastmaster Association, the school board has decided to exceptionally admit you as a freshman at this year's Rare Spiritual Beast Academy. The words exploded like a bomb inside the cramped shop.
What?
Lin Haoyan's scream nearly lifted the roof as he rushed forward, his 4-star Beastmaster badge swaying violently on his chest.
This can't be. He only contracted a 1-star spiritual beast. He doesn't even meet the threshold for an ordinary Beastmaster Academy.
Second Uncle Lin Haitao flushed red, his neck bulging as he shouted, "Leader, you must be mistaken.
My son Lin Haoyan contracted a 4-star Black Iron Ape. That's real talent right there."
Yang Shui adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze as sharp as a blade behind the lenses. Young man, the path of beast taming is vast and profound.
How could it possibly be measured by mere star ratings?
Her expression softened when she turned to Zheng Chang. Although Zhang Cheng's facehugger is only a 1-star species, it's the first of its kind ever recorded. This alone makes it enormously valuable for research and cultivation potential.
It could help complete our nation's compendium of spirit beasts. Our school's exceptional admission decision is perfectly justified. Aunt Wang Chunmei suddenly interrupted. What potential? That's just trash. My son said 1-star spirit beasts can't even break through the black iron tier.
Yang Shui didn't even spare her a glance, continuing to speak to Zheng Chang. This admission is completely legitimate and lawful. As long as you can ensure the facehugger doesn't die during the upcoming freshman trials, you'll be admitted to the Royal Beast University's Rare Spirit Beasts College for Advanced Studies. Additionally, the university will provide an extra scholarship and research funding for your use, along with personalized instruction from specialized tutors. Listening to Yang Shui's words, Zheng Chang quickly recalled Lian Yining's remarks from this morning.
A pleasant surprise? Could this be the surprise Lian Yining had prepared for him?
These words landed like a series of stinging slaps, leaving Lin Haoyan's family green-faced with rage. Lin Haoyan clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked, his nails digging so deeply into his palms that he no longer felt the pain.
The flames of jealousy burned in his eyes. How could this be? Why them? Why should this useless cousin get such an opportunity?
Before Zhang Chang could answer, his mother Lin Xiulan had already rushed over in tears, hugging him tightly. This woman who was usually extremely frugal now cried like a child.
Go! Of course you should go. Son, Mom always knew you'd make something of yourself.
Her voice choked up, unable to continue speaking, she could only pound her son's back fiercely, as if trying to release all the grievances of these years.
Father Zhang Weiguo wheeled his chair over, his rough hand gripping his son's tightly.
This tough man who had never shed a tear after losing a leg in war now had red-rimmed eyes. Good lad, stronger than your old man. Just a few simple words, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. It was only now that Zhang Chang realized just how much ordinary people in this world valued beast-taming universities, especially prestigious beast-taming institutions. Compared to the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities of his past life, this was even more highly valued. The expressions on second uncle's family were a sight to behold. Lin Haitao's face turned from red to pale, then from pale to livid. Wang Chuanmei's lips trembled uncontrollably, her carefully groomed eyebrows twisting into bizarre shapes.
Meanwhile, Lin Haoyan stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning, the disbelief in his eyes gradually twisting into venomous resentment. Thank you, Director Yang.
Zheng Cheng said calmly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. I will give it serious consideration.
Yang Shui nodded in satisfaction and handed him the embossed admission letter. This is the official notice. You have 3 days to give me your answer.
She suddenly glanced at the 4-star badge on Lin Haoyan's chest, as if only just noticing him, and casually added, by the way, our school's regular admission cutoff for Qinzhou province this year starts from a 6-star spiritual beast.
Of course, special talents are the exception. This sentence struck Lin Haoyan like a final, crushing blow to the heart.
He staggered back 2 steps, his face as pale as paper.
6-star.
He was only 4-star ranked, that was a threshold he wouldn't even dare dream of crossing.
And now, this cousin he considered utterly useless had been exceptionally admitted? Watching Yang Shui's hovercar disappear into the distance, Zheng Chang turned to his ashen-faced uncle's family and asked, anything else? Lin Haitian's expression kept changing before he finally glared fiercely at his younger sister. Fine, Lin Xiulan. Now that your son's climbed the social ladder, you won't even acknowledge your own brother, is that it? He roughly dragged away the dumbstruck Lin Haoyan. Let's go. Don't come begging to us later. Wang Chunmei couldn't resist shrilly mocking them before leaving. What's so special? A 1-star spirit beast is doomed to be trash. My son will eventually. Get out.
Zhang Weiguo suddenly bellowed, his lung capacity honed from years of hard labor making the goods on the shelves tremble. The second uncle's family scurried away like stray dogs in panic, with Lin Haotian stumbling over the threshold at the doorway, drawing raucous laughter from the neighbors. Watching their disheveled retreat, Zheng Chang let out a long sigh of relief. His father patted him heavily on the shoulder with a coarse, trembling hand. "Son, that King Kong raging ape." "Dad, I need it." Zheng Chang smiled and said, "Don't worry about the money. Your son won't get involved in anything illegal." Mother wiped her tears but couldn't hide the joy on her face. "I'll make you braised pork. I'll buy the freshest belly cuts. Today we celebrate properly." Zheng Chang glanced toward the backyard, where workers were installing a massive beast cage. The massive figure of the golden king ape lay in tranquil slumber under the effects of the specialized anesthetic, its golden fur glistening radiantly in the sunlight. Feeling the facehugger still slumbering within the spirit beast space, a glimmer of anticipation flashed through his eyes as a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. 7-star Diamond Fury Ape. He murmured softly, "I wonder what kind of bizarre creature will hatch from this." Chapter 11 Facehugger Parasite. As night fell, the small courtyard of Zhang Chang's home finally returned to tranquility. His father Zhang Weigua, who rarely drank, had indulged in 2 cups of baijiu and was now snoring thunderously in bed. His mother Lin Xiulan had retired early after cleaning up the dishes, her face still carrying traces of a lingering smile. Zheng Cheng tiptoed into the backyard, where the moonlight cascaded like water, casting a cold glint over the massive iron cage. The caged King Kong violent ape had awakened, its golden fur flowing like liquid metal under the moonlight. Roar! Sensing someone approaching, the behemoth immediately let out a menacing growl. Though its broken spine left it unable to stand, those amber vertical pupils still blazed with ferocity. Its thick forearms slammed against the iron cage, sending faint tremors through the ground. Zheng Cheng halted at a safe distance, his eyes faintly glowing blue as he activated his all-seeing eye. Name, King Kong Rage Ape, middle-aged/severely wounded. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Diamond tier, currently degraded to Bronze tier. Condition, spinal fracture/heart-piercing injury. Skills, adamantine body, rampaging ape berserk, shockwave, rock throw. Special note 1, primate type spirit beast intelligence level A, remains lethally dangerous even in severely wounded state. Special note 2, severely injured status, unable to restore to peak condition. Still poses lethal danger even in critically injured state? Zheng Cheng slightly furrowed his brows. This was an unexpected discovery. He wondered if the facehugger could successfully implant itself. He stroked his chin, deep in thought, but there's no turning back now. After all, facehuggers excel in stealth and speed. As long as it successfully implants the embryo, everything will be worth it. And what, my all-seeing eye ability is actually this powerful? It can even perceive things like this? The spiritual beast space opened, and a bizarre creature as black as ink, resembling a cross between a scorpion and a spider, slowly crawled out. It was only about the size of a basketball, but its flexible tail segment was nearly as long as its body, ending in a sharp ovipositor. A facehugger. The little creature twitched restlessly the moment it appeared, its 8 limbs rapidly tapping the ground while its eyeless mouthparts continuously opened and closed, as if sensing an extraordinary delicacy. Go! Zheng Cheng commanded softly, that will be your host. Don't let me down. The facehugger instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt, slipping through the cage bars. The King Kong rampage ape clearly sensed the danger, its roar suddenly turning shrill as it desperately writhed to evade. But its paralyzed lower half rendered it a trapped beast, leaving only its forearms to flail wildly in futile strikes. Bang! A dull thud echoed when one palm slammed against the iron cage, startling nightbirds from distant treetops. Zheng Cheng took half a step back, watching the facehugger nimbly dodge every attack as it swiftly scaled the ape's back. By now it was deep night, with all neighboring households long asleep. But Zheng Cheng, desperate to have the facehugger parasite attach itself, couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Just as the facehugger neared his nape, the Ape King erupted with astonishing strength. Propelling itself upward with its forearms, it suddenly threw its whole body backward in a violent collision. Boom! The iron cage crashed heavily onto the concrete floor, sending sparks flying in all directions. Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered with surprise as he saw the facehugger pinned beneath the King Kong rampage ape, several of its appendages already twisted and deformed. Truly worthy of being a 7-star spiritual beast, even half paralyzed and severely injured, it could still suppress the facehugger. But in the next instant, that scorpion-like ovipositor suddenly pierced through the King Kong rampage ape's neck from the side. Roar! A piercing howl tore through the night sky as the King Kong raging ape thrashed violently, its bulging muscles and veins popping along its arms as it actually managed to bend the iron cage bars with sheer strength. Its pupils had turned completely blood red, bloody froth spraying from its mouth. The berserk state had been forcibly triggered by the pain. Zheng Cheng immediately activated his all-seeing eye. Target has entered temporary berserk state. Strength increased by 300%. Pain sensation disabled. Hostility locked on. A continuous stream of notifications appeared, each flashing with crimson light. Not good. Zheng Cheng hurriedly channeled his mental energy, attempting to recall the facehugger. But it was too late. The berserk golden ape had already seized the facehugger's body and was about to tear it apart. At the critical moment, the facehugger's abdomen suddenly swelled and sprayed a jet of dark green acid. Put! A sizzling sound accompanied by acrid white smoke rang out as the Vajra rage ape's right palm was instantly corroded down to gleaming bone, the agonizing pain forcing it to release its grip. The facehugger seized the moment to complete its final act. Its tail segment plunged deep into the King Kong rage ape's throat while its abdomen convulsed violently, injecting the embryo into the beast's body. Its tail was tightly wrapped around the crimson ape's neck, immobilizing it completely while simultaneously ensuring it could still breathe. The entire implantation process lasted no more than 10 seconds, but to Zhang Chang, it felt like half an hour. His back was already soaked in cold sweat, and he only let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the ovipositor slowly detach from the ape's face. The spent facehugger, now deflated like a punctured balloon, slid off the titan ape's body. After twitching slightly a few times, the little creature that had fulfilled its mission ceased moving entirely. The struggles of the ironhide rampage ape gradually weakened until it finally collapsed limply to the ground, its violently heaving chest being the only proof it was still alive. He activated Omniscient Eye once more, and another piece of information appeared. Name, Ironhide Rampage Ape, middle-aged/severely injured, parasitized. Star level, 7 stars. Strength, Diamond tier, currently degraded to Bronze tier. Status, spinal fracture/penetrating heart wound/berserk parasitic infestation. Skills, adamantine body, rampaging ape, shockwave, rock throw. Special note 1, this spirit beast has been parasitized by a special facehugger creature, destined to become an incubator for an unknown organism. Special note 2, estimated incubation time for unknown creature is 120 hours. It worked! 120 hours, that's 5 days? Truly worthy of a 7-star spirit beast, it actually requires 5 days of incubation. Zheng Cheng trembled as he extended both hands, activating his beast space to simultaneously store away the facehugger corpse and the infected King Kong Fury ape. Under normal circumstances, untamed adult spirit beasts cannot be stored in a beast tamer's spatial dimension, but the King Kong Fury ape had already been parasitized by the facehugger. In this state, the ape was essentially considered an extension of the parasite, making storage possible. Inside the beast space, bizarre transformations were beginning to unfold. The King Kong rage ape was encased in a translucent mucus cocoon, like a prehistoric creature trapped in amber. Its abdomen writhed bizarrely, sometimes bulging into sharp protrusions, other times as if being scraped by pointed tail fins. Zheng Chang even noticed faint golden patterns forming on the ape's abdominal surface, though he couldn't tell what they were. When exiting the spirit beast space, Zheng Chang realized his hands were still trembling slightly. This wasn't fear, it was irrepressible excitement. Gazing at the night sky, he truly heard the sound of fate's gears turning for the first time. When the alien emerges from its cocoon, he murmured, a cold smirk curling at his lips. The expressions of those who look down on facehuggers will be truly spectacular. The moonlight in the backyard remained cold and distant, yet Zheng Cheng knew that within some dark cocoon, a monster capable of overturning the common sense of the beast-taming world was taking shape. By the way, there's something important tomorrow. I should rest early. Chapter 12, The Alien Queen. Outside the prosthetics outpatient clinic of People's Hospital, Zheng Cheng pushed his father's wheelchair, acutely aware of the sympathetic glances cast their way. Zhang Weiguo's back was ramrod straight, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Lian Yining's 3 million still had 1 million left. Zheng Cheng thought he'd take advantage of his free time these days to inquire about prosthetics for his father. Next, Zhang Weiguo. The nurse's crisp voice rang out. In the consultation room, Dr. Zhou, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carefully examined Zhang Weiguo's residual limb. The wound has healed well, and the condition of blood vessels and nerve endings is good. It's very suitable for prosthesis installation. Zheng Cheng asked, Doctor, what type of prosthesis is currently the best option? Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses and pulled up a holographic projection. There are currently 3 mainstream solutions. The most basic is the mechanical-powered prosthesis, made with a titanium alloy frame and hydraulic drive, capable of performing basic walking functions, costing approximately 100,000 to 300,000 yuan. The projection displayed a mechanically structured prosthetic leg with visible drive mechanisms at the joints. The second type is a bionic prosthetic limb. Dr. Zhou switched the image, explaining, made with psychic conduction materials and special resonant bones, it can mimic muscle movement and even transmit tactile signals. The price ranges between 500,000 to 1 million. This prosthetic limb was covered in synthetic skin, appearing nearly indistinguishable from a real leg. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. This is perfect. Dad, let's choose this one. Zhang Wei frowned at the price tag. It's too expensive. Dr. Zhou smiled. There's a third option. But what? Zhang Cheng asked. Money isn't a problem. It utilizes the limb regeneration technology of healing-type spirit beasts, which can help you grow a completely new leg, indistinguishable from your original limb. Really?
Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. A leg as good as new? Of course it's true. The abilities of healing-type spirit beasts can manipulate spiritual energy to activate regenerative cells, enabling other spirit beasts to recover from injuries, even regrow severed limbs. This technology was actually applied to humans over 30 years ago, and through years of clinical trials, it has proven successful. Dr. Zhou shook his head regretfully, but Weibei City doesn't have spiritual beasts capable of such advanced treatment. You'd need to go to Chang'an City's Spiritual Energy Medical Center, and even then you'd have to join a waiting list, since healing-type spiritual beasts are extremely rare. The cost would start at least 3 million yuan. The clinic fell silent until Zhang Weiguo suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, 3 million for a leg? My life isn't even worth that much. Just the cheapest mechanical leg, as long as it can walk. Dad. Zhang Cheng grew frantic. We can figure something out. What kind of solution are you thinking of? Zhang Weiguo slapped the armrest of his wheelchair sharply. Selling the house or taking out a loan shark? Xiao Chang, Dad knows you're filial, but we have to face reality. Lin Xiulan gently pressed her son's shoulder. Let's hear the doctor's suggestion first. Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses. The mechanical leg is indeed the most cost-effective option, and our hospital has recently introduced a new model with a load-bearing capacity of up to 200 kilograms, perfect for someone with Mr. Zheng's physique. As they left the hospital, Zheng Chang pushed his father's wheelchair, his heart heavy as if weighed down by a stone. Zhang Weiguo kept praising the benefits of the mechanical leg all the way home, saying things like you can add weapon modules later, run faster and carry heavier loads, and it can even turn into a robot in the future. But Zheng Chang knew his father was just trying to comfort them. Dad, give me 6 months. In the taxi on the way home, Zheng Chang suddenly whispered, I'll earn enough money to take you to Chang'an for treatment. Zhang Weiguo stared at the scenery rushing past the window for a long time before finally saying, silly boy, Dad's perfectly fine like this. Staring at the white hairs on his father's head, Zheng Chang silently made a firm resolution in his heart. To earn money, he could only rely on the facehugger. Or perhaps, the xenomorph. Late at night 3 days later, Zheng Chang suddenly woke up from his dream. The spiritual beast space was vibrating intensely, as if something was about to break free from its cocoon. His eyes flickered, his breath quickening. Had it finally arrived? With a single thought, he summoned the spiritual beast space. Within the damp, dim confines of the space, the massive slime-coated cocoon was shaking violently. It's about to hatch. The cocoon's surface suddenly bulged with a sharp protrusion, followed by a second, then a third. With a teeth-gritting tearing sound, a pitch-black foreclaw ripped through the cocoon membrane. Rise up! The slime cocoon was torn apart completely as a pitch-black creature suddenly burst forth. Measuring about 2 meters in length, its streamlined head extended backward into a smooth arc. Though eyeless, Zheng Chang could sense it was looking at him. Fu! A low hiss emitted from its maw. Unlike the King Kong ape's frenzy, this sound carried a chillingly calculated quality. Most importantly, Zheng Chang could feel an inexplicable blood-deep familiarity with this alien creature before him. It's like, my closest friend, even family, a bloodline contract. Under the binding of this blood pact, this alien creature becomes an inseparable part of myself for eternity. Zheng Chang's eyes suddenly flickered with realization as his gaze fell upon its abdomen. There existed an organ resembling a bee's abdominal belt, shaped like a uterus. That was, an ovipositor, the alien queen. Indeed, as the first xenomorph of this world, after hatching, under the influences of life and inheritance, it spontaneously evolved into an alien queen. Ha! To Zheng Chang's astonishment, the King Kong rage ape was still alive, letting out weak roars, truly befitting a 7-star spirit beast. Suddenly, the alien queen turned and lunged at the barely breathing King Kong rage ape, ejecting her inner jaws to pierce straight through its skull. The feeding began. The strong acidic blood dissolved even the ape's bones into nutrient fluid, and the alien queen's size visibly expanded before their eyes. Zheng Chang focused his thoughts, and the all-seeing eye immediately activated. Name, Alien Queen, Neonate. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Silver Realm, first tier, %%. Status, extremely hungry / preparing for breeding. Skills, acidic blood, inner jaw projection, stealth hunting, egg laying, adamantine exoskeleton, frenzy. Special talent 1, genetic optimization. Can absorb the host's superior genes to strengthen itself. Special talent 2, Queen's Aura. Possesses absolute control over creatures of the same kind. Special talent 3, egg laying. The alien queen will engage in egg-laying activities when provided with sufficient food and energy. Zheng Chang gasped, a 7-star rating. And, born at the Silver Realm from birth? This had completely exceeded his expectations. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold. Truly natural biological machines, born for slaughter. And, diamond bone armor? What is that? Focusing his mind on this skill, he quickly received feedback. Diamond bone armor, a skill derived from absorbing the genetic essence of a 7-star spiritual beast, the raging ape. It enhances the strength and flexibility of one's bones and skin,
forming a protective bone armor. As if sensing Zhang Cheng's presence, the alien queen abruptly stopped feeding and turned toward him. It slowly lowered its head, the long tail with sharp bony joints coiled submissively. A peculiar mental connection formed between the two, allowing Zhang Cheng to sense its every thought. Hunger, loyalty, and a longing for kin. Do you want to lay an egg? Zhang Cheng was astonished that he could actually understand its intention. Sure enough, food and reproduction are the most fundamental needs for any creature. The xenomorph queen's abdomen began to undulate, revealing glimpses of a translucent egg sac. Zhang Cheng instantly understood it needed more hosts to expand its brood. Not here, this is a human settlement, he warned. Zhang Cheng shook his head, rejecting the alien queen's proposal. Although he had control over the alien queen, he wasn't foolish enough to let humans become hosts for the aliens. While doing so could rapidly breed more aliens, what difference would there be between him and a beast if he actually went through with it? After all, Zhang Cheng was still human. Most importantly, Blue Star is a beast-taming world, a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. Who knows exactly how powerful the formidable creatures existing in this world can be? Moreover, what parasite would choose humans when they could inhabit spiritual beasts instead? However, the newborn alien queen can already lay eggs? The alien queen seemed to understand, nodding its head slightly as if responding to Zhang Cheng's thoughts. Zhang Cheng noticed several golden streaks on its back, likely genetic traits absorbed from the King Kong rage ape. With you here, what's 3 million worth? Zhang Cheng's eyes gleamed with ambition. Dad, you'll stand up again, I promise. First, I need to test the queen alien's capabilities. I wonder just how many facehugger eggs she can produce in a single day. Also, lie low and build up strength slowly. First, let's investigate just how powerful the top-tier forces in this world really are. Chapter 13, Spiritual Beast Training. Bro Chang, can you give us a straight answer already? Su Koen poured himself a beer and stuffed a chicken drumstick into his mouth, his bulky frame sinking deep into the couch. Before the combat assessment next week, we've got to find a place to practice, right? My rainbow pheasant has grown waist-high after these days of training, and it's already reached black iron tier. Ha ha ha. Zhang Cheng sensed the situation within the beast space, where the alien queen was currently in deep slumber. The corpse of that golden-skinned berserker ape had completely become food for the alien queen. The newborn that emerged 3 days ago had now grown to a length of 2.5 meters, with the golden patterns on its carapace becoming increasingly prominent. Beside the alien queen lay 15 beast eggs, each about the size of a basketball. That was a facehugger egg. In 3 days, the alien queen hatched 15 facehugger eggs, averaging 5 per day. And this was only the hatching speed of the newborn alien queen. Once it matures, it will undoubtedly produce more facehuggers at an even faster pace. The association's training grounds are too expensive, while the wilderness is both far and dangerous. The teachers have repeatedly emphasized that we freshmen are absolutely forbidden from entering the wilderness alone without the guidance of teachers or senior students. Before she could finish speaking, the phone suddenly vibrated. The name Lian Yining on the screen made Zhang Cheng's finger hesitate. Holy shit! Su Koen leaned in, his chubby face nearly bumping into Zhang Cheng's. Isn't she the campus beauty? What does she want with you? Zhang Cheng swiped to answer as the girl's cool voice immediately came through. Zhang Cheng, I'm at Arena 3 of the Beast Tamer Association. The Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon has successfully hatched. Do you want to come see? The background noise carried the high-pitched cry of some creature, vibrating the phone speaker into a buzzing hum. Now, Zhang Cheng and Su Koen exchanged glances. I applied for group training privileges. Lian Yining paused. I can bring 2 friends. Holy shit, Cheng Ji. Lian Yining? She asked you out herself? Su Koen grabbed Zhang Cheng's shoulder and lowered his voice. Seriously, Chang, you're not actually involved with her, are you? Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking? She just invited us to the Beastmasters Association training grounds. Training ground? Su Koen's eyes lit up. Isn't that perfect? We were just worrying about not having a place for practical combat training. Zhang Cheng nodded. The training ground has magical beasts captured from the wild. It's a place for beastmasters to train. Perfect for us. Let's go check it out. Su Koen rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Sounds good, Chang. You've really hitched yourself to a rising star. Zhang Cheng ignored him, his mind preoccupied with thoughts about the alien queen. Beastmaster Association, Training Ground Number 3. The dome of the training ground soared tens of meters high, with walls crafted from a special alloy sturdy enough to withstand attacks from high-level spiritual beasts. At the center of the arena, Lian Yining stood quietly, a massive spiritual beast floating beside her, the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix. It was a spiritual beast that fused the bloodlines of both dragon and phoenix, its entire body crimson red with a dragon's head and phoenix tail. When its wings unfolded, they spanned a full 5 meters wide, each feather seemingly wreathed in faint flickering flames. Just standing there, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Cheng, Su Koen. Lian Yining gave them a slight nod upon seeing them. Su Koen gaped, staring dumbfounded at the Scarlet Flame Phoenix Dragon. Is this a 9-star spiritual beast? What overwhelming pressure, my rainbow pheasant looks like a complete joke next to it. Zheng Cheng's gaze fell upon the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, activating his all-seeing eye without a sound. Name, Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, Neonate. Star rank, 9 stars. Strength, Gold tier. Status, Battle Frenzied. Skills, Dragon's Breath, Blood Flame Wings, Fiery Tempest. Special Talent 1, Dual Bloodline. Possesses the lineage of both Dragon and Phoenix. Special Talent 2, Dragon's Might. Can exert soul pressure on lower-tier creatures, reducing their combat effectiveness. Special Talent 3, Phoenix Rebirth. Automatically enters a flame immersion state when near death, gradually restoring vitality. As expected of a 9-star spiritual beast, reaching the gold rank immediately after hatching. Zheng Chang was inwardly astonished. This was significantly more powerful than his own xenomorph creature. However, he wasn't discouraged, because for the xenomorphs, individual strength wasn't everything. What they excelled at, above all, was reproduction and parasitism. Lian Yining gently stroked the wings of the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix, her voice tinged with gratitude. Zheng Chang, thanks to you, otherwise the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix wouldn't have. Zheng Chang shook his head. This was your own good fortune. Lian Yining smiled faintly before turning her gaze toward the central gate of the training field. I applied for 3 hours of training time today. We can all practice combat here. As soon as she finished speaking, the gate slowly rose, and a massive silver-tier ironclad rhinoceros was released. The ironclad rhinoceros was covered in thick metallic armor, its single horn glinting coldly at the tip of its snout. The moment it appeared, it let out a deep roar and stomped its hooves, causing the entire training field to tremble faintly. As a creature renowned for its formidable defense, even some top-tier Golden Realm combatants would struggle to breach the ironclad rhinoceros's protective plating. Lian Yining called softly, "Little Scarlet, go!" The Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix let out a clear, melodious cry. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the air instantly, surrounded by swirling flames of intense heat. Dragon Flame Breath. At Lian Yining's command, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix abruptly opened its maw, unleashing a blazing golden red pillar of fire that cascaded like molten lava, engulfing the ironhide rhinoceros in an instant. Roar! The armored rhinoceros let out a pained roar as its thick metallic shell rapidly melted under the intense heat. Despite its grievous injuries, it attempted to counterattack, but couldn't even reach the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix soaring high above. After madly charging forward for several dozen meters, it crashed heavily onto the ground, melting into molten iron that spread across the earth. In just over 10 seconds, this silver-tier magical beast was burned to a crisp. Su Koen gasped sharply, "Holy shit, this power, it's too damn insane?" Zheng Chang also narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of a 9-star spiritual beast, and this is just its juvenile stage. If it matures completely, even Diamond Realm and Transcendent Realm experts might not be its match. And this was merely the newborn form of a 9-star spiritual beast at the Gold Realm. How powerful must those Transcendent grade, Epic grade, or even Legendary grade 9-star spirit beasts be? Lian Yining recalled the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, letting it perch on her shoulder before turning to Zheng Chang. "So, what do you think?" Zheng Chang nodded, "Incredibly strong. With proper cultivation, it'll undoubtedly reach epic grade, perhaps even legendary grade someday." A flash of delight crossed Lian Yining's eyes. "Thank you." Su Koen smacked his lips beside him and murmured quietly, "Chang, this was supposed to be your spirit beast." Zheng Chang merely smiled faintly. "Such is fate, it cannot be forced." Lian Yining seemed to have heard Su Koen's words, her gaze flickering slightly before quickly regaining composure. "Would you like to try next?" Su Koen was eager and said, "Bro Chang's spirit beast is only a 1-star facehugger. Maybe I should give it a try first?" "Sure." Chapter 14, The Alien's First Battle. Su Koen rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, "Qingji, I'll go first then." He took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and a dazzling multicolored light flashed as a rooster nearly half a man's height appeared in the arena. Rainbow Pheasant. This spiritual beast had dazzling feathers, with 7 distinct colors shimmering under the light, as if condensed from a rainbow itself. Its comb displayed a metallic sheen, its talons were sharp as blades, and its piercing gaze made it clear this was no ordinary barnyard fowl. "Ha, what do you think?" Su Koen proudly patted the wings of the rainbow pheasant. "I've spent quite a few resources training it these past few days. Now it's at the peak of the Black Iron Realm." Zheng Chang cast a glance, and his omniscient eye automatically activated. Name, Rainbow Pheasant. Star rating, 5 stars. Strength, Peak Bronze tier. Status, Battle Frenzy. Skills, Elemental Manipulation, Fire, Water, Wind, Thunder, Earth, Light, Dark, Iron Claw Rend, Low Altitude Glide. Special Talent, 7-colored plumage. Temporarily enhances resistance to a specific element. Zheng Chang nodded. Not bad, an elemental-type spirit beast. Lian Yining also glanced over slightly. Although the 7-colored pheasant is a 5-star spirit beast, its ability to manipulate 7 elements shows considerable potential. Su Koen chuckled smugly, "Of course.
Training begins. The gate opened again, releasing a bronze-tier Windblade Wolf, this time incredibly fast, adept at wind-based attacks, with claws sharp enough to slice through rock effortlessly. Rainbow Pheasant, go! Su-Koan bellowed. The rainbow pheasant flapped its wings and leaped into the air in an instant, its 7-colored feathers painting dazzling arcs across the sky. The Windblade Wolf let out a low growl before pouncing forward with such speed it nearly became a blur. Windblade! The wolf opened its jaws and unleashed several cyan-colored wind blades that howled through the air, shooting straight toward the rainbow pheasant. Fire element. Su-Koan hurriedly gave the order. The colorful pheasant flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that clashed with the wind blades, triggering violent energy oscillations. However, the Windblade Wolf was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had closed in on the colorful pheasant, its sharp claws viciously slashing toward its belly. Bang! The colorful pheasant was sent flying by the claw strike, scattering several feathers, but it quickly regained its balance and swiftly adjusted its stance. Damn, it's too fast. Su-Koan broke out in a cold sweat. Thunder element, paralyze it. With a sharp screech, the rainbow pheasant gleamed with crackling lightning, sending a fierce bolt straight at the Windblade Wolf. Boom! The lightning struck true. The Windblade Wolf trembled violently, its movements instantly sluggish. Opportunity. Su-Koan's eyes lit up. Iron Claw rend. The 7-colored pheasant swooped down, its sharp claws viciously slashing the Windblade Wolf's back, sending blood spurting out instantly. Awah! The Windblade Wolf writhed in pain, struggling frantically, but the paralyzing effect of the lightning slowed its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the rainbow pheasant unleashed flames once more, engulfing the wolf in roaring fire. Seconds later, the Windblade Wolf collapsed, its body charred black, completely incapacitated. Phew, we won. Su-Koan wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. Zheng Chang nodded in approval. Well done, the elemental switching was very timely. Lian Yining also commented, the rainbow pheasant has good potential. If it can advance to the Golden Realm, its elemental power will be even stronger. Su-Koan grinned from ear to ear. Of course, my rainbow pheasant is a stock with great potential. Beside them, the rainbow pheasant flapped its wings excitedly, letting out a series of cheerful clucking sounds. Although it had some injuries, since its master was happy, it was also very happy. Soon, it was Zheng Chang's turn. Both Lian Yining and Su-Koan looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. Chang, can your facehugger actually fight? Su-Koan scratched his head. How about we switch to a weaker magical beast? Lian Yining also chimed in. The training field has some bronze-tier insectoid beasts. I can have someone. Zheng Chang smiled faintly. No need. He raised his hand, opening his spirit beast space as a shadowy figure slowly emerged. The Alien Queen. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, her pitch-black body displayed a streamlined head, with smooth exoskeleton gleaming like metallic armor. The golden patterns running down her back resembled some ancient mystical runes. Her tail arched high, the razor-sharp blade at its tip radiating a chilling glint. With the Alien Queen's emergence, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and savagery instantly flooded the space, sending shivers down the spines of Su-Koan and Lian Yining. What kind of monster is this? Su-Koan's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. Cluck cluck cluck. Even the multicolored pheasant beside Su-Koan instinctively flapped its wings and fled, hiding behind him with its feathers quivering. Seeing this, Su-Koan hurriedly opened his beast space and stored the rainbow pheasant away. Lian Yining's pupils contracted slightly as she subconsciously took half a step back. Zheng Chang, isn't your beast supposed to be a facehugger? What kind of monster is this? Just from its aura alone, I can tell it's a silver rank beast. Zheng Chang explained, it is the facehugger. When I checked its attributes earlier, I noticed it had a parasitism skill. So I gave it a try a few days ago, and unexpectedly, it hatched into this. Lian Yining suddenly remembered something, that golden ape you bought the other day. As the daughter of the Weibei City Beast Tamer Association president, she naturally knew what had happened recently. Zheng Chang nodded, right, I had the facehugger parasitize it, and then this hatched out. Su-Koan swallowed hard. Chang bro, your spirit beast, looks kinda terrifying. Even Yining said happily, a facehugger's parasitism could actually hatch such a spiritual beast? It seems not entirely weak. Zheng Chang, you'll definitely pass next week's trial. I just wonder how strong this monster really is. Zheng Chang smiled and said, we'll know when we try. The gate rose once more, this time releasing a silver mid-tier Shadowblade Panther, renowned for its blinding speed and mastery of shadow ambushes. Its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly rend steel apart. The moment the Shadowblade Panther appeared, it transformed into a streak of darkness and vanished from sight in an instant. Look out! Lian Yining instinctively shouted a warning. Yet the Alien Queen remained motionless, as if completely oblivious to the impending danger. In the next instant, the Shadowblade Panther lunged from the shadows, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at the Alien Queen's throat. Swish! The Alien Queen's tail suddenly whipped out, its sharp blade-like tip piercing precisely toward the Panther's abdomen. Put! Blood splattered.
Even before its claws could connect with the alien queen, the Shadowblade Panther was impaled by the tail blade, its entire body brutally pinned to the ground. Roar! The Shadowblade Panther let out a painful howl, thrashing wildly, but the alien queen's tail blade remained immovable. The next second, the alien queen suddenly lowered its head, its inner jaw shooting out. Put! The Shadowblade Panther's skull was instantly pierced, its brains splattering. The battle was over. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Holy shit. Su Kuan's mouth hung open, rendered speechless for a solid moment. Lian Yining's expression also changed. Is this really a newborn creature? Zheng Cheng withdrew the alien queen and smiled faintly. Not bad. Su Kuan stammered, Chang brother, your spirit beast, it's just too overpowered. It's incredibly fast, and its claws and tail can both be used as weapons, especially that hidden tongue, absolutely insane. Lian Yining took a deep breath. Zheng Cheng, your spiritual beast, it's probably not just 1-star rated. Zheng Cheng shrugged. Who knows? Anyway, it's mine now. Lian Yining gave him a long look but said nothing more. Yet in her gaze, there was now an indescribable hint of complex emotion. The stronger Zheng Cheng's spirit beast becomes, the less guilt she feels in her heart. After all, the Flame Phoenix Dragon was originally his. Now that Zheng Cheng has such a powerful spirit beast, she's genuinely happy too. By the way, do you know what this year's trial is going to be like? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. Isn't it the same as usual, just field training? What, has something changed? Yes, it's definitely different now. Chapter 15, Soul Technique Crystal. Lian Yining glanced around to ensure no one else was in the training field, then lowered her voice and said, 3 days ago, the association received a report from an adventuring beastmaster. They discovered a newly emerged fragment of a minor world deep within the Weibei Mountains. A fragment of a minor world? Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. In the curriculum of the Beastmaster Academy, they had studied about fragments of minor worlds. These were microspaces independent of the main world, each with varying internal environments, sometimes nurturing unique species of magical beasts. Even in some minor worlds with slightly more complete natural laws, there's a possibility of intelligent races emerging. Exactly. Lian Yining nodded in agreement. This fragment of a minor world is quite unique. It's inhabited by a magical beast species called stone-armored lizards. Initial investigations suggest most of them range between black iron and bronze tier in strength, with a few elite individuals reaching silver tier. Su Koan scratched his head. Stone-clad lizards? Sounds like just some armored crawlers by the name. What's so special about them? The issue lies in their habitat. Lian Yining's eyes gleamed with excitement. That fragmented pocket world contains abundant rare ores, including star metal, moon silver, and even trace amounts of flame quartz. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted slightly. These were all premium materials for crafting high-tier spirit beast gear, each piece worth a fortune. Especially the moonlight silver, which is a fundamental material for constructing large-scale shuttle teleportation arrays, has always been under national control. Its price is calculated by the gram, and it's virtually impossible to obtain despite its high value. Then why not let high-level beastmasters handle the mining? He quickly grasped the key issue, already forming his own conjecture. Lian Yining gave him a surprised glance and explained, the spatial structure of this pocket dimension fragment is extremely unstable. Any beastmaster above the silver rank entering would cause the space to collapse. After urgent discussions among the association's higher-ups, it was decided to use this miniature realm as this year's Weibei City rookie trial grounds. Su Koan whistled. Now that's grand. Does that mean we can get rich mining while completing our trials? When we go in, let's bring iron shovels. Just digging up a tiny piece of moonlit silver would make us rich. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Lian Yining shook her head gravely. Armored rock lizards are pack-dwelling magical beasts with extremely strong territorial instincts, and what's more, she paused, her voice dropping lower, a very few among them can drop soul techniques. Soul techniques? Su Kuan's eyes widened sharply, his voice involuntarily rising an octave. Zheng Cheng's heart stirred as well. Spirit skills were special ability crystallization formed when the residual soul power of magical beasts merged with one's bloodline talent after their death. When absorbed by beasts of the same attribute, they could master corresponding skills. Due to their demanding formation conditions and inability to be artificially created, spirit skills had always been priceless treasures that were seldom available on the market. For instance, his alien form beast could also learn some skills through spirit skills, but due to the alien's unique nature, they can only learn close combat skills like invisibility, stealth, assassination, or critical strikes at most. Skills like Lian Yining's Flame Dragon Phoenix's Breath or Su Kuan's Rainbow Pheasant's elemental abilities, even if soul skills existed, would be completely wasted and unabsorbable. Wait a moment. Zheng Cheng suddenly thought of a question. What kind of soul skill can a stone-armored lizard drop? Surely not something like stone armor or other defensive skills, right? Lian Yining smiled mysteriously. Ordinary stone-armored lizards indeed only drop basic defensive soul skills like stone armor or rock skin, but their elite variants, those silver-tier stone-armored lizard chieftains, have an extremely small chance of dropping the petrification soul skill. The training ground instantly became so silent you could hear a pin drop. Petrification magic? Sukuan stammered in repetition. That legendary overpowered skill that can turn opponents to stone in an instant? Lian Yining nodded solemnly. Indeed. Though the duration varies depending on the power difference between users, it's enough to turn the tide at critical moments. As far as I know, there are no more than 10 Beastmasters in all of Weibei City, or even the entire Qinzhou province, who possess the petrification soul skill. And they're all high-tier magical beasts like medusas, gargoyles, and petrified bison. Lower-tier beasts are nowhere to be found. Zhang Cheng's mind raced as he asked, how much can a soul skill crystal with petrification sell for? At least 500,000. 500,000? Zhang Cheng's heart stirred. If one petrification soul skill crystal was worth 50,000, then 6 would be enough to cover his father's surgical treatment expenses? Plus some rare ores. Maybe this trial could actually help him raise the full 3 million. Su Kuan said, there are only 2 days left till the trial. Next Monday, in other words. Looks like we'll have to start preparing early. Lian Yining said, right. The school will organize a briefing session for all freshmen participating in the trial on Sunday night to explain in detail the precautions inside the miniature world. She glanced at the time and continued, it's getting late today. Let's head back and prepare properly. Zheng Cheng nodded, I understand. Thanks for the heads up. The three of them walked out of the training grounds together, the last rays of the setting sun casting a golden glow over the towering buildings of the Beast Tamer Association. Brother Chang. Su Kuan suddenly leaned in and whispered, tell me, do you think my rainbow pheasant could absorb the petrification skill? Zheng Cheng pondered for a moment. In theory, yes. The rainbow pheasant has earth element manipulation abilities, which align with petrification's properties. But whether it can actually absorb it depends on the compatibility between the soul skill and the spirit beast. Heh, then I've got to find a way to get my hands on one. Su Kuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If the rainbow pheasant learns petrification, imagine just freezing opponents with a single glance during battles. How badass would that be? Lian Yining shook her head helplessly. Don't get ahead of yourself. The drop rate for the petrification soul skill is probably less than 1 in 1,000. Plus, elite stoneclaw lizards are all silver tier or above, not exactly easy prey. Gotta try anyway. Su Kuan waved off her concerns. By the way, School Beauty Lian, can we form teams during the trial? Sure, maximum 5 per team, Lian Yining replied. And the final evaluation will consider individual contributions within the group. Su Kuan immediately turned to Zheng Cheng with gleaming eyes. Cheng, let's team up. With that monster of yours, taking down a few silver-tier magical beasts would be a piece of cake. Zheng Cheng didn't answer immediately. While he genuinely needed powerful soul techniques to earn money, he was also considering Su Kuan's safety. The danger level inside the mini-world remained unknown. What if they encountered something unforeseen? A stone armor lizard at the silver tier. Surely it only lurks in the deepest part of its lair. Are you certain you wish to go? Of course, opportunity knocks but once. Su Kuan grinned mischievously. I'm definitely going after that silverstone armored lizard no matter what. Imagine mastering petrification magic. Just think about it makes my mouth water. Zheng Cheng nodded and said, in that case, let's go together then. Haha, thanks Chung bro. Su Kuan laughed heartily. What about you, Lian Xiaohua? Me? Lian Yining tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and shot Zheng Cheng a glance with her beautiful eyes. Of course we'll go together, she said. I already told you before, I'm going to help him. Oh, one more thing. You'll need to prepare some antidotes. The stone armor lizard's claws carry a paralyzing venom that's particularly troublesome. Okay. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the outskirts of Weibei City, Zheng Cheng sat by the window in the last row of the school bus, resting with his eyes closed. This trip marked the annual expedition for Weibei City's newly awakened beastmasters heading into the wilderness for their trial. Meanwhile, his consciousness had long since submerged into the spiritual beast space. At this moment, a peculiar transformation was taking place within his beast space. Chapter 16, Slapping Liyu's Face. Zheng Cheng's consciousness sank into the beast space, and the sight before him gave him a slight shock. The alien queen, which had originally been just over 2 meters tall, had now swollen to nearly 3 meters in height. The pitch-black exoskeleton grew even more robust, with golden patterns spreading across its back like burning flames, radiating an intimidating pressure. Its tail became more slender, the bladed tip gleaming with a chilling light as if it could effortlessly rend through steel. To evolve again in just 3 days? Zheng Cheng secretly marveled. This creature truly lived up to its name as an alien. He activated the omniscient eye, and the data immediately appeared before him. Name, Xenomorph Queen, Larval Stage. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Silver rank, Tier 3. Status, Normal. Skills: acidic blood, retractable inner jaw, stealth hunting, egg laying, adamantium bone armor, berserk.
Special trait 1, genetic optimization. Can absorb host's superior genes to enhance itself. Special trait 2, Queen's aura. Has absolute control over its own kind. Special talent 3, egg laying. The alien queen will lay eggs when sufficient food and energy are available. Yet this juvenile alien queen's strength has already reached the silver tier 3-star level. Under normal circumstances, a typical alien queen would rapidly mature into an adult form as long as adequate food is supplied. But now, the alien queen has been feeding on the flesh and energy of a 7-star spiritual beast, the Vajra Rage Ape. Under such conditions, its growth period would be extended indefinitely. But at the same time, its power is countless times greater than that of an ordinary alien queen. Potential greater, future stronger. Around the alien queen, 25 facehuggers drifted like phantoms. Their bodies resembled a hybrid between spiders and octopuses, with 8 slender tentacles nimbly crawling across the ground. Their smooth heads were covered in hard shells, perpetually poised to lunge at prey. They greedily devoured what remained of the steel giant ape's corpse, their bodies swelling slightly with every bite of flesh and blood they consumed. It seems the flesh and blood of the King Kong Rage Ape are highly nourishing for them. Zheng Cheng pondered in his heart, if I could hunt more high-level or high-star beasts, perhaps the xenomorph queen could evolve even further.
He attempted to communicate telepathically with the alien queen, who immediately raised her head, locking her icy pupils onto his consciousness and transmitting a bloodthirsty battle intent.
With a low growl, the surrounding facehuggers instantly ceased feeding, turning in unison toward Zheng Cheng's direction like soldiers awaiting orders. As expected of xenomorphs under the hive mind's influence, by controlling this alien queen, all these creatures will become my most loyal subordinates. Other beastmasters would need vast resources and time to cultivate their spirit beasts into forming a proper brood.
My alien species only needs enough host bodies to reproduce, and we can form an alien colony in a short amount of time.
Zheng Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This trial will be your hunting ground.
The school bus came to a gradual stop. Zheng Cheng opened his eyes to see a vast valley stretching beyond the window, where hundreds of new beast tamers had already gathered, their excited chatter rising and falling in waves. All novice beastmasters in Weibei City who awakened their beast taming talents and contracted spiritual beasts this year are gathered here.
Brother Chang, we're here.
Su Kuan excitedly patted him on the shoulder.
Come on, let's hurry and assemble.
After getting off the car, the two quickly located the 8th high school team. Leading the group was Jiang Yushi, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 Senior Year 3, a tall female instructor with her dark hair tied in a sleek ponytail and eyes as sharp as razor blades. She was flanked by 2 male teachers, all 3 conversing quietly.
Professor Jiang is a diamond-ranked beast master.
I heard her spiritual beast is an 8-star frost nymph absolutely terrifying in power.
Su Kuan lowered his voice. With abilities like hers, she could easily teach at a Beastmaster university.
No idea why she'd stay in a backwater place like ours.
Zheng Cheng nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings.
The students from 8th High had already spontaneously formed groups, standing together in clusters of 3 or 5, leaving only him and Su Kuan isolated on the fringes.
Strange, why hasn't even the school bell arrived yet? Su Kuan scratched his head. She wouldn't stand us up, would she?
Just as Zheng Chang was about to answer, a shrill voice suddenly came from behind.
Well, if it isn't Zheng Chang, what's this? Even facehuggers get to participate in trials now.
Liu approached with 4 lackeys in tow, a mocking smile plastered across his face. He was dressed in branded combat gear, a silver badge pinned to his chest engraved with 7 stars, proof that his spirit beast ranked at 7-star tier.
Liu, what are you implying?
Su Kuan immediately stepped in front of Zheng Chang, glaring angrily.
Nothing much.
Liu shrugged. Just think it's a pity, Su Kuan.
You at least contracted a 5-star rainbow pheasant. What are you doing hanging around with trash who only has a 1-star facehugger? Aren't you just dragging yourself down?
The surrounding students immediately cast strange looks their way, whispering among themselves.
I heard Zheng Chang's spiritual beast is really a facehugger. That's Zheng Chang?
Heard he traded his 9-star spiritual beast to your school's belle just to chase after some girl?
Yeah, that's him. A 1-star facehugger, hilarious. A 1-star spiritual beast? Isn't that just suicide entering the competition? What was Su Kuan thinking, teaming up with someone like that?
Zheng Chang remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard these comments at all. But Su Kuan flushed red with anger. Liu, stop talking crap.
Brother Chang is way stronger than you. Oh, Liu raised his eyebrows dramatically. What kind of strength could a facehugger beastmaster possibly have? Unless he's using that pretty boy face to cozy up to Lian Yining? His lackeys burst into laughter from behind, joining in the mockery.
Zheng Cheng finally spoke up, his tone calm. Liu, if you're just here to spout nonsense, you can take a hike. Liu's face darkened. Zheng Cheng, don't think just because Lian Yining is covering for you that you can act all high and mighty. This trial is no child's play. Better watch out or your facehugger might get crushed under a stone-armored lizard's foot.
You.
Su Kuan was so angry he was about to lunge forward, but Zheng Cheng grabbed and held him back. At that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion.
Look, it's Lien Yining. Why did she only come now? Obviously, it's because she's got a great daddy. Wow, truly the school belle, even her entrance is so grand. A sleek black luxury car slowly pulled into the venue. As the door opened, Lien Yining stepped out. She changed into a lightweight combat outfit today, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. Tall and slender, especially with those strikingly long legs, she looked heroic and radiant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately straightened his collar before striding forward eagerly. Lien Tongxue, you finally came. Our team was just waiting for you. Lien Yining cast him a cool glance. What team? With a confident smile, Li Yu replied, naturally, the elite team from our number 8 high school. I've already gathered 3 beast masters rated 6 stars or higher. With your Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon, we're absolutely certain to take first place in this trial. He spoke while proudly turning his head to glare at Zheng Chang, seemingly flaunting his superiority. However, Lien Yining's reaction left everyone stunned. Sorry, I already have a team. After calmly saying this, she walked straight past Li Yu and, under everyone's gaze, stood beside Zheng Chang. Wait. Li Yu couldn't believe his eyes. You've got to be kidding. Lien, Zheng Chang's spirit beast is just a 1-star facehugger. Lien Yining didn't even turn her head, so what? He'll just hold you back. Li Yu shouted anxiously. Our team is the strongest option. You can't just give up on yourself and ruin your future because Zheng Chang traded spirit beasts with you. Lien Yining finally turned around, her gaze icy. Li Yu, since when have my affairs been any of your business? I'll team up with whoever I damn well please, what's it to you? And if I recall correctly, your shadow leopard was too terrified to even make a sound when Zheng Chang's facehugger startled it. The entire room fell silent instantly. Li Yu's face flushed crimson in an instant. That was an accident, and his facehugger was already. Enough. Lien Yining cut him off. My team members are Zheng Chang and Su Kuan. Save your concern. The word struck like a resounding slap, leaving Li Yu speechless. The surrounding students stared in shock, then erupted into even louder discussions. Lien Yining actually chose to team up with Zheng Chang? A 9-star spirit beast pairing with a 1-star spirit beast, is this for real? Lien Yining's Scarlet Flame Phoenix Dragon was originally Zheng Chang's. She's doing this to repay a kindness. Lien Yining was deceived. Even if she wants to repay a favor, this isn't the time. A 1-star insect beast will just get trampled by the stone armor lizard the moment it enters. Since Lien Yining chose Zheng Chang, doesn't that mean we have a chance at competing for first place? What's going on here? What's all this noise about? At that moment, a cool voice rang out. The gathered crowd quickly dispersed, revealing Jiang Yushi and 2 other teachers walking over together. Chapter 17, Trials begin. What's going on here? What's with all this noisy commotion? Jiang Yushi's icy voice poured like cold water over the crowd, instantly silencing the previously boisterous scene. Li Yu's eyes lit up as he immediately stepped forward, saying, Teacher Jiang, you've come at the perfect time. Pointing at Zheng Chang, he exaggeratedly declared, Zheng Chang is taking advantage of his previous favor when exchanging spirit beasts with Lien Yining to force her into teaming up with him. Lien Yining's spirit beast is a 9-star Crimson Phoenix Dragon. How could she possibly team up with a 1-star facehugger? Wouldn't that just be a waste of resources? The bespectacled male teacher nearby frowned upon hearing this. Is that so? He turned to Lien Yining. Miss Lien, is what Li Yu said true? Lien Yining shook her head without hesitation. No, I voluntarily teamed up with Zheng Chang. How could this be? Li Yu interrupted her excitedly. Miss Lien, we all know you're kind-hearted, but this trial concerns our school's honor. Your spiritual beast is a 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix. You should obviously team up with beast masters who have high-star spiritual beasts like us. Only by doing so can we maximize the squad's strength and earn honors for our school. Another burly male teacher spoke up. Zheng Chang, did you use some means to coerce Lien into this partnership? A 1-star spiritual beast teaming up with a 9-star spiritual beast, that does indeed defy reason. Zheng Chang remained expressionless as he said calmly, I didn't coerce anyone. Lien Yining came forward willingly. Bullshit. Li Yu sneered, everyone knows your facehugger is trash. Lien Yining's Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix could incinerate hundreds of those things with a single breath. Why would she ever team up with you willingly? The surrounding classmates' murmurs rose again. Exactly, teaming up with a 1-star when you're a 9-star is just degrading yourself, isn't it? I heard Zheng Chang gave away even a 9-star spirit beast just to chase after Lien Yining. TSK, now he's using favors to pressure her, how shameless. Su Kuan's face flushed red with anger. You idiots understand nothing. Brother Chang's strength. Enough. Zheng Chang raised his hand to stop Su Kuan, his gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd. I'll say it one more time, I didn't coerce anyone. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Lien Yining also stepped forward, her voice resolute. Professor Jiang, esteemed teachers, I truly volunteered to team up with Zheng Chang. As for the reason, she paused briefly. I believe in his strength. Ha ha ha. Li Yu burst into exaggerated laughter. The strength of a one-star facehugger? Classmate Lian, have you been brainwashed by him? Li Yu! A flash of anger crossed Lian Yining's eyes. Watch your language. The atmosphere became tense as a drawn bow, with all eyes focused on Jiang Rushi, awaiting her judgment. Jiang Rushi's sharp gaze swept across the group before finally settling on Zheng Cheng's face. Their gazes met, and Zhang Cheng met her stare openly and unflinchingly. Lian Yining. Jiang Yushi finally spoke. Are you certain you're voluntarily partnering with Zheng Cheng? Yes, Professor Jiang, Lian Yining replied without hesitation. Jiang Yushi nodded, then turned to Zhang Cheng. What about you? Are you sure you want to team up with Lian Yining and Su Kuan? Certain, Zhang Cheng replied curtly. Alright, Jiang Yushi declared decisively. In that case, I respect your choice. What? Li Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. Teacher Jiang, this goes against the rules. Lian Yining should. Li Yu! Jiang Yushi coldly interrupted him. The star rating of a spirit beast isn't everything, what truly matters is the beast master themselves. This is a principle I've repeatedly reminded you about in class, but it seems you failed to grasp it. But, no excuses. Jiang Yushi's tone brooked no argument. Team formation is at students' discretion. As long as both parties consent, the school has no right to interfere. The two male teachers seemed ready to protest further, but under Jiang Yushi's piercing gaze, they ultimately chose silence. Li Yu's face cycled through shades of pale and ashen before he could only glare viciously at Zheng Cheng and retreat grudgingly to the side. Turning to Zheng Cheng's trio, Jiang Yushi moderated her tone slightly. Since you've chosen each other as teammates, I expect you to trust and cooperate with one another. This trial lasts only one day. Your objective is to hunt as many stone-armored lizards as possible within the pocket dimension, with each lizard's left ear collected counting toward your final score. She paused, giving Zheng Cheng a meaningful glance. Remember, teamwork outweighs individual strength. I wish you good results. Thank you, Professor Jiang. The three replied in unison. As Jiang Yushi departed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, but the murmur of hushed conversations continued unabated. Bro Chang, look at Li Yu's face, it's like he swallowed a fly. Su Kuan whispered gleefully, his eyes brimming with disdain. Lian Yining, however, seemed worried. Zheng Cheng, Li Yu has connections in the Beast Tamer Association. I'm afraid he might cause trouble during the trial. Zheng Cheng smiled faintly, just a clown jumping around, not worth our attention. At that moment, the space at the center of the valley suddenly began to distort, and a rift gleaming with an eerie light slowly emerged. The spatial passage has opened. So that's the passage to the minor world. How extraordinary. I wonder what that little world over there looks like. Jiang Yushi's voice echoed through the venue via the loudspeaker. Attention all students. The portal to the minor realm has stabilized. Please enter in your designated school order. Remember, the trial lasts one day. If you encounter danger, immediately use your distress flare. We proctors will also enter, but we cannot intervene to maintain the minor realm's spatial stability. You'll have to rely entirely on yourselves. Now, the first group, students from Weibei High School number 1, prepare to enter. Su Kuan rubbed his hands in anticipation. It's finally starting. Zhengji, Lian Yining, let's go. The trio followed the school's procession forward. As they passed the entrance, Zheng Cheng noticed Li Yu standing nearby with his 4-member team, his icy gaze fixed intently on them. Be careful. Lian Yining whispered a reminder. Li Yu's team has 2 6-star beast masters with formidable strength. Zheng Cheng nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the spatial rift. Through the distorted light barrier, he could vaguely make out a dim, rocky terrain within, with distant silhouettes of towering mountain peaks. Is this the miniature dimension? With a slight wave of dizziness, the three of them passed through the spatial rift. The scene before them transformed in an instant. They now stood on a desolate rocky plain, surrounded by bizarrely shaped boulders scattered about while the air carried a faint sulfurous odor. Zheng Cheng immediately checked the beast space, confirming that the alien queen and the facehuggers were all in good condition before finally relaxing a little. Due to the effects of spatial teleportation, although the three were on the same map, there was still a considerable distance between them. Looking at the towering boulders around him, Zheng Cheng casually waved his hand, immediately releasing 25 facehuggers that concealed themselves within the shadows of the surrounding rocks. Go! Scout the area and find the location of the stone-armored lizards. Creak, creak, creak. The 25 facehuggers emitted a series of eerie chirps before swiftly scurrying away on their 8 limbs, vanishing into the surroundings. Zheng Cheng quickly gathered the 3 of them together, following the map's guidance. Wow! So this is the pocket dimension? Su Kuan exclaimed, looking around curiously. It looks so desolate here. Lian Yining scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Be careful. The rock-armored lizards might be hiding behind those boulders. Let's find a safe spot first and make a plan. Zheng Cheng asked, Yining, how much do you know about stone-armor lizards? Lian Yining pondered for a moment. Stone-armored lizards are social creatures. Ordinary individuals have strength ranging from iron to bronze tiers, while elite specimens can reach silver rank. Their shells are hard as rock, with their weaknesses lying in the belly and eyes.
The most dangerous thing is that their claws carry a paralyzing toxin. Once scratched, your movements will slow down.
What about the petrification spell? Su Koen couldn't wait to ask. How can we find elite individuals with the petrification ability? They say.
Lian Yining lowered her voice. In mineral-rich areas, especially near moonlight silver veins, the probability of encountering elite stone-armored lizards is much higher. A glint flashed through Zhang Cheng's eyes as he said, so that means we need to search for mineral veins.
Exactly.
Lian Yining nodded, but that place is undoubtedly where the most stone-armored lizards gather. Extremely dangerous.
Danger is what makes it exciting. Where should we head first, Chengji? Su Kuan asked excitedly.
Zhang Cheng scanned his surroundings and pointed toward a barely visible hillside in the distance. Let's head there.
Height gives perspective. We'll scout the terrain first. Excellent.
The three of them were just about to set off when suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them. The spatial rift rippled once more as several more squads were teleported inside. Among them, one team unmistakably belonged to Li Yu.
Really persistent like a lingering ghost. Su Koen curled his lips in disdain. Li Yu spotted them too, his lips curling into a cold smile as he made a throat-slitting gesture from afar. Just ignore him.
Zhang Cheng withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Watching the direction where Zhang Cheng and his group departed, Li Yu's eyes also turned icy cold.
Suddenly turning back, he asked, you said you have a way to deal with Zhang Cheng. That's precisely why I allowed you to join my team. So tell me, what's the plan? Chapter 18, A New Breed.
Light footsteps sounded behind him as a girl in form-fitting combat gear approached with effortless grace. Lu Xianer swept aside her chestnut brown hair, crimson lips curling into a meaningful smile. Young Master Li, still fuming over that trash?
Li Yu turned his head, his gaze lingering briefly on Lu Xianer's delicate features before scoffing coldly. Lu Xianer, you said you had a way to deal with Zhang Cheng. This better not be a joke. Don't forget who promised to help you complete the trial. With your one-star emerald scale snake, do you really think anyone would want you otherwise?
A shadow briefly flashed through Lu Xianer's eyes before being swiftly replaced by a sweet smile. How could that be? My grudge with Zhang Cheng runs much deeper than you imagine. Her slender fingers unconsciously caressed the spirit beast capsule hanging at her waist. That trash used to be my lapdog, following me around every day trying to curry favor.
He even wrote me love letters before. Utterly disgusting. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then why now? It's all because of that bitch Lian Yining.
Lu Xianer's voice suddenly turned shrill before she caught herself and lowered it. God knows what witchcraft she used to bewitch Zhang Cheng into handing over that 9-star spirit beast egg to her. She leaned closer to Li Yu, her overpowering perfume making him subtly wrinkle his nose. Zhang Cheng's utterly infatuated with me. The slightest encouragement would have him trotting after me like a puppy.
Then,
Lu Xianer made a throttling motion. You can dispose of him however Master Li pleases. A flicker of excitement flashed through Li Yu's eyes before he regained composure. Lian Yining's guarding Zhang Cheng now.
You really think you can get near him?
Besides, even Yining's spirit beast is a 9-star crimson flame phoenix dragon.
Those two losers Zhang Cheng and Su Koen will definitely stick to her like glue, clinging to her coattails. It won't be easy to separate them.
Lu Xianer smiled confidently. Young Master Li, from what I know, Sun Feng's spirit beast is a phantom fox.
Its charm gaze can even affect silver rank spirit beasts momentarily.
Just have Sun Feng's phantom fox subtly influence the surrounding rock-armored lizards, and it'll trigger a small-scale beast tide.
With the advantage of the cave terrain, it's absolutely enough to overwhelm their little team.
By then, with just a little maneuvering, I'll have Zhang Cheng wrapped around my finger.
Sun Feng's eyes suddenly lit up beside them.
I didn't expect you to be so familiar with our spirit beasts.
Indeed, my phantom fox can slightly influence lower-star magical beasts through illusions.
Li Yu pondered for a moment before suddenly revealing a sinister smile. Good.
Let's do it this way.
After the deed is done, I guarantee I'll help you cultivate an entire serpent-type spirit beast population, at least 4-star quality.
Lu Xianer's eyes sparkled as she quickly nodded. Rest assured, young Master Li. I'll go lure Zhang Cheng out right away. She turned to leave, then looked back and added, by the way, it's best to make your move near the moonlight silver vein. The area is crawling with stone-armored lizards, so a little accident wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Li Yu nodded in understanding as he watched Lu Xianer walk away. He turned to his team members. You all heard that? Get ready, we move when Lu Xianer gives the signal. Remember, keep it clean. Don't leave any traces behind. A lanky boy in the group hesitated and said, Brotherly, isn't this going too far? After all, this is just a school trial. Shut up.
Zhang Cheng, a good-for-nothing like him, doesn't deserve to have teammates like Lian Yining, Li Yu snarled, cutting him off abruptly. I'll make sure everyone learns the consequences of crossing Li Yu. He clenched his fists tightly, and the 7-star shadow leopard inside the spiritual beast orb seemed to sense its master's fury, letting out a shrill cry. Besides, who said I was going to kill him? Just kill his newborn beast, the facehugger, and destroy his beast space, turn him into a worthless cripple. Wait till he becomes a cripple, let's see if Yining still values him then, ha! At the same time, Zhang Cheng and the other two had already arrived at the hillside's higher ground. From this vantage point, the entire rocky plain stretches out before one's eyes. In the distance, several areas shimmering with silver light stand out conspicuously.
That should be the Moonlight Silver Vein.
Lian Yining pointed at the silvery glow and said, according to records, elite stone-armored lizards guard these silver veins.
Su Kuan excitedly rubbed his hands together. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over there.
Zheng Chang, however, frowned slightly. His facehugger had already dispersed to scout the surroundings, and the information it relayed indicated unusual movement to the southeast.
He asked nonchalantly, Yining, under what circumstances would armored stone lizards normally attack humans? Lian Yining pondered before answering. Unless it's mating season where their territory is threatened, they're generally quite timid and would avoid powerful spirit beasts. She suddenly realized something. What did you discover?
Nothing, let's head inside first.
Excellent.
The three of them quietly followed the path and stepped into a cave. With a casual wave of his hand, Zheng Cheng summoned the massive form of the alien queen, instantly filling the space with overwhelming pressure.
Whoa!
Su Kuan, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise, Chengge, it's only been a few days since I last saw you, but I feel like your facehugger has grown bigger again, and its aura feels fiercer.
It has a new name now.
Zheng Cheng replied succinctly, from now on, it'll be called Xenomorph.
Go scout ahead.
At the command, the alien queen's massive figure lunged forward, silent and swift as a fish diving into water.
In the spot unnoticed by Lian Yining and Su Kuan, over a dozen facehuggers were also closely trailing behind, scuttling swiftly along the adjacent stone walls like spiders. Screech! The moment the scarlet flame phoenix dragon appeared, its eyes suddenly widened as it gazed deep into the cavern. What's wrong? Shellface seems to have noticed something. Never mind, let's move forward. Su Kuan also summoned his rainbow pheasant, keeping close by.
Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng unexpectedly cast a glance at the crimson flame dragon phoenix.
Could it be that the crimson flame dragon phoenix had detected traces of the facehugger?
On the other side, the alien creature moved silently through the darkness, its exoskeleton scraping faintly against the rocks. Deep within the cave, several stone-armored lizards were gnawing at a piece of moonlight silver ore. These creatures measured about 2 meters in length, their entire bodies covered in grayish-brown rocky scales, with thick tails dragging along the ground. Their short, powerful limbs ended in claws tinged in unhealthy purplish-black, the distinctive mark of paralyzing venom.
Their tiny eyes glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness.
The alien queen lurked in the shadows, then suddenly attacked. Her slender tail stinger shot out like lightning, piercing straight through a stone-armored lizard's eye and into its brain. Another stone-armored lizard had just raised the alarm when the queen's razor-sharp foreclaws tore open its soft underbelly. Hiss! The remaining 2 stone-armored lizards lunged in fury, only to be violently slammed into the wall by the massive form of the alien queen, letting out shrill, agonized shrieks. As they struggled to rise, they found themselves surrounded by facehuggers pouring in from all directions. The terrifying parasites leaped up, their 8 limbs tightly gripping the lizards' heads as their long, tubular tail organs forcibly inserted themselves into the host's mouths. The parasitized stone-armored lizards thrashed violently, but their movements soon grew sluggish. Out of over a dozen facehuggers, only 2 succeeded in their parasitic implantation.
A dead stone-armored lizard couldn't serve as a viable host.
The remaining facehuggers emitted eerie screeches, scurrying about restlessly in evident agitation.
With a guttural hiss from the alien queen, the facehuggers immediately quieted, silently melting back into the shadows.
Before long, the abdomens of the 2 parasitized stone-armored lizards began to writhe.
Put! Thud! Thud!
With 2 splitting sounds like tearing through air, 2 slender yet ashen-white streamlined heads suddenly burst forth, releasing 2 piercing, mournful shrieks.
Xenomorphs! New alien species! A new alien breed parasitized the stone-armored lizard, assimilating its superior genes to emerge. TSK.
Watching her hive grow in numbers once more, the alien queen let out a satisfied hiss. It turned and advanced deeper into the cave, the 2 stone-armored xenomorphs closely following behind. Accompanied by the synchronized footsteps of over a dozen facehuggers, they moved in perfect unison. Before long, several figures also stepped into this place.
Chapter 19, Stone-Armored Xenomorphs. 5 students cautiously stepped into the rocky cave, their handheld searchlights emitting feeble glows. The tall boy at the front suddenly halted, signaling his teammates to be quiet. Look at this.
He crouched down, lightly touching a puddle of not yet fully congealed mucus on the ground with his fingers. The viscous liquid exhibited an eerie gray-green hue, glistening with an oily sheen under the floodlight's glare. A ponytailed girl from the team leaned in for a closer look, then suddenly covered her nose. What a revolting stench, blood and strong acid.
What kind of monster is this? Not a monster. Probably some beastmaster's spirit beast.
There was a battle here. The tall boy pointed at the cave wall, where several deep claw marks gouged the rock, their edges showing signs of acid corrosion.
And it was a one-sided slaughter at that. There must be an extraordinary new creature in the cave, wonder who it is.
Following the trail, they soon came across the corpses of 2 stone-armored lizards. One had its skull pierced through, with the wound edges showing signs of corrosion. The other had its belly completely sliced open, its innards scattered everywhere.
One strike, one kill.
The bespectacled boy in the group adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. The armored lizard's defense is top tier even among low-level spirit beasts.
What kind of creature could break through it so easily?
Woof, woof woof. Suddenly, a black foxhound at the rear of the pack began barking wildly. Its fur stood on end as it bared its teeth, glaring intently into the depths of the cave, its front paws scratching the ground anxiously.
What's wrong, little gray?
Its owner, a thin and small boy, nervously tried to comfort his beloved dog. It's never acted like this before.
My black foxhound is a 4-star spirit beast. It can sense dangers we can't perceive. There's something ahead that's terrifying little gray to an extreme degree. The team fell into brief silence. The ponytailed girl hesitated, suggesting, should we change direction?
The trial has just begun, there's no need to take risks.
What's there to fear?
A burly boy snorted disdainfully. It might be some elite team from another school clearing the path ahead.
If you ask me, we should follow and see, we might just benefit from their leftovers. Besides, haven't you noticed?
The left ears of these two stone-armored lizards were cut off, definitely the work of other beast masters. The tall boy pondered for a moment. Judging by the battle traces, that spirit beast must be at least 7-star level. But this year in Weibei City, there are only 17 high-star beasts on record, and none seem to match this brutal fighting style.
Could it be a newly discovered species? Maybe an evolved variant from existing initial spirit beasts?
Take Liu from number 1 high school for example. He contracted a 7-star shadow leopard, whose fighting style is also this kind of one-strike kill. And there's Li Zheong from number 2 high school who contracted a 7-star thorn wolf, also specializing in piercing wounds.
Woof, whimper. The black foxhound suddenly tucked its tail between its legs and let out a mournful whine, interrupting their discussion.
The 5 exchanged glances before the tall boy eventually made the decision. Proceed cautiously.
Retreat immediately if any abnormalities are detected.
Remember, our primary objective is collecting stonehide lizard left ears, not taking unnecessary risks. They continued deeper into the cave, unaware that several facehuggers silently watched their every move from the fissures in the rock overhead.
Another section of the cave. To the left, 7-colored pheasant, use dazzling light.
Su Koan shouted commands as his 7-colored pheasant unfurled its radiant tail feathers. A blinding flash erupted, instantly disorienting the 3 charging stone-armored lizards. Lian Yining remained silent, merely raising her hand with a subtle flick of her wrist. The crimson flame dragon phoenix perched on her shoulder let out a clear, melodious cry as it spread its wings. Streaks of crimson flame fell like meteors, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the densest cluster of stone-armored lizards.
Boom!
Amid the explosions, 5 stone-armored lizards were instantly reduced to charred remains. The remaining few emitted terrified hisses as they frantically scrambled deeper into the cave.
That's incredible! Su Koan exclaimed in admiration. A 9-star spirit beast is truly extraordinary. Lian Yining frowned slightly. Something's not right. These stone-armored lizards seem to be fleeing for their lives, not just retreating.
Zheng Chang stood aside, his gaze profound. Through the information transmitted by the alien queen, he clearly understood what was happening deep within the cave. The alien swarm was hunting, and they had already disturbed that slumbering elite individual.
This cave is more complex than anticipated.
Zheng Chang pretended to survey their surroundings. We might have stumbled into the stone-armored lizard's main nest.
It's possible.
Su Koan also pretended to examine something carefully as he approached the wall. The walls of the nest they were currently in were actually moonwhite in color, emitting a faint fluorescent glow that looked quite beautiful. This indicated that the stone walls contained moon silver.
What a pity!
These moonlight silver deposits are just too hard to dig out, otherwise we'd be rich. Lian Yining's scarlet flame dragon phoenix suddenly grew restless, continuously emitting warning cries toward a certain direction.
What's wrong?
Little Scarlet has sensed something, probably the boss of the stone-armored lizards.
The boss? Su Koan's eyes suddenly lit up as he chuckled and said, if we can kill this boss, I wonder if it'll drop a soul skill crystal for petrification? Very likely. Ha ha, let's go quickly.
The two moved forward, with Zheng Cheng following closely behind, but his consciousness had long sunk into the beast space. There, he maintained spiritual links with all the alien creatures. A completely new set of data flooded his mind.
Name, stone-armored alien, newborn form. Rank, 3 stars. Strength, bronze tier, stage 6. Status, normal. Skills, acidic blood, inner fang projection, stealth hunting, petrifying skin, paralysis claw strike. Zheng Cheng's heart stirred. This must be the data for the xenomorph formed after a facehugger parasitized the stone armor lizard. 3-star rating, bronze tier 6th stage.
And these were just the stats of its nascent form.
If it continued to grow, who knows how powerful it could become. However, Zheng Cheng understood full well that the stone armor lizard was ultimately just a 3-star magical beast. The facehugger parasite's evolved xenomorph with stone armor is only 3-star rated. Its growth potential, at best, reaches merely the silver realm. But for his current needs, this was more than sufficient.
He opened his eyes to find Lian Yining gazing at him with evident confusion.
Zhang Cheng, are you okay? You're looking a bit strange. It's okay. Zhang Cheng quickly adjusted his expression. I'm summoning my aberrant beast. This place is like a maze, it's already run quite far ahead. What's wrong, can't get through? Lian Yining asked curiously. Spiritual beasts and their tamers are inherently interconnected.
Unless there are special spatial constraints, formations, or seals, they can always sense each other's presence.
I can sense it, not far from us, huh?
Zhang Cheng's expression suddenly changed as he looked towards another branching path in the cave.
What's wrong? So many stone-armored lizards. Are the stone-armored lizards on a rampage? A beast tide?
As soon as the words were spoken, Lian Yining and the other person also seemed to sense something. The ground began to tremble, and chaotic roars echoed endlessly from the branching tunnels of the surrounding cave. Even the air began to thicken with a sharp, putrid stench.
Disaster! Beast tide! Hurry up and go! Get out of here now! Chapter 20 Alien Lair. Half an hour earlier, on the other side of the cave. Just 2 more to control. Liu squatted on a protruding rock, gazing at the empty space not far away and said, Sun Feng, have your phantom fox push a little harder. Sun Feng's forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat, his phantom fox's eyes glowing with an eerie purple light beside him. Before them, 2 stone-armored lizards were mechanically marching deeper into the cave, their eyes vacant and movements stiff. I've reached my limit.
Sun Feng gasped for breath. The phantom fox's mind control can only affect 4 armored stone lizards at most.
Any more and it'll spiral out of control.
Lu Xian'er stood by with her arms crossed, an emerald-scaled snake coiled around her shoulder, its forked tongue incessantly flickering. A dozen armored stone lizards probably won't be enough. Lian Yining has a 9-star crimson flame phoenix dragon after all.
Unless we double the numbers. Don't worry, the reason for a beast tide is simple.
Just make a few magical beasts from the group go berserk, and it can trigger a small-scale beast tide.
Sun Feng hesitated and said, Young Master Li, wouldn't that be too dangerous? What if candidates die? What are you afraid of? Liu sneered, the trial rules only forbid candidates from directly attacking each other. They never said we can't use the magical beasts. He jumped off the rock and dusted off his hands despite there being no dirt. That loser Zhang Cheng actually dares to covet Lian Yining. Let's see if his facehugger can withstand the stampede of rock-armored lizards. When they split up, Lu Xian'er will lure Zhang Cheng over. Then, Sun Feng hesitated and said, but, no buts. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Liu's eyes. Don't forget what I told you before. I must secure a top 3 spot in this trial, understand? Yes, young Master Li. A rustling sound echoed from the depths of the cave as the 2 controlled stone-armored lizards had successfully lured 4 or 5 more of their kind. These creatures covered in grayish-brown stone armor were pacing restlessly in place, occasionally emitting low, guttural growls. Good, that should be enough.
Liu nodded in satisfaction. In another 10 minutes, when more than 15 of them gather, we'll herd them toward Zhang Cheng's location. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp shriek suddenly pierced from deep within the cave. The sound resembled metal scraping against metal, yet also carried the dying wail of some creature, stinging their eardrums painfully. What was that? Lu Xian'er instinctively took a step back, the emerald-scaled snake on her shoulder letting out a sharp cry before reflexively retreating into the collar of her clothes.
Worthless. Watching her spirit beast's reaction, Lu Xian'er cursed inwardly.
Liu narrowed his eyes and gestured for the Shadow Panther to investigate. The 7-star spirit beast silently blended into the shadows and vanished into the dark cavern in the blink of an eye.
Less than a minute later, the Shadowstalker leopard returned.
Its fur stood on end, a low growl rumbling in its throat, its tail flicking restlessly from side to side.
What's going on? Liu frowned as he mentally processed the information transmitted through his psychic link with the Shadowstalker leopard.
Suddenly, his expression changed. Something's hunting the stone-armored lizards.
What? Sun Feng exclaimed in surprise, hunting stone-armored lizards? Other examinees? No. Liu's expression turned grave. Not humans, it's some kind of...
No sooner had the words been spoken than a slender figure suddenly darted out from around the corner of the cave. Using the depressions in the stone wall, it moved swiftly, its massive form lunging onto the nearest rock-armored lizard. Its razor-sharp tail spike pierced clean through the lizard's armored plating, then it abruptly leaped up again, dragging the severely wounded rock-armored lizard as it retreated rapidly toward the depths of the cavern.
What kind of monster is that?
A few people let out startled cries. The monster was approaching so fast they barely had time to react. The swarm of stone-armored lizards previously under the Phantom Fox's control suddenly grew restless, scattering in panicked flight as if completely immune to the psychic domination.
Out of control.
Sun Feng exclaimed in shock as the Phantom Fox's purple glow flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. He staggered back a few steps, his face as pale as paper.
What is that?
Lu Xian'er covered her mouth, her voice trembling. The creature bore some resemblance to a stone-armored lizard in appearance, but its build was more slender and streamlined. Its entire body was covered in glossy black exoskeleton, with several sharp bone spikes protruding from its back. The most chilling feature was its absence of eyes. The smooth head sloped backward, reflecting an icy sheen under the searchlight.
A new type of mystic beast?
Liyu's eyes flashed with greed. Judging by its speed and power, it must be at least 6-star tier. Even more terrifying was the appearance of 3 or 4 identical creatures emerging from the surrounding shadows. They moved in perfect coordination, swiftly surrounding the remaining stoneback lizards and initiating a one-sided slaughter.
We need to get out of here. Sun Feng's voice trembled. These monsters are too dangerous. Wait a moment. Liu remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed intently on the stone-armored alien creatures. Don't you think this is an opportunity?
A newly discovered magical beast species, if we could capture just one.
Are you out of your mind?
Lu Xian'er stared at him in disbelief. They're slaughtering the stone-scaled lizards right now.
We couldn't even handle a swarm of stone-scaled lizards, let alone these monsters. Liu turned a deaf ear and was already moving deeper into the cave.
Sun Feng, your phantom fox has no combat ability. You and Lu Xian'er stay here while the rest of us go check it out. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished around the cave's bend, leaving only the shadow leopard's faintly glowing green eyes flickering in the darkness.
Lu Xian'er grew anxious. Sun Feng, do you think young Master Li will be alright? He should be fine.
After all, the shadow leopard is a 7-star spirit beast. Sun Feng swallowed hard and said, moreover, young Master Li has a very special talent.
Even if he can't defeat these monsters, he can still escape if needed. Talent? What kind? That's not something you should know. You just need to. Ha!
As he spoke, Sun Feng suddenly froze and turned his gaze toward another cave.
How intriguing.
The appearance of these strange magical beasts has actually provoked the stone-armored lizards into a frenzy.
This beast tide is even larger than I imagined. Let's retreat.
You go find Zheng Chang and lure him here. Lu Xian'er's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, but she still nodded and said, understood.
I'll notify you all once the mission is complete. Excellent.
Meanwhile, Li Yu and 2 other teammates appeared in another cave. The cave grew increasingly narrow, while the walls began to be covered in a strange, viscous substance resembling some sort of biological secretion. Li Yu cautiously avoided these fluorescent green substances, acutely aware of the shadow leopard's wariness and unease.
Calm down. He softly reassured his spirit beast, they're just a few unfamiliar demonic creatures.
Turning a corner, the sight before Li Yu brought him to an abrupt halt. The cave expanded here into a natural circular space, its floor densely covered with that viscous mucus. What was even more chilling were the 7 or 8 translucent cocoon-like objects embedded in the mucus, each faintly revealing the silhouette of a stone-armored lizard inside.
What is this?
Li Yu's voice caught in his throat. He had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. The cocoons seemed to squirm faintly, the stone-armored lizards inside them displaying an eerie abdominal undulation, as if something was growing within their bodies. The shadow leopard suddenly let out a piercing howl, its fur standing on end as it stared fixedly into the depths of the cave. Following its gaze, Li Yu saw a massive figure slowly rising from the darkest corner of the cavern.
Chapter 21 Beast Tide.
It was a creature twice the size of an ordinary rocky armored alien, with an even more exaggerated bony crest and longer claws. What sent chills down the spine was its intelligent demeanor. It didn't attack immediately like the other aliens but quietly observed Li Yu, as if assessing the threat level of this intruder.
What kind of monster is this? Boss? Like a lizard? A new species of stone armor lizard?
The 2 teammates also exclaimed in surprise, speculating about something. Admittedly, the alien's physique did bear some resemblance to that of a stone-armored lizard, only its body was more slender, with claws and tail bones that appeared even sharper.
And its aura felt far more frigid and vicious. Li Yu murmured uncertainly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead.
He had never experienced such pure terror before. The creature's gaze revealed a wisdom that surpassed instinct, making him want to flee on impulse. The shadow leopard completely broke down, ignoring its master's command as it turned and fled. Li Yu took one last look at the terrifying creature, only to find it completely motionless, simply staring coldly at the 3 of them.
Li, young Master Li, what should we do? It seems like it can't move. TSK.
At that very moment, a piercing tearing sound suddenly rang out. Then, the strange cocoon that had been hanging on the wall abruptly ruptured, and a creature strikingly similar to the stone-armored lizard that had just been hunted burst forth from within.
Hatch! This place is the nest of these magical beasts. Go! Get out of here!
As the words fell, his figure suddenly vanished into the darkness, disappearing swiftly. This is the unique ability exclusive to Beast Masters. All Beast Masters can master extraordinary power by sharing the talents and abilities of their spiritual beasts. However, this sharing comes with conditions. First, the shared spiritual beast must be one bound by a blood contract to the master.
Ordinary beasts cannot be randomly shared with.
Second, once a shared spirit beast is chosen, one can only share abilities with spirits of the same type or even the same species in the future, and can no longer share abilities with other spirit beasts. Otherwise, they will suffer extremely severe backlash. This is why almost all beast masters take their initial spirit beast as the foundation and then vigorously cultivate their own spirit beast lineage. This is also preparation made to enhance their own strength. Meanwhile, his two teammates abruptly turned around and desperately sprinted back the way they came. Even their spirit beasts tucked their tails between their legs, wishing they could grow a few extra legs. Outside the alien nest, Liu stumbled out of the darkness, nearly collapsing. His hands barely caught his fall, narrowly preventing him from faceplanting into the dirt.
He had never been in such a miserable state, but the instinct for survival overwhelmed all sense of pride.
When he stumbled back to where Sun Feng was waiting, the man was startled by his ghostly pale face.
"Young Master Li, what's wrong?"
"You." Sun Feng steadied the faltering Liu.
"Hurry, get out of here right now."
Liu gasped breathlessly. This cave has a new type of magical beast breeding its kind. The stone-armored lizard has already become its prey, we're no match for it at all.
"But what about Zhang Chang? Get out at first. This isn't the place to talk."
Liu practically roared.
"Let's take another path, the farther from here, the better."
"Ha, where's Lu Xin'er?" She went to seduce Zhang Chang. Which passage did she take?" Liu's eyes darted as if something had occurred to him, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Sun Feng pointed to a cave entrance, "That way."
"Ha ha ha, before those monsters catch up, go have your phantom fox lure the stone armor lizard into that cave."
Liu reacted swiftly. The boulder armor lizard appeared in that passage. "Those monsters will surely give chase, seizing the chance to scatter Zhang Chang's team apart. I can hide in the shadows by borrowing the Dark Shadow Leopard's ability. Once I take you along, let's move." Rumble.
Soon, a massive swarm of creatures charged into view before Zhang Chang and his two companions. Dozens of creatures covered in rock-like scales crowded the passageway, their eyes glowing with unnatural crimson light as acidic drool dripped from their fangs, corroding the ground with wisps of white smoke. The frontmost lizards had already spotted the trio, letting out piercing screeches.
"Attack!"
Zhang Chang roared a command, instantly transmitting mental instructions to the facehuggers lurking in the shadows. Ever since deploying the alien queen, he always kept several facehuggers by his side for protection. And now, there's no choice but to let them take action. The terrifying-looking spirit beast instantly launched itself forward, its 8 tentacles firmly gripping the face of a stone-armored lizard while its tail spike precisely pierced its nostril. Lian Yining reacted with equal swiftness as her scarlet flame phoenix dragon took to the air, scorching waves of fire cascading from its outstretched wings. The 3 stone-armored lizards at the forefront immediately transformed into burning fireballs, writhing and struggling in the corridor.
"Rainbow Wall!"
Su Koan shouted as his 7-colored pheasant flapped its wings overhead, its tail feathers radiating a brilliant spectrum of colors that formed a translucent barrier. The charging stone-armored lizards collided with the luminous screen one after another, producing a teeth-grinding cacophony of impacts. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chang observed the beast tide. These normally docile cave-dwelling creatures were now in a frenzied rage, with some even turning to bite their own kind.
"Something's off." He frowned and said, "Why would the stone-armored lizards here riot and form a beast tide? It's psychic control."
Lian Yining gritted her teeth as the scarlet flame phoenix dragon unleashed another pillar of fire, forcing 2 stone-armored lizards to retreat. Another spirit beast must be involved, mass hypnosis or something else. Before the words even finished, the colorful light screen suddenly emitted a cracking sound from overexertion. An exceptionally large elite stone-armored lizard smashed its crystalline protrusion-covered head against the barrier, causing cracks to instantly spiderweb across the entire light screen.
"Shit, Zhengji, even the goddess can't hold it anymore. Fall back."
Zhang Chang abruptly shoved Su Kuan towards the side cavern. In that very instant, the luminous barrier behind them shattered with a thunderous crash, and the beast tide surged in like a ruptured dam. Lian Yining's scarlet flame phoenix dragon kept spewing torrents of fire, but the lizards were simply too numerous. One escaped creature broke through the firewall, its razor-sharp claws aiming straight for Lian Yining's throat. Screech! In the darkness, another facehugger shot through the air, instantly enveloping the stone-armored lizard's face. Its slender tailbone immediately forced its way into the lizard's mouth, injecting life essence as it designated its new host. Amidst the chaos, the 3 figures abruptly scattered in different directions.
"Split up and go!"
Zhang Cheng shouted amidst the chaos. "Scatter first, we'll regroup later using the communicator."
"Chang, watch out! Zhang Chang, wait for me, let's go!"
Zhang Cheng leaped off the rocky outcrop and dashed toward another narrow side path. The remaining 2 facehuggers followed closely behind, occasionally turning back to spray corrosive fluid to delay the pursuers. After winding through the twisting caves for about 10 minutes, the roaring behind them finally faded away. Zhang Chan leaned against a rock wall to rest briefly and took out his communicator to try contacting his companions.
Amidst the electronic static, he could occasionally catch Lian Yining's fragmented voice, "Zhang Chang, I'm at."
Then the signal cut off completely, and no matter what Zhang Cheng tried, he couldn't get any sound through.
"Communication interference?"
Zhang Cheng frowned. This wasn't common in underground caves. but given that their current nest was rich in rare ores and heavy with radiation, communication interference was to be expected. With a thought, the three facehuggers immediately appeared. The riot of the armored stone lizards seems strongly related to the actions of the alien queen. Split up, one of you goes to the nest to summon facehuggers and aliens, help me find my teammates. The other two, come with me. Ha! He was just about to dispatch the facehugger to search for Lian Yining and Su Koan when he suddenly heard faint sobbing coming from nearby. Is anyone there? Please, help me. Chapter 22, The Beauty Trap. Zheng Cheng signaled the facehugger to enter alert mode and followed the sound. After rounding a bend, he spotted Lu Xian'er curled up in a crevice of the rocks. The usually haughty girl now looked utterly disheveled, her combat suit torn in several places, revealing patches of fair skin. Her face was smeared with dirt, and her carefully styled curls had come undone, hanging in disarray. At this moment, she actually looked somewhat alluring. Zheng Cheng? Lu Xian'er looked up with delight, her tears glistening under the spotlight. Thank goodness. I thought I was going to die here. She struggled to stand but weakly collapsed back down. Instead of stepping forward to help her, Zheng Cheng took half a step back. What are you doing here? I got separated from my teammates. Lu Xian'er sobbed as she spoke. The stone-armored lizard suddenly went berserk, and my teammates, they were protecting me. Zheng Cheng's gaze swept over her pristine boots, the soles hardly worn, bearing no signs of having endured a frantic escape. What's even more suspicious is that there was no sign of her spirit beast, the emerald scale snake, nearby. Normally, beast masters in such perilous environments can only rely on their own spirit beasts. Where's your spirit beast? Lu Xian'er's eyes flickered uneasily. It was severely injured in battle, so I recalled it to the spirit beast space. Zheng Cheng shook his head imperceptibly and pressed further. Your spirit beast is just a one-star emerald scale snake. Why would anyone team up with you? Who was it? Hearing this, Lu Xian'er glared angrily at Zheng Cheng for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, pouting like a spoiled child as she said, even though my emerald scale snake is only a one-star spiritual beast, it still has plenty of uses. At the very least, the emerald scale snake has decent perception abilities, and there are plenty of people who want me. By the way, my teammates include Zhou Qi from our class and the others. Zhou Qi? Zheng Cheng slightly furrowed his brow. Zhou Qi had contracted with a 4-star spiritual beast, the Gale Wolf, which was considered to possess considerable combat strength. Moreover, he was also one of the many who worshipped at Lu Xian'er's feet. However, he recalled distinctly that Lu Xian'er wasn't among Zhou Qi's teammates when they entered the trial grounds. She was lying. What a coincidence. Zheng Cheng said impassively, we were also attacked by a group of stone lizard monitors. Those lizards moved with remarkable coordination, almost as if led by someone. Lu Xian'er's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly. Perhaps it's part of the trial's hidden assessment? Can we please leave this place? I know a shortcut back to the safe zone. Alright. Zheng Cheng feigned agreement, but I need to find Lian Yining and the others first, they're my teammates after all. Lu Xian'er's expression instantly stiffened. Lian Yining? She's nearby too? Yeah, we got separated. Got separated? Lu Xian'er's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she struggled to rise to her feet. Suddenly, her legs wobbled, and she stumbled toward Zheng Cheng, who instinctively reached out to steady her. Lu Xian'er nestled softly against Zheng Cheng's chest, her fingers lightly clutching at his collar as she tilted her head up, her eyes brimming with both grievance and coquettish charm. Zheng Cheng, actually, I used to have feelings for you. Her voice was soft, tinged with a faint tremor. It's just, a girl has to maintain some dignity, you know? I originally meant to test you for just a while. Who would have thought you'd later gift that 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to Lian Yining? Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow, his face wearing a wry smile. Oh, is that so? His hand rested naturally on Lu Xian'er's waist, his fingers gently brushing against the exposed skin where her combat suit was torn, an intimate yet almost absent-minded caress. Lu Xian'er stiffened slightly for a moment, but quickly relaxed again, even nestling closer into his embrace with a touch of melancholy in her whisper. You used to treat me so well, why did you suddenly change? Zheng Cheng sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. He even deliberately leaned closer to whisper in her ear, so, do you want me to treat you well again now? Lu Xian'er's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip gently. You, don't act like this. She refused with her words, yet her body drew closer, her fingers faintly brushing against Zheng Cheng's chest. Zheng Cheng inwardly sighed. The acting wasn't bad, but there were simply too many flaws. He played along with her act while discreetly observing his surroundings. A faint airflow could be detected in the depths of the cave, suggesting the presence of a larger space ahead. Although Lu Xian'er pretended to be delicate, her footsteps were subtly guiding him in that direction. She was leading the way. Zheng Cheng followed her silently while maintaining his composure. He gave her waist a playful pinch and said in a deliberately flirtatious tone, since you like me so much, why don't we find a quiet place, to have a proper chat? Lu Xian'er's eyes flashed with disgust, but she quickly replaced it with a bashful expression. Why you, don't misbehave. It's too dangerous here. Let's find somewhere safe first. Sure, Zheng Cheng smiled and nodded agreeably. Wherever you say. As they walked forward together, Lu Xianer occasionally leaned against Zheng Cheng with feigned weakness. Zheng Cheng happily played along, letting his hands wander around her waist, sometimes purposely pinching her, making Lu Xianer curse him inwardly while forcing a smile on her face. At last, they arrived at a spacious cavern. The ground here was level, with glowing ores embedded in the surrounding walls, their faint illumination barely lighting up the entire space. At the center of the cave stood several protruding rocks, resembling natural seats. This place should be safe now. Lu Xianer gently pushed Zheng Cheng away, pretending to tidy her disheveled hair while subtly casting glances toward the depths of the cave. Zheng Cheng feigned obliviousness to her unusual behavior, stretching lazily as he remarked with a chuckle, "This place isn't bad, quite suitable for..." Before he could finish speaking, the sound of approaching footsteps suddenly echoed from the cave's interior. "Oh, suitable for what?" A teasing voice rang out, and Zheng Cheng spun around to see two figures emerging from the shadows. Li Yu, along with his lackey Sun Feng. It was unclear why their original five-person team had now dwindled to just three. Zheng Cheng's expression instantly turned frosty. "Li Yu? Sun Feng? What are you doing here?" Li Yu crossed his arms, a cold sneer playing on his lips. "What's the matter? Surprised to see us?" Sun Feng stood beside him, wearing a triumphant grin, while his phantom fox crouched at his feet, its purple eyes shimmering with an eerie glow. Zheng Cheng's gaze swept across the three of them before settling on Lu Xianer. "You brought me here just to meet them?" The fragile expression on Lu Xianer's face vanished instantly, replaced by a mocking smile. "What else? Did you really think someone like me would be interested in a loser like you?" She took a few steps back, standing beside Li Yu, her eyes full of scorn. "Someone like you isn't worthy of getting so close to Lian Yining." Zheng Cheng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is." He shook his head, seemingly somewhat resigned. "I thought your acting was better, but you showed your hand too soon." Lu Xianer was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Zheng Cheng didn't answer but instead looked at Li Yu. "So the stone-armored lizard beast surge was your doing?" Li Yu scoffed coldly. "What if it was? The trial rules never said we couldn't use magical beasts." Sun Feng added smugly, "The phantom fox's mental control was more than enough to drive those stupid lizards mad." Zheng Cheng nodded, seeming unsurprised. "You deliberately created the beast surge to separate me from Lian Yining, then had Lu Xianer lure me here." He paused, then suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. "Pity, you miscalculated one thing." Li Yu frowned and asked, "What?" Zheng Cheng didn't answer. Instead, he abruptly raised his hand and pressed it firmly against the small of his own back. "Damn!" Chapter 23, Shadow Strike. A jade-green serpentine shadow sprang from his waist. It was Lu Xianer's emerald-scaled snake. Unbeknownst to him, the venomous snake had already silently bitten him the moment Lu Xianer approached earlier. Seeing this, Lu Xianer finally couldn't contain her laughter. "Ha! Zheng Cheng, what did you think I was acting with you for? All just to let emerald-scaled snake deliver this one bite." She lifted her chin triumphantly. "The emerald-scaled serpent's venom can paralyze your entire body within 10 minutes. You won't even be able to summon your spirit beast." Li Yu likewise wore a victor's smile. "Zheng Cheng, you're finished." Zheng Cheng looked down at his flank where two tiny fang marks were visible, the skin already beginning to tinge faintly green. Yet, his expression remained utterly composed. "The venom of the emerald scale snake truly lives up to its fearsome reputation," he said slowly. "But have you forgotten something?" Li Yu frowned slightly. "What?" Zheng Cheng raised his head, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "My spirit beast is no ordinary beast." As soon as the words fell, his shadow suddenly squirmed. Swish! A dark figure shot out like lightning, instantly ensnaring Lu Xianer's emerald-scaled snake. "Facehugger." "What?" Lu Xianer paled in shock, hastily trying to recall her spirit beast, but it was already too late. Zheng Cheng's facehugger clamped tightly onto the emerald scale snake's head, its tail spike penetrating between its scales as venom was instantly injected. HSS. The emerald scale snake let out a pained hiss, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the opportunity, the facehugger widened its razor-sharp jaws and viciously bit down on the snake's head. With a crack sound, the emerald green head of the jade scale snake exploded on the spot, devoured in a single gulp by the facehugger. The jade scale snake was dead. Perhaps due to size or strength differences, the facehugger didn't bother parasitizing the snake, it simply killed it outright. Lu Xianer's face turned deathly pale as the spiritual backlash made her cough up a mouthful of blood, staggering backward several steps. "And no, impossible. You were clearly poisoned. How can you still control your spirit beast?" What's even more tragic was that her beast space began to collapse due to the death of her initial spirit beast, the emerald-scaled snake. Once the beast space completely collapsed, it would mean she could never become a beast tamer again. Zheng Cheng sneered. "Who told you I was poisoned?" He raised his hand, revealing a piece of grayish-white flesh as thin as a cicada's wing pressed against his palm. In the dim light of the cavern, there was no way to distinguish it from the outer skin. That was the egg casing of a facehugger, boasting remarkably potent venom resistance. It turned out that the facehugger had already used its molted skin to block the fangs the moment the emerald-scaled snake bit him.
Li Yu's expression finally changed. You saw through it all along?
Zhang Cheng's eyes turned icy cold. The moment she lied about teaming up with Zhou Qi, I knew she was putting on an act. He slowly raised his hand, the facehugger's tentacles quivering slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Now, it's your turn.
The atmosphere in the cave instantly froze to the freezing point.
Li Yu gritted his teeth and suddenly swung his arm. Shadow Leopard. A 7-star spiritual beast leaped from the shadows, its sharp claws slashing straight toward Zhang Cheng. You only have a facehugger, and just a trash 1-star one at that. You might have dealt with Lu Xianer's emerald scale snake, but I don't believe you can handle my Shadow Strike Panther. After I kill your facehugger and destroy your beast space, let's see if Lian Yining still thinks you're worth anything. Roar! The streamlined body of the Shadow Leopard shot forward like an arrow, charging swiftly. A low, guttural growl erupted from its mouth. Sun Foam also immediately commanded his Phantom Fox to unleash a mental shockwave, attempting to disrupt Zhang Cheng's movements. The Shadow Leopard's razor-sharp claws tore through the air with a near-piercing screech. The 7-star spirit beast moved far faster than ordinary magical creatures, closing the distance to Zhang Cheng in the blink of an eye. Die! Li Yu grinned viciously, his pupils brimming with savage killing intent.
Zhang Cheng's eyes sharpened as he instantly transmitted a mental command.
Swish! The facehugger shot out from the side, its 8 tentacles snaking around the Shadow Leopard's forelimbs like iron chains. However, the Shadow Leopard's combat instincts were extraordinarily sharp. Its body twisted unnaturally in midair, forcefully evading the facehugger's entanglement. Bang! Its razor-sharp claws slammed fiercely onto the facehugger's armored shell, sending sparks flying in all directions. The facehugger was sent staggering several meters from the impact, fine cracks appearing across its carapace.
Ha ha ha, trash will always be trash. Li Yu laughed maniacally. A 1-star trash like you dares to challenge my Shadow Leopard?
At the same moment, the Phantom Fox's eyes erupted with intense violet light as invisible psychic waves surged toward the facehugger like tidal waters. Whiz! The facehugger's brain felt like it had been struck by a heavy blow, its vision darkened instantly, and its movements froze abruptly, almost causing it to collapse to the ground.
Oh no!
The Shadow Leopard seized the opportunity and pounced again. SHHCH! The sharp claws slashed across the facehugger's back, leaving a deep gash. Dark green blood sprayed out, splattering on the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound. Roar! The Shadow Leopard accidentally dipped its front paws into the blood, instantly corroding several charred wounds that made it growl in pain.
Li Yu's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he quickly sneered again. Corrosive blood? So you can use poison too? Among 1-star insect-type spirit beasts, this is indeed top tier. Quite interesting, but useless. Shadow, make it quick. Tear it to shreds. The Shadow Leopard crouched low, its emerald green eyes locked onto the facehugger, poised to strike. The Phantom Fox's mental interference continued unabated, suppressing the facehugger's thoughts and slowing its movements further. The situation was hanging by a thread. Just as the Shadow Leopard was about to deliver a fatal strike, an utterly unnoticed sound abruptly rang out. Whiz! A dark figure suddenly pounced down from the shadows atop the cave, and its target was unmistakably the Phantom Fox. Quick! So fast the movement was nearly invisible. Put! The sharp tail vertebrae pierced through the Phantom Fox's back like a spear, pinning it violently to the ground. Screech! The Phantom Fox let out a shrill, agonized cry as the violet light instantly dissipated. What? Sun Feng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The mental backlash forced him to his knees. My Phantom Fox! Li Yu's pupils contracted sharply. A second facehugger? The crowd whirled around in shock right there. They saw the second facehugger coiling around the Phantom Fox, the 2 spirit beasts locked in a frenzied struggle. A faint smile curled Zhang Cheng's lips. Now it's 2 against 1. As it turned out, he had long instructed another facehugger to lie in ambush, biding its time. The moment the facehugger succeeded in its attack, it immediately wrapped its tendrils around the Phantom Fox's neck, forcing the creature to instinctively gasp for air. Seizing this opportunity, the facehugger thrust its tubular ovipositor inside and began the impregnation process. No! Stop! My Phantom Fox! Sun Feng's eyes nearly burst with rage as he struggled to charge forward, but the mental backlash left him completely paralyzed. Yet even so, he endured the excruciating backlash to lurch toward his Phantom Fox, drawing a dagger to slash at the facehugger's tail. Thwack! Squelch! The sharp dagger sliced through the facehugger's skin, its corrosive blood immediately dripping onto the Phantom Fox, emitting a piercing hiss of dissolution. Fur, skin, even the dagger in Sun Feng's hand all were visibly corroding at an alarming rate. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The Phantom Fox's struggles grew weaker until it finally went completely limp. But even so, Sun Feng didn't give up and tried every possible means to pull the facehugger off his Phantom Fox. Chapter 24, The Brutality of the Alien. Li Yu's expression darkened completely. Zhang Cheng, you've hidden yourself very well. Zheng Cheng didn't respond. The facehuggers shielded him in front as their dark green blood dripped from their wounds, corroding small pits into the ground. What difference does two make? Liu suddenly grinned viciously. What's one more to kill? He suddenly bit his finger until it bled, letting the blood drip onto the shadow leopard's forehead, blood-packed enhancement. Boom! The shadow saber leopard's body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, claws extending, its green eyes glowing nearly tangible. This was a beast master's desperate measure, briefly enhancing a spirit beast with their own vital essence, at the cost of leaving the beast weakened afterward. But at this moment, Liu could no longer afford caution. Kill it! The enhanced shadow leopard's speed skyrocketed, nearly transforming into a black lightning bolt. Swish! The facehugger immediately sprayed corrosive fluid, but the shadow leopard flashed aside, perfectly dodging the attack, and countered by shredding two of its tentacles with a swipe of its claws. Roar! Though its claws were once again burned by the corrosive blood, sending waves of excruciating pain through them. Yet even so, the shadow leopard gritted through the agony and pressed on with its assault. The shadow leopard pressed its advantage mercilessly, its fangs aiming straight for the facehugger's head. At the critical moment, the facehugger suddenly leaped upwards, its 8-jointed limbs spreading wide like a giant net as it descended upon the shadow panther's head. Bang! A dull thud rang out as the facehugger abruptly enveloped the shadow leopard's head. The tubular reproductive organ at its tail suddenly twitched, attempting to coil around the shadow leopard's neck. But the shadow leopard had witnessed the facehugger attempting to parasitize the phantom fox earlier. How could it possibly let it succeed? Ignoring the facehugger clinging to its head, its razor-sharp claws lashed out, directly gripping the creature's reproductive organ before violently tearing it apart. Yep! A sickening tearing sound erupted as the facehugger's body was literally split in two by the shadow leopard's brutal strength. Corrosive blood splattered in all directions as agonized screams echoed incessantly. The shadow leopard had nowhere to dodge, drenched in blood, its flesh torn open instantly. Growling, it writhed in agony, its fur riddled with gaping holes from corrosion. Liu also let out a muffled groan, the pain of his blood pack splitting open as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But the madness in his eyes only intensified. It's useless. Shadow Panther, tear them apart. The shadow leopard endured excruciating pain and pounced once more. This time, its target was none other than Zheng Cheng himself. Die! Liu roared madly, his demeanor bordering on insanity. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted sharply as his body jerked sideways to dodge. Just as the shadow leopard's claws were about to pierce Zheng Cheng's throat, his expression transitioned from initial shock to icy calm. Put! A slender black shadow descended from above, its blade-like tail vertebrae spearing through the shadow leopard's back like a javelin. Roar! The shadow leopard let out an unprecedented shriek of agony, its body forcibly pinned midair. Liu's expression froze as he abruptly looked up. What? Before his eyes loomed a terrifying monster he had only just discovered. Its slick head bore no eyes, just a ferocious, gaping maw. Jet-black exoskeleton covered its entire body, with razor-sharp bony spines protruding from its back. Stone-armored alien form. What kind of monster is this? Liu's voice began to tremble. The alien gave him no time to think, its inner jaw suddenly shooting out an crunch, snapping the shadow panther's spine in two. Roar! No! Liu coughed up a mouthful of blood as the blood contract backlash forced him to his knees, his head spinning violently. My shadow leopard. The alien flung aside the dying shadow panther, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, slowly turning towards Liu. Liu was finally afraid. He staggered backward, his face pale as he stared at the shadow leopard still squirming on the ground. And then, he turned and ran. I can't die here, absolutely not. TSK. The rock-armored alien that had come to the rescue let out a low growl, its body surging forward as if intent on continuing the chase. Wait! At Zheng Cheng's command, the rock-armored alien halted its pursuit, turning back to look at him. Though lacking eyes, Zheng Cheng seemed to see his confusion. Zheng Cheng shook his head and said, no need for us to intervene. They're doomed anyway. Hiss. Accompanied by a series of low hisses, one stone-armored alien after another emerged from the darkness, surrounding Zheng Cheng. Along with it came the facehugger that had previously returned to the nest to deliver the message. Zheng Cheng said, thank you. The shadow leopard is yours. Hiss hiss hiss. The facehugger, growing frantic, let out shrill hisses before suddenly springing forward, pouncing onto the severely wounded shadow leopard lying motionless on the ground, and charging straight toward its head. The shadow leopard seemed to sense something as well and began struggling wildly. Unfortunately, with its spine shattered, it could offer no resistance and was easily engulfed by the facehugger as it wrapped around its head. The tubular reproductive organ convulsed before swiftly penetrating its throat to begin impregnation. A 7-star shadow leopard. I wonder what kind of alien it'll hatch for me. Zheng Cheng murmured softly, his gaze shifting to the shadow leopard's side where a facehugger lay severed in two, shaking his head slightly. Thanks to that facehugger's interference, he had managed to hold out until the stone-armored xenomorphs arrived as reinforcements. Otherwise,
The screech of fierce winds filled his ears as Liu screamed desperately in his heart. The shadow leopard was doomed, but as a 7-star spirit beast after all, its inner beast space remained extraordinarily resilient. As long as I hurry back and have my father purchase another shadow leopard or any other spirit beast of the same species and attributes to inhabit it, the spirit beast space can still remain stable. Only by doing so could he maintain his qualification as a beastmaster. On the other side, Sunfoam also came running out while holding the unconscious Mirage Fox. For some reason, the facehugger clinging to the Phantom Fox suddenly went limp. While his Phantom Fox was unconscious and breathing erratically, there were no other abnormalities. Overjoyed, Sunfoam quickly tore it off and fled with his Phantom Fox in his arms. Even Lu Xianer, who suffered backlash, stumbled along behind them. As for her emerald-scaled snake, its head had already been crushed by the facehugger, stone dead beyond any doubt. Even now, her beast-taming space had collapsed by 2/3. If she couldn't find another emerald-scaled snake to occupy it soon, the entire space would ultimately crumble into ruins. "Why, young Master Li, what should we do now?" she stammered. "Shut up, it's all your fault. How come you never told me Zhang Cheng's facehugger was this powerful?" I didn't know either." Lu Xianer stammered in panic, her eyes brimming with both grievance and venom. "Shut your mouth. Damn it. Hurry back. I need to go buy a spirit beast, or else." Suddenly, all three of them stopped in their tracks, stunned by what stood before them. At the far end of the passage, several stone-armored lizards had appeared. Behind them were even larger, stranger stone-armored lizards with yellowish-brown crystals embedded in their foreheads. "Monster, run!" Liu cried out in alarm, immediately turning to flee. But the next instant, an earthen yellow light shot past him at incredible speed, striking his body. In the blink of an eye, under Sun Feng and Lu Xianer's stunned gazes, Liu's body began to petrify from the head down, swiftly engulfing his entire form. Even his clothes began to petrify. Damn it! It's petrification magic. Elite Stone Armor Lizard. Run for your life. Chapter 25, Stone-Armored Xenomorphs vs. Stone-Scaled Lizards. Zhang Cheng stood at the center of the damp cave, surrounded by the stone-armored xenomorphs that had just arrived to reinforce him. The bioluminescent moss on the rocky walls emitted an eerie blue glow, casting a chilling metallic sheen across the creature's smooth exoskeletons. These xenomorphs had all been hatched after he entered the trial grounds, when he directed the Xenomorph Queen to seize the opportunity for their incubation. At last, they had finally formed combat strength. 25 adults, and 10 facehuggers currently incubating. Zhang Cheng closed his eyes to sense the information transmitted by the alien queen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He could clearly perceive the location and status of every xenomorph as naturally as sensing his own fingers. Through the psychic link, the alien queen showed him the depths of the nest. 10 eggs, each as large as a basketball with their tops already cracked open, were neatly arranged along the mucus-covered nest walls. Facehuggers had already hatched and were now crawling throughout the lair. Along the walls were over a dozen enormous cocoon husks, remnants left behind by the stone-armored aliens after hatching, now utterly useless. The numbers exceeded Zhang Cheng's expectations. It seemed the life-or-death crisis had indeed accelerated the queen's egg-laying speed. Well done, alien queen. He sensed the alien queen's pleasure and instinctual, primal joy for reproduction and slaughter. Zhang Cheng approached the nearest xenomorph armored in stone-like carapace, running his fingers over its smooth cranial plating. This xenomorph had just participated in hunting the Shadow Panther, its exoskeleton still bearing fresh scars from the battle. Through contact, Zhang Cheng could perceive its condition more clearly. Vibrant with life and brimming with energy, it maintains peak combat readiness at all times, truly a killing machine worthy of its name. Zhang Cheng's gaze shifted to another area, where the parasitized shadow leopard lay motionless. This former 7-star spiritual beast now lay motionless, only the faint rise and fall of its abdomen proving it was still alive. A facehugger clung tightly to its face, its tubular reproductive organ deeply embedded in the cheetah's throat. Zhang Chen crouched down, carefully observing the facehugger's condition. Its breathing was steady, with occasional slight twitches in its limbs, a normal reaction during the implantation process. Through their psychic link, Zhang Cheng could sense the embryo developing rapidly within the shadow cheetah's body. It appears the parasitism was successful. Zhang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. As a 7-star spirit beast, the shadow leopard's physical attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary stone-armored lizard. There ought to be potential for nurturing an even more formidable xenomorph variant. Bear in mind, the previous xenomorph queen had only parasitized a 7-star diamond rage ape. Yet before him now stood a shadow leopard possessing the same star rank as the diamond rage ape. Just what kind of terrifying xenomorph would hatch from this? The fusion of the shadow leopard's shadow attributes with the xenomorph's killing instinct is likely to produce a special variant with stealth abilities. This thought made his heart race. Every additional xenomorph variant would strengthen his power by another degree. Just as Zhang Cheng was about to stand up, the facehugger suddenly gave a faint tremble. Through the psychic link, he sensed the embryo had entered a new developmental stage. The xenomorph embryo inside the shadow leopard had already begun transforming the host's internal organs, preparing to burst forth. Hiss! At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly echoed through the cave. Zheng Cheng abruptly looked up to see three facehuggers on guard duty frantically vibrating the bone plates on their backs, emitting high-frequency warnings. Their slender limbs all pointed in the same direction, the passage on the eastern side of the cave. Zheng Cheng's spirit stirred instantly. Through the facehugger's perception, he saw the impending threat approaching at the end of the tunnel. A formation of at least 30 stone-armored lizards, including several elite individuals with crystals embedded in their foreheads. Finally, it's here. Zheng Cheng murmured under his breath, having long anticipated this moment. When the number of xenomorphs reached a critical point, the native stone-armored lizard tribe would inevitably detect them and launch an attack. After all, these extraterrestrial creatures were born using their own kind as hosts. Zheng Cheng swiftly issued a command through the mental link, all stone-armored xenomorphs, prepare for battle. Let me see your first battle in this supernatural world. More than 20 xenomorphs in stone armor immediately entered combat stance, crouching low with their tail vertebrae swaying like venomous snakes, their inner jaws flickering ominously within their mouthparts. 5 facehuggers quickly retreated into the depths of the nest, positioning themselves protectively around the alien queen and the unhatched eggs. The skittering sounds from the end of the tunnel grew nearer, accompanied by faint tremors in the ground. Pebbles tumbled down the stone wall, sending ripples across the stagnant water below. When the first armored stone lizard emerged from the passageway, it was met by 3 dark shadows striking simultaneously. Thud! 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 The 3 mutated stone creatures pierced forward with their spear-like caudal vertebrae, precisely impaling the lizard's skull, throat, and heart with lethal accuracy. Dark green blood splattered on the cave walls, hissing as it corroded the stone. The lizard collapsed without even having time to scream. Then 5 more armored stone lizards charged out, roaring one after another. But soon, they met the same fate. The stone-armored mutations used the stalactites on the cavern ceiling as springboards, launching surprise attacks from every angle. Their tail spines and razor claws effortlessly tore through the scales of ordinary stone-armored lizards, each strike aimed with lethal precision. Zheng Cheng stood deep within the cave, calmly assessing the battle. Through their psychic link, he could nearly perceive the thoughts and movements of each mutation. In just 3 short minutes, 12 stone-armored lizards had turned into corpses. The killing efficiency displayed by the alien core astonished even Zheng Cheng. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless, as if sharing a single combat consciousness. It seems their instinct for collective hunting is hardwired into their DNA. Just then, the battle suddenly took an unexpected turn. The remaining stone-armored lizards collectively halted their offensive, raising their heads to emit a deep roar as their scaled bodies suddenly glowed with an earthy yellow radiance. Stone armor technique. Their already tough scales became even more densely layered, as if clad in full rock armor. Bang! An aberrant tail vertebra stabbed viciously toward a lizard's abdomen, but only left a white scratch mark on the stone plating. The lizard seized the moment to counterattack, its thick tail smashing into the alien's chest like a hammer. With a crack, the carapace of this stone-armored alien shattered instantly, forcing it to stagger backward. Hiss! The stone-armored alien let out a piercing shriek. Before it could retreat, the stone-armored lizard suddenly charged forward, its several hundred-pound body slamming violently into the alien. The tremendous force charged downward, actually slamming the armored xenomorph hard against the wall. Thick, viscous blood spewed from the armored xenomorph's mouth, corroding large patches of the surrounding walls and even eating into the scales of the stone-armored lizard that was pinning it. To make matters worse, the other stone-armored lizards began altering their tactics. They formed defensive circles back-to-back, using their massive tails to sweep away any approaching xenomorphs. The 2 aliens failed to dodge in time and were directly hit in the head, dying on the spot. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. After all, the stone-armored lizard was a magical beast, possessing abilities like the stone armor technique. It could condense earth elements to form an additional layer of earth attribute protective shield over its scales. This defensive shield can significantly enhance the physical defense of the stone-armored lizard. Its defensive power is so formidable that it can even withstand the tail blades and claws of the stone-armored xenomorph. The lizard pack begins to counterattack. Relying on the protection of their stone armor, they no longer dodge the xenomorph's attacks but charge directly into them. One xenomorph finds itself besieged by 3 lizards simultaneously. Though deftly evading 2 biting attempts, it gets struck on the leg by the 3rd lizard's sweeping tail. The moment it lost its balance, the other 2 lizards sank their fangs into its throat and abdomen. Within mere minutes, he had already lost 5 anomalies, while only 2 lizards had perished. If this trend continued, just at this critical juncture, the battlefield situation underwent another unexpected transformation. Chapter 26, Nest Uprising. An alien suddenly descended from the cave ceiling upside down, its tail vertebra stabbing at the lizard's eyeballs like a venomous snake. With a sickening squelch, yellow-green liquid splattered everywhere. The blinded lizard writhed in agony as the alien seized the opportunity to slash its throat open with razor-sharp claws. The other xenomorph displayed astonishing tactical intelligence. It deliberately sprayed acid in front of the lizard's face, and when the lizard instinctively shut its eyes to avoid the splash, the creature swiftly circled to its side, driving its tail spike precisely through the ear canal straight into the brain.
Brilliant! Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but marvel at the combat instincts of the armored xenomorphs. These xenomorphs not only inherited their host's physical traits but also awakened extraordinary combat instincts. They can quickly learn and adapt to new combat methods. That's the most terrifying part. When faced with such a well-defended, all-round elusive target, they swiftly shifted tactics, focusing their attacks on vulnerable spots like the eyes and ears. Only by doing so could they swiftly eliminate their target. The tide of battle turned once more as the aliens darted through the cave like phantoms, each strike aimed with lethal precision at vital points. The lizard's stone armor technique became more of a liability. Their heavy defenses reduced their agility, making them less able to counter the aliens' precise attacks. In just 10 minutes, over a dozen more armored lizards had become corpses. The ground was slick with dark green and ochre blood, the mingled fluids emitting a pungent, sickening stench. Corrosive liquids ate holes into the terrain, some gaps revealing the faint glow of caverns beneath. Just as the lizard horde was about to collapse, the elite stone-armored lizards from the rear finally sprang into action. These larger specimens had been watching coldly from the sidelines until now, when they finally joined the fray. The crystals on their foreheads suddenly glowed with an earthy yellow light, energy rapidly gathering within. Damn! Petrification magic! Zheng Cheng, who had long noticed these elite stone-armored lizards, called out a warning, but it was too late. 3 earth yellow beams shot out simultaneously, striking 3 battling aliens with pinpoint accuracy. The hit aliens instantly stiffened, their bodies rapidly petrifying as grayish-white stone spread outward from the impact points. Within just 2 seconds, all 3 aliens had transformed into statues frozen in various poses. Roar! Several armored rock lizards charged forward, relying on their immense strength and momentum to smash the 3 petrified xenomorphs into piles of debris, utterly annihilated beyond any hope of revival. Damn it! Fall back! Use the terrain to harass them! Zheng Cheng swiftly ordered a retreat. In the confined space of the cave, the elite stone-armored lizard's petrification skill was practically a lethal weapon. Whoosh! 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 The remaining dozen or so stone-armored aliens quickly scaled the cave walls, their sharp claws gripping the crevices as they swiftly retreated. But the elite stone-armored lizards once again emitted an earthen yellow glow from their foreheads, flashing like lasers through the cavern. 2 more stone-armored aliens failed to dodge in time. Struck by the petrification spells, they transformed into statues within mere seconds. Zheng Cheng's figure vanished into the darkness as the entire cave erupted with frenzied stone-armored lizards. Apparently, reuniting with the alien queen was the only way to resolve this crisis. Right at that moment, an eerie fluctuation suddenly emerged within his consciousness. This pulsating aura was overwhelmingly sinister, icy, and dark. At almost the same moment, brutal battles were raging across other areas of the stone-armored lizard's nest. Wang Ming and his armored rhinoceros had just rounded a corner when they came face to face with 2 stone-scaled salamanders that were searching for anomalies. What the hell is this? Wang Ming's face instantly turned deathly pale. Although his ironclad rhino boasted formidable defenses, it stood no chance against 2 berserk stoneback lizards. A lizard lunged straight onto the rhinoceros's back, its sharp fangs sinking deep into the gaps of the neck armor. Crack! The sound of the armor plate shattering was like nails on a chalkboard, and the ironhide rhino let out a pained howl as it thrashed wildly, trying to shake the lizard off its back. The other lizard seized the opportunity to activate its stone armor ability, covering its entire body with a rock-like shell before charging straight into the rhinoceros's underbelly. No! Wang Ming watched helplessly as his spirit beast was knocked to the ground, the lizard's sharp claws tearing open its soft underbelly. Blood gushed forth, staining the entire cave floor crimson. He wanted to rush to its aid, but his arriving teammates held him back with desperate strength. Run! These lizards have gone mad! His teammate dragged him toward the exit as the final mournful cry of the armored rhinoceros echoed behind them. Lin Xiaoyu, another student participating in the trial, was also ambushed. Her wind spirit sparrow, which had been relying on its speed advantage to scout the cave, was suddenly grazed by an earth-yellow beam of light. The petrification effect spread instantly, causing the sparrow to lose balance and crash into the stone wall, shattering into fragments. Little Feng! Lin Xiaoyu fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. The excruciating pain from the beast's space nearly made her lose consciousness. It was the backlash from the broken contract. She forced herself to stand and staggered toward the exit, the rustling sound of lizard footsteps closing in behind her. The entire underground cave system had descended into chaos. Students who had initially been fighting independently now spontaneously gathered together, fleeing toward the exit. Screams erupted intermittently, either from spirit beasts being slain or from students whose limbs were grazed by the lizard's petrifying rays.
At the cave entrance, Jiang Yushi was frowning while listening to the report from the students who had escaped first. This usually gentle instructor now had a frosty expression, her delicate fingers tightly clasped together without realizing it. "Teacher Jiang, the stone-armored lizards in the cave have all gone berserk." A bloodied student staggered over, gasping, "They're killing everything in sight." "My frost serpent was..." Jiang Yushi raised her hand to interrupt him. "Exact number? Were there any other anomalies?" "At least a dozen stone-armored lizards attacked our group, even including elite ones. My spirit beast got hit by their petrification spell." Another student chimed in, "And they seem to be fighting some sort of black monster, similar to the stone-armored lizards but much faster." A gleam flashed in Jiang Yushi's eyes as she immediately grasped the key information. Two magical beasts were fighting each other? Exactly. It must be a new magical beast species, otherwise the entire micro-world's stone-armored lizards wouldn't be in such an uproar. "Professor Jiang, what should we do now? Should we retreat?" Jiang Yushi made her decision before her colleague could finish listening. "Use the communicator to notify all students immediately. The trial is suspended, and all students must retreat. The battle between magical beast factions isn't something these new students can handle. We can't let them suffer unnecessary losses." "Alright." The male teacher acknowledged with a response and immediately announced through the communicator that the trial was temporarily suspended, ordering all students to retreat. Another teacher suddenly interjected, "Teacher Jiang, do you think this could be a student attempting to cultivate their own spiritual beast population, thereby?" "Impossible." Jiang Yushi shook her head and said, "To use one's initial spiritual beast as a progenitor to nurture a personal beast population even with a high-star spiritual beast would require at least reaching the Golden Realm to have any chance of success. Among the current freshmen, the most promising is Lian Ying's Scarlet Flame Phoenix Dragon, whose strength is only at the silver tier. Not even her Scarlet Flame Phoenix Dragon can develop a colony, let alone the other students." "Enough discussing this. Quickly gather the students." "Excellent." The first batch of students to escape was already in miserable condition. Some cradled their dying spirit beasts, others supported injured companions, but most came out empty-handed, their spirit beasts forever left in the cave's depths. Witnessing the tragic state of many students outside the cave, Jiang Yushi's brows furrowed tightly together. Then, without warning, she declared, "Teacher Chen, Teacher He, guard this area. I'm going into the nest to investigate." "Teacher Jiang, you're going inside?" Teacher Chen exclaimed in surprise, "This pocket dimension is extremely fragile. What if you're forced to take action?" "Don't worry, my frost nymph excels at stealth. These 3-star stonehide lizards would never detect me. As long as I don't make a move, nothing will happen." "This is... Alright, that settles it." Without waiting for the two teachers' approval, Jiang Yushi made her decision. Soon, a massive swirl of snow-white mist suddenly burst forth from her body, enveloping her completely. Then, the mist swiftly dove into the cave at incredible speed and vanished without a trace. Chapter 27, Shadow Aberration. Zheng Cheng's pupils sharply contracted in the darkness. The figure emerging slowly from the shadows was unlike any xenomorph he had ever seen. Its elongated, streamlined body was sleeker than an ordinary stonehide xenomorph, with an eerie matte-black exoskeleton that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Most striking were its limbs, no longer sharpened bone claws, but rather dagger-like talons resembling those of a shadow panther, wreathed in faint tendrils of black mist. "Is this a xenomorph that hatched from within a shadow panther?" Zheng Cheng instinctively held his breath. Through the psychic link, he could clearly sense the cold-blooded killing intent emanating from this unique alien. It was a pure, highly efficient instinct for killing, far more focused than that of ordinary aliens. "That's not right." When the alien queen hatched from the King Kong ape's body, it took a full 5 days. How come this alien went from implantation to hatching in less than 2 hours? That's way too fast. He made a few quick guesses and soon had several possibilities in mind. First, the King Kong raging ape was incubating a xenomorph queen, which required complete absorption of nutrients and gestation, hence the prolonged incubation period. Second, the xenomorph incubated by the shadow leopard was in imminent danger, so it didn't fully absorb all nutrients and cells during incubation, focusing only on the shadow leopard's essential cells. Coupled with the threat from the stone-scaled lizard, it consciously reduced its incubation time to hatch prematurely. I wonder what's so special about this alien creature hatched from the shadow leopard. He immediately activated the all-seeing eye, and a set of data appeared on his retina. Name, Shadow Alien, Neonate. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Silver Tier First Stage. Status, Extremely Hungry. Skills, Acidic Blood, Inner Fong Projection, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Manipulation, Fatal Assault. Special Talent 1, Shadow Camouflage. Can completely blend into dark environments, undetectable to the 5 senses. Special Talent 2, Shadow Affinity. Can manipulate shadow energy for attack and defense. Zheng Cheng's breathing grew rapid. This shadow abomination hadn't just inherited its host's shadow attributes, but had actually refined them to an even higher level. Its star rating is the same as the alien queen's, both are 7-star. His strength had already reached the silver tier first order. For a newborn creature to achieve such a level was truly remarkable. Go, show me what you've got. Zheng Chang issued the command through their psychic link, simultaneously pointing toward an elite stone-armored lizard firing petrifying beams not far away. The shadow alien uttered no sound. It merely dipped its head slightly before its entire body dissolved into the darkness like ink dripping into water. Zheng Chang's eyes widened. Even through their spiritual connection, he could only vaguely sense the shadow alien's position. There was no way to track it with the naked eye. 100 meters away, the elite stone-armored lizard raised its head, the crystal on its forehead flickering with an earthy yellow glow. It had just unleashed a petrification beam, turning an ordinary alien creature into a stone statue. In the brief moment when the crystal was charging, a dark figure suddenly grew out of the shadows behind it. Put! The shadow alien's tail struck like black lightning, piercing precisely between the scales on the lizard's nape. Unlike ordinary aberrations, its tail vertebra was covered with a layer of flowing shadow energy that easily penetrated the stone armor-enhanced defenses. The elite lizard let out a pained hiss, turning to counterattack. But the shadow aberration had already melted back into the darkness, leaving only a wound oozing with blood corrupted by shadow energy. Roar! The lizard frantically swung its claws, but only grasped at empty air. The next instant, the shadow alien emerged from the darkness above its head, both forelimbs wreathed in dense shadow energy as they viciously plunged toward the lizard's eyes. Shhkriup. The sound of claws tearing flesh set teeth on edge. The elite lizard's eyeballs instantly ruptured as shadow energy surged directly into its brain through the optic nerves. Its massive body convulsed violently several times before collapsing to the ground. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Zheng Chang's fists clenched involuntarily. This hunting efficiency was terrifying. The shadow xenomorph perfectly combined the xenomorph's killing instincts with the shadow leopard's stealth attributes, making it practically the ultimate creature bred for assassination. The tide of battle quickly turned. With the shadow xenomorph joining the fray, the remaining elite stone-armored lizards fell one after another. Their prideful petrification beams couldn't possibly capture the elusive shadow alien, while their stone armor proved utterly useless against the corrosion of shadow energy. An elite lizard seemed to sense the impending danger. The crystal on its forehead flickered wildly as it indiscriminately fired petrification beams in all directions. Where the cave walls were struck, they rapidly turned ashen and crumbled, raining down broken debris like hail. Yet the shadow alien displayed astonishing tactical brilliance. Instead of launching a direct attack, it manipulated the surrounding shadow energy to form multiple black tendrils beneath the lizard's feet. The shadowy tentacles made of pure darkness tightly coiled around the lizard's limbs. Though the restraint lasted nearly 2 seconds, it was more than enough. Whiz! The shadowy alien creature swooped down from the darkness directly above the lizard, its inner jaws shooting out like cannonballs, shattering the energy crystal on its forehead in one strike. Deprived of its energy source, the lizard howled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy creature pierced its throat with a tail spike, bringing the hunt to an end. Zheng Chang watched in rapt attention. The shadowy alien could not only turn invisible, but also manipulate dark energy to assist its attacks. This ability had already surpassed the realm of ordinary aberrations, resembling more of some high-level shadow-type spiritual beast. As the last elite lizard fell, the remaining stone-armored lizards began to flee in disarray. But the shadow aberration clearly had no intention of letting them escape. It darted through the cavern like the Grim Reaper, claiming a life with every emergence from the shadows. Sometimes it would condense shadow energy into sharp spears, hurling them from a distance. At other times, it would directly slip into the target's shadow, delivering a lethal strike from an inconceivable angle. In less than 10 short minutes, more than 20 armored stone lizards had turned into lifeless corpses. The entire cave was thick with the heavy scent of blood, the ground awash with a mixture of dark green and earthen yellow blood. The shadow alien stood at the center of the corpse pile, its dark exoskeleton completely untainted by even a trace of blood. Every single kill it made had been executed with ruthless efficiency, without a single wasted movement. That assassination ability is probably even more terrifying than the alien queen. Zheng Chang muttered to himself. As he was about to move closer to investigate, he suddenly noticed something glowing on the corpse of the first elite lizard that had been killed. Approaching for a better look, Zheng Chang's breathing grew rapid. It was a thumb-sized, earthen yellow crystal emitting a faint glow. Inside the crystal, energy flowed like liquid, occasionally forming peculiar runes. Is this a soul skill crystal? Zheng Chang carefully picked up the crystal, examining it closely. Before participating in the trial, he had searched online for information about soul skill crystals. This yellowish-brown crystal in his hand bore a striking resemblance to some photos of soul skill crystals he'd seen online. With a thought, he activated the all-seeing eye, and the specific attributes of the soul skill crystal in his hand quickly appeared before his eyes. Name: Soul Technique Crystal. Skill: Petrification. Note, a soul skill crystal containing the petrification technique. After fusion, there is a chance to master the special skill petrification. Requirement, control earth elemental spiritual beasts or possess special eye technique spiritual beasts. Petrification spell, upon hitting the target, turns the target to stone for a certain duration. Effect duration varies depending on the target's magic resistance. Petrification spell, at least 500,000. His eyes lit up as he turned toward the corpses of several elite stone-armored lizards and strode over with purpose. Chapter 28, King Meets King. At the outskirts of the aberrant nest, the battle reached its fever pitch. A legion of over 50 armored rock lizards tightly surrounded the burrow entrance. They launched their attack in 3 successive waves. The first ranks of lizards had all activated stone armor, their bodies clad in thick rocky plates that advanced like a moving fortress wall. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy thuds of impact continued unrelentingly as 12 armored alien creatures, guarding their nest with their lives, stood back to back against the entrance in desperate resistance. They took advantage of the terrain, driving their tail spikes into the lizard's vulnerable spots, its eye sockets and throat. A xenomorph even leaped onto the cave ceiling, attacking from above, its tail spike piercing through the skulls of 2 lizards like a javelin. But the numerical gap was simply too vast. The moment one alien had slain the foe before it, 3 lizards simultaneously pounced on it. Their massive tails came hammering down like iron mallets, cracking the alien's tough exoskeleton clean open. Viscous green acid blood sprayed out, corroding the lizard's stone-like armor, yet failed to halt their frenzied assault. Crack! The last guardian alien's tail vertebrae snapped between an elite lizard's jaws, its shrill screech piercing the air as its inner jaw shot forward, shattering the elite lizard's teeth. But more lizards surged forward, their razor-sharp claws and fangs tearing it to shreds. The nest entrance fell. The crowd of stone-armored lizards hissed in triumph, scrambling over each other as they surged toward the depths of the den. There lies what they despise most, the alien queen, the monstrosity that uses their kin as hosts must be destroyed. At the moment when the first stone-armored lizard was about to charge into the depths of the nest, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Boom! With a deafening roar, the stone wall at the nest entrance violently collapsed. A massive black shadow erupted from the dust cloud at astonishing speed. That's the alien queen. By now, its body had swollen to over 3 meters tall. Merged with the genes of a King Kong berserker ape, its muscles bulged grotesquely, every exoskeletal plate hiding explosive power beneath. Its thick tail vertebrae swept horizontally, cleanly slicing 3 stone-armored lizards in half at the waist. Roar! The queen let out an earth-shaking roar, the sound waves reverberating through the cavern, causing loose stones to clatter down. She gave the lizard swarm no time to react, her massive body charging into their ranks like a war chariot. Each swing of her razor-sharp claws disemboweled another lizard. Every powerful lash of her tail sent enemies flying over a dozen meters before smashing them brutally against the walls. Even with its stone armor spell activated, greatly enhancing the scale defenses of the stone-armored lizard, it couldn't withstand a casual strike from the alien queen. The most terrifying aspect was its defense. Ordinary lizard fangs could only leave shallow scratches on its exoskeleton, and once caught by it, the victim would be instantly torn in half. The lizard formation collapsed instantly. Their proud stone armor spell proved utterly useless against the queen, whose strength imbued with the genes of the Titan savage ape could easily shatter any defense. Behind the queen, a dozen facehuggers seized the opportunity to move. They darted nimbly across the battlefield, specifically seeking out severely wounded lizards to parasitize. An elite lizard with half its body crushed by the queen was still struggling when a facehugger latched onto its head, thrusting its tubular reproductive organ violently down its throat. Even more astonishing was the fact that several facehuggers that had already completed gestation sensed the danger and forcibly matured the embryos ahead of schedule. 3 underdeveloped alien hatchlings forcibly burst forth from their hosts, their exoskeletons still slick with mucus and their bodies slightly smaller than normal newborns, yet their killing instincts remained undiminished. These premature infants immediately lunged at the nearest lizards upon emergence, attacking frantically with razor-sharp claws and teeth. The tide of battle suddenly turned as the aliens, led by their queen, launched a frenzied counterattack. Lizard corpses soon piled up like mountains, their dark green acidic blood mingling with earthy yellow bodily fluids to form bubbling corrosive pits across the battlefield. Just as the alien legion was about to claim victory, an even louder roar than the queen suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave. All the armored stone lizards halted their attacks simultaneously, swiftly retreating to both sides to clear a path. The ground began to tremble as a colossal figure emerged from the darkness. It was a gigantic armored stone lizard, its size completely dwarfing even the alien queen. Its scales displayed a dark golden hue, with an energy crystal on its forehead the size of a fist, emitting an eerie, earth-yellow glow. The most striking feature was its forelimbs, over 3 times thicker than those of an ordinary lizard, its claws like sickle blades forged from tempered steel. Stone Armor Lizard Alpha. The 2 monarch-level creatures confronted each other from a distance, sparks of an invisible tension crackling in the air between them. The alien queen struck first, its massive body charging at an incredible speed, its tail vertebrae thrusting like a spear straight toward the leader's throat. Clang! A metallic clash reverberated through the cave as the leader actually blocked the attack precisely with its foreclaws. The crystal on its forehead blazed with light, unleashing a petrifying beam several times thicker than those of ordinary elite lizards. The queen reacted swiftly, dodging sideways. The beam grazed its shoulder, instantly turning the exoskeleton ashen gray. The alien queen acted decisively, her tail suddenly shooting out from behind her back to shatter the petrified exoskeleton with a single strike, eliciting a piercing shriek of pain. At the wound site of this exoskeleton, distinct fleshy buds were visibly sprouting, rapidly intertwining with each other. As the queen of the alien species, its regenerative abilities were equally astonishing. Boom! The two colossal beasts collided violently, the shockwave sending surrounding rocks flying into the air. Utilizing her weight advantage, the queen pinned the chieftain to the ground, baring her bloodstained maw as she aimed for its vulnerable neck. Yet the chieftain suddenly curled its body, lashing its whip-like muscular tail against the queen's abdomen to force her retreat. The battle reached white-hot intensity as the queen relied purely on brute strength and her armored exoskeleton, each earth-shaking blow carrying devastating force. The stone armor lizard chieftain relied on its abundant combat experience and petrification beams to continuously seek opportunities for counterattacks. Every collision between them made the entire cavern tremble, with rubble raining down from the ceiling. While the two monarchs fought their fierce battle, their respective clans also engaged in even more brutal slaughter. Ordinary stone armor xenomorphs formed wedge-shaped formations and charged forward under the leadership of several shadow xenomorphs. They specifically target the lizard's eyes and throats, completely disregarding their own safety. One alien creature was bitten at the waist by a lizard, yet still managed to pierce the enemy's eye with its tailbone. Another alien even deliberately took the hit from the petrification beam, creating an opening for its companion to attack. The lizard swarm relied on superior numbers, employing round-robin tactics to exhaust the alien stamina. They divided into several teams taking turns in battle, each group supported by elite individuals unleashing petrification beams for cover. The ground was quickly carpeted with the corpses of warriors from both sides, some still twitching, others already corroded beyond recognition by acidic blood. The bloodiest battle unfolded at the entrance to the nest. 6 alien juveniles formed the last line of defense. Though their exoskeletons hadn't fully hardened, they fought desperately without retreat. A hatchling was simultaneously bitten by 3 lizards. In its dying moments, it detonated the acidic blood within its body, taking its enemies down with it. Another hatchling even leaped onto the elite lizard's back, forcibly digging out its energy crystal with still unsharpened claws. The entire cave turned into a bloody meat grinder, walls splattered with multicolored bodily fluids, the ground offering almost no space to stand. The cacophony of battle, clashing, shrieking, bones shattering, woven together into a symphony of death. At the center of this battlefield, the duel between two monarchs reached its ultimate phase. The queen's tail feathers were struck by a petrification spell, rendering half of them completely numb and immobile. The stone-armored lizard chieftain's left front claw had been brutally torn off, dark golden blood gushing continuously from the wound. They were all battered and bruised, yet refused to retreat even half a step. This is a battle for the survival of our kind, there is no room for retreat. Boom! After another violent collision, the massive body of the alien queen staggered violently, nearly tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the stone-armored lizard Alpha roared fiercely, its colossal body lunging forward. With its only remaining intact right claw raised high, it ruthlessly smashed toward the alien queen's head. This claw strike carried the force of 1,000 pounds. If it landed, it would undoubtedly crush the entire skull to pulp. But what the stone-armored lizard Alpha failed to notice was the sly, triumphant grin curling at the corners of the alien queen's mouth. Chapter 29 Phantom Xenomorph. In the damp cave passage, Lu Xianer's boots stepped into a pool of bloody water, the splashing liquid soaking her trouser legs. She had no time to feel disgusted, only desperately running forward, her lungs burning with pain. Sun Feng followed closely behind her, the beam from his searchlight swaying violently, casting their distorted shadows onto the rocky walls. Faster, go faster. Sun Feng shouted breathlessly, his voice choked with sobs, they're catching up to us. Behind them came the rustling sound of scales scraping against rocks. At least 4 armored stone lizards were in pursuit. Lu Xianer didn't dare look back. The image of Liu turning to stone and shattering still haunted her thoughts. Liu, who came from a powerful family and had even contracted a 7-star spiritual beast, the shadow leopard, was reduced to a pile of dark red fragmented stones in an instant. Chang Zhang, it's all Chang Zhang. It's all because of his facehugger. If not for, he. She suddenly burst into laughter, as if struck by a thought. That monster, which had slain Liu's shadow leopard, was clearly even more ferocious than the stone-armored lizard. Zhang Cheng's facehugger touches it, it's doomed. Turn left. Sun Feng suddenly grabbed her backpack, there's a fork up ahead. The two abruptly swerved into a narrow side path, Lu Xianer's shoulder slamming hard against a protruding rock wall, but she couldn't feel the pain. At that moment, the communicator at Sun Feng's waist suddenly emitted a piercing beep.
It's the Academy's channel. He fumbled to press the answer button as the dean's urgent voice echoed through the cave. Attention all students. Terminate the trial immediately. Repeat, terminate the trial immediately.
A massive magical beast uprising has been detected in the underground caverns. All instructors are organizing evacuations at the entrance. Lu Xianer's tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed excitedly, "We're saved."
Run toward the entrance.
Just as hope flared, the familiar sound of hissing suddenly echoed from the tunnel ahead.
3 stone-armored lizards emerged from the shadows, their yellowish-brown scales glinting coldly under the searchlights. Fall back now.
Sun Feng grabbed Lu Xianer's hand and turned to run, the pursuers already closing in within 20 meters behind them. Lu Xianer's heart threatened to leap out of her chest as she realized with despair that they were caught in a pincer attack.
It's over. We're going to die here.
Her legs turned weak, and her pace involuntarily slowed.
No, that's not right.
Sun Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression becoming extremely odd.
Lu Xianer asked curiously, "What's wrong, Sun Feng? What happened?"
My phantom fox seems, something's not right with it."
"What's wrong?" When dealing with Zheng Cheng earlier, Sun Feng's phantom fox was ambushed by the second facehugger that appeared. At the time, they didn't know what had happened. After struggling to pull the facehugger off the phantom fox's face, they discovered the fox had already died. Yet, the phantom fox could still be smoothly stored into the spirit beast space. Who would have thought that now? Sun Feng suddenly sensed his phantom fox sending excited calls from within his spirit beast space. Lu Xianer quickly said, "The phantom fox has recovered? Hurry and release it to deal with these stone armor lizards."
Sun Feng also nodded, tapping the air in front of him with one hand to open the beast space.
"Phantom fox, come out."
Ripples formed in the air as a silver-white fox materialized out of thin air.
But unlike usual, the phantom fox didn't land gracefully, it collapsed directly onto the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Its abdomen was abnormally swollen, its silver-white fur soaked in some viscous fluid that reeked of pungent acidity. "Xiaoyin, what's wrong with you?" Sun Feng dropped to his knees, staring at his spirit beast in horrified dismay. The contract seal transmitted excruciating pain, a feedback of the spirit beast nearing death. The phantom fox's pupils dilated as its limbs convulsed. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded from its chest cavity, its ribs protruding outward. Lu Xianer covered her mouth, watching helplessly as a shadowy mass ruptured through the fox's fur from within. Put!
Blood and viscera splattered as a mucus-covered forelimb pierced through the phantom fox's chest.
The slender, razor-sharp claw was sheathed in translucent chitin, refracting eerie prismatic hues under the floodlights. A second claw followed, scissoring outward to tear the phantom fox's thorax completely open. "Ah!"
Sun Feng let out a soul-rending scream as searing pain erupted from his contract sigil. The spiritual beast pact had been severed. Even within his beast space, a sense of fragmentation washed over him. It was visibly crumbling at an astonishing rate. A damp creature emerged from the corpse of the phantom fox. It had a streamlined head with no eyes, its smooth carapace shimmering in the phantom fox's distinctive silver-white hue, yet its surface rippled with ever-shifting patterns, like sunlight dancing across a mirror. When it fully stood up, Lu Xianer realized the creature was as large as a fully grown hunting dog, with a slender tail ending in a sharp bone spike trailing behind it. This is... Sun Feng collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. That monster that killed young Master Li's shadow leopard, the facehugger? After all, both of them had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of high school training as budding beast masters. They quickly pieced things together. Recalling how the phantom fox had been seized by the facehugger earlier, they began to understand what must have happened.
Parasitic attachment. Oviposition.
The phantom xenomorph, this hybrid creature fused with phantom fox genes, shook off the mucus from its body as its featureless face turned toward the approaching stone armor lizard. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and emitted a series of high-frequency sound waves, a noise so bizarre it seemed unlike anything a living creature could produce, more akin to the screech of metal grinding against glass shattering. The armored stone lizard at the front suddenly froze. The energy crystal on its forehead flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The lizard's eyes turned dull as it slowly turned and sank its teeth into its companion's neck. The attacked lizard let out a furious hiss, and the two magical beasts immediately began wrestling viciously.
"It's controlling the lizard's thoughts. Why you're using Phantom Fox's psychic interference?" Lu Xianer stammered in recognition, her voice trembling.
The third lizard bypassed its battling comrades and lunged toward the phantom alien, only for the creature to vanish like smoke on the spot. The next instant, it appeared atop the lizard's back, its slender claws piercing precisely between the scales. The stone-armored lizard thrashed wildly, but the phantom alien's claws secreted some kind of viscous fluid, anchoring itself firmly onto the prey's back. The most terrifying scene unfolded as the phantom alien's smooth head suddenly split open, its inner jaw shooting out like a bullet, piercing straight through the lizard's eye socket. With a muffled squelch, the stone-armored lizard's head was instantly pierced. As the phantom xenomorph retracted its inner jaw, Lu Xian'er noticed the tubular organ was covered in tiny barbs. The remaining two lizards finally broke free from the mental control, but it was already too late. The phantom alien leaped up from the corpse, its body growing indistinct mid-air as if merging with the atmosphere, making it nearly impossible to track. By the time it reappeared, its tail had already coiled around the lizard's neck. The bone spur pierced precisely through the cervical gap, instantly paralyzing the lizard. When the last lizard turned to flee, a faint rainbow-colored glow suddenly emanated from the phantom alien's forehead. The lizard's movements immediately slowed, as if resisting some invisible force. Seizing the opportunity, the phantom xenomorph pounced, tearing open the lizard's soft belly with its claws, spilling entrails across the ground in a grotesque cascade. The entire slaughter concluded in under a minute. The phantom xenomorph stood amidst three corpses, its silvery carapace utterly untainted by blood. It turned towards Sun Feng and Lu Xian'er. Though eyeless, both could feel themselves being watched by some glacial presence. Lu Xian'er's bladder suddenly betrayed her, warm liquid tracing down her thighs. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out. She wanted to run, but her legs seemed rooted to the spot. Sun Feng was in worse shape, his eyes rolled back, white foam dribbling from his mouth, clearly enduring some kind of mental assault. The phantom alien slowly advanced, its slick head nearly pressed against Lu Xian'er's face. The girl could smell the eerie odor mingling blood and acidity emanating from it, and see the iridescent glow flowing beneath its carapace. Overwhelming fear finally shattered her. As darkness swallowed her vision, Lu Xian'er fainted. Yet even unconscious, her lower body continued trembling incessantly, primal instincts forcing her to release the last vestiges of pressure from within. Chapter 30, The Power of Magic. The stone-armored lizard leader's massive claws, carrying the force of 1,000 caddies, came crashing down mercilessly toward the xenomorph queen's head. Should this strike land, even the reinforced exoskeleton fused with the King Kong ape's genes would undoubtedly be shattered into pieces. Yet, the corners of the xenomorph queen's mouth curled upward in an eerie smile. It was laughing. At the instant the massive claw was about to descend, the queen twisted her body with incredible flexibility, narrowly dodging the attack. Simultaneously, her muscular tail whipped out like a whip, striking viciously at the stone-armored lizard leader's right forelimb joint. Crack! A sharp snapping sound echoed as the stone-armored lizard leader's right claw joint instantly twisted out of shape, halting its assault abruptly. The alien queen seized this momentary weakness and pounced violently, her massive body pressing down on the lizard leader like a collapsing mountain. Roar! The stone-backed lizard leader roared furiously, thrashing wildly, but the alien queen's limbs clamped down on its body like iron shackles, rendering it momentarily helpless. The queen's hideous maw suddenly gaped open, her inner fangs shooting forth like lightning, striking straight at the lizard chieftain's cervical spine. This strike, if landed, would be enough to sever its central nervous system in an instant. However, the stone armor lizard leader's reaction was extraordinarily swift. Buzz! A dazzling earthy yellow light suddenly erupted from the stone armor lizard leader's body as a thick layer of rock armor instantly enveloped its entire form. Even its neck became protected by this formidable stone carapace. Stone armor technique. Compared to the stone armor spells cast by ordinary stone armor lizards, the spell unleashed by the stone armor lizard chieftain was undoubtedly more powerful. Clang! The queen's razor-sharp inner mandible slammed fiercely against the stone armor, leaving only a shallow dent without penetrating it. Roar! The armored rock lizard leader seized the opportunity, suddenly rolling over as its thick tail swung like a hammer, smashing heavily into the queen's abdomen. Bang! The alien queen was sent flying by the blow, its massive body slamming into the rocky wall with a shower of shattered stone. The stone-scaled lizard leader completely erupted in rage, the energy crystal on its forehead flashing wildly as earthen yellow light burned like wildfire. It suddenly raised its front claws and slammed them heavily onto the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently as countless sharp stone spears erupted from beneath the surface, assaulting the alien queen like a torrential downpour. Stone spear technique. As the leader of the stone-scaled lizards, it had mastered far more than just petrifaction and stone armor magic. It also knows other earth-based magic. Thud! Thud! The queen's exoskeleton was pierced by several stone spears, spraying dark green acidic blood, yet its movements didn't pause for even a moment, instead becoming even more frenzied. With a fierce swipe of its claws, it snapped the stone spears embedded in its body, then charged forward once more, pouncing at the lizard chieftain again. The stone armor lizard leader roared angrily, activating its stone armor technique once more. Its entire body became encased in rock armor as the crystal on its forehead flashed with a sudden glow. Whoosh! A thick petrification beam shot forth. The queen veered aside, yet the beam still grazed its left claw, instantly turning the exoskeleton ashen gray and leaving it completely numb. Hiss! The queen let out a pained hiss, but her combat instincts compelled her to make an instant decision. She abruptly swung her right claw upward, slamming it fiercely against her own petrified left claw. Crack! The petrified exoskeleton was shattered with brute force, revealing a gory, bloody wound. But the next second, the flesh at the wound wriggled frantically, visibly regenerating at an astonishing speed. Roar! The Stonehide lizard leader launched another attack, this time, slamming its claws hard into the ground, sending countless sharp rock fragments shooting out like a torrential downpour. Thud! 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 Rock fragments pierced the queen's body like bullets, her dark green blood flowing incessantly, yet she seemed impervious to pain, growing only more frenzied instead. With a sudden leap, her stout-tailed vertebrae stabbed toward the lizard chieftain's throat like a spear. Clang! The stone-armored lizard chieftain raised its forelimbs to block, but the queen's tail abruptly changed trajectory, striking a vicious blow against the side of its face. Slap! The impact was devastating. The lizard chieftain's head jerked violently to the side, a trickle of dark golden blood seeping from the corner of its mouth. The stone-armored lizard leader flew into a complete rage. It abruptly staggered backward several steps as the crystal on its forehead flashed wildly, unleashing an earth-yellow surge of energy that poured into the ground like a tidal wave. Boom! The entire cave floor suddenly began to soften, its solid rock collapsing like quicksand. Caught off guard, the alien queen instantly sank into the quicksand up to all four limbs. Hiss! The queen struggled wildly, but the quicksand suction was incredibly powerful. Her body kept sinking, and in the blink of an eye, it had already swallowed her up to her chest. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the stone-armored lizard leader also let out a deep, muffled cry, as if laughing triumphantly. This magical beast that had tried to invade its territory and hunt its kin was indeed powerful, but in the end, wasn't it still going to fall into its clutches? If it could just kill this creature, its nest and its kin would finally return to peace. Roar! The Stoneclaw lizard leader slowly advanced, the crystal on its forehead glowing once more. This time, the light was blindingly brighter than before. It was gathering its most powerful petrification spell. If this strike connected, the xenomorph queen would be turned completely to stone, then swallowed by the shifting sands. The queen struggled frantically, but the quicksand's grip made escape nearly impossible. It roared, trying to use its tail spike to gain leverage on the ground, but the quicksand suction was too powerful. Breaking free proved utterly impossible. A fleeting cruel smugness flashed through the stone-armored lizard leader's eyes as it slowly raised its foreclaw, aiming the crystal on its forehead directly at the queen. Whoosh! The petrifying beam blasted forth. However, at the very moment the beam was about to strike the queen, a shadow suddenly lunged from the side. Put! A sharp tail spike pierced the neck of the stone-armored lizard leader like lightning, impaling it with brutal force. Roar! The lizard leader let out a pain howl as its head was slammed violently into the cave wall, its petrifying beam veering off course and striking the distant stone surface. The shadowy alien had finally arrived to turn the tide. Phew, made it just in time. Behind the shadow alien, Zhang Cheng's figure also caught up, panting heavily. Behind him, several undamaged stone armor aliens were still in pursuit. After realizing the alien queen had been subdued, these stone armor aliens couldn't hold back any longer. They surged forward, launching themselves at their kin. Wait! Rescue the queen first! Zhang Cheng halted the movements of two of the stone armor aberrations, instructing them to first pull the aberration queen out of the quicksand. With the assistance of the two stone armor aberrations, the aberration queen finally managed to crawl out of the soft quicksand, looking utterly disheveled. Seeing the aberration queen covered in wounds, especially the several petrified marks on her body, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of pity in his heart. Truly, this was a world of beast taming. Even a low-tier magical beast like the stone armor lizard could push the aberration queen to such a dire state. Admittedly, this was partly because the alien queen was still in its juvenile form and not very powerful yet. But undoubtedly, it also demonstrates the formidable strength of the stone armor lizard. Roar! After crawling out of the quicksand pit, the alien queen let out another piercing screech. At this moment, it was visibly furious, even bordering on frantic rage. Upon seeing the newly born shadow alien among its kind, it let out a muffled roar before charging headlong toward the Stonehide lizard leader without hesitation. Chapter 31, The End? Roar! The stone-armored lizard chieftain's neck was pierced by the shadow alien's caudal spine, spurting dark golden blood. It frantically shook its head, trying to break free, but the shadow alien had already melted into the darkness, vanishing once again. Two stone-armored aliens scurried to the edge of the quicksand pit, their elongated tail blades suddenly thrusting forward. Seizing the opportunity, the alien queen grabbed both tail blades, and her massive form wrenched free from the quicksand, her body covered in wounds. But those icy pupils burned with murderous fury as it suddenly leaped forward, its massive frame slamming into the lizard chieftain like a battering ram. Boom! The stone-armored lizard chieftain staggered backward from the impact, but before it could regain its footing, the shadowy alien reappeared, its razor-sharp claws brutally tearing into the beast's flank. Put! Scales shattered, flesh ripped open. Roar! The stone armor lizard chieftain roared in pain, its forehead crystal flashing wildly as earthy yellow energy coalesced once more. Watch out, it's about to cast magic. Zhang Cheng immediately warned. However, the alien queen and the shadow alien had already moved in perfect unison. The queen violently whipped her tail and struck hard against the lizard chieftain's forehead crystal. Slap! A crack instantly split across the crystal surface, causing the condensed earth energy to destabilize and fail to release successfully. The stone-hide lizard leader, enraged beyond measure, abruptly raised its forelimbs and slammed them heavily against the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently as several sharp stone pillars erupted from beneath, forcing the queen and shadow alien back. Yet, just as it was preparing to gather energy once more, a silver-white figure suddenly pounced from the side. Put! The razor-sharp claws violently stabbed into the right eye of the lizard chieftain. Roar! The armored stone lizard chieftain let out a shrill, agonized scream, wildly thrashing its head until it finally caught sight of the ambusher's form. It was an elongated alien creature, its entire body sheathed in silvery white exoskeletal plates that emitted an eerie, iridescent glow, as if capable of bending light itself. Phantom alien form. The phantom alien showed no mercy to the lizard chieftain. A faint, multicolored glow suddenly lit up on its forehead, and a bizarre psychic wave instantly spread outward. The movements of the stone-armored lizard chieftain abruptly slowed, as if trapped in some kind of mental illusion. Illusion magic? No, this is the Phantom Fox's mental interference. Zheng Chang stared at the scene in astonishment. The Phantom Xenomorph inherited the Phantom Fox's psychic control ability. Though incapable of direct damage like petrification spells, it could disrupt an enemy's thoughts, plunging them into temporary sluggishness. The Xenomorph Queen and Shadow Xenomorph seized the opportunity, attacking simultaneously. The Queen's inner jaw shot out like lightning, brutally piercing the lizard chieftain's throat. The shadowy alien creature launched a surprise attack from behind, its tail vertebrae piercing like a spear through the lizard leader's heart. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader let out a final wail of despair, thrashing wildly, but the combined assaults of the three alien creatures had completely cut off all escape routes. However, just as it was about to be finished off, a series of rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. Dozens of ordinary stone-armored lizards charged forward. Roar, roar, roar! They howled madly, trying to rescue their leader. Stop them! Zheng Chang issued the command instantly. The remaining armored xenomorphs immediately rushed forward, and both sides clashed once more in the fray. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the armored lizard leader's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness as the crystal on its forehead gleamed again. Whiz! A strange, earthy yellow ripple instantly expanded, engulfing the entire battlefield. Slow! All the aberrant creature's movements instantly slowed, as if bound by an invisible force. Oh no! Zheng Chang's expression darkened. The stone-armored lizard leader seized the chance to break free from the encirclement of the three aberrant creatures, abruptly raising its forelimb and stomping down hard on one of the stone-armored aberrants slowed by the deceleration spell. Crack! The aberrant's skull was crushed instantly, splattering acidic emerald-green blood everywhere. Roar! The lizard leader let out a triumphant roar, then locked its gaze on the alien queen and charged forward. Capture the leader first, and the rest will crumble. As long as the queen was killed, the remaining aliens would be nothing to fear. Yet, just as it was about to pounce on the queen, an unexpected change occurred. Put! Put! The two stone-armored lizards that had been following it suddenly went berserk and viciously clamped down on its hind legs. Roar! The stone-scaled lizard chieftain was both startled and enraged, never expecting his own kin to betray him. It violently thrashed its body, trying to break free, but the two lizards stubbornly held on with their jaws locked tight. This is psychic control? Zheng Chang grasped the situation instantly, his gaze locking onto the phantom xenomorph. Sure enough, the multicolored glow on the phantom alien's forehead intensified, clearly controlling those two lizards. Roar! The stone armor lizard leader roared in fury, abruptly raising its front claw and swiping viciously at one of the other lizards. Bang! The lizard's skull was instantly crushed. Yet, distracted in that instant, the alien queen shook off her slowed state, her tail spike shot out like lightning. Put! The sharp tail vertebra pierced straight through the lizard chieftain's chest. Roar! The stone-armored lizard chieftain let out its final wail as dark golden blood gushed out like a fountain. The shadow xenomorph also emerged from the darkness, its razor-sharp claws mercilessly tearing open the lizard's throat. Crunch! The cervical spine snapped, and the massive body of the stone-armored lizard king crashed to the ground. Don't kill it! Zheng Cheng quickly called out to stop them. Though severely injured, this stone-armored lizard king still had great uses ahead. If the facehugger could successfully parasitize it, a stone armor alien would be born. Moreover, it would be a stone armor alien leader. Although the stone armor lizard's potential isn't high, only reaching 3 stars, but the magic it masters, stone armor technique, petrification, quicksand, and slow, are all exceptionally useful. If the parasitic stone armor alien leader could also master this ability, its power wouldn't simply be a matter of 1+1 anymore. With their leader captured, the remaining stone armor lizards fought desperately instead of retreating, charging forward one after another. Yet under the combined attacks of the Shadow Alien and Phantom Alien, 2 special variants, they were successively severely wounded and captured.
facehuggers emerged silently from the darkness, rapidly enveloping the heads of these stone armor lizards to begin the parasitic process. The battle had inflicted heavy losses on the stone-armored xenomorphs and facehuggers. Only 7 or 8 stone-armored xenomorphs remained alive, while the facehuggers numbered slightly more, around a dozen. But as long as these stone-armored reptiles survived, his ranks of stone-armored xenomorphs could quickly recover. Queen, replenish your strength immediately and begin hatching facehuggers at the fastest possible rate. Zheng Cheng immediately issued orders, noting that the trial period lasted only 1 day. Over a dozen hours had already passed, and with just a few hours left before the trial concluded, it would be nearly impossible to re-enter afterward. Under his command, the alien queen began devouring the corpses of the stoneclaw lizards to recover her strength while simultaneously incubating facehuggers. The remaining surviving aliens carried over one severely injured stoneclaw lizard after another, allowing the facehuggers to parasitize them freely. One of the uninjured facehuggers, under Zhang Cheng's command, swiftly crawled onto the body of the stone-armored lizard leader. Ignoring its desperate struggles, it quickly wrapped around its neck and forcefully inserted its reproductive organ into the lizard's mouth, beginning the impregnation process. Zheng Cheng let out a long sigh of relief and walked up to the phantom xenomorph, carefully examining this peculiar creature. To think it could inherit the phantom fox's psychic control ability, he whispered, then used the omniscient eye to inspect its attributes. Name, Phantom Xenomorph, Neonate. Star rating, 6 stars. Strength, Silver tier, 1st stage. Status, Hungry. Skills, Acidic blood, Internal Fong projection, Psychic interference, Phantom manipulation, Deadly assault. Special ability, Mind control. Can briefly manipulate the minds of lower-tier creatures, causing them to fall into illusions or obey commands. Mind control. A glint of excitement flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Psychic abilities? So the phantom xenomorph is the spellcaster and controller of its species. This is incredibly useful. The phantom xenomorph stood quietly before him. Though it had no eyes, Zheng Cheng could sense it gazing at him. Fascinating. Is this your spirit beast subspecies? Suddenly, an intrigued voice rang out right next to Zheng Cheng's ear. Chapter 32, Zhang Yushi. Whiz. The shadow alien's tail spike tore through the air with a sonic boom as it thrust toward his back. The alien queen's massive body simultaneously blocked Zheng Cheng's path, acidic drool from her inner jaws sizzling as it corroded the rock surface. Meanwhile, the phantom alien's forehead erupted in radiant light, its multicolored halo rippling outward like water rings. Good reflexes. The cool female voice carried a hint of admiration, but your psychic fluctuations are too obvious. Zheng Cheng whirled around, his pupils instantly constricting. Several meters above the cave floor, Zhang Yushi stood suspended in the air, clad in pristine white robes. A silvery moonlight halo cascaded over her long silver white hair. What sent even greater chills down the spine was the spiritual beast floating beside her, a snow-white humanoid figure with crystalline wings spread wide, its hexagonal pupils reflecting the tense army of alien creatures below. Frost Banshee, an 8-star spiritual beast. Completely different from Lien Yining's 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, teacher Zhang Yushi's Frost Banshee was an 8-star spiritual beast at its peak, with terrifyingly powerful abilities. Teacher Jiang? Zheng Cheng's voice caught in his throat as he clearly saw the shadow alien's thrusting tail vertebra freeze just a foot away from Zhang Yushi's forehead, as if piercing into some transparent gel, its tip already frosting over with rapidly spreading ice crystals visible to the naked eye. The alien queen suddenly let out a piercing shriek, prompting all the creatures to simultaneously retreat half a step. Zheng Cheng noticed the queen's exoskeleton had become webbed with frost patterns like spider silk, while the phantom alien's psychic vibrations were crystallizing into visible ice blue particles in the air. The absolute zero domain of the frigid banshee. Zhang Yushi landed lightly on her toes, a frost flower blooming in icy crystals beneath her feet. Tell your little pets to stop moving, or they'll turn into ice sculptures. Zheng Cheng swallowed hard, and at his mental command, all the anomalies froze in place. As the queen slowly retracted her inner jaw teeth, he noticed an almost imperceptible lift in Zhang Yushi's brow. It was the look of someone who had just discovered an interesting new toy. When did teacher Jiang arrive? Don't worry, I just arrived not long ago, right around the time you were dealing with the stone-armored lizard leader. Zhang Yushi suddenly reached out and pressed her hand against the alien queen's head, a movement that made Zheng Cheng tense every muscle in his body. But the queen just uneasily swayed her tailbone, without launching an attack. The ice-winged siren floated before the phantom alien, her hexagonal pupils shimmering with frost-like radiance. Zhang Yushi's fingertips glided from the queen's spine down to her coccyx, her touch as clinical as if she were examining some priceless treasure. Exoskeletal hardness approaching refined steel, muscle fiber density triple that of spiritual beasts of the same tier, and this egg-laying velocity. She abruptly lifted one of the queen's dorsal plates, exposing the pulsating egg chamber beneath, and began making calculations. Seeing Zhang Yushi's gaze, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye involuntarily.
At this moment, Jiang Yushi looked nothing like her usual cool and detached self. Instead, she appeared somewhat fanatical.
Is this your facehugger? How did it end up like this? Zheng Chang replied, well, after I got the facehugger, I discovered it had a parasitic ability. So I tried letting it parasitize other spirit beasts, and surprisingly, it hatched into this kind of creature called xenomorph.
Abomination?
Jiang Yushi nodded and said, truly living up to its name. This creature is a spirit beast never seen before, completely different from others. It truly deserves to be called an abomination. From birth until now, barely 10 days have passed.
How many eggs can it currently lay per day?
Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment before replying. Before entering the trials, it was 5 per day.
It should be slightly more now. Did you know? The Phoenix Flame Dragon's incubation period is 1 month.
Lian Yuashan expended tremendous effort and resources to make it hatch within 7 days and become combat ready. Even with sufficient resources, it's extremely difficult to hatch and breed a population of 9-star spirit beasts. At best, they might produce some sub-beasts carrying their bloodline.
Jiang Yushi suddenly turned around, her silver hair brushing past Zheng Cheng's nose with the cold fragrance of snow pines.
But your queen here could potentially go from laying the egg to becoming combat ready in just 5 days of gathering energy, couldn't she? Even a typical 9-star spiritual beast might not possess this level of strategic value.
Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat. 9 stars. Hearing this evaluation from his mentor made his temples throb with the weight of those words. From the depths of the cave came the sickening crack of splintering bones as the parasite-infested stone-armored lizard leader began convulsing violently.
Zheng Cheng seized the moment to steady his breathing, directing the 2 armored alien creatures to move forward and suppress the threat. When he turned back, he noticed Jiang Yushi studying him with an inscrutable gaze.
Do you know what Frost Banshee was originally rated? She suddenly asked, her fingers unconsciously brushing the feathers of the Ice-Wing Banshee.
3 stars, Frost Crystal Butterfly. Zheng Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This terrifying spirit beast radiating overwhelming energy had once only been a 3-star Frost Crystal Butterfly? That's right, spirit beasts can evolve by reaching certain thresholds. Some low-star spirit beasts can evolve into high-star ones if they have sufficient resources, the right timing, and opportunities. However, such cases are extremely rare, even scarcer than some mighty 9-star spirit beasts. A 3-star Frost Crystal Butterfly? An insect-type spirit beast?
Jiang Yushi seemed quite pleased with his reaction, the corners of her lips lifting in a rare curve.
That's why I don't mind giving special students a little more trial time.
As the rune floated before Zheng Cheng, he saw it was a clock pattern formed from crystallized ice, its hour hand slowly rotating counterclockwise.
The rationale for rescuing students is quite sound. I doubt you'll refuse.
Jiang Yushi turned away as the ice-winged siren spread her 3-meter-wide wings and slowly departed. After all, a freshman capable of controlling an alien legion is worth the school making an exception.
I'll return in 12 hours to inspect the results. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise by then.
By the time the last wisp of icy mist dissipated, Zheng Cheng realized his back was already drenched in sweat. The alien queen gently nuzzled his calf with her head, emitting a puzzled hiss. He crouched down to stroke the queen's scarred exoskeleton and suddenly chuckled.
Teacher Jiang Yushi, huh? Seems she views me as a promising junior worth nurturing. A 3-star Frostwing Butterfly actually evolving into an 8-star Arctic Siren. Who knows how much hardship Teacher Jiang endured for that. And it looks like insect-type spirit beasts have far greater potential compared to other spirit beasts.
Then, he turned his gaze toward the alien queen. With 12 hours, we can turn this cave into a proper hatchery. Though, you'll have to endure some hardships.
Hiss.
The alien queen let out a hoarse screech as her massive figure retreated back into the depths of the cave. At the same time, she opened her huge maw and clamped down on the body of a rock-armored lizard, beginning to devour it voraciously.
12 hours, she had 12 hours to produce enough facehuggers to ensure their successful parasitism.
Meanwhile, the Shadow Xenomorph and Phantom Xenomorph led the remaining surviving Stonehide Xenomorphs to scatter out, beginning to hunt throughout the entire nest. Their goal was to capture enough Stonehide lizards to ensure that the facehuggers, once hatched, would have sufficient hosts to parasitize. Zheng Cheng, on the other hand, began surveying the entire nest, paying special attention to the corpses of the elite Stonehide lizards. He hoped to discover another petrification technique soul crystal.
Ha, what in the world is this thing? Chapter 33 Spoils of War. Delay our departure from the mini-world by 12 hours? Outside the nest, a teacher asked in confusion, why? With the beast rampage happening in the nest, shouldn't we be gathering students and evacuating as quickly as possible?
Jiang Yushi nodded and said, correct, that would be the standard procedure. But right now there are still many students in the nest who haven't had time to evacuate. What we should do is rescue all the students before leaving this place.
Even their bodies shouldn't be left behind here.
The teacher was about to say more when another instructor advised, Teacher Jiang is right, we ought to bring out every single student. In that case, my spirit beast excels at search missions.
What if I dispatch them to scour the nests for isolated students?
Agreed. Jiang Yushi's eyes flickered slightly as she said, according to other students' accounts, another magical beast species seems to have appeared in the nest, currently competing with the stone-armored lizards for territory. We should avoid provoking them if possible.
I understand.
At the same time, he nodded sharply and clapped his hands together. A dazzling light erupted before him. Then a burly, two-headed hound, as tall as a person, leaped out, followed by more than 10 hunting dogs with black and red fur surging forth behind it. Woof! Woof woof! The two-headed dog immediately let out a series of barks upon appearing. At the teacher's command, the hounds all rushed into the nest, beginning their search mission.
Meanwhile, inside the alien nest,
Zheng Chang stood beside the corpse of the stone armor lizard leader, surveying the battlefield. The battle had ended, but the collection of spoils was just beginning. The alien's acidic blood is too corrosive, even the rocks have been melted through. He crouched down, touched the ground with his fingers, and discovered that the originally hard rock layers had been dissolved by the acid, revealing gleaming silver white ore within.
This is moonlight silver ore?
Zheng Chang's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately used his dagger to pry open the surrounding rubble. Sure enough, chunks of moon white ore the size of basketballs lay scattered across the ground, their surfaces glistening with a mercury-like radiance. Moonlight silver, an exceptionally rare psychometallic alloy, served both as a core material for forging high-level spiritual artifacts and as one of the primary components in constructing teleportation arrays. The market price is calculated by the gram. A piece the size of a fist could fetch a fortune. We're rich. Zheng Chang's heart raced as he immediately started collecting. He quickly gathered the scattered pieces of raw moonlit silver, checking for any he might have missed. Soon enough, he discovered several ore fragments near the corpse of the stone armor lizard leader that had been corroded by acidic blood. After gathering them all, there were a total of 14 pieces.
These ores are enough to cover my father's surgery expenses. Zheng Chang took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart.
However, the moonlight silver was just an unexpected bonus. His true target was the soul skill crystal. The most valuable aspect of stone-armored lizards is their petrification skill soul crystal. According to the Beast Tamer Association's pricing, a single petrification skill soul crystal can fetch a steep price of 500,000. Zheng Chang immediately searched the battlefield and soon discovered 3 crystals gleaming with an earthy yellow glow near the corpses of several elite stone-armored lizards. These were indeed petrification skill soul crystals.
3 of them.
His eyes lit up as he immediately picked up the crystal and examined it carefully. He tucked it away, then his gaze suddenly fell upon the corpse of the stone-armored lizard leader.
Strange, there's no soul skill crystal on the leader's corpse?
Zheng Chang furrowed his brows as he carefully inspected the forehead crystal area of the lizard leader. He discovered that the spot had already been corroded by acidic blood, causing the crystal to shatter completely without condensing into a soul technique crystal. Even if it's just the leader of the stone-armored lizards, how come there's no soul crystal? Could it be that the facehugger's parasitism absorbed the energy from the soul technique crystal? He pensively gazed at the lizard leader's bulging abdomen, where an entirely new alien creature was incubating. If that's really the case, then this alien creature likely inherited the petrification ability. He waited quietly, with only the occasional return of stone-clad xenomorphs, shadow xenomorphs, or phantom xenomorphs emerging from the darkness. Each time he returned, he carried a severely injured stone-armored lizard in his mouth, unable to move. Deep within the cave, the alien queen was also devoting all her focus and energy to hatching the facehuggers. As the stone-armored lizard was captured, the freshly hatched facehuggers immediately latched onto it and began their incubation. Only minutes remained before leaving the miniature world when movement finally occurred within the corpse of the stone-armored lizard chieftain. Crack! The chieftain's abdomen suddenly split open with a spray of dark golden blood as a claw sheathed in thick bone armor tore through flesh and violently emerged.
It's coming out!
Zheng Chang immediately backed away several steps, eyeing the corpse warily.
Put!
With the sound of tearing flesh, a brand new alien creature burst forth from the body. Its frame was more massive than ordinary stone-armored aliens, its entire body covered in dark golden exoskeleton, with hexagonal crystal clusters growing along its back, resembling the scaled armor of a stone-armored lizard chieftain. Most striking was its head eyeless, but with an earthy yellow crystal embedded in the center of its forehead, radiating intense fluctuations of earth element energy. Roar! The stone-armored alien creature lifted its head and emitted a deep, lizard-like growl. Zheng Chang immediately used his all-seeing eye to scan its attributes.
Stone-armored aberration, neonate. Star rating, 4 stars. Strength, silver tier first stage. Status, normal. Skills, acidic blood, inner fong projection, petrification, stone armor, earth spike assault. Special talent, earth element affinity. In rocky terrain, combat power increases by 30% and damage can be repaired by absorbing earth energy. 4 star? A glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Cheng's eyes. Ordinary stone armor aliens were only 3-star rated, but this one, hatched from a leader, had actually reached 4 stars. Moreover, it has inherited the stone armor lizard leader's petrification ability and earth spike assault,
which means it's not just a tank, it's a versatile alien creature capable of crowd control and explosive burst damage. Fu. The stone-armored alien slowly turned around to face Zheng Chang. Though it had no eyes, Zheng Chang could sense it gazing at him. Come here. Zheng Chang extended his hand. The stone-armored aberration let out a low growl, then strode toward him with heavy footsteps before lowering its head in submission. Zheng Chang patted its shoulder approvingly, its hard exoskeleton feeling like solid rock beneath his hand. Very well, from today onward, you shall be known as the petrified aberration. At that moment, a tremor came from deep within the cave. Boom! Zheng Chang's eyes narrowed sharply. Another enemy? But soon, he realized the trembling didn't come from combat but rather, the shifting of strata deep within the nest. Something's wrong. He immediately became alert. With the stone-armored lizard leader dead, the nest should have calmed down by now. Yet the current tremors feel more like some massive creature awakening. Could it be, there's an even stronger existence within the stone-armored lizard tribe? He turned to look at the stone-armored alien, but the creature just stared blankly back at him, its meaning unclear. Zheng Chang shook his head. After all, the stone-armored lizard was just a low-level magical beast, lacking much intelligence. Even if it gets implanted by a facehugger and births a xenomorph, it still looks dopey, nowhere near as cunning as the xenomorph queen. Woof woof. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the air as a two-headed dog, standing as tall as a man, abruptly appeared at the entrance of the cavern. A pair of lively eyes immediately fixed upon Zheng Chang. The surrounding aliens immediately noticed it and swiftly closed in. Stop! Zheng Chang stopped the alien creature's movement, recognizing it as one of their schoolteacher's spirit beasts. It seems the time has come, it's time to leave this pocket world. With a thought, the spiritual beast spatial portal opened. The Xenomorph Queen, Shadow Xenomorph, Phantom Xenomorph, Stone-Armored Xenomorph, along with numerous stone-armored lizards still being incubated by facehuggers, all surged into the spiritual beast space and vanished from sight. Next up is performing surgery for my father, and then the Provincially Unified Beastmaster College entrance exams. I wonder how strong this year's batch of rookie Beastmasters from Qinzhou province will be. Chapter 34, Lianyu Mountain. Beep. As the last student boarded the coach, the engine let out a dull roar. Zheng Chang watched the gradually receding entrance to the secret realm through the window and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although only 2 days had passed, to Zheng Chang it felt like an eternity. I heard 17 people died in this incident. Li Yu's body was shattered to pieces, and although Lu Xianer survived, her mind. She made a gesture indicating mental confusion and shook her head. The teachers say she suffered severe psychological trauma, she's practically mindless now. She'll have to spend the rest of her days in a hospital. A cold female voice came from beside him. Even Lian Yining's face had turned pale. Who would have thought a simple trial could claim so many lives? 17 freshman Beastmasters, this is a tremendous loss for Weibei City. Especially since among the dead was Li Yu, that exceptional freshman with her high-star shadow leopard spirit beast. Zheng Chang's fingers paused momentarily, that perpetually arrogant girl who always looked down her nose at people, now driven to madness by terror? How was your haul? Lian Yining abruptly changed the subject. I've heard other students and teachers discussing it, a new monster species has appeared in the nest. It's your alien, isn't it? How's the population coming along? Zheng Chang said, the time was too short, barely satisfactory. If only I had a fortnight to spare. Half a month? Lian Yining smiled, that pocket dimension is property of the Beastmaster Association, with shares even held by the Ministry of Education. There's absolutely no way you could claim it for yourself alone. Unless what? Unless you become a transcendent tier Beastmaster, or even an epic tier 1, could you possibly gain any say in a small place like Weibei City? Everything still comes down to strength in the end, doesn't it? That's right. For a moment, both fell silent, as did almost everyone else in the train carriage. Former comrades and students, gone forever after just 1 day apart. Who knows how many were secretly weeping in the shadows. Zheng Chang suddenly asked, by the way, Yining, do you know the value of moonlight silver? Moonlight silver? Lian Yining's pupils contracted sharply. Did you dig up moonlight silver? Just raw ore. I knew it. Moonlight silver is an extremely special energy metal. It typically only exists in nascent worlds. It's used for constructing teleportation arrays and new materials, also known as blood of space. Lian Yining's tone gradually shifted from shock to calm. There are moonlight silver veins in our trial pocket dimension too, but without special tools and methods, they're completely unminable. Zheng Chang replied, my aberrant bodily fluids can dissolve rock layers, separating out the raw moonlight silver ore. I only discovered this recently. Your luck is unbelievable. Lian Yining continued, I remember moonlight silver goes for about 3,000 per gram. Raw ore is slightly cheaper, around 30,000 per kilogram. How much do you have there? It's about 100 pounds or so. Hiss, 100 pounds? Lian Yining drew in a sharp breath of spiritual energy, as though she couldn't quite believe Zheng Chang's words. Hold on, let me call my dad. Lian Yining took out her phone as she spoke, dialed a number, and whispered something into the receiver. Zheng Chang, feeling thoroughly bored, suddenly sensed someone's gaze upon him and instinctively looked up. Jiang Yushi. That teacher, who knew about his cultivation of aberrant species and had gone out of her way to facilitate it, was quietly watching him. Looking at Zheng Chang, Jiang Yushi suddenly smiled and even made a phone call gesture towards herself. Zheng Chang nodded and withdrew his gaze. At that moment, Lian Yining also hung up the phone and said, Zheng Chang, my father asked me to take you to see him. He's accepted your moonlight silver. What do you think? Zheng Chang said, sure, let's go to your place first. To my home? Lian Yining blushed and punched him lightly, saying, what are you thinking? My dad's at the Beast Tamer Association. The bus slowly pulled into the Weibei City Beast Tamer Association parking lot, where numerous students disembarked with their parents. Meanwhile, Lian Yining led Zheng Chang toward the Beastmaster Association. The two passed through the association's lobby and took the elevator straight to the top floor. When they pushed open the door to the president's office, Lian Yuashan was reviewing documents. Student Zheng Chang, please take a seat. As soon as Zheng Chang entered the room, Lian Yuashan immediately stood up from behind his desk and personally went forward to greet him. The usually stern-faced president of the Beast Tamer Association now wore a wide smile, even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out with delight. President Lian. Thank you so much, Student Zhang. I should have come to express my gratitude in person, but I've been swamped with work and couldn't get away. I never imagined I'd have the chance to wait for you here. Lian Yuashan grabbed Zheng Chang's hand firmly, thanking him incessantly. Thank you for your noble act of giving the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to Yining earlier. As her father, I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Zheng Chang responded awkwardly, Chairman Lian, you're exaggerating. I also happen to like facehuggers. Please, have a seat. Lian Yuashan certainly didn't believe Zheng Chang was telling the truth. With a chuckle, he pressed Zheng Chang onto the sofa and personally poured him a glass of water. Dad, Zheng Chang discovered a vein of moonlight silver ore in the secret realm. Lian Yining also sat nearby, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Oh, Lian Yuashan's eyes lit up momentarily before quickly shifting to a concerned expression. Let's not talk about that yet. Student Zheng Chang, did you sustain any injuries during the secret realm trial? Should I have the association's healer examine you? Zheng Chang felt somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Thank you for your concern, President Lian. I'm fine. Don't call me president. That's too formal. Lian Yuashan waved his hand in pretended anger. You've done our family a great kindness. Just call me Uncle Lian. You Uncle Lian. Ha, I've always liked straightforward young men like you. Lian Yuashan laughed heartily. Right, let me see your raw moon silver ore. Zheng Chang flipped his hand and took the moon silver ore from his spirit beast space, placing it on the table. 14 pieces of ore in total, shimmering with a soft silver glow under the light. After a careful examination, Lian Yuashan's face revealed a look of astonishment. 55% purity, such quality is quite rare. At market price, it should be around 50,000 per kilogram. 50,000? Zheng Chang's eyes shone faintly. Lian Yining had quoted 30,000 earlier. It seems this must be related to the so-called purity. What we have here, he estimated, then said, about 80 kilograms? 4 million in total. D. Lian Yining nudged Lian Yuashan gently and pouted. Zheng Chang saved me once during the trial too. Ha, since Ninger has spoken, of course this old man won't be stingy. Lian Yuashan waved his hand grandly and declared, here's the deal, I'll take all your raw argentite ore at 5 million yuan. What do you say? 5 million? That's enough. According to doctors in Weibei City, the treatment for class spiritual beasts to regenerate severed limbs costs 3 million. Now he has 5 million, plus the 4 petrification technique soul crystal stones he collected, more than enough. Thank you, Uncle Lian. Let's settle it as you proposed. Alright, give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Mum. By the way, Zheng Chang, you've got 5 million now. Any ideas on what you'll do with it? Lian Yining laughed and suggested, I recommend you invest in some Beastmaster gear and spiritual items to nurture your spirit beast. That way, you can boost its strength before the Provincial Beastmaster Joint College entrance exams. Zheng Chang nodded and replied, I'll think about it, but first, I want to make a trip to Chang'an City. Going to Chang'an City? For what? Let me schedule a limb regeneration surgery for my father. I heard it's quite difficult to get an appointment, so I have to go early. Limb regeneration? A healing-type spirit beast? Even Yushan looked up from his computer in surprise. You're going to the Chang'an City Psionic Medical Center? Yes, my father was disabled over a decade ago during a wilderness mission when he encountered a beast tide. I see. I know the deputy director of Lingnam Medical Center in Chang'an City. I'll arrange the surgery for you. And in 3 days I'll also be going to Chang'an City. Let's go together. Dad, why are you going to Chang'an City? Lian Yuashan said helplessly, have you forgotten? The Provincial Beast Tamer Joint Entrance Exam is in 7 days, of course I'm going. Moreover, before the Provincial Beast Tamer Joint Entrance Exam begins, Chang'an City will host a Beast Tamer Resource Exchange, which you could also call an auction. As one of the organizers, I naturally have to attend.
A beast tamer resource auction? Zheng Chang's interest was piqued. Uncle Lien, could you tell me more about this resource auction?
Before the annual Unified Beast Tamer College entrance exams, there are always corresponding exchange fairs and auctions held. Lien Yuashan explained, the purpose is to take advantage of this opportunity for activities like material exchanges and auctions. It not only helps consume the excess supplies in the hands of official beast tamers but also enhances the strength of new beast tamers. The annual Beast Tamer Material Exchange Fair is the grandest gathering among all beast tamers.
Chapter 35, The Wilderness. 3 days later,
Zheng Chang sat cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom, his eyes slightly closed as his consciousness fully immersed itself within the beast taming space. Inside the beast taming space, dim light enveloped a nest constructed of rocks and viscous secretions. This was the habitat built by the xenomorph queen using specially secreted substances. Thick, sticky liquid spread beneath his feet, emitting a faint acidic odor. The originally 100-square-foot nest had expanded at least 100-fold due to the growth of the alien queen and the expansion of the xenomorph legion, now spacious enough to house over 100 xenomorphs.
Damn!
The alien queen was the first to sense Zheng Chang's consciousness descending, her massive body slowly emerging from the depths of the nest. After 3 days of recovery and battle, her body had now grown to approximately 4 meters in length. Most of the ash-white petrification marks left by the attacks from the basilisk chieftain had faded, leaving only a small patch on her back slightly darker in color.
You're recovering well.
For the alien species, as long as they don't perish completely in one go, they can continuously heal their injuries through feeding or hibernation. Their regenerative abilities are astounding. At the queen's summons, other aliens emerged from various parts of the nest. The shadow alien materialized like a specter from the darkness, its unique ability to merge with shadows remaining impressively effective even within the spirit beast dimension. The phantom alien displayed astonishing mimicry abilities, its body color shifting continuously to nearly blend seamlessly with the surroundings. Although weak in close combat, its mastery of illusion techniques was formidable. Even a golden tier magical beast could be controlled for several breaths if caught in its spell.
The stone armor alien leader was entirely encased in thick keratinized plates, each step producing muffled thudding sounds. Around it moved 27 ordinary stone armor aliens in formation. These armored xenomorphs were the trophies hatched from the stone-armored lizard nest in the pocket dimension 3 days ago. Perhaps due to their shared species before parasitism, most of these stone-armored lizards instinctively gathered around the armored xenomorph leader, guarding it. What delighted Zheng Chang most was the newborn clutch of facehuggers in the corner of the nest, all 34 of them. They curled up in specialized incubation sacs, ready to be deployed into battle at any moment. These facehuggers are the fruits of the queen's tireless labor over the past 3 days, each one brimming with astonishing potential. It seems those stone-armored lizard corpses weren't wasted. Zheng Chang murmured quietly.
Before leaving the stone-armored lizard's nest, he had the xenomorphs collect numerous lizard corpses as food reserves, now proving remarkably effective.
Beep beep beep. The phone suddenly rang, and Zheng Chang exited the beast taming space to see it was Lian Yining calling. Hello, Yining? Zheng Chang, we're leaving in half an hour. Are you and your father ready? Lian Yining's voice came through the receiver, the background noise slightly chaotic, as if final preparations were underway. Ready, we'll be right there. After hanging up, Zheng Chang walked toward the living room. His father Zhang Weiguo was already dressed properly, while his mother Lin Xiulan was helping to pack things beside him. Dad, Yining, and the others are ready. They asked us to wait for them at the entrance. Mum.
Zhang Weiguo nodded, hoisted the pre-packed hiking bag onto his shoulders, and walked out leaning on his cane.
Don't overthink it, Xiao Cheng. Your dad is actually really happy inside. I know, Mom.
3 days ago, when Zheng Cheng told his father he had earned money and planned to go to Chang'an City with Lian Yuashan, Lian Yining, and the others to treat his leg, his father remained silent. His mood was undoubtedly heavy. In his view, the Lian family valued him so highly, going as far as treating his broken leg solely because his son had traded a 9-star spirit beast with Lian Yining. Yet, all of this was his son's heartfelt intention, and he couldn't bear to refuse it. Under these circumstances, silence was the only acceptable response.
I know, Mom. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Uncle Lian and the others waiting too long. Mum.
According to Lian Yuashan, ordinary human bodies are too fragile to fully withstand the abilities of healing-type spirit beasts.
Therefore, the limb regeneration surgery must be performed gradually, and this process will take at least a full month.
And during this month, someone needs to take care of the hospitalized father, so all 3 family members will be going together. When Zheng Chang and the others walked out of the room, the Lian family's motorcade was already waiting at the entrance of the residential complex. Over a dozen specially modified armored business vehicles and trucks gleamed coldly under the sunlight, each emblazoned with the emblem of the Weibei City Beast Tamer Association. Lian Yuashan stepped out of the lead car and warmly greeted Zhang Weiguo. Brother Zhang, I've long heard of your reputation. I've been meaning to thank you in person for raising such an outstanding son. You're too kind, Chairman Lian. Chang'er's achievements today are entirely due to his own hard work.
Zhang Weiguo said modestly, but the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Lian Yining leaned out from the other car door and waved to Zheng Chang, "Hurry and get in. We need to reach the safe zone outside Chang'an City before dark." Zheng Chang helped his father into the first vehicle before taking a seat beside Lian Yining. The interior space was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with comfortable leather seats and a small refrigerator in the center stocked with various beverages and snacks. "This car is specially made by the association." Lian Yi noticed Zheng Chang's curious gaze. "It can withstand frontal attacks from 4-star magical beasts. The windows are composite bulletproof material, and the chassis can resist ambushes from burrow-type monsters." Zheng Chang nodded and said, "I know the wilderness is dangerous, but why are there so many vehicles? We're not the only ones here." Lian Yining shrugged and said, "Besides the staff from the Beastmaster Association, there are also teachers from 10 high schools in Weibei City. They need to go to Chang'an City to make some preparations in advance, so we're traveling together." "I see." Lian Yueshan and Zhang Weiguo sat in the front row chatting cheerfully, their conversation ranging from the beast tides of years past to the current Beastmaster training system. Zheng Chang gazed out the window, watching as the walls of Weibei City gradually faded into the distance. "First time leaving the city?" Lian Yining handed him a chilled drink and unscrewed another bottle for herself. 3 days ago, when I headed to the pocket dimension, even though I left the city, I hadn't stepped outside the sphere of Weibei City's influence. But today, they were heading to another city. The two cities are only about 100 kilometers apart, but the wilderness is still quite dangerous due to the occasional emergence of spatial rifts. "Yeah, I've only ever seen scenes outside the city in textbooks and videos before." Zheng Chang took the drink, his gaze still fixed outside the window. As the convoy drove beyond the city's defensive perimeter, the surrounding scenery began to grow desolate. The once tidy farmland was gradually being overtaken by wild vegetation, with occasional glimpses of abandoned building ruins. In the distance, a distinct energy barrier shimmered faintly that was the boundary of Weibei City's defense system. "That's the 7th generation urban defense matrix. Nearly every city has one." Lian Yining followed his gaze and explained, "It can block the perception of most magical beasts, making them overlook the city's existence. However, it has limited effect on higher star magical beasts, so beastmasters still need to regularly clear out the surrounding areas." As the vehicle moved along, the two conversed at length. After traveling for about an hour, the road conditions began deteriorating. The once smooth asphalt pavement became riddled with large cracks, some areas even completely overgrown with vegetation. A spirit beast, the Windblade Falcon, periodically soared into the air to scout, ensuring the safety ahead. "Warning! Warning! Entering a level 3 danger zone ahead. Escort vehicles, proceed with caution and conduct thorough reconnaissance." The guard's voice came through the vehicle's communication system. A small pack of magical beasts detected at 2 o'clock ahead, preliminarily identified as Ironfang hyenas, approximately 15 in number, currently moving toward us. Lian Yueshan's expression remained unchanged. "Stay alert and continue forward. Ironfang hyenas won't actively attack armored vehicles." Zheng Chang spotted several gray shadows darting through the distant bushes through the car window. Those spotted hyenas, measuring about 2 meters long with sharp bony spines on their backs and protruding fangs, were eyeing the convoy with greedy gazes. But just as Lian Yueshan had said, they merely trailed from afar without launching any attacks. A threat like this doesn't even warrant the guard's intervention. Ordinary firearms could handle them easily. Sure enough, when one particularly bold hyena attempted to approach within 50 meters, the vehicle suddenly emitted a burst of high-frequency sound waves. The hyena immediately let out a pitiful cry and fled back to its companions with its tail between its legs. After driving for another 10 minutes or so, the vehicle suddenly slammed on the brakes. Everyone lurched forward, fortunately restrained in time by their seatbelts. "What's going on? Driver, what's going on?" Lian Yueshan asked in a grim tone, while the others also turned to look out the window. "Reporting, President. The bridge ahead has been blocked by the military. They said a new spatial rift has been discovered in the Wei River." The military? A spatial rift. Chapter 36, Spatial Rift. Spatial rift? Zheng Chang and Lian Yining asked in unison. They exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment and a trace of unease in each other's eyes. Lian Yueshan had already unbuckled his seatbelt and solemnly pushed the car door open. "I'll go check the situation. Stay in the car and don't move." Through the car window, Zheng Chang saw a temporary military barricade blocking the bridge spanning the Wei River approximately 500 meters ahead. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood guard at the bridgehead with weapons in hand, while several armored vehicles parked nearby, their cannons trained toward the river. More eye-catching were the spirit beasts of the accompanying beastmasters, 3 massive armored rhinos crouching at the bridgehead, resembling living roadblocks. Why did the military suddenly block the Wei River Bridge? Lian Yi frowned. This is the main road connecting Weibei City and Chang'an City. Zheng Cheng's gaze was drawn to the sky above the distant Wei River, where a deep purple fissure about 10 meters long hovered above the water's surface, like a piece of fabric torn apart by invisible hands.
The space around the fissure appeared distorted in ripple-like patterns, with occasional flashes of purple lightning. Even from such a distance, Zheng Chang could feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. The two also got out of the car and walked to the roadside, staring toward the distant Wei River. How about it? Impressive, isn't it? The two jumped in surprise, turning to see a familiar face standing behind them. Jiang Yushi wasn't wearing her teacher's uniform today, but rather a black combat suit designed for easy movement, her long hair simply tied into a ponytail. What a coincidence, you two. Jiang Yushi's smile remained as gentle as ever, but Zheng Chang noticed her gaze frequently drifting toward the distant spatial rift, a flicker of worry flashing in her eyes. Professor Jiang, what are you doing here? Lian Yining asked curiously. As the faculty representative of Weibei First High School, isn't it perfectly normal for me to attend college entrance exam preparation meetings in Chang'an City? Jiang Yushi explained. Unexpectedly, we encountered a spatial rift on the way, quite a rare sight. Zheng Cheng pointed at the distant purple fissure. Is that the newly appeared spatial rift? How dangerous is it? Jiang Yushi followed his finger and looked, her expression turning serious. From experience, it should be a Class C small-scale rift. There are no signs of magical beasts crossing through yet. However, the danger of a spatial rift can't be judged solely by its size. History has shown that some seemingly tiny rifts may connect to highly perilous alternate dimensions. Teacher, can you tell us about spatial rifts? Lian Yining suddenly asked, her gaze strangely shifting between Zhang Yushi and Zheng Chang. Zhang Yushi glanced around to confirm Lian Yuashan wouldn't be back anytime soon, then said, alright, since we have some time now, I'll give you a quick lesson. As she spoke, she tapped her phone a few times, and a blue light screen unfurled inside the car, forming a three-dimensional holographic projection. First, spatial rifts are classified into 5 levels based on size and stability. As she explained, the light screen displayed models of rifts in 5 different colors. Grade E are micro rifts, typically only a few centimeters to dozens of centimeters long, and they usually close on their own shortly after appearing. Grade D are small rifts, measuring between 1 to 5 meters in length. Grade C are medium-sized, ranging from 5 to 20 meters. Class B refers to large-scale rifts, measuring 20 to 100 meters. Class A represents super-large rifts, extending beyond 100 meters in length. The projection transformed, displaying several historically significant large-scale spatial rift incidents. The 2115 Shanghai incident saw a Class A rift suddenly appear in the city center, allowing over 100,000 magical beasts to flood into the urban area. Though ultimately suppressed, it caused massive casualties. Lian Yining drew a sharp breath. Then this one before us, currently assessed as a Class C, approximately 12 meters in length. Zhang Yushi reassured her, and its location is ideal above the river. Any magical beasts that breach it will fall directly into the water, giving us ample reaction time. Zheng Cheng noticed the subtle tone in Zhang Yushi's voice when she said, current assessment. Teacher, do you think the military's evaluation might be wrong? Zhang Yushi gave him a meaningful look. The most dangerous aspect of spatial rifts is their unpredictability. Their classification can change, and the worlds behind them vary greatly. Some rifts connect to resource-rich, safe worlds, while others lead to hellscapes overrun with demonic beasts. Her words were interrupted by approaching footsteps as Lian Yuashan returned, his expression even graver than when he'd left. Dad, how did it go? Lian Yining asked urgently. Lian Yuashan replied, the military has agreed to let us pass, but only this once. Starting tomorrow, all vehicles heading to Chang'an City must detour through the Qingfeng Mountain Tunnel, which will add at least 3 hours to the journey. Why the sudden strictness? Zheng Cheng asked in confusion. Lian Yuashan shook his head and addressed Zhang Yushi. Teacher Jiang, please inform the rest of the convoy. We'll continue moving forward. All right. Zhang Yushi nodded, then turned and walked away. Lian Yuashan also got in the car and started the engine, following the military vehicle ahead as it slowly approached the bridge. Although that spatial rift is currently stable, military surveillance has detected its energy readings rising gradually. No one knows if it might suddenly expand or if high-level magical beasts could cross through. The convoy slowly passed through the checkpoint, and Zheng Cheng noticed every soldier was fully armed with tense expressions. Several beastmasters stood at the bridgehead, their spirit beasts all on high alert. As the vehicles drove onto the bridge, the full appearance of the spatial rift finally came into clear view. It resembled a giant purple blade, spanning horizontally about 30 meters above the Wei River. Faint purple lightning crackled intermittently at the edges of the fissure, occasionally erupting into floating sparks that dispersed into the air. How beautiful! Lian Yining couldn't help but sigh in admiration, though she immediately felt ashamed of her own thoughts. What I mean is, despite the danger, there's truly a strange kind of beauty to it. Zheng Cheng stayed silent, his entire focus fixed on the spatial rift. Pay attention to the color changes in the center of the crack. Yu Shanshan suddenly pointed at the rift and said, the deeper the purple hue, the higher the degree of spatial distortion. It now appears in a deep purple, indicating significant differences in physical laws between the world behind it and ours. This means that once it fully forms, the creature levels behind it will be correspondingly higher. No wonder the military guard is so tight here. Zhang Chang observed carefully and noticed an intense swirl of deep purple at the rift's center, slowly rotating like the eye of an abyss. Looking at it, Zhang Chang felt an eerie dizziness, as if his soul was about to be sucked in. Xiao Chang, don't stare at it for too long. His father's voice suddenly snapped Zhang Chang out of it. Spatial rifts can disrupt human mental perception. Prolonged gazing may cause dizziness or even unconsciousness. Dad, how did you? Over 20 years ago, my comrades and I were injured while monitoring a spatial rift in the wilderness. That rift could erupt at any moment, triggering a beast tide. The group continued discussing, but even after completely crossing the Wei River Bridge, the spatial rift showed no unusual activity. Lian Yueshan glanced at his watch and said, "Alright, it seems the spatial rift won't show any anomalies anytime soon. Pack up everyone, we're arriving at Chang'an City soon." Chapter 37, Psy-Energy Medical Center. When the outline of Chang'an City finally appeared on the horizon, Zhang Cheng involuntarily held his breath. The walls of Weibei City could already be considered tall and majestic, but compared to Chang'an City, they seemed like a child's building blocks. The walls of Chang'an City stood 50 meters high, constructed entirely from a special material with a metallic sheen. At regular intervals along the battlements rose defensive towers, each crowned with massive spirit energy cannons. Even more awe-inspiring was the translucent energy barrier encircling the outer walls, refracting rainbow hues in the sunlight. That's Chang'an City's spiritual energy defense system. Lian Yueshan noticed Zhang Cheng's astonished expression and explained with a smile, "It can withstand the full assault of magical beasts below 7 stars. They say when fully activated, it can even hold back legendary-level beasts for a period of time." As the convoy slowly approached the city gates, Zhang Cheng noticed the walls were covered in intricate patterns, engraved spiritual energy array runes designed to enhance the city's defensive capabilities. At the gate, a squad of well-equipped guards was inspecting incoming vehicles, accompanied by various battle-ready spirit beasts. The most striking was a 6-legged steel-armored beast the size of an elephant, mounted with 2 miniature spiritual energy cannons on its back. That's the City Defense Corps' Iron Guardian, a 5-star defensive spirit beast. It said it can face and block attacks from transcendent-level magical beasts head-on. When passing through the city gate, Zhang Cheng noticed the guards treating Lian Yueshan's vehicle with exceptional respect, standing at attention and saluting before immediately letting it pass. It seemed the status of the Beast Tamer Association president carried significant weight even within this great city. Once inside the city walls, the sights before Zhang Cheng's eyes overwhelmed him with their splendor. The wide streets teemed with ceaseless vehicle traffic, but most eye-catching were the beast tamers riding various spirit creatures. Some rode atop the wind god eagles with 5-meter wingspans soaring at low altitudes, others leisurely advanced on the backs of giant land tortoises, and a few even floated along while being carried aloft by groups of small spirit beasts. The buildings lining both sides of the street each had their own distinctive charm, many incorporating spiritual beast motifs into their designs. A soaring skyscraper shaped like a giant eagle with outstretched wings stood out prominently, its rooftop indeed housing several genuine flying spirit beasts. The other structure was designed in the shape of a giant tree, with small spirit beasts darting between its branches. That's the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association in Chang'an City, also the provincial headquarters for our entire Qinzhou province. Much more impressive than our Weibei City branch, don't you think? Zhang Cheng could only nod. The sight before him completely surpassed anything he'd imagined. No textbook or video could convey this overwhelming sense of immersive grandeur. We'll go to the Spiritual Energy Medical Center first to arrange Brother Zhang's treatment, then report to the association. Thank you, Uncle Lian. The Psionic Medical Center, located in the eastern part of the city, is a massive complex of pure white buildings, its main tower crowned with a striking green cross emblem. The convoy stopped at the medical center's entrance, where Lian Yueshan led Zhang Cheng's family toward the main doors. No sooner had they entered than a middle-aged man in a white coat came forward to greet them. "President Lian, welcome, welcome." The man enthusiastically shook Lian Yueshan's hand. "After receiving your call, I immediately arranged for the best medical team." "Dean Zhang, you're too kind." Lian Yueshan introduced with a smile, "This is Mr. Zhang Weigua I mentioned to you. His left leg requires limb regeneration treatment. And this is Zhang Chang, this year's outstanding freshman beastmaster from Weibei City." Dean Zhang scrutinized Zhang Weigua carefully, then nodded at Zhang Chang, young and promising. "Come with me, we'll run some comprehensive tests first." For the next 2 hours, Zhang Weigua underwent a series of intricate examinations. Zhang Cheng noticed that all the medical equipment here incorporated spiritual energy technology. The scanners were embedded with psychic crystals that enhanced perception, while the treatment beds were made from some kind of spiritual wood, emitting soothing energy waves. After making the arrangements, Lian Yueshan bid farewell to Zhang Weigua and the others. After all, he had official business to attend to in Chang'an City. Everything he'd done was purely for his daughter Lian Yining's sake. Lian Yining followed her father as they left, waving at Zheng Chan while making a phone gesture with her hand.
Soon, a series of examinations were completed. The test results are excellent, far beyond my expectations.
Dean Zhang finally looked at the data on the holographic projection and said, Mr. Zhang's physical fitness is far superior to his peers, fully capable of withstanding the stress of limb regeneration therapy. He pulled up a treatment plan. We plan to proceed in 3 phases. The first phase involves using the bodily fluids of the life spring spiritual beast to cultivate cellular activity in the residual limb area.
The second phase entails summoning the regenerative touch spiritual beast to stimulate limb regeneration.
The final phase will involve the light heal angel overseeing the ultimate healing adjustments.
The entire process will take about a month.
Zheng Chun listened carefully, the weight in his heart finally lifting.
Dean Zhang, what's the success rate of the surgery? Given Mr. Zhang's condition, the success rate exceeds 95%.
Dean Zhang said confidently, our center completed 127 limb regeneration surgeries last year, with only 3 cases experiencing minor complications, all of which were quickly resolved. Lin Xiulan voiced her concern hesitantly, then, what about the cost?
Don't worry ma'am, Chairman Lian has already arranged it. Our academy will only charge the basic examination and recovery fees, but the treatment costs can't be reduced as they require borrowing healing-type spirit beasts from other beast masters. Then approximately how much will that cost?
Dean Zhang pondered briefly before glancing back at his computer and saying, it would require approximately 2.2 million for a month's time.
Wow, this many?
Mom and Dad, don't worry, I have money here. Zheng Chun hastily reassured him, never expecting that simply recognizing Yushan would result in the price being slashed by nearly a third. Zhang Weiguo also let out a long sigh of relief, holding Lin Xiulan's hand as he said, Xiulan, the child has grown up.
Let's listen to Cheng's decision this time.
After helping his parents settle into the ward, Zhang Cheng took in their surroundings, a spacious single room overlooking the medical center's garden through the window, offering exceptionally comfortable accommodations. Chenger, Mother Lin Xiulan suddenly lowered her voice. What exactly is your relationship with that Miss Lian? Zheng Cheng was packing his luggage when he paused at the question.
We're just classmates. Why do you ask all of a sudden, Mom?
Lin Xiulan glanced at her husband doing stretches on the balcony and lowered her voice further. The Lian family has been so good to us. Chairman Lian personally arranged the treatment, even getting us this luxury hospital room.
Mom is just worried that. What's there to worry about?
I'm worried if the Lian family might have some ulterior motives. Lin Xiulan carefully chose her words. Miss Lian comes from such a good family and is so beautiful, while our family. Zheng Cheng finally understood his mother's concern and replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mom, you're overthinking it. Chairman Lian helped me primarily because I gave the spirit beast to Lian Yining, and that moonlight silver was indeed worth the price. Lin Xiulan was skeptical but didn't press the matter further. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but recall each delicate smile and glance from Lian Yining, stirring a peculiar feeling in his chest that he swiftly suppressed. Early the next morning, just as Zheng Cheng finished breakfast with his parents, the hospital room door was softly knocked. Opening the door, I found Lian Yining standing outside in casual clothes, holding a paper bag in her hand.
Good morning,
she greeted with a smile. I brought some specialty breakfast snacks from Chang'an City. Hope Uncle and Auntie will like them. Lin Xiulan quickly took the paper bag and repeatedly expressed her thanks. Zheng Cheng noticed the extra scrutiny in his mother's gaze when she looked at Lian Yining, and he couldn't help but feel a little awkward.
Ready? Lian Yining blinked at Zheng Cheng.
The auction starts at 10, we need to hurry.
Chapter 38 Hostility.
After bidding farewell to his parents, Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining into a luxury car parked downstairs. Inside the car, Lian Yuashan was reviewing a document and put it away when they got in.
Did you rest well last night? Lian Yuashan asked with concern.
Very well, thank you for your concern, Uncle Lian, Zheng Cheng replied sincerely.
My father has begun the first phase of treatment, and the doctor says he's responding well.
That's good, Zheng Cheng replied. Lian Yuashan nodded slightly. Today's auction is quite grand. A rumor has it they'll be showcasing several rare treasures from newly discovered mystic realms.
If you see anything you like, feel free to let me know.
Thank you, Uncle Lian, but I still have some money saved up. I just wanted to go today to broaden my horizons a little.
Lian Yuashan said, fair enough. Let Ninger show you around then.
The material exchange fair and the auction are held at the same venue, but the auction won't start for a while.
You can take a look around the fair first. Alright, thank you, Uncle Lian.
The Beastmaster Association headquarters was even more magnificent than Zheng Cheng had imagined. The pyramid-shaped structure was clad in a special material that absorbed sunlight, shimmering with a soft golden glow in the morning light. At the entrance stood 2 colossal wyvern spirit beast statues, so lifelike they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment.
That's the statue of the guardian spirit beast, the golden armored dragon horse, belonging to the Beast Tamer Association. Legend has it that it was the spirit pet of the first president of the Beast Tamer Association, with strength at the mythical realm. Lian Yining explained, it's said to have guarded Chang'an City for over 100 years and can be considered the most powerful spirit beast in our Qinzhou province. 500 years, Zheng Chang exclaimed in astonishment. And it's still alive? Of course it's still alive. Lin Yining rolled her eyes at him and said, epic tier spirit beasts have extremely long lifespans. I've heard they can live 500 to 600 years. And that doesn't even account for legendary tier spirit beasts. And what about the beast tamers? You're still alive too. Lian Yining explained, a beast tamer's strength grows gradually as their bonded spirit beast becomes more powerful. By mastering extraordinary abilities, they naturally enjoy greatly extended lifespans. The founding president of our Qinzhou Province Beast Tamer Association is still alive, you know. Hiss. After passing through security, the three took the elevator down to the third underground level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a clamor of voices immediately greeted them. Zheng Chang saw an enormous circular exhibition hall before him, an auction platform at the center, surrounded by hundreds of bustling stalls teeming with crowds. The auction officially starts at 10 o'clock. There's still some time. Lian Yueshan glanced at his watch. We can visit the free trade area first. Ninger, show Zheng Chang around while I take care of some business. Got it, Dad. Go ahead and do what you need to. Lian Yining, familiar with the place, led Zheng Chang through the various stalls, rattling off explanations as they went. Zheng Chang found it all overwhelming. There were stalls selling young spirit beasts, others offering various types of spirit energy materials, and even some specialized in ancient beast taming manuals. This is Flame Lion Cub. Adorable, isn't it? Lian Yining pointed at a small feline creature in a cage and explained, a 5-star spiritual beast. It can become a high-star bonded spiritual beast's clan companion, perfect for fire element beast masters. Zheng Chang crouched down and curiously observed the little red furball. As if sensing Zheng Chang's gaze, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a tiny flicker of flame. Look out! Lian Yining tugged him with a chuckle, though it's still small, the temperature is anything but low. The two continued browsing, when Zheng Chang's gaze was drawn to a stall selling psychic energy crystals. The stall was lined with crystals of various colors, among which a few purple ones stood out particularly. You've got good eyes, young man. This is Thunder Crystal Core. The boss enthusiastically promoted, harvested from Thunderstorm Canyon. It can enhance the power of lightning-type spirit beast skills. Young man, are you interested? Zheng Chang shook his head. His alien legion had no need for such items. Just as he was about to leave, an intense surge of yearning suddenly emanated from the queen xenomorph inside the beast realm. What's wrong? Lian Yining noticed something unusual about Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang didn't answer immediately. Instead, following the queen's sensing, he looked toward a corner of the stall. There lay several inconspicuous black stones, their surfaces covered with honeycomb-like pores. What is this? He pointed at those stones and asked. The stall owner looked slightly surprised. Oh, those are void honeycomb stones, recently mined from a newly discovered secret realm. They say it's helpful for spatial-type spirit beasts, though the exact effects remain unclear. Zheng Chang could sense the alien queen's desire for these stones far surpassed anything before. Just as he was about to ask the price, a clear male voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yining, it really is you. Turning around, Zheng Chang saw a tall, slender young man approaching them. The young man appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a well-tailored white suit, his handsome face lit up with a joyous smile. He was followed by 4 or 5 peers, all seemingly beastmasters. Lian Yining's expression visibly stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. Xiao Tianyu, what are you doing in Chang'an City? Of course I'm here for the auction. Never expected to run into you here. A man named Xiao Tianyu approached, gazing at Lian Yining with fervent eyes. It's been over half a year since we last parted ways, hasn't it? His gaze finally turned to Zheng Chang, the smile fading slightly, and this is my classmate, Zheng Chang. Lian Yining briefly introduced, then said to Zheng Chang, this is Xiao Tianyu, from the Xiao family of Chang'an City. The heir of the Xiao family, also a close friend of Lian Yining. Xiao Tianyu confidently took over the conversation, extending his hand to Zheng Chang. Pleasure to meet you. As Zheng Chang grasped the other's hand, he immediately detected a probing force being exerted. Without showing any reaction, he applied firm pressure while maintaining a composed expression. The pleasure is mine. Their hands touched and separated in an instant, but through this brief confrontation, Zheng Chang had already sensed the hostility emanating from the other party. Not a true enemy, but rather the wariness towards same-sex rivals when trying to impress someone you're interested in. A flicker of surprise passed through Xiao Tianyu's eyes before his confident smile resumed. Yining, there's a private gathering after the auction with all our old friends. Why don't you join us? Lian Yining declined politely. I'm sorry, I already have plans. Xiao Tianyu's smile froze momentarily as his gaze shifted between Zheng Chang and Lian Yining, seeming to suddenly understand something.
He slightly raised his chin, as if recalling something. Zheng Chang, now I remember, the one who returned the 9-star spiritual beast Vermilion Phoenix Dragon to you.
That suitor, wasn't he? TSK. A chorus of mocking laughter immediately rose from the classmates behind Xiao Tianyu, sizing up Zheng Chang with undisguised amusement. Oh, it's him. I was wondering who it could be. A 9-star spiritual beast traded for a 1-star bug-type spiritual beast. Is this guy an idiot or what? You look quite handsome, young man. Too bad you're out of your mind. Lian Yining's expression darkened immediately as she frowned and said, Xiao Tianyu, keep your dog on a leash. What goes on between me and Zhang Chang is none of your business to gossip about. Xiao Tianyu's face changed slightly, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he smiled faintly and replied, You're right, Yining. Your friends are my friends too. In 3 days, it'll be the Provincial Beastmasters joint college entrance exams. We'll have plenty of time to get acquainted then. Oh, by the way, he added, I heard tonight's small exchange event might be auctioning a vermilion bird feather. If you're interested, I can send you an invitation. With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring Lian Yining's unpleasant expression. Chapter 39, Xiao Tianyu. Even after Xiao Tianyu had walked far away with his entourage, Lian Yining's expression still hadn't softened. She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, her gaze a mixture of anger and worry. I'm sorry you had to encounter something like this.
Lian Yining took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Chang. That guy is named Xiao Tianyu, the heir of the Xiao family in Chang'an City. Zhang Chang noticed her shoulders tensing slightly as she spoke, clearly quite wary of the Xiao Tianyu.
Is the Xiao family really that powerful?
He asked, though his gaze involuntarily strayed towards the black stone on the stall. The alien queen within the spiritual beast space remained restless, emanating waves of intense yearning.
More than just powerful.
Lian Yining pulled Zhang Chang to a relatively quiet corner and spoke in a hushed tone. The Xiao family is one of the oldest beast-taming clans in Qingzhou province, with genealogy records dating back to the Great Cataclysm era. Their family once produced an epic-tier powerhouse, and now they still have over a dozen transcendent-tier experts guarding their lineage. Zhang Chang raised an eyebrow. The transcendent realm was already an unattainable height for ordinary people, while the epic realm was the stuff of legends. No wonder Xiao Tianyu carried an innate arrogance in his every gesture.
Xiao Tianyu himself is no ordinary person either.
Lian Yining continued, in our second year of high school, the Xiao family sent him to the imperial capital for advanced studies.
Who would have thought he'd return for this year's Beast Tamer college entrance exams? Why? Zheng Chang asked in confusion. Isn't the capital supposed to have better resources?
Lian Yining's lips curled into a bitter smile, because in the capital, geniuses like him are too common to stand out.
But here in Qingzhou province, he's practically the strongest among his peers.
Rumor has it his contracted spirit beast is a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle, a lightning-attributed flying beast with incredible speed and devastating attack power. Zheng Chang nodded thoughtfully. 9-star spirit beasts were indeed rare, especially a prized species like the Thunder Golden Eagle that combined both speed and lightning attributes.
But he felt no fear. Though the Xenomorph Queen currently had a low star rating, its terrifying evolutionary potential gave him ample confidence. And one more thing.
Lian Yining hesitated slightly, as if carefully choosing her words.
Xiao Tianyu appears gentle and refined on the surface, but in reality he's extraordinarily arrogant and remembers every slight against him.
What he sets his eyes on, he'll stop at nothing to obtain.
You'd better be careful.
Zheng Chang noticed her eyes flickering and the faint blush creeping up her earlobes as she spoke.
Did he pursue you?
Lian Yining froze momentarily before nodding with a bitter smile. That was back in middle school. After I turned him down, he actually declared that no other guy could approach me, or else.
Did he really act so domineering, and nobody stopped him? More than you can imagine. We can't interfere, and we can't control him. His family's influence may not be top tier in the entire Qingzhou province, but they're still powerful enough that ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke them.
And he's quite cunning. He knows better than to provoke those from prominent families, targeting only those of humble origins. Lian Yining sighed. Back in high school, a few boys who just talked to me a bit more ended up in the hospital after he had them beaten.
It only calmed down after he left for the Imperial City.
Not long ago, he awakened his beast-taming talent and contracted a 9-star Thunderbolt Golden Eagle, his strength skyrocketing countless times overnight. Even the Xiao family quickly named him the third heir, and the descendants of other established beast-taming families can't be bothered to mess with him. Now that he's seen you with me, and little Scarlet was supposed to be yours, he might cause trouble for you. Zheng Chang said, Don't worry, I'll be careful. Plus, it's the Provincial Unified Beastmaster College entrance exam, there will be too many witnesses for him to do anything to me.
I hope so.
Don't worry about it, he reassured, then turned towards the stall selling spiritual energy crystals. Right now, I'm more interested in those black stones. Lian Yining froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Zheng Chang to brush past the topic so casually.
She quickened her pace to catch up. Those void hive stones? What's so special about them? My spirit beast reacts intensely to them. Zheng Cheng explained briefly, making no mention of the alien queen's abnormal reaction. He crouched down, picked up a piece of honeycomb-patterned black rock, and examined it carefully. The stone felt icy to the touch, its surface riddled with tiny pores. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but when he focused, he could sense a faint, peculiar energy pulsation within. "Boss, how much for these?" Zheng Cheng asked. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a goatee. He glanced at Zheng Cheng, then shot a look at Lian Yining standing nearby, shrewdness flashing in his eyes. 10,000 per piece, fixed price. 10,000? Lian Ying gasped. That's way too expensive. According to the Beastmasters Association records, such stones never cost more than 5,000 before. The stall owner shrugged. "Miss, that was last season. These stones have now been proven beneficial for spatial-type spirit beasts, so naturally their price has risen." Ignoring Lian Ying's protest, Zheng Cheng pressed on. "Which secret realm were these stones mined from?" The vendor's eyes flashed shrewdly. "What's the young man asking for?" "Just curious," Zheng Cheng said with feigned nonchalance. "If the effects are good, I'd like to check out the source myself." The stall owner stroked his goatee, pondering for a moment. "I could tell you, but this information comes at an additional price." "Zheng Cheng, don't take the bait." Lian Yining tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "This kind of information isn't worth anything, you could just look it up in the guild's public records." He, little girl, what you're talking about is just ordinary void honeycomb stone. My void honeycomb stones were mined from a different location and contain at least twice the energy of the standard ones. The shopkeeper chuckled and said, "Premium goods naturally come with premium prices. Besides, that location is incredibly well hidden. Ordinary folks wouldn't have a chance of finding it." Zheng Cheng had already made up his mind. The alien queen's reaction was too intense. This material likely played a special role in its evolution. "Straight to the point," he said. 50,000, including these stones and the origin info. The stall owner's eyes lit up, but he quickly put on a hesitant expression. "Young man, this is 60,000. Take it or leave it." Zheng Cheng made a move as if to stand up. "Wait." The stall owner quickly added, "These are premium goods. When I say 6 pieces, I mean 60,000 yuan, not to mention the origin information." The two engaged in fierce bargaining, drawing the attention of many onlookers. But when they saw the subject of debate was merely void hive stones, they immediately rolled their eyes and lost all interest. Admittedly, the void hive stone is indeed precious, but it's somewhat of a white elephant. It's useful for spatial-type spirit beasts, but such creatures are exceedingly rare across Xia country, numbering no more than 100 at most, and most of them are low-tier beasts at that. With such limited demand, its price has never been able to rise substantially. In the end, Zheng Cheng purchased all the void hive stones at the stall along with detailed coordinates of their origin site for 100,000. Lian Yining watched from the side, shaking her head helplessly. Yet seeing Zheng Cheng's resolute attitude, she swallowed back any further objections. "You're too impulsive." After leaving the stall, Lian Yining couldn't help but say, "These stones aren't worth the price at all, and that newly discovered secret realm has a very high danger level." Zheng Cheng stored the stone in his beast space and immediately sensed the alien queen's joy radiating toward him. As soon as the few stones entered the space, the queen used her forelimbs to snatch them away and began eagerly absorbing their energy. "My spirit beast has a special resonance with them. Maybe it can help it evolve," Zheng Cheng explained. "Alien?" Lian Yining looked at him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "Isn't it an insectoid? How could it react to spatial-type materials?" Zheng Cheng smiled without answering, just as an intense fluctuation suddenly erupted from his beast space. After absorbing the energy from the void honeycomb stone, the alien queen's body surface began to display strange black patterns, as if the honeycomb-like pores were resonating with the stone. Even the shadow alien, phantom alien, and stone armor alien leaders, 3 special variants, gathered nearby, sensing the overflow of additional energy. "Are you okay?" Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's sudden stiffness and asked with concern. Zheng Cheng shook his head, suppressing the shock in his heart. The transformation of the queen alien had exceeded his expectations, but now was clearly not the time to study this. "It's fine. By the way, Yining, I'd like to buy some more void hive stones." "I wonder." "That's simple. The Beastmaster Association in Chang'an City keeps these items in stock. Let me take you to check them out shortly." "Thank you." At that moment, a crisp broadcast announcement echoed through the hall. "Esteemed guests, the Beastmaster Association's annual auction is about to begin. VIPs with invitations are kindly requested to proceed to the central auction hall." Lian Yining glanced at the time. "It's almost 10 o'clock. My father should already be waiting for us at the auction. Let's hurry." "Good." Chapter 40, Zhao Qicheng. Passing through the bustling crowd, Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining towards the second-floor entrance of the auction hall. A shimmering energy barrier stood horizontally before the staircase, guarded by 2 uniformed sentinels wearing Beast Tamer Association badges on their chests. "Please show your invitation." Lian Yining took out a silver glinting card from her small bag. The guard took the card and swiped it lightly on a nearby device. The device emitted a soft beep, and the barrier immediately rippled like water, parting to form a passage. Miss Lien, this way please. The guard respectfully returned the card, pausing for a moment to take a closer look at Zheng Chang. He's my friend. Lien Yining naturally linked arms with Zheng Chang. Father is already waiting for us in the private room. The guard nodded and stepped aside. Zheng Chang followed Lien Yining up the stairs, acutely aware of the curious glances cast their way. The second floor was clearly not an area accessible to ordinary guests. Private rooms on the second floor are reserved exclusively for association executives and specially invited VIPs. Lien Yining explained in a hushed tone, each booth has independent protective formations to ensure privacy and security. At the top of the stairs lay a circular corridor lined with over a dozen private rooms on both sides. Lien Yining led Zheng Chang toward the booth marked number 27, casually releasing his arm before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The private booth was far more spacious than Zheng Chang had imagined. At its center stood a semicircular leather sofa facing a floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire auction venue below. The floor-to-ceiling window utilized special one-way glass technology, allowing a clear view from inside while appearing as just a mirror from the outside. Lien Yueshan was sitting on the sofa conversing with a middle-aged man who had a characteristically square-shaped face. Seeing the two enter, Lien Yueshan smiled and beckoned. Ninger, you've come at the perfect time. The auction is about to begin. The square-faced man turned his head, his sharp gaze slicing over Zheng Chang like a blade. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with thick brows, large eyes, and facial features as sharp as if chiseled by an axe. Dressed in a crisp black uniform, his epaulets bore a golden shield-shaped emblem. Even while seated, his burly frame was evident, exuding the ironclad aura of someone who had weathered countless battles. Dad, Uncle Zhao. Ha, Ninger has grown so big. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Last time we met was just last year. In the blink of an eye, Ninger has become a beastmaster. Lien Yining walked to the other side of the sofa. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. By the way, where's Sister Hongxiu? She had tasks to attend to today and couldn't make it, but she specifically told me to relay this message. Study hard for the exams and aim to become this year's top scholar of Qinzhou province. Top scorer, I'll do my best. Zhao Qicheng chuckled and looked at Zheng Chang, asking, and this is? Lien Yuanshan introduced, Old Zhao, this is Zheng Chang, Ninger's classmate. Zheng Chang, this is Director Zhao Qicheng, Deputy Director of the Superhuman Bureau of Chang'an City. Zheng Chang, Zhao Qicheng murmured with a smile, so you're Zheng Chang. Your name has been ringing in my ears so often lately that I've grown calluses from hearing it. Zheng Chang was taken aback, unsure why such an important figure would know about him. Lien Yining seemed to notice his confusion and quietly explained, the Superhuman Bureau is Xia country's official agency overseeing Beastmasters. It operates independently from the government system and reports directly to the Supreme Council of Elders. Uncle Zhao is the Deputy Director of the Chang'an City Supernormal Bureau, a transcendent-level powerhouse with formidable strength. So you're the youngster who traded a 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix for a first-star facehugger when it first appeared. Zhao Qicheng suddenly spoke up, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. This incident is truly unprecedented in the century-long history of the beast-taming era. Even if I wanted to remain ignorant, it'd be impossible. Zheng Chang felt a surge of embarrassment. This incident had indeed become his trademark. He cleared his throat and was just about to repeat the spiel about spiritual beast compatibility when Lien Yining preempted him. Uncle Zhao, there's more to this story, she asserted firmly. Zheng Chang had his reasons for choosing as he did, and facts have proven his decision correct, that Facehugger has now evolved into an exceptionally unique spiritual beast. Zhao Qicheng arched an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between the two before suddenly smiling. It's good that young people have their own ideas. I'm just curious, what kind of existence could compel a beastmaster to forsake a 9-star spiritual beast? Though insect-type spirit beasts are weak in their early stages, if one can uncover the secrets and opportunities for their incubation, they have the potential to evolve into high-star spirit beasts. While such cases aren't common, they're not unheard of. In our Qinzhou province, there's supposedly a beastmaster whose insect-type spirit beast advanced to become a high-star spirit beast. By now, it should be nearing the transcendent realm. Zheng Chang nodded in understanding, as he himself had witnessed an example of a low-tier insect-type spirit beast advancing to become a high-star spirit beast. Their schoolteacher, Jiang Yushi. Her original spirit beast was only a 3-star frostwing butterfly, but unexpectedly it has now evolved into an 8-star chillmatron. Even among all high-star spirit beasts, the chillmatron ranks among the top tier. However, the facehugger spirit insect is truly something I'd never seen before. Ninger mentioned you've evolved, it does seem quite special indeed. Zheng Chang's heart tightened. This deputy director of the Supernatural Bureau possessed terrifyingly sharp instincts. Just as he was carefully considering how to respond, the auction hall suddenly darkened, and a spotlight illuminated the circular display platform at the center. The auction is starting. Don't just stand there, sit down quickly. Lien Yueshan tactfully shifted the conversation while beckoning the two of them over. Zheng Chang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa with Lien Yining.
His gaze was quickly drawn to the auction hall's layout, the display podium surrounded by hundreds of seats, nearly all occupied. Even more striking were the dozens of uniformed staff standing on both sides of the venue, each stationed before a floating holographic screen.
Those are online bidding proxies.
Lian Yining noticed Zhang Cheng's gaze and quietly explained, some distinguished guests cannot attend in person, so they participate in the bidding remotely through the system, with staff members bidding on their behalf, though there's an additional agency fee.
On the exhibition stage, a female host in a red evening gown gracefully made her entrance.
Tall and slender with porcelain-like skin and cascading hair, she exuded a sharp, professional demeanor, the very image of a capable businesswoman.
As she walked, an enormous holographic projection immediately appeared above the stage. Distinguished guests, welcome to the annual Beastmaster Association auction.
The host's voice echoed through the venue via the sound system.
I am Linyu, the auction host for today's event.
We will be presenting 37 precious lots for you, including 5 special items newly discovered from uncharted realms. Zhang Cheng had initially been quite interested in the auction, but with the appearance of the Void Hive Stone, his attention gradually shifted from the event to his own spiritual beast space. The alien queen and the 3 special aliens were undergoing increasingly noticeable transformations after absorbing the Void Hive Stone. The black patterns on the queen's carapace have now fully connected, forming intricate geometric designs that emit faint spatial ripples. Even more astonishingly, each of the 3 special xenomorphs has undergone distinct mutations. The shadow xenomorph's body has grown increasingly ephemeral, as if it could melt into darkness at any moment.
The phantom mutant's body surface developed fine scaly structures. Meanwhile, the rocky shell mutant commander's carapace grew honeycomb-like pores. The first auction item is the molten heart from the flaming mountain range.
The host's voice came through. This is a naturally formed fire-attributed spiritual energy crystal, which has a significant evolutionary boost for fire-type spirit beasts. On the display platform, a fist-sized crimson crystal hovered mid-air, its interior seemingly flowing with magma as it emitted astonishing heat. Even through the protective shield of the private booth, Zhang Cheng could feel that scorching aura. The bidding commenced swiftly, with prices soaring rapidly. Zhang Cheng wasn't particularly interested in any of this, his thoughts were entirely preoccupied by the aliens' unusual transformations. These Void Hive Stones were absolutely extraordinary, no ordinary spatial material could trigger such intense reactions. Or perhaps, could these Void Honeycomb Stones be something special, just as the shop owner claimed, and not the ordinary variety? Sold! Congratulations to bidder number 37 for winning the Heart of Molten Fire at the price of 1.2 million. The auctioneer's voice snapped Zhang Cheng back to reality as the first item was hammered down, with staff carefully placing it into a specially designed security case. The next few auction items consisted of various spirit beast materials and rare spiritual herbs. Though valuable, none particularly caught Zhang Cheng's attention. He noticed that even Yushan and Zhao Qicheng seemed rather disinterested in the auction, as the two were whispering to each other about something. The two didn't bother lowering their voices around Zhang Cheng and Lian Yining either, suggesting it wasn't anything particularly confidential. His ears twitched slightly. Their conversation, as it turned out, was related to today's events.
Chapter 41, Vermilion Bird Feather. The spatial rift above the Wei River has been fluctuating abnormally recently. Monitoring indicates it's slowly expanding, with traces of unidentified creature activity. It may form an actual spatial passageway at any moment. Lian Yuishan frowned deeply. What does the association need to do? Increase personnel deployment. Zhao Qicheng said gravely, the Transcendent Bureau has limited manpower in Chang'an City, and the rift is only 10 kilometers from Weibei City. I hope you can mobilize members of the Weibei City Beast Tamer Association to assist us with monitoring. No problem, I'll handle it personally. Lian Yuishan nodded, but spatial rifts usually stabilize on their own, don't they? Why is this one causing such concern? Zhao Qicheng's expression turned grave. This dimensional rift is different.
Conventional spatial stabilizers are nearly ineffective against it, and we found this nearby. He took out a small projection device from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table to activate it. A holographic image emerged, displaying a black stone riddled with honeycomb-like pores almost identical to the void honeycomb stone Zhang Cheng had just purchased, only significantly larger in size.
Zhang Cheng's pupils contracted sharply, and even Yushan couldn't hide his astonishment. Is this a void hive stone? But how could it be this large? It's no ordinary void honeycomb stone, seems it fooled even you.
Zhao Qicheng turned off the projection, his voice growing even lower. We detected anomalous spatial fluctuations within it, perfectly matching the frequency emitted by the rift. Experts from the Bureau believe this type of stone might be a catalyst for dimensional rift expansion, or possibly a byproduct of certain biological activity. These peculiar stones have appeared in varying quantities within the spatial rifts, dimensional passages, and miniature worlds emerging in recent years.
This leads us to reasonably suspect they're traces left by the same species, or perhaps even the same type of biological activity. Zhang Cheng's heartbeat quickened.
If Zhao Qicheng's claims held truth, then the Void Hive Stone he had just purchased might very well be connected to this spatial rift.
And what did the alien queen's intense reaction to them signify?
The next auction item is a treasure from the newly discovered secret realm Shadowvale, Claws of the Abyss.
The host's suddenly amplified voice snapped Zhang Cheng out of his thoughts.
On the display platform appeared a pair of jet black claws, about half a meter long, their surfaces gleaming with an eerie luster as if they could absorb surrounding light. Even through the protective barrier, Zhang Cheng could sense the chilling energy emanating from them. The shadow claws originate from an unknown shadow-type spiritual beast, and have been appraised to possess 8-star quality. The auctioneer detailed the characteristics of the lot, drawing the gaze of many in the audience. Lin Yining leaned in close to Zhang Cheng's ear. These claws would be perfect for a shadow-type spiritual beast, greatly enhancing stealth and attack capabilities.
Too bad my Xiao Fei is fire-type.
Zhang Cheng nodded, though his thoughts were preoccupied with the information Zhao Qicheng had revealed. The spatial rift above the Wei River, the anomalous Void Hive Stone, and the alien queen's reaction, these clues seemed to share some underlying connection. Seeing that Zhang Cheng showed no interest in the Shadow Claw, Lin Yining didn't press further. The auction continued as one rare treasure after another was presented on the stage, promptly snatched up by eager buyers. While keeping an eye on the auction, Zhang Cheng discreetly monitored the changes within his beast space. The alien queen and the 3 other special aliens had completely absorbed all 6 void honeycomb stones, now lying motionless at the center of the nest, their dark surface patterns pulsing rhythmically like breathing.
What was even more astonishing was the visible distortion in the surrounding air, as if enveloped by a transparent membrane.
The difference was that while the alien queen remained in deep slumber, the other 3 special aliens were merely dazed, not fully asleep. Evidently, they had absorbed less energy than their queen. Next up is the 25th auction item of this event, the psionic resonator from an ancient ruin. The host's voice once again caught Zhang Cheng's attention. On the display pedestal appeared a metal disc, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. At the center of the disc were inlaid 7 gemstones of different colors, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper constellation. The spirit resonance device can significantly enhance the mental connection between beastmasters and their spirit beasts, particularly effective for multi-spirit beast population control. The auctioneer announced, starting bid at 3 million, with each increment no less than 100,000. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up. This item could be tremendously helpful for his alien legion, but the price was clearly beyond his means.
3.5 million. 4 million.
The price quickly soared, soon breaking through the 6 million mark. In the end, this psionic resonator was auctioned off for 7.2 million to a mysterious buyer.
The next 3 auction items will be the highlights of today's event.
The host's tone turned mysterious. First up is a complete vermilion bird feather. Zhang Cheng noticed Lin Yining's body suddenly tense up, her eyes flashing with desire. On the display platform, a crimson feather about 1 meter long slowly rose, its surface flickering with tiny flames that emitted an awe-inspiring pressure. This vermilion bird feather is said to be a plume shed by the divine vermilion bird, containing pure fire element primordial energy. The host explained, it has a transformative effect on fire attribute spirit beasts.
For those with Phoenix bloodline, the absorption rate would be even more remarkable. Lin Yining's hands clenched involuntarily, her knuckles turning white.
Zhang Cheng knew this feather would be of immense benefit to her Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon.
However, according to what Xiao Tianyu had said earlier, wouldn't the vermilion bird feather only appear during the small exchange meeting after the auction? So why was there one being auctioned now? Was this another feather entirely? Or, could this be the exact same one Xiao Tianyu had mentioned?
The starting bid is 5 million, with each increment no less than 200,000.
5,500,000.
Lin Yining was nearly the first to press the bidding button, his gaze firmly locked onto the vermilion bird feather. But the price was quickly surpassed by other bidders. Within mere minutes, the phoenix feather's cost had skyrocketed to 9 million and was still climbing. Lin Yining's expression gradually darkened. This price clearly exceeded her budget. At that moment, Lien Yuashan suddenly reached out and pressed the bidding button. 10 million.
Dad. Lien Yuashan smiled. Your little Fei needs this vermilion bird feather. With it, you'll stand a real chance at topping this year's imperial exams. Lin Yining's delicate face was flushed with excitement as she nodded vigorously. 11 million. Suddenly, a bidding voice came from VIP box number 9 on the second floor. Both Lin Yining and Zhang Cheng's expressions subtly shifted almost simultaneously. That voice. Xiao Tianyu. I didn't expect him to also take a fancy to this vermilion bird feather. Lien Yuashan's brows furrowed slightly. Though he was the president of Weibei City's Beast Tamer Association, his personal finances weren't particularly abundant. Yet despite this, he pressed the bidding button once more. 12 million. 13 million. Xiao Tianyu's bid followed closely, as if he was determined to secure this vermilion bird feather. Even numerous beastmasters on the first floor lifted their heads to watch, whispering low murmurs of discussion. Lien Yuashan's raised hand hesitated briefly before falling back down. 13.5 million. 15 million. This time even Yuashan was taken aback, then leaned back on the sofa with a smirk. Young people these days, always so competitive. Ninger, it seems this vermilion bird plume was never meant to be yours. Even Zhao Qichun laughed and said, "Ha, old Lian, looks like we're both getting old, being so cautious over mere millions now." Lian Yining gave him an odd look before smiling and saying, "Dad, I don't want it anymore. I believe my little Scarlet will grow into an epic tier spirit beast, or even a legendary tier spirit beast, without relying on any external aids." Good, truly worthy of being Lian Yueshan's daughter, such ambition. Without Lian Yueshan's competition, the vermilion bird feather was swiftly claimed by Xiao Tianyu. Next up is the second highlight of this auction, an 8-star legendary beast egg, the thornbird. As the auctioneer announced, a beast egg nearly half a person's height, glowing with faint emerald light, was carried onto the stage. The thornbird, an 8-star wood attribute spirit beast, rumored to carry a trace of Qingyuan heritage from the Phoenix bloodline. At that moment, their private booth door was knocked open, revealing an auction house staff member. The man beamed obsequiously while holding a crimson wooden box approximately 1 meter long in both hands. "May I ask if Miss Lian Ying is present here?" Lian Ying stood up and asked curiously, "That's me, what's the matter?" "It's like this, lot number 9 was purchased by young master Xiao Tianyu from the private booth specifically to gift to Miss Lian. Please sign for it." Chapter 42, Lian Ying's refusal. For Ninger? Yushan Lian abruptly sat upright from the couch, his gaze falling in shock upon that crimson wooden box. Through the translucent lid, one could clearly see the vermilion bird feather lying peacefully within, the fiery patterns on its surface shimmering with molten lava-like luster under the light. Zhao Qicheng's teacup hung suspended mid-air as he too turned a surprised gaze toward the box. As the deputy director of the Supernatural Bureau of Chang'an City and a beast tamer at the Supernatural Realm, he certainly didn't lack money. However, not lacking money and casually spending millions on gifts for others are two entirely different matters. The staff member bowed respectfully. Young Master Xiao said this gift is meant to make up for Miss Lian's birthday present from last year. The private booth suddenly grew so quiet they could hear the commentator's voice detailing the thornbird beast egg on display. Zheng Chang noticed Lian Yining's fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her knuckles whitening from the tension. She turned to look at her father, the line of her neck rigidly straight. "Dad, I can't accept this." "Ninger." Lian Yueshan frowned and said, "A 15 million credit 8-star material, do you have any idea how much that could boost your Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix? And it was originally given to you by Tianyu, wasn't it? I remember Xiao Tianyu was your classmate before. I happen to have some connections with several beastmasters from the Xiao family myself. Do you remember, old Zhao? Tianyu used to come to the association all the time to play with Ninger when he was little. I always said that kid would go far." Zhao Qicheng blew away the tea leaves and took a sip, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. The third son of the Xiao family? His elder brother's incident of illegally using forbidden techniques in the northwestern Fisher Zone last year, the investigation report is still locked in the Bureau's archives. Well, young people do tend to have a bit of pride, that's only natural. Back in our day, didn't we also do stupid things like skipping star cores we snatched from mystic realms across the water just to impress girls? Exactly. Lian Yueshan laughed heartily and patted his daughter's shoulder. "Take it for now. After the college entrance exams, you can find something of equal value to return the courtesy." Zheng Chang remained silent. The xenomorph queen suddenly rolled over in the spirit beast space, causing the translucent dimensional membrane to pulse like a jellyfish's rhythmic contractions. It looks like it's about to wake up. I wonder what kind of enhancement these void hive stones will bring about. I don't want it. Lian Yining suddenly declared with unwavering determination. She pushed the wooden box open with such force that the lid slid halfway off, revealing a segment of a vermilion bird's feather. The scorching fire-type spiritual energy instantly sent the temperature in the private room skyrocketing. "Why? Didn't you two used to get along well?" Lian Yueshan asked curiously. "How did things?" "Dad, that's all ancient history. The person he is now is completely different from the kid he used to be. He hurt my best friend, and I will never forgive him for that." She abruptly fell silent mid-sentence, her eyes darting across Zheng Chang before lowering again. Zhao Qicheng suddenly burst out laughing. "Old Lian, your daughter must have someone special in her heart." He cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Chang, who was observing the spatial anomaly. "Young people sorting out their romantic troubles, old folks like us shouldn't interfere." Lian Yueshan's expression froze on his face. He slowly turned his head to glance at Zheng Chang, then at his daughter's reddening ears, his gaze shifting between stormy and uncertain. That Zheng Chang kid, he was genuinely grateful that he'd gifted the 9-star Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon to his daughter. But if my daughter falls for Zheng Chang because of this and ends up rejecting Xiao Tianyu, to be honest, he was unwilling. Zheng Chang had sterling qualities, steadfast composure, a strong bond with his daughter, deep filial piety, and respect for his elders. But none of that could quite measure up to becoming a beastmaster. In short, as things stood now, Zheng Chang wasn't worthy enough to pursue Lian Yining. As the staff member hesitated with the wooden box,
the auctioneer's hammer suddenly struck the podium with a resounding thud.
120 million for the third time. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in VIP box number 3 on winning the 8-star Thornbird Beast egg. The uproar from the entire hall temporarily eased the awkwardness in the private booth.
Seizing the chance, Zheng Cheng pressed closer to the one-way glass and saw 12 staff members in silver uniforms escorting the beast egg away using anti-gravity devices.
Bluish patterns resembling faint bird shapes surfaced on the eggshell surface, each pulsing glow leaving behind dandelion-like luminescent particles floating in the air.
An 8-star rated Thornbird had actually fetched an astronomical price of 120 million, no idea who ended up winning that bid. Taking advantage of the commotion, Lian Yining shut the booth door, leaving the staff member holding the vermilion bird feathers standing outside.
The price is inflated,
Lian Yueshan suddenly said. Although the Thornbird can perform divine healing techniques like Hymn of Life that revive the dead, its growth period requires devouring large amounts of precious wood-type materials. It takes a very long time to nurture, requiring at least several decades of growth. The cost of simply raising it is astronomical. Who on earth would sell such a thing?
Zhao Qicheng said. The Bai family bought it. The Bai family?
Their family patriarch suffered severe injuries on the two-world battlefield.
None of the existing healing-type spirit beasts can suppress the wounds. Only an 8-star Thornbird might have a chance to work, though it remains uncertain whether the patriarch of the Bai family can hold on until the Thornbird matures. Old ancestor Bai? Even Lian Yueshan frowned and said, to treat the injuries of an epic-level powerhouse, you'd need at least a transcendent-level healing-type spirit beast for it to possibly take effect. The Bai family, they're really preparing to spend a fortune.
The exclamations that suddenly erupted from downstairs interrupted his words.
The final auction item didn't appear on the display stand. Instead, it was projected as a hologram in the center of every private booth.
In this blurry footage, numerous irregular polyhedral crystals floated within an underground cave, their surfaces continuously oozing a pitch-black, asphalt-like substance. The black droplets defied gravity as they fell, floating upward instead, morphing into various ferocious beast-like shapes as if kneaded by invisible hands. What you're seeing now is an unknown crystal discovered deep in the 7th secret realm of the Qinling Mountains 3 days ago. The host's voice trembled with excitement. Testing revealed that the energy fluctuations emitted by this crystal don't match any known spiritual beast attributes, but it can temporarily grant users the ability of spatial teleportation. Experts from the Beastmaster Association speculate this is the newest type of space energy containing ore, capable of nurturing spatial-type spiritual beasts and crafting spatial equipment, a completely new category of energy ore. After explaining these details, the host deliberately paused before speaking again. Coordinates for a newly discovered spatial-type spirit stone vein, with estimated production capacity of at least 3,000 tons. Starting bid, 300 million, with minimum increments of 10 million per raise. Before the host's voice had even faded, an intense uproar immediately erupted throughout the auction hall.
A new spirit stone vein? And a spatial type one at that? How many new types of spirit stones have been discovered so far? 235 varieties. TSK, 300 million.
At most we can only look. Probably only those old established families can afford it. Amidst the multitude of whispers, nearly everyone raised their eyes toward the private boxes on the second floor, particularly toward the boxes numbered among the highest ranks, those bearing the first few designations.
400 million. A faint voice came from box number 2. 450 million. Box number 5, followed closely behind. 500 million. 600 million. The price skyrocketed rapidly, soon breaking through the 1 billion mark.
Amidst such frenzied bidding, Zhang Cheng's private booth remained unusually calm.
Zhao Qicheng's phone suddenly rang.
After answering and speaking just a few words, his expression changed slightly before he abruptly stood up.
Old Lian, I have an urgent mission. I must take my leave now. What kind of mission is so urgent?
A spatial rift over the Wei River has erupted with spatial tides.
A space channel could form at any moment. I need to go take command immediately.
Suddenly pausing mid-sentence, he added, by the way, how many Beastmasters are there in your Weibei City Beastmaster Association? Never mind, just transfer all gold-tier Beastmasters and above to the Wei River.
Understood, I'll arrange it immediately.
Lian Yueshan nodded in agreement and left together with Zhao Qicheng.
Dad.
Ninger, if there's nothing else, you should head back to the hotel too.
The Unified Beast Tamer College entrance exam is about to begin. Be prepared. Don't worry, Dad. I'll do my best. Mum.
Lian Yueshan nodded and glanced at Zheng Chang, adding, Zheng Chang, you should also give it your all. Although you've already been admitted early to the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, they still have their assessment standards.
Don't let Ninger down. Don't worry, Uncle Lian. I'll do my best. Chapter 43, The Furious Xiaotianyu.
In VIP box number 9, the crystal chandelier cast a soft glow upon Xiaotianyu's face, which bore an air of arrogance. He lounged lazily on the leather sofa, twirling a deep purple ring between his fingers, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips.
Brother Tianyu, this time you've really gone all out, sending a 15 million phoenix feather just like that? Lian Yining must be completely moved by your gesture. A young man with silver-dyed hair fawned ingratiatingly as he casually poured a cup of spirit wine for Xiao Tianyu. Yeah. Yining might be the daughter of the Beastmaster Association president, but she's just an ordinary Beastmaster at the end of the day. If she weren't so pretty, would she even deserve our Tianyu? Another girl in an ornate long dress covered her mouth as she chuckled, her eyes brimming with sycophantic gleam. Xiao Tianyu snorted lightly, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Originally, she really wasn't worthy of me. But, well, who made her so lucky as to have a fool willing to trade a 9-star Scarlet Flame Phoenix Dragon for her measly 1-star facehugger? The private room erupted in laughter. Ha, that Zheng Chang is absolutely hilarious. Trading a 9-star for a 1-star? This isn't just being a simp, he must have a mental problem. When I first heard about this, I thought it was just a joke. Who knew it was real? How could such an idiot even get early admission to the Imperial Beast Taming University? Must have pulled some strings, right? Otherwise, with his level of ability, how would it even be possible? I do know about this. It must be Lian Yining taking pity on him and actively contacting the enrollment officer of the Imperial Beastmaster University, throwing him a bone with a spot in the Rare Spirit Beasts Academy. Oh, it's just the Rare Spirit Beasts Academy. I thought it was something special. Isn't that just where those useless second-generation Beastmasters go? Ha ha ha. The crowd chimed in one after another, mocking Zheng Chang with nothing but disdain in their words. Listening to the chatter, Xiao Tianyu's smirk deepened. He raised his wineglass, gently swirling the amber liquid, and said leisurely, but it's just as well. If he hadn't been so foolish, Lian Yining would still be just an average beast tamer now, hardly worth all this effort from me. Absolutely. With Brother Tianyu taking action, Lian Yining is bound to fall right into place. Brother Tianyu, you're a genuine 9-star beast tamer. Lian Yining's Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix was just stumbled upon. Its spiritual affinity can't possibly compare to your Thunder Golden Eagle. It's her good fortune to have caught your eye. At this very moment, the auctioneer's voice on the stage suddenly rose. Coordinates for a newly discovered spatial-type spirit stone vein, starting bid at 300 million, with minimum increments of no less than 10 million per raise. The occupants in the private boxes were immediately drawn to the announcement, crowding against the one-way glass to examine the holographic projection displaying the vein's imagery. TSK, a spatial-type vein. This is strategic-grade material. The major families will probably be at each other's throats over this one. I wonder who will snatch it. The Qin family? The Bai family? Or the Zhao family? The Bai family is already out of the running because of the Thornbird Beast Egg situation. The Xiao family will probably make a move this time too, right? Xiao Tianyu smiled faintly. I don't interfere with family matters, but such a mineral vein is indeed worth competing for. As soon as he finished speaking, box number 2 made the first bid, 400 million. Box number 5 promptly followed, 450 million. The price skyrocketed and soon exceeded 1 billion. Everyone in the private room was dumbfounded, marveling at the extravagance of these major families. However, just as the crowd was engrossed in the shock of the bidding war, the door of the private room was suddenly tapped lightly. Come in. Enter, Xiao Tianyu said without even looking up. The door opened, and the staff member who had been holding the vermilion bird feather walked in awkwardly, still clutching that crimson wooden box. Young Master Xiao, this. Miss Lian Yining refused to accept the gift. The air in the private room instantly turned icy. Xiao Tianyu's smile froze on his face as his fingers unconsciously tightened around the wineglass, his knuckles turning white. He slowly raised his head, his gloomy eyes fixed on the attendant. What did you say? The staff member broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and forced himself to say, Miss Lian said, she doesn't want it. Bang! Xiao Tianyu slammed his wineglass onto the coffee table, sending splashes of alcohol flying. His face instantly turned livid, rage blazing in his eyes. Did she really say that? Why yes. The people in the private room exchanged glances. None of them had expected things to turn out this way. The silver-haired youth who had been lavishing praise on Xiao Tianyu moments ago now stood frozen in fearful silence, not daring to utter another word. Huh, interesting. Xiao Tianyu let out a cold laugh, his voice icy. Lian Yining, you really don't know when to take an offered kindness. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the private booth. Someone peered through the one-way glass and exclaimed in surprise, Isn't that Lian Yining? The crowd rushed to look and saw Lian Yining and Zheng Chang walking side by side through the auction hall's main lobby, chatting and laughing with an air of unusual intimacy. This is... The expressions of everyone in the private booth turned peculiar. No one imagined that not only had Lian Yining rejected Xiao Tianyu's gift, but she would also be getting so close to Zheng Chang instead. Xiao Tianyu's complexion darkened completely as he glared fiercely at Zheng Chang's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Zheng Chang, good, very good. He spoke each word with biting clarity, his voice as cold as a demon crawling out from hell. You don't associate dragons with snakes, nor run with dogs as a tiger. Who would have thought you, Lian Yining, could sink so low willingly. It's a shame that I once thought you were different from other women. The people in the private room held their breath in fearful silence, none daring to cross him at that moment. The silver-haired young man swallowed hard and cautiously suggested, "Big brother Tianyu, should we maybe teach that kid a lesson?" Xiao Tianyu gave him a cold stare, saying nothing, but the ferocity in his eyes spoke volumes. At the same time, outside the auction venue, Zheng Chang and Lian Yining walked side by side down the street, the cool night breeze dispersing the clamor from the auction house. "You really don't want that vermilion bird feather?" Zheng Chang glanced sideways at her as he asked. Lian Yining curled her lip. "I wouldn't take anything from Xiao Tianyu even if you paid me. Just looking at his stuff annoys me. But it would be a great help to your Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix, wouldn't it?" "So what?" Lian Yining snorted. "I'd rather nurture it slowly than owe him a favor." Zheng Chang smiled faintly and said nothing more. Lian Yining stole a glance at him before suddenly asking, "Zheng Chang, do you really have no regrets?" "What's there to regret? Trading a 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix for my facehugger," she muttered under her breath. "Now everyone thinks you're an idiot." Zheng Chang chuckled and shook his head. "I never do anything I regret." Lian Yining froze momentarily before letting her lips curl into a faint smile. "By the way, this year's Provincial Joint Unified Examination for Beastmasters has several exceptionally talented freshmen participating. Besides Xiao Tianyu, there are several other formidable spirit beasts. I have their profiles here. I'll send them to you when we get back. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you shall win every battle." Zheng Chang said, "Thank you." The night breeze brushed past, stretching their two shadows beneath the streetlights until they slowly merged into one. Little did they know, in the distant shadows, a pair of eyes burning with fury were fixed intently upon them. Chapter 44 The New Pattern. Zheng Chang returned to the hospital, chatted with his parents for a while, and then went back to his apartment. Inside the spirit beast space, intense spiritual fluctuations were already evident. As soon as he checked, he frowned slightly from the overwhelming metallic scent of blood that hit him. The once empty space was now covered in viscous organic matter, thread-like black tendrils covering the ground like a fungal carpet, rippling faintly with each step he took. "Such a dramatic change, looks like you've gained quite a lot." The colossal form of the alien queen coiled at the heart of the nest, its once battle-scarred carapace now fully regenerated, radiating a metallic gleam in the dim light. Most striking was the smooth bone helmet on its head, now etched with eerie violet patterns that pulse like living veins. Its entire frame had expanded yet again, with its sheer height now towering over 5 meters. At this moment, its height had already caught up to that of its previous parasitic host, the 7-star diamond rageape. Omniscient Eye. A blue light flashed through Zheng Cheng's eyes, and the alien queen's new attributes immediately appeared before him. Name, Alien Queen, Growth Stage. Star Rating, 7 stars. Strength, Silver Rank, Tier 3. Status, Satiated/Evolution Stabilization Period. Skills, Acidic Blood, Enhanced, Inner Fang Projection, Enhanced, Stealth Hunting, Added Spatial Concealment Effect, Egg Laying, Adamantine Bone Armor, Enhanced, Frenzy, Added Bloodlust Effect. New skill, Void Sensing, can detect spatial fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Special Trait 1, Genetic Optimization, upgraded. Can absorb hosts' superior genes to enhance itself and selectively inherit them to offspring. Special Talent 2, Queen's Aura, enhanced. Possesses absolute control over its own kind and can briefly intimidate low-star spiritual beasts. Special Talent 3, Egg Laying, enhanced. Egg production speed increased by 50%, egg durability enhanced. Leap directly from Silver Rank Stage 1 to Silver Rank Stage 5? Zheng Chang couldn't contain his surprise, guessing that the extraterrestrial hivestone must have boosted the alien queen's strength. As the alien queen grows, its strength will continue to increase. He noticed the alien queen's tail blade had grown longer and sharper, with faint signs of spatial distortion along its edges. Just then, the alien queen suddenly opened its eyes, those icy compound pupils flashing with a hint of violet light. Slowly raising its forelimbs, it lightly traced the air with its razor-sharp claws and the space before it tore open like fabric, forming a slender rift. Space tear? Zheng Cheng gasped in astonishment. No, it's not quite there yet. But if we gather enough void comb stones, could the alien queen truly awaken spatial abilities? 3 special aliens emerged from the shadows, their bodies noticeably bulkier, with faint purple patterns now visible on their carapaces. Through the all-seeing eye, Zheng Cheng observed that their strength had also significantly increased. Pure combat strength has already reached Silver Rank Tier 2. Other skills, talents, and so on have also been enhanced. The Void Honeycomb Stones effect is actually this potent. If there were more Void Honeycomb Stones? Zheng Cheng fell into thought, recalling the coordinates he had bought from that street vendor for 100 grand. After exiting the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng discovered over a dozen unread messages on his phone. When he opened them, he was surprised to find documents sent by Lian Yining, a detailed dossier projected before him. Key Candidates Archive, this year's examination. Xiao Tianyu, Xiao family of Chang'an City. Beast, Thunder Golden Eagle, 9-star rank. Attributes, Dual Wind and Lightning attributes, commands Thunderstorm Domain and Hurricane Wings. Strength evaluation, Silver Realm Tier 5. By Yue, by Family of Chang'an City. Beast, Profound Ice Drake, 9-star. Traits, Ice attribute, skill absolute 0 can freeze spiritual energy flow. Power assessment, Silver Realm Tier 4. Xin Zhan, Xin Family of Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Ancient General Soul, 9-star rank. Attributes, unknown. Strength assessment, Silver Realm Tier 6. Zhao Wuhan, illegitimate child of the Zhao family in Chang'an City. Beast Companion, Sword Spirit, 9-star. Trait, unknown. Power assessment, Silver Tier Stage 3. In the entire Qinzhou province, 5 freshmen this year have contracted 9-star spirit beasts. Nearly all of them come from beast tamer families. Originally, Zheng Chang was also supposed to be on this list. Unfortunately, his Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix had already been given to Lian Yining. Aside from these 5 freshmen with 9-star spirit beasts, there were also over 20 others who had contracted 8-star spirit beasts. Although these 20-odd individuals weren't as talented as Lian Yining and the other 4 elites, their potential remained formidable, strong enough to have a genuine shot at reaching epic tier prowess. Zheng Cheng's gaze lingered on the information about Qin Zhan and Zhao Wuhan. Ancient Martial Spirit? Sword Spirit? These 2 new spirit beasts, why haven't I heard of them before? Even in the intelligence materials sent by Lian Yining, apart from their names, everything else is marked as unknown. It seems the true strength and abilities of these 2 individuals remain a complete mystery to this day. Just how powerful could they possibly be? As he was carefully reviewing the materials, Lian Yining suddenly sent another message. Zheng Chang, I just received the latest news, this year's Provincial Joint Beastmaster College entrance exam format has changed. Oh, changed to what? Zheng Chang asked curiously, as past exams had always been largely similar in content. The first item involves assessing various data of the spiritual beasts, including their star rating, size, skills, strength, potential, etc., which are categorized into different grades. The second item requires pairing beasts through random draws to engage in combat, with winners advancing and losers eliminated, until the final victor is selected. Has this year's assessment method changed? Who knows what the format will be? Lian Yining, my dad told me this year's college entrance exam assessment has changed to Battle Royale mode with a point system. Battle Royale? Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, as if he had guessed something. Lian Yining sent another message. I heard it's because the way River Rift suddenly expanded, all examinees will be deployed to the out-of-control zone at the rift's periphery. A large number of magical beasts have appeared in the out-of-control zone. Killing these beasts will earn varying points, while all examinees must advance toward the target circle. Those who move too slowly will be engulfed by the poison mist and subsequently disqualified from the assessment. Zheng Cheng frowned and asked, Spatial Rift. Isn't the Beastmaster Guild afraid that a beast tide might erupt from the rift and endanger the examinees? Lian Yining replied, I asked my father about it. His view is that our assessment this time also serves as reconnaissance preparation for what lies on the other side of the spatial rift. The magical beasts emerging from this spatial rift's out-of-control zone are quite peculiar. Initial investigations indicate they are all insectoid beasts, creatures resembling spiders, cockroaches, and such. Moreover, after death, they drop void hive stones from their bodies, with varying qualities serving as the basis for point evaluation. Void hive stone? Upon seeing this message, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. If there were large quantities of void hive stones. Chapter 45, The 5 9-star Spirit Beasts. The morning mist still lingered over the Wei River plain as over 10,000 young figures gathered in the temporary camp surrounding the spatial rift. Zheng Cheng stood among the Weibei city contingent, feeling the faint tremors rising from the ground beneath him, distinctive fluctuations caused by the spatial rift's instability. Rumor has it new species of insectoid magical beasts have appeared in this assessment zone. Even the guild hasn't fully documented their behavioral patterns yet. Beside him, a bespectacled boy adjusted his frames with trembling hands. My cousin's in the scout team. He said those insects can spray corrosive mucus, and they come in massive numbers. I heard about that too. Apparently it's a newly discovered type of insectoid spirit beast. Heh, what's so scary about insect-type spirit beasts? In over 100 years of the beast taming era, the strongest insect types barely reach 3 stars, they just rely on swarm tactics. Kill their queen and you wipe out the whole colony. I wonder just how powerful the insectoid magical beasts emerging from this spatial rift will be. I don't know, we'll find out once we go in. Listening to the discussions of the freshmen around him, Zheng Cheng suddenly touched the spirit beast space mark on his left wrist, sensing an excited mental fluctuation from the alien queen. Ever since devouring the void hive stone, its perception of spatial fluctuations had grown increasingly acute, and now it was restlessly eager to come out and hunt. Quiet. Zheng Cheng soothed it through their mental link. You'll have your chance to shine soon. In the center of the camp, a giant holographic projection suddenly lit up, displaying the real-time map of this assessment. The Wei River fissure stretched across the plain like a sinister scar, radiating 5 concentric rings of different colors around it. Look, it's a thunder golden eagle. A sudden gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd. Zheng Chang looked up to see a golden lightning bolt pierce through the morning mist. The monstrous bird, wings spanning over 10 meters, swooped downward before abruptly halting just 30 meters above the ground. Every feather of it was entwined with blue-purple lightning, its sharp eagle eyes sweeping over the crowd, sending countless low-star spirit beasts trembling and hiding behind their owners. The young man standing on the golden eagle's back casually tucked one hand into his pocket while brushing back his wind-tousled black hair with the other. Dressed in a tailored combat uniform, his elongated eyes were filled with arrogance. This was the grand entrance he had envisioned for days. Possessing a formidable 9-star flying spirit beast was enough to make him the unrivaled pinnacle among all his peers. Xiao Tianyu is here. Lian Yining appeared beside Zheng Chang without anyone noticing. Today, she'd tied her crimson hair into a high ponytail, and the cuffs of her combat uniform were embroidered with intricate flame patterns. That guy boasted openly at yesterday's preparatory meeting, declaring he'd dominate the top of the leaderboard for the first 3 days. According to this year's new rules, the Joint Beast Tamer College entrance exam will last 3 days in total. Within 3 days, kill all encountered magical beasts to obtain void hive stones of varying qualities, thereby accumulating points as proof for subsequent evaluations. Zheng Chang said nonchalantly, the championship isn't that easy to win. Is this really the heir nurtured by a major family? Making such a conspicuous entrance, isn't he afraid everyone will target him as an opponent? Lian Yining covered her mouth with a delicate laugh and said, I've always said since childhood that Kid Xiao Tianyu has a few screws loose. He often delivers these outrageous statements. I heard they made some changes later, but it looks just the same as before now. People get arrogant when they rise to power. With a 9-star thunder golden rock, he certainly has the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Tianyu leaped down, the thunder golden rock transforming into a streak of light that vanished into his brow. As he landed, faint electric sparks erupted around his body, scorching all grass blades within a 5-meter radius to blackened crisps. Several examinees who had been about to approach him promptly halted their steps. A bunch of useless trash. Xiao Tianyu's voice was pitched just right to be heard by those around him, drawing glares from several freshmen, though they quickly hid their expressions. There are no more than 3 opponents this year who can make me take them seriously. His gaze swept across the crowd, pausing slightly when it landed on Lian Yining, before finally settling on Zheng Chang. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh, isn't this the philanthropist who gave away a 9-star spirit beast? Zheng Chang remained expressionless, as if listening to mosquitoes buzzing around. Young Master Xiao certainly knows how to throw his weight around. A cool female voice came from behind, causing the temperature in the air to plummet as fine ice crystals formed across the ground. Bai Yuwei strode forward upon the ice, her gleaming black ice serpent coiling behind her. Snowflakes swirled in the wake of the serpent's breath. Xiao Tianyu's expression darkened slightly, his tone cautious. Bai Yuwei didn't respond. Her indifferent gaze swept over the crowd before she gave Lian Yining a slight nod. The two had known each other before, and Lian Yining's flaming phoenix dragon deserved her respect. Her eyes lit up slightly upon seeing Zheng Chang, as if spotting something intriguing, and her delicate nose twitched faintly. So you're the one who gave the crimson flame phoenix dragon to Yining? TSK, how dull, both the man and the social etiquette. After leaving those words behind, Bai Yuwei walked away alone, with examinees hastily clearing a path wherever she passed. Zheng Chang's lips twitched. Bai Yuwei, always like this? Lian Yining explained, she's actually a nice person, she just doesn't particularly like men. Don't take it to heart. Zheng Chang shook his head. Why would I care about a little girl's opinion? He. Xiao Tianyu chuckled softly and said, Zheng Chang, this young master will be waiting for you in the spatial rift. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and left without the slightest hesitation. On the other side of the crowd, a sudden commotion erupted. Zheng Chang turned to see a tall youth clad in black tactical combat gear being encircled by the throng. The young man's face was stern, with a ferocious scar running down his left eye. His burly frame exuded an aura of extreme savagery from his gaze. It's Qin Zhan, the scion of the Qin family from Chang'an City. I heard this guy was killing magical beasts in secret realms with his bare hands before he even became a beastmaster. That kid's a battle maniac, and they say his spirit beast is something special too. Stay away from him. Qin Zhan ignored the surrounding commotion, his attention wholly focused on the holographic map as he occasionally marked positions on his tactical tablet. That kid has military connections. Unless you have a reason, don't mess with him, otherwise he'll cling to you like a madman. A lazy voice suddenly spoke beside Zheng Chang's ear. Without him noticing, a young man in a black trench coat had leaned against the warning post nearby, as if talking to Zheng Chang. He was slender with melancholy eyes, his long black hair casually tied into a ponytail draped down his back. He looked somewhat handsome, but what stood out most were his long bangs, unnaturally dyed white, covering his forehead and half obscuring his eyes. Zhao Wuhan? Zheng Chang ventured cautiously, recalling the mention of this Zhao family's illegitimate son in the files,
though the photograph had failed to capture his unsettling presence. The youth flashed a grin, revealing a pair of canine teeth. "Don't stress, I'm just curious what makes someone special enough to catch the young Miss Lian's eye. Though after watching you for a few minutes," he mused, "I've only concluded you're decent looking. Nothing extraordinary, really. Of course, still not as handsome as me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he jutted out his lower lip and blew upwards forcefully, making his elegant bangs flutter. Zhang Chang's lips twitched. How could this guy act like such an idiot? It should be said, all the new Beastmasters this year who awakened 9-star spirit beasts had a few screws loose. Xiao Tianyu was far too arrogant, having made countless enemies. Bai Yue has a cold personality, the epitome of an ice queen. As for Qin Zhan, though we haven't interacted yet, he seems like another prideful fellow. And Zhao Wuhan? Honestly, he comes across like the village landlord's dim-witted son. Perhaps only Lian Yining could still be considered normal. It wasn't until the boy stood up and walked over that Zhang Chang realized this kid was actually disabled. His left sleeve hung empty, clearly missing an arm, swaying in the wind. "Where's your arm?" Zhang Chang asked curiously, as he recalled the records never mentioned Zhao Wuhan being disabled. What should he do? Lian Yining said with exasperation, "Zhang Chang, don't be fooled by him. This kid has a problem with his brain too. He's obsessed with novels and keeps calling himself the one-armed swordsman. He even wanted to cut off his own arm before, but Uncle Zhao chased him down and beat him up several times. Later, he just hit his left arm and pretended to be disabled, saying it could confuse his enemies." Zhang Chang's lips twitched. What kind of freak show is this? Zhao Wuhan panicked. "Hey, Lian Yining, why'd you sell me out so fast? We're old friends, and Zhang Chang's just an outsider." "You're the outsider. Ha ha ha. Hey Chang, even the goddess." A familiar voice suddenly rang out as Su Kuan shoved his way through the crowd and appeared before Zhang Chang. "Your directions were hard to follow. I spent over 10 minutes looking for this place." "Hey, who's this dude, some emo kid or what?" Zhao Wuhan flicked his head, tossing aside his white bangs, and cast a sidelong glance at Su Kuan with his right eye. "I am Zhao Wuhan, and let me clarify, this isn't some emo phase, it's the way of the wandering knight." "The way of the wandering knight?" Su Kuan's lip twitched as he watched Zhao Wuhan dramatically blow his flowing hair out of his face again, then quietly sidled up to Zhang Chang. "Chengji, where the hell did you find this lunatic?" Chapter 46, The Certification Exam. "Attention all candidates." From the podium, the invigilator's booming voice echoed across the plains through the speaker system. "The 107th Qinzhou Province Joint Beastmaster College Entrance Examination begins now. Teleportation will commence in 3 minutes. All examinees must verify their spiritual beast space stability and teleportation arrays." Zhang Chang touched the spiritual beast space mark on his left wrist, sensing the alien queen's surge of eager battle intent through their bond. As he glanced around, he noticed Xiao Tianyu staring at him with a challenging gaze, while Bai Yue stood alone at the edge of the crowd, emanating an aura of icy detachment that warned others to keep their distance. Below his feet, an intricate floral pattern emerged, chrysanthemum-like in design, enveloping everyone present. This was the Dimensional Rift's teleportation array, the mechanism that would transport them all into the unstable zone within the spatial fracture. Lian Yining beside him encouraged, "Give it your all, Zhang Chang. The teleportation array causes massive spatial fluctuations due to the spatial fissures. Everyone gets randomly transported upon entry. I'll do my best to find you." "Mum, don't worry, Yining. I'll find him too." Zhao Wuhan swung his head again, his bangs sweeping sideways as a teasing glint surfaced in his eyes. Su Kuan quipped, "Why are you looking for Brother Chang? Are you gay or something?" "Piss off. You're the gay one, your whole family's gay. Seriously though, with that hairstyle of yours, you'd probably look stunning in women's clothing." "Damn it, you fat fuck, asking for trouble." Teleportation countdown, 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, over 10,000 beams of white light ignited simultaneously. Su Kuan and Zhao Wuhan were still hurling insults at each other, but their voices were soon drowned out by the overwhelming white radiance. Like pencil sketches erased by rubber, the freshmen on the plane vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only the spatial fissures continued emitting unstable hums, and the trampled grass blades on the ground remained as evidence of the once bustling crowd. "Will our Xiaohai pass the assessment?" A plainly dressed middle-aged woman clenched a blessing talisman in her hand, her eyes fixed intently on the direction of the rift. Her husband patted her shoulder but couldn't conceal the worry in his own eyes either. "Don't worry, even though Xiaohai's spirit beast is only 3-star rated, he's very clever. He'll definitely pass the exam. I wonder who will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Obviously, it must be one of the 5 9-star spiritual beasts. It must be young Master Qin Zhan from the Qin family. His strength is formidable." Seems to me, this assessment isn't just about comparing spirit beasts, there's the beast masters themselves to consider too, Zhang Cheng mused. Not bad, the strength of a beast master is indeed crucial. I've heard Qin Zhan could slay magical beasts even when he was just an ordinary person. I actually think Xiao Tianyu is stronger, though I can't say I like the guy.
A flying type, and with thunder attributes at that. Camera flashes popped like fireflies in the press area as the provincial TV station star anchor passionately addressed the lens. Ladies and gentlemen, right now 12,000 freshmen have entered the unstable zone at the periphery of the spatial rift. Historical data shows the elimination rate on the first day will reach a staggering 30%. Breaking news from the latest intelligence report, Zheng Chang, the student from Weibei City who exchanged a 9-star spiritual beast with a female classmate, is also participating in this assessment. Although student Zheng Chang only possesses a 1-star insect-type spiritual beast, he courageously entered the out-of-control zone to participate in the assessment despite the danger. This embodies the very fighting spirit that has allowed humanity to survive the invasions of monstrous beasts and develop to where we are today. We should all learn from student Zheng Chang. Behind the media section, representatives from major corporations were whispering among themselves. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was flipping through his document folder. We must focus on acquiring the 20 individuals on the priority list, especially those with 9-star spirit beasts, after they graduate. Come on, Lao Li, why would a 9-star beast master ever come to our company? A woman in a red business suit nearby scoffed. The Bai and Xiao family members all have their own family enterprises. When would it ever be your Hang Yuan group's turn? I actually think those commoners who have contracted 7-star or 8-star beasts are more worthy of our investment. For example, Xiong Gang, who contracted the 8-star spirit beast Earth Demon Bear, and Wang Chen, who tamed the 7-star magical beast Ironback Silver Dragon. The military restricted zone was quiet, with several figures seated inside an army tent, observing the entire examination compound. President Lian, your Weibei City is brimming with talent this year. Zhou Mingyuan, the president of the Beastmaster Guild in Chang'an City, pointed to the dense cluster of light spots on the sand table. 1 9-star spiritual beast, 2 8-star spiritual beasts, and the 7-star ones. Lian Yueshan waved his hand dismissively. President Zhou flatters me. Xinjiang of Chang'an City is the true dark horse. I heard that after contracting with an ancient battle spirit, he single-handedly entered a low-level secret realm and slaughtered all the magical beasts within it? Barbaric. Wang Jing, the representative from the Ministry of Education, adjusted her glasses. Beastmasters should focus on symbiotic harmony with spirit beasts, nurturing them, and directing them in battle, not personally engaging in combat with magical creatures themselves. Director Wang, now is not the time to discuss educational philosophies. Military Representative Li Wangjun cut in sharply, his general stars glinting under the lights. According to Frontline Scout reports, the energy readings from the depths of the spatial rift have increased by 15% compared to yesterday. And there was an intense fluctuation of powerful creature auras, though we still haven't been able to identify the sources of these energy signatures. The tent fell silent instantly, everyone's faces turning grim. Zhao Qicheng frowned as he looked at the red zone at the edge of the sand table. This fast? At this rate, the core area will be. That's precisely why we need these fresh recruits. Li Wangjun tapped the table surface. The more insectoid magical beasts they eliminate, the stronger the maternal entity's reaction from the spatial rift becomes. Only then can the military reconnaissance team pinpoint its exact location. Lian Yueshan's face twisted in displeasure. You're using the children as bait. If the mother entity awakens prematurely, this is a military order. Li Wangjun said impassively. Besides, the military and the Beastmasters Guild have already stationed themselves within the spatial rift. With that person overseeing everything, it's more than enough to hold back the beast tide from the fissure. Wang Jing suddenly stood up. What exactly are the military hiding? The mother body of ordinary insectoid magical beasts shouldn't be capable of generating energy fluctuations of this scale. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze. Several seconds passed before Li Wangjun slowly spoke. 3 days ago, the reconnaissance team discovered this deep within the fissure. He pulled up a blurry holographic image, a massive insect egg half buried in crystalline veins, its surface covered in eerie purple patterns. Is this the mother insect's nest? Lian Yueshan drew a sharp breath, though his tone wasn't entirely certain. It's still unclear, but merely its aura is already approaching the epic realm. That's why we need to conduct preliminary measurements. Moreover, according to initial investigations, the world within this spatial rift is vast. The preliminary measurement suggests its area rivals that of the entire Asian continent. And this insect egg is only the first we've discovered. There might be a second, a third, or even more. According to the Elders' Council resolution, this world beyond the spatial rift might be the first large-scale habitable world we've discovered, one suitable for human survival and interstellar migration. Chapter 47, Void Zerg. As the blinding white light dissipated, Zhang Cheng felt as if heaven and earth were spinning violently. When he regained his balance, his boot soles had already sunk into some sort of soft granular substance. The metallic scent of the air filled his nostrils, triggering a reflexive cough. Is this the out-of-control zone? The moment his eyes opened, Zhang Cheng's pupils slightly dilated. Spread before him wasn't the jungle or valley he had envisioned. Instead, it was an endless expanse of barren desert. The sand grains took on a sickly gray-blue hue,
gleaming with a cold luminescence under some unknown light source. Most eerie was the sky, no sun, no clouds, only an ink-thick darkness. And in those dark depths, countless stars clustered against natural laws, forming dizzying spiral patterns. He checked his communicator again and, predictably, found no signal. It seemed he wouldn't be able to reach Lien Yining and the others anytime soon. The spatial parameters are completely disordered, and there's no signal. It looks like we'll just have to wait for the teleportation array to activate automatically in 3 days. He lowered his head to glance at the palm of his right hand, where a silver-white sigil shimmered faintly, its intricate swirls resembling the petals of a chrysanthemum. This is the teleportation array pattern, also the means by which the Beastmaster Association ensures the safety of all new students. It would automatically activate either when intentionally triggered or when suffering severe damage, instantly teleporting the user back to the previous location. This way, the safety of the new students can be ensured. Zheng Cheng crouched down, grabbed a handful of sandy soil, and watched the grains slip through his fingers. These sand particles were lighter than quartz sand on Earth, their surfaces riddled with honeycomb-like pores as if corroded by some powerful acid. On the distant horizon, several towering stone pillars skewered the starry sky at slanting angles, their surfaces entwined with glowing violet veins. Looking up, he spotted several figures on the distant sand dune, scanning their surroundings. They were other freshmen, scattered around just like him. Random teleportation is such a hassle. I wonder where Yining and the others are. With a thought, the shadow aberration materialized first. A pitch-black killing machine 3 meters tall knelt quietly on the sand, its smooth exoskeleton perfectly absorbing all surrounding light. The shadow beneath it flickered unpredictably, constantly twisting in a bizarre and unsettling manner. Next appeared the phantom xenomorph, its chitinous shell refracting light incessantly, creating distorted afterimages in its wake. Finally emerged the stone-armored xenomorph leader, its thick keratin plates clashing with metallic clinks while the earth-yellow crystal embedded in its forehead made one slightly dizzy at first glance. Behind them were dozens of ordinary rock-armored aliens. Their pitch-black bone armor mixed with earthy yellow gave these rock-armored aliens an aura of immense power. Looking at these 40-plus aliens, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but feel rather pleased with himself. At this time, most other newly awakened spirit beasts only numbered 1 or 2 at most, nowhere near forming a full faction. As for him, he already possessed over 40 xenomorphs, including 4 leaders and elite variants. Compared to other freshmen, he had already become incomparably stronger. All xenomorphs, fan out in a reconnaissance arc, prioritize locating underground caves or rock formations to find a suitable temporary nest for the xenomorph queen. Simultaneously track the sense of Lien Yining and Su Koen to confirm their locations in safety. The aliens silently dispersed, their sickle-shaped forelimbs leaving slender trails in the sand. Within the beast space, apart from the alien queen and facehuggers, he had already released all the other aliens to quickly assess this world's environment. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of aliens sped across the loose sandy terrain, swiftly darting in all directions. Yet at this very moment, the dozens of alien creatures suddenly froze, as if someone had collectively pressed a pause button on them. At the precise instant, a massive sand dune collapsed ahead. The gray-blue sand swirled downward like flowing water, forming a whirlpool 3 meters in diameter. All the aliens simultaneously turned toward the source of danger, with the shadow alien's forelimbs glowing ominously, poised to launch a shadow strike at any moment. Roar! With an ear-splitting screech, a colossal creature erupted from the sands. The scattered sand particles crystallized midair, scattering like countless tiny blades in all directions. Zheng Cheng instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Through his fingers, he saw the monster raising sickle-like forelimbs. Those weren't limbs at all, but some sort of chitinous curved blades gleaming with metallic luster. An insect-class magical beast? Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes. The creature resembled a stag beetle magnified tenfold, yet its abdomen bore 6 pairs of centipede-like legs. The most terrifying part was its mouthparts, for serrated jaws constantly gnashing, its dripping mucus corroding the sand beneath into wisps of white smoke. The shadow aberration moved faster than its master. One of them lunged forward like black lightning, leaving multiple afterimages in its wake. The void insectoid had just raised its forelimbs when the shadowy xenomorph coiled its tail spike around the creature's cervical joint. Crack! Amid the teeth-gritting sound of bone snapping, the shadow alien's tail spike precisely pierced through the gap between the insectoid's compound eyes. Purple-black bodily fluids gushed out as the insectoid convulsed violently a few times before going still. From ambush to kill, the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The other aberrant gates quickly converged beside the insect carcass, cautiously observing their surroundings. Zheng Cheng approached the corpse unhurriedly, his boots crunching over the crystallized grains of sand. At close range, the xenomorph carapace was covered in honeycomb patterns that were visibly losing their luster. All-seeing eye. A gleam flashed deep in Zheng Cheng's pupils as a translucent data panel immediately appeared above the insectoid corpse. Name, Sandblade Predator. Race, Void Zerg. Tier, Bronze Rank 3. Skills, Sand Dive, Acid Spray. Weakness, Ganglion at Compound Eye Junctions.
Note, colonial creatures, typically active in groups of hundreds. Bronze tier? Zheng Cheng murmured, this bug isn't actually that strong. But what surprised Zheng Cheng even more was that this time, using the all-seeing eye to examine the monster actually revealed its weakness. If he focused attacks on its vulnerable spot, he could instantly kill it within moments. Zheng Cheng's tone suddenly changed as he stared fixedly at the last line of the attribute panel. Or perhaps, a note. Social creatures, usually active in groups of hundreds? As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding sand grains began to tremble. At first, there was a faint rustling sound, which quickly escalated into a continuous roar. Zheng Cheng watched as the sandy ground within a radius of several hundred meters churned like boiling water, countless bulges moving rapidly beneath the surface. The nearest one was less than 20 meters away from him, the sand visibly rising at an alarming speed. Then, one after another, monstrous insectoid creatures, black and yellow in color, the size of calves, each with 8 segmented limbs, began emerging from beneath the sand. There had to be at least 100 of them. Sandblade predators. Creak, creak, creak. The killing predator suddenly let out a piercing screech, and immediately, the swarm of hundreds of sandblade predators surged forward like a tidal wave, charging straight toward Zheng Cheng and the alien creature in front of him. Chapter 48, Thunderbolt Golden Eagle. Lian Yining's teleportation landing point was in a sandy valley dotted with wind-eroded rock pillars. The moment she landed, the first thing she did was pull out her communicator to check. No signal? It seems the association staff haven't set up camp yet, otherwise there wouldn't be no signal. Looks like we're on our own for these 3 days. Her brow furrowed slightly as she gazed into the distance. The sand grains suddenly began trembling, and the ground beneath started heaving. Lian Yining's pupils constricted sharply as she tapped her toes and retreated 3 meters in a flash. Right where she had been standing moments before, 3 side-like insect limbs burst through the sand, their blades dripping with corrosive mucus. Insect-type magical beasts. Sandblade predators? As the daughter of Lian Yishan, president of the Weibei City Beast Tamer Association, she naturally possessed some limited intelligence about this spatial rift's inhabitants, though admittedly not much. She calmly identified the insect species, her right hand already forming a summoning seal, Little Scarlet. Screech! The clear cry of a phoenix tore through the desert's silence as bright white flames erupted out of thin air. A crimson phoenix with a 3-meter wingspan burst forth from the fire, each feather rippling with molten lava-like radiance. The scorching heat wave melted sand grains into a glassy state, sending 3 insectoid creatures flying over 10 meters from the blast. Flame Feather Scourge. As Lian Yining uttered the soft command, the crimson phoenix dragon spread its wings and soared. Countless burning feathers cascaded down like a meteor shower, precisely blanketing the insectoid's landing points. The sandblade predator's carapace instantly carbonized upon contact with the flames, its compound eyes reflecting Lian Yining's frost-cold expression as its final sight. Bronze Tier 3, blood-carrying highly corrosive toxins. Crushing the still-warm insect corpse beneath her boot, she rapidly analyzed the combat data. Suddenly her auricle twitched, the shifting sands began violently churning, signaling the approach of numerous insectoid creatures. Boom! The entire sand valley suddenly collapsed. Hundreds of sandblade predators surged forth like a geyser, but even more terrifying was the faintly discernible silvery white figure looming within the sandstorm. It was a spider-like psychic insectoid, every one of them the size of a full-grown bison. Ghostweave lurkers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 ghostweave lurkers opened their cavernous mouths as streams of ghastly white silk shot toward Lian Yining like arrows. Midair, the silken threads wove themselves into a sprawling web, blanketing a 10-meter radius around Lian Yining. She'd already been marked as prey. A sea of insects, and a silver-grade shadowweave lurker. Lian Yining's eyes flashed with determination as the scarlet flame phoenix dragon immediately folded its wings around her. The poisonous thread sizzled unnervingly upon contact with the flames. Through gaps in the fiery barrier, she saw the shadowweave lurker emitting strange screeches. Meanwhile, a slightly smaller shadowweave lurker skittered rapidly on its 8 segmented limbs, stepping over killer predators as it charged toward the rear. Trying to surround me? She suddenly withdrew her flame shield and, as the insect swarm pounced, formed a hand seal and shouted fiercely, "Dragon Phoenix True Flame!" A pillar of fire 10 meters in diameter descended from the sky, vaporizing half of the insectoid creatures. But Lian Yining didn't linger in battle. Taking advantage of the explosion's shockwave, she swiftly disengaged from the combat zone. Crimson flames continuously fell from the scarlet flame dragon phoenix, forming a blazing barrier behind her that blocked the insect hive in its tracks. So many bugs. Run for it. My spirit beast is trapped. I can't run. Someone help him quickly. On a stretch of sandy ground, over a dozen novice beastmasters were surrounded by dozens of killer predators. Their spirit beasts were merely ordinary in strength and star rank,
offering little resistance against the overwhelming numbers of these killer predators. Though they managed to kill over a dozen of the predators through teamwork and their spirit beasts' efforts, they could only hold out for mere minutes against the insectoid tidal wave of killers before being completely encircled, facing imminent annihilation. At that very moment, Xiao Tianyu's figure suddenly appeared, landing on the ground by stepping on a freshman's shoulder. Get lost! He flung the unlucky guy toward the base of the dune, where the body happened to smash into two emerging sandblade predators. As the insectoid sickle-like forelimbs pierced through the freshman's chest, Xiao Tianyu didn't even bat an eyelash. Golden Eagle. With a sinister grin, he activated his beast taming space. Today, I'll let you feast to your heart's content. Screech! A golden lightning bolt split the darkened sky as a thunderhawk with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters tore through the air. Every single feather pulsed with high-voltage arcs, its razor-sharp talons effortlessly crushing a sandblade predator's skull. The purplish-black brain matter was electrocuted into charcoal before it could even hit the ground. Thunderstorm! Xiao Tianyu spread his arms wide, his expression brimming with arrogance as he burst into laughter. The raging thunder net erupted with the golden eagle at its center, instantly transforming a 20-meter radius into an electric purgatory. A dozen insectoid creatures convulsed wildly within the electric net, their carapaces bursting one after another. The air reeked of charred protein, yet Xiao Tianyu took a deep breath, displaying an expression of intoxicated pleasure. Pathetic! He crushed a bug corpse underfoot, not even worthy of warming up my golden eagle. If spatial rifts only spew out this kind of trash, it's hardly worth the Beastmasters Association going to such lengths. So powerful. Xiao Tianyu, is this the horror of a 9-star spirit beast? Master Xiao, can you take us with you? You? Xiao Tianyu smirked coldly and murmured, you think a bunch of trash like you are worth my time? The freshmen's expressions suddenly changed. They knew these beast tamer heirs were arrogant, but never expected such conceit. A cry for help suddenly echoed from the distance. A freshman was surrounded by a swarm of insects, his spirit beast already corroded by acid to reveal ghastly white bones. Hell, help! The freshman saw Xiao Tianyu and reached out in despair. The corners of Xiao Tianyu's lips twisted into a cruel arc. He leisurely adjusted his cuffs, waiting until the insectoid sickle-like forelimbs pressed against the freshman's throat before lazily raising his hand. Thunder Prison. The golden eagle's wings suddenly folded together, enclosing both the freshman and the insectoid within a 10-meter diameter cage of thunder and lightning. Amidst the screams, Xiao Tianyu admired the mesmerizing sight of electric currents dancing between flesh and blood, when suddenly his pupils contracted. 3 shadowweave lurkers took advantage of the lightning's glare to shoot venomous threads from the sandy shadows. An ambush? With fury turning to laughter, his golden eagle instantly transformed into lightning and teleported before him. The venomous threads were instantly repelled by high-voltage electricity upon contact with the feathers, causing the 3 silver-level insectoids to writhe in agony. This is finally getting interesting. Just as Xiao Tianyu was about to order their brutal execution, the earth beneath him suddenly trembled violently. A ground-shaking mandiblaster, as large as a truck, erupted from the soil, its massive jaws sweeping forward with the force of wind and thunder. Bang! The golden eagle was sent flying hundreds of meters away, while Xiao Tianyu vomited blood and plummeted headfirst into the sand. As he struggled to crawl out, he saw the golden tear insectoid locking onto him with its compound eyes, its mouthparts gathering a deadly acid blast. Damn it! Wiping the blood from his lips, he finally revealed a grave expression for the first time. A golden tear magical beast. Damn it! Roar! Boom! Thunderstrike! Kill! 3 minutes later, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. The thunder golden rock, covered in wounds with even the feathers on its left wing completely corroded away, flapped its wings desperately as it fled into the distance. On its back sat Xiao Tianyu, his face ashen and eyes filled with resentment. Damn that ground-shaking jaws beast. I'm no match for it yet, but you just wait. Roar! Behind him, although the tremor-jawed beast was covered in wounds, it still raised its head and let out a roar of unwillingness. The ground was littered with the corpses of beastmasters and spirit beasts. Chapter 49, The Powerful Spirit Beast. Bai Yue's landing was eerily quiet, her entire being emerging from the white mist like an ethereal spirit, exuding an icy, detached aura. Every grain of sand within a 100-meter radius had crystallized, refracting faint blue light under the starlight. She glanced impassively at her wristwatch with emotionless eyes. How intriguing, no signal. Does this mean I can do whatever I please? At that moment, her pair of cold, beautiful eyes gazed ahead, and the sand grains trembled imperceptibly. How boring. She didn't even lift her head, merely stomping her foot lightly. Crunch! Azure frost spread outward in radiant patterns, instantly freezing the 3 sandblade predators emerging from the ground into ice sculptures. Bai Yue flicked her finger, and the ice sculptures shattered into a sky full of crystalline powder, shimmering with haunting beauty under the starlight. Xian Bing. At her detached summons, a 5-meter-long silver-white dragon serpent undulated forth from the void. Each of its scales was engraved with ancient runes, and with every breath, the moisture in the air sublimated directly into frost crystals. Over a dozen sandblade predators lunged from all directions, but the dark frost drake lazily lifted its eyelids, instantly transforming a 100-meter radius into an absolute zero domain. The insectoids remained frozen mid-charge, their ferocious compound eyes still seemed to swirl wildly within the ice. Bai Yue strolled through the icy sculptures, and wherever she passed, the frozen insect corpses shattered into quantum-state ice dust. Suddenly, she halted her steps. Translucent threads appeared reflected on the icy surface ahead, stretching into the distance. Lurkers of the shadow weave. Finally, a flicker of interest crossed her face. In the depths of forest caves you might have posed a real challenge, but this is the desert. 5 spider-like xenomorphs materialized from optical camouflage, firing venom threads like a torrential downpour. The profound ice serpent swung its massive tail, freezing most venom threads into fragile ice strands, though 3 still broke through and coiled around Bai Yue's left arm. Her skin immediately turned cyanotic where the venom threads made contact, yet her brow remained perfectly smooth. Absolute zero. An absolute zero cold current traveled backward along the venomous threads, freezing all 5 shadowweave stalkers into ice blocks before they could sever their connections. Bai Yue looked at her poisoned arm, her internal frost energy rapidly condensing until it completely enveloped her left forearm. The jet-black poison threads were forcibly compressed, eventually transforming into a crystalline ice needle that she grasped firmly in her hand. With a casual flick of her wrist, the ice needle shot forth and embedded itself deep into one of the shadowweave stalkers, eliciting agonized shrieks from the creature. A dull, thunderous vibration came from afar as a colossal tremor maw beast the size of a small mountain shattered the ice plains. The golden tear pressure made the profound ice drake assume a defensive stance for the first time. Bai Yue's eyes flickered briefly, but she turned and walked away without a word. A golden tear magical beast is beyond my current abilities. Staying here would just be a waste of time. Boom! In the tranquil forest, a figure suddenly crashed into the sandy ground like a cannonball, even leaving a deep crater in its wake. In a 3-meter-deep sand pit, Xinjiang staggered to his feet, crushing the skulls of 2 sandblade predators beneath his feet. The dark purple fluid splashed across his bronze chest, corroding wisps of white smoke from his skin, yet his laughter only grew wilder. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. The excruciating pain on his skin only made Xinjiang's wild laughter grow even more arrogant. It was as if agony served to further ignite his battle lust. Ancient warrior spirit. Blood-red patterns bulged violently beneath his skin as his muscle fibers tightened like tempered steel cables. A towering 3-meter spectral colossus enveloped his form, its bronze battle axe engraved with ancient seal script reading match for 10,000. Several sandblade predators pounced simultaneously. Xinjiang neither dodged nor faltered, instead launching a punch straight through the swarm. Mountain Crusher. The shockwave erupted in a fan-shaped blast, vaporizing the frontline Zerg while sent the rear ones flying like bowling pins. He grabbed a predator's tail stinger, swung it in a full circle, and smashed it into the swarm of insects, the sound of cracking carapaces like popping beans. Not enough firepower. Xinjiang laughed maniacally as he tore open an insectoid's abdomen. Bring something with real punch. All trash, all garbage, ha ha ha. As if responding to his taunt, 3 shadowweave stalkers emerged from the darkness. Silver-grade neural venom threads wrapped around Xinjiang's limbs, attempting to paralyze his nerves. Now that's more like it. Xinjiang's muscles bulged violently as he forcibly snapped the venomous threads. The colossal spectral battle axe swept horizontally, cleaving a lurking predator clean in half. The other 2 quickly tried to retreat into the shadows, but he anticipated their movements and met them with a devastating double-fisted strike. Earthshaker. The shockwave sent a 3-meter-high tidal wave of sand surging through the air, causing the 2 silver-tier insectoids to bleed from all 7 facial orifices. Just as Xinjiang was about to deliver the finishing blows, a terrifying sucking force suddenly erupted beneath his feet. A 20-meter-wide whirlpool of sand formed instantly as the gold-ranked tremor maw beast burst forth like a submarine breaking through the surface. The crushing force of its massive jaws could shear through tank armor. Xinjiang barely managed to block with his battle axe, yet was still sent flying hundreds of meters. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Spitting blood as he stood, his fighting spirit burned brighter in his eyes, a gold-tier magical beast at last. Now this is a real fight. Come at me, you bastard. Boom! In an instant, Xinjiang's figure collided violently with the tremor-jawed beast's massive form. Xinjiang's body was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the sandy ground. Meanwhile, one of the tremor-jawed beast's enormous front jaws was snapped clean off by the impact. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, this is absolutely exhilarating. Xinjiang laughed heartily, his blood coursing through his veins, yet this only further ignited his fighting spirit. The phantom of the ancient warrior behind him grew more solid, its pitch-black smoke-filled pupils now turning a deep crimson. In an instant, Xinjiang charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuhan landed lightly atop the sand dune, not disturbing so much as a single grain of dust. Slender fingers brushed through white bangs tousled by the hot wind, while the longsword strapped to his back emitted a faint dragon's hum. Below, nearly 100 sandblade predators were frantically tearing into over a dozen spirit beasts. Some of the spirit beasts had already been reduced to mutilated corpses, their features barely recognizable. Further away, more than a dozen fresh recruits were locked in a desperate battle, suffering heavy casualties. Amid the screams, Zhao Wuhan sighed, "How barbaric! Sword spirit!" At his elegant summons, a faintly translucent azure longsword materialized out of thin air. The blade bore microscopic engravings of the entire preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, its tassel adorned with millennia-old cold jade. The swarm of insects detected him, spewing corrosive acid like a torrential downpour. Zhao Wuhan closed his eyes and focused his mind, vanishing abruptly just as the venom was inches from grazing his robes. First form of the Azure Lotus Sword Song. His figure flickered 9 times amidst the insect horde, each reappearance trailing a sorrowfully beautiful arc of swordlight. 10 paces, 1 slain, 1,000 miles, leaving no trace. When the last sword mark lit up, 9 sword energies coalesced into a blossoming azure lotus. Withdraw. The crisp sound of the returning blade became a death trigger. 30 insectoid creatures simultaneously split into fragments. Zhao Wuhan turned his back to the carnage, allowing the violet blood to fan out in a semicircular splatter behind him while his white robes remained utterly untainted. Pathetic. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sidestepped to avoid 3 translucent threads. The shadowy lurker launched its ambush from 3-dimensional angles, poisonous threads weaving a deadly net. Zhao Wuhan finally opened his eyes, his sword spirit automatically unsheathing to parry, sending sparks flying in a dazzling display. That's quite interesting. He twirled his sword with a flourish. Third stance. The blade's gleam transformed into a wandering dragon weaving through the insect swarm, each turn precisely severing the lurker's nerve clusters. A lone swan arrives from distant seas, even royal pools dare not detain it. It's Zhao Wuhan. We're saved. Quick, go to him. Sigh. Looking at these freshmen, Zhao Wuhan's eyes were full of helplessness, as if rescuing them was nothing but a burden to him. Yet beneath the pain, there was the silhouette of him laughing wildly at the heavens. This is amazing. Absolutely fantastic. This is the only proper way for Zhao Wuhan to make an entrance. Praise me, you ordinary mortals. Chapter 50, Alien vs. Zerg. Pale blue sand grains crunched beneath the alien's feet as a tidal wave of hundreds of blade sand predators surged forward like an incoming tide. Their sickle-like forelimbs refracted a cold glimmer under the eerie starlight, while their 6 pairs of centipede legs produced a teeth-grating scraping sound as they moved alternately. Defensive formation. Zheng Cheng's command was instantly relayed to every alien through mental links. Faced with the charge of hundreds of sandblade predators, even Zheng Cheng, at his current level, opted for defense as his first move. The forehead crystal of the stone armor alien leader suddenly lit up, emitting a ripple of earth and yellow energy that expanded outward from its core. All ordinary stonehide xenomorphs immediately developed rock-like keratin layers across their bodies, swiftly forming a semicircle to shield Zheng Cheng at the center. The stone armor ability of the stonehide xenomorphs significantly enhances their physical defense, enabling them to withstand the charge of numerous sandblade predators. When the first wave of impact arrived, the crisp clang of metal striking metal echoed through the air. The sickle-like forelimbs of the sandblade predators struck the stone armor, sending sparks flying in all directions. Though the front row of 3 xenomorphs were forced half a step back by the tremendous impact, their thick rocky armor perfectly blocked the assault. Zheng Cheng noticed the sickly violet glow along the edges of those sickle-like blades, coated with corrosive venom that could melt through an ordinary spirit beast's hide in an instant. A toxin attack? Shadow, prioritize eliminating the acid-spewing targets. The battlefield reflected in Zheng Cheng's pupils. Under the scrutiny of his all-seeing eye, none of these sandblade predators' weaknesses could escape his gaze. The shadowy alien figure transformed into a beam of black light that merged into the ground, vanishing without a trace. If one weren't normally the master of a shadow alien, it would indeed be difficult to detect it immediately. A duneblade predator in the midst of inflating its abdomen suddenly froze. A black spike had appeared without warning in the center of its compound eyes as dark purple bodily fluids gushed out along the shadow alien's tailbone. By the time the nearby insectoid creatures realized what had happened, that dark silhouette was long gone, leaving only their twitching comrade to slowly collapse. Screech! A piercing shriek echoed from behind the swarm as the remaining sandblade predators abruptly shifted tactics. Instead of charging blindly, they began advancing in coordinated trios, covering each other. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes, spotting subtle undulations rapidly moving beneath the sand. These insects actually knew how to divide and flank. The phantom xenomorph activated its ability at that very moment. The prismatic structures on its exoskeleton began vibrating at high frequency, causing all light across the battlefield to suddenly distort. The charging Zerg collectively descended into chaos as the positions of the xenomorph reflected in their compound eyes all became distorted. Gah! A piercing, hoarse roar erupted from the phantom xenomorph's maw, forming an almost visible sound wave that engulfed the surrounding area for dozens of meters. The front dozen or so blade sand predators suddenly swung their sides at empty air, as if striking at invisible enemies. Even more blade sand predators turned on each other. Under the phantom alien's psychic domination, these predators stood utterly defenseless. Now! Zheng Chang clenched his fists as the stone armor alien chieftain stomped the ground violently, sending dozens of razor-sharp earth spikes erupting from beneath the sand. Earth spike assault. The rock spikes precisely pierced through the softest abdominal segments of the insectoids, stringing 7 sandblade predators into a ghastly candied hawthorn skewer. Purple-black bodily fluids gushed along the grooves of the stone spikes, corroding the sand into wisps of white smoke. The battle's momentum began shifting as the shadow xenomorphs moved through the swarm like death incarnate, each appearance guaranteeing a neural node impalement in their insectoid victims. The phantom xenomorphs continued generating multiple illusions and mental manipulations, causing the insectoids' counterattacks to repeatedly miss their mark while driving scores of sandblade predators to turn on each other. The stone-armored alien leader constantly altered the terrain, sometimes raising rock walls to block acid sprays, other times creating quicksand traps to immobilize enemies. When the last sandblade predator was torn apart by 3 ordinary aliens working together, only countless corpses remained within a 100-meter radius. Among these corpses were both sandblade predators and many stone-armored aliens. Though the aliens were powerful, this was after all the territory of the sandblade predators. Apart from these, over 10 severely injured sandblade predators that hadn't yet died were letting out incessant cries of agony. These sandblade predators were deliberately left behind by Zheng Chang, intended to be implanted by facehuggers. He crouched down to examine the insect corpses, noticing that their carapaces were lined with purple fibers resembling nerve tissues, structures clearly not formed through natural evolution. The body structures of these insectoid creatures are so bizarre. Unlike normal magical beasts, they lack much muscle or fat, being composed mostly of nervous systems and articulated limbs. Zheng Chang's train of thought came to an abrupt halt as the sandy ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. A sticky white substance surged toward him from all directions. The 5 nearest stone-armored xenomorphs were instantly wrapped into cocoons, the spiderweb-like material sizzling with a corrosive sound upon contact with their rocky armor. The shadowy xenomorph abruptly materialized behind Zheng Chang, swiftly pulling him away from the spot. Roar! In Zheng Chang's eyes, creatures the size of oxen yet resembling giant spiders burst forth from the yellow sand. These arachnid monstrosities were pitch black, their 8 segmented legs adorned with yellow markings, exuding a primal savagery. A glint flashed through Zheng Chang's eyes, the omniscient eye. Name, Shadowweave Stalker. Race, Void Zerg. Rank, Silver Tier 1. Skills, Sand Dive, Silk Spray, Paralysis Toxin. Weakness, Optic Nerve Ganglion connecting the compound eyes. Note, Assassins of the Void Swarm, most skilled in covert killings. A new insectoid magical beast? Silver Tier. The way the Phantom Weave Stalkers emerged from the sea of sand was utterly chilling. They didn't stir a single ripple in the dunes, surfacing like specters rising from water. These silver tier insectoids resembled enlarged tarantulas, yet their abdomens bore scorpion-like projectile organs. What was most unsettling were their multiple protruding pupils, surrounded by long hairs that evoked visceral discomfort and made one's scalp crawl. Phantom, Psychic Shock. Zheng Chang acted decisively. The phantom alien's head suddenly turned at a unified angle, releasing an invisible shockwave that swept across the battlefield. The struck Shadowweave Stalkers froze collectively as the second wave of spider silk they had just shot out hung limply in midair. 2 Shadowweave lurkers even opened their jaws wide, lunging towards their own kind nearby. It came and went in an instant. But, this is more than enough. The shadow alien seized this fleeting opportunity, its dark form splitting into 3 phantasmic figures that lunged from different angles toward the nearest Shadow Weaver lurker. The first shadow alien phantom's tail stinger pierced the jet organ, the second phantom's forelimbs cut off 3 pairs of legs, and the third phantom's eye protector directly pried open the gap in the shell and nailed the inner nest fang into the nerve center. But more Shadowweave lurkers were emerging from the sand, at least 20 or more. These silver-tier insectoid spider threads contain neurotoxins. The ordinary xenomorphs wrapped within them are gradually losing their vital signs. The Stoneclaw aberration leader continuously raised rock barriers, but those spider threads could actually corrode stone. The battlefield space was being gradually compressed. Now that all of these Shadowweave lurkers had emerged, a hint of relief finally flickered in Zheng Chang's eyes. Silver-tier elite units should be few in number. These are likely the entire group of these bugs. Stoneclaw, Petrify. Chapter 51, The Golden Tier Insectoid. As soon as Zheng Chang issued his command, the dull yellow crystal on the forehead of the stone-armored alien queen erupted in a blinding flash of light. The radiance spread like tidal waves, solidifying every grain of sand in its path, congealing the air itself. Even time seemed to forcibly freeze for an instant wherever it passed. Petrification. Buzz. A visible ochre-colored ripple swept across the battlefield, instantly petrifying the 5 nearest Shadowweave lurkers. Their pitch-black carapaces quickly became veined with ash-white stone patterns as their 8 arachnid legs stiffened mid-struggle, ultimately transforming into rigid stone statues. Crack! The shadowy alien's figure swept past like a specter, its bony tail swinging horizontally. 3 petrified lurker stalkers instantly exploded, shattering into scattered debris across the ground. The remaining mundane stonehide aliens roared as they charged forward, their sickle-like forelimbs wildly slashing at the petrified Zerg. Purple-black bodily fluids mixed with flying rock fragments in a violent spray. Roar! The surviving lurker stalkers emitted piercing shrieks, seemingly aware of the danger as they swiftly retreated. Their 8 spider-like legs carved eerie trails in the sandy soil, desperately trying to create distance. Yet, the phantom alien had already locked onto them. Gah! Another psychic shriek erupted, an invisible sonic wave sweeping across the battlefield. The remaining Shadowweave lurkers froze mid-motion, the light in their compound eyes flickering chaotically. 2 of them even turned abruptly and lunged at their own kin, their razor-sharp pincers driving mercilessly into the gaps in their fellow creatures' armored shells. It's about to end. These Shadowweave lurkers specialize in stealth assassinations. They're no match for the xenomorphs in a head-on fight. Zheng Cheng coldly gazed at the battlefield as the shadow alien weaved through the insect swarm like the Grim Reaper, every flicker of its presence heralding the downfall of another lurker weaver. The stone-clad alien leader continuously altered the terrain, launching spike ambushes and quicksand traps, rendering the remaining Shadowweave stalkers unable to advance a single step. In just 3 short minutes, over 20 Shadowweave stalkers had been mostly killed or wounded. The few remaining ones were also severely injured, lying limp on the sandy ground with fractured shells and broken limbs, barely able to emit faint hisses. Leave them alive. Zheng Cheng raised his hand to signal the xenomorphs to cease their attack, his gaze sweeping over the severely injured Shadowweave lurkers. Within the spiritual beast space, the hatched facehugger phantom hosts represented precisely why Zheng Cheng had deliberately kept a few living specimens of each insectoid creature. Just how powerful would the xenomorphs hatched from these insectoid creatures be? Yet just as he prepared to summon the facehuggers, the sandy ground beneath his feet suddenly began trembling violently. Boom! The entire desert seemed to be churned by some colossal force, sand billowing like waves as the ground collapsed. A massive shadow erupted from beneath the earth. Ruaware! A deafening roar shook the sky as a terrifying beast, its size comparable to a small truck, burst through the sandy layers. 6 pairs of thick, articulated limbs plunged deep into the ground, and as its massive mandibles snapped open and shut, the air itself cracked under the pressure. Another insectoid beast. Moreover, the aura emanating from this creature carried an intensity unlike any other insectoid beast observed before. Zheng Cheng's pupils abruptly constricted as his omniscient eyes instantly analyzed the data. Name: Terraquake Ma Beast. Race: Void Zerg. Level: Gold Tier 1. Skills: Tremor Sense, Giant Mandible Tear, Corrosive Acid Mist. Weakness: Abdominal Ganglion. Note: a mid-tier unit of the Void Swarm, possessing extremely powerful physical destructive capabilities. Gold Tier? Zheng Cheng's heart sank. This was no opponent ordinary variants could handle. The Tremor Maw Titan displayed terrifying destructive power the moment it appeared. Its thick tail swept horizontally, sending 3 ordinary stone shell xenomorphs flying instantly. Their heavy rock armor shattered like paper before the golden tier strength, breaking apart on impact. Roar! The stone shell xenomorph leader roared in fury and stomped the ground forcefully, causing dozens of sharp earth spikes to erupt from the soil, stabbing straight at the Tremor Maw beast's belly. Yet the colossal beast merely took a light step, the ground instantly collapsed, and all the earth spikes shattered into fragments. Shadow! Phantom! Keep it pinned down! Zheng Cheng issued a swift command, and the shadow alien instantly transformed into a streak of black light, striking straight at the giant creature's compound eyes. However, the Earthshaker Maw Beast reacted with lightning speed. Its massive jaws snapped shut violently, and though the shadow alien narrowly avoided the attack, it was still grazed, leaving a ghastly crack across its exoskeleton. Meanwhile, the phantom alien unleashed a psychic assault, attempting to disrupt the beast's movements. Yet, the Earthshaker Maw Beast displayed astonishing mental resistance. With just a shake of its head, it let out a furious roar before charging straight toward the phantom alien. Damn it! Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth. The strength of a gold rank was far beyond his expectations. Even with the 3 hero aliens joining forces, they could barely put up a fight. It seems I'll have to ask the queen to step in. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he opened the beast space, and a massive dark shadow slowly descended onto the battlefield. The alien queen, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, its pitch-black exoskeleton shimmered with a metallic sheen. Above the terrifying jaws, inner mouthparts writhed slowly, exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocating oppression. Roar! The tremor-jawed titan beetle seemed to sense the threat, its enormous compound eyes fixating intensely on the xenomorph queen as 6 pairs of segmented limbs dug deep into the ground, poised to strike. The next moment, the 2 colossal beasts collided with earth-shaking force. Boom!
A sandstorm erupted as shockwaves rolled outward. The xenomorph queen's inner jaw clamped viciously onto the tremor-jawed titan's mandibles, producing a screeching metallic grinding noise that set teeth on edge. The shadow xenomorph and phantom xenomorph seized the opportunity to attack simultaneously. The shadow xenomorph transformed into a streak of black light, striking directly at the giant beast's abdominal ganglia, while the phantom xenomorph unleashed a full-force psychic disruption, attempting to briefly paralyze the colossal creature. Crack! Finally, under the terrifying bite force of the xenomorph queen, one of the tremor jaw beast's massive mandible teeth was brutally snapped off. Purple gold blood gushed forth as the colossal beast let out a roar of agony, thrashing wildly. The sand beneath it corroded upon contact with the blood, emitting continuous piercing sounds. From that moment on, the battlefield belonged solely to the ground-shattering maw beast and the alien queen. The two colossal creatures began tumbling and tearing through the sand, their roars and collision sounds reverberating through the air. At this moment, even the three heroic tier units, the Shadow Alien, Phantom Alien, and Stone Armor Alien chieftains, could only barely serve as distractions. In the end, disregarding its own safety, the stone-armored alien leader fiercely slammed its massive body into the earth-shaking jaw beast, with the yellow crystal on its head flashing wildly as it unleashed a petrification spell. With a deafening crash, the earth-shaking jaw beast violently collided with the stone-armored alien leader, its enormous jaws piercing halfway through the alien's body. Ironically, this very act created an opening for Zheng Cheng. Now, with a cold gleam in his eyes, Zheng Cheng seized the moment. The alien queen's tail stinger shot out like lightning, precisely impaling the nerve cluster in the earth-shaking jawbeast's abdomen. Roar! The tremoring jawbeast's struggle suddenly ceased as its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. It's over. Zheng Cheng exhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The alien queen slowly retracted her tail stinger. The shadow alien and phantom alien were battered and bruised, while the stone armor alien leader knelt on one knee, his crystalline armor dimmed, half his body crushed into a bloody pulp. Yet even in this state, the stone armor alien leader remained alive, merely grievously wounded. Given sufficient food and energy, it could fully recover. Casualties among ordinary stone armor aliens exceeded half the force, the battlefield littered with severed limbs and broken carapaces. But they won. Zheng Cheng quickly waved his hand, opening his spirit beast space and storing the severely wounded stone armor alien leader inside. He then approached the corpse of the tremor maw beast for a closer inspection. An egg-sized void hive stone appeared beside its body, which Zheng Cheng promptly collected. The golden tier void hive stone, this energy is more than 10 times what was absorbed before. It seems every insect beast corpse contains void hive stones? They must be worth points in this year's college entrance examination trial. Immediately, he ordered all remaining active xenomorphs to search the insect beast corpses for void hive stones. Zheng Cheng's gaze, however, remained fixed on the enormous crater left behind when it had burst forth from the earth. This is Chapter 52, Insectoid Xenomorphs. Below the pit lay an astonishingly vast underground cavern, its smooth rock walls seemingly eroded by some acidic substance. This hollow is truly a natural nest. A flash of joy crossed Zheng Cheng's eyes as he immediately commanded the alien queen, modify this place as a temporary nest. With a low growl, the alien queen slowly crawled into the cavern. Her inner jaw secreted corrosive fluids, beginning to reshape the environment. Soon enough, this Zerg hive would be completely transformed into an alien breeding ground. Half a day later, over 50 enormous egg sacs appeared within the nest. The massive form of the alien queen crouched in the corner, as one facehugger egg after another appeared, silently incubating. At that moment, the abdomen of one particular cocoon suddenly stirred. In the darkness, Zheng Cheng's figure slowly emerged. Is this about to hatch? Crack! The first cocoon developed fine fissures across its surface. It belonged to the razor's end predator. A purplish-black viscous fluid oozed from the cracks. Suddenly, a sharp skeletal claw pierced through the cocoon wall, swiftly followed by a second one. The newly born aberration tore through its chrysalis and slowly rose to its feet. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted slightly as he observed this mutated creature hatched from a sandblade predator, retaining its original host's sickle-shaped forelimbs, yet its entire form had become more elongated and streamlined. Its exoskeleton displayed a deep blue metallic sheen, with 6 pairs of centipede-like auxiliary legs extending from its back, each tip equipped with barbed hooks. With a flash of his eyes, the omniscient eye activated, immediately revealing this Sandblade mutant's attributes. Name, Sandblade mutant. Race, alien, mutant variant. Grade, bronze rank 9. Skills, sand dive, acid spit, group resonance. Sand lurker, its combat power doubles in specific environments. Zheng Cheng murmured softly to himself. Even more astonishing was that when the second Sandblade xenomorph broke free from its cocoon, the exoskeletons of the two creatures began resonating at a specific frequency, markedly enhancing their coordination and movement. Group resonance? What does that mean? The more Sandblade xenomorphs there are, the greater their combined strength. A swarm strategy? At that moment, the cocoon of the Shadow Weaver lurker also began to crack. The newborn alien's spider-like form belies its true nature, as its 8 walking legs have evolved into 4 pairs of sharp bone blades. Its abdominal gland has fused with the alien's inner jaw, enabling it to launch corrosive, neurotoxin-laced webs. Most eerily, its head has no eyes, only a mouth bristling with sharp teeth, surrounded by 6 sensory tentacles, presenting an intensely horrifying and unsettling sight. Name, Shadow Weaver Alien. Species, Alien, Mutant Strain. Rank, Silver Tier 3. Skills, Psychic Sense, Paralyzing Web, Shadow Sneak. Shadow Sneak bears some resemblance to the abilities of Shadow Xenomorphs. It seems they can't be treated as regular combat units in the future, they'll have to be deployed as surprise troops. Suddenly, the entire nest shook violently. At the center, the colossal cocoon of the tremor maw beast cracked with web-like fissures across its surface. A suffocating pressure filled the air, making even the alien queen rise cautiously to her feet. Boom! As the cocoon exploded, Zheng Chang had to raise his arm to shield himself from the splattering acidic fluids. When he lowered his arm, a colossal creature already stood at the center of the nest. This aberration, hatched from the tremor maw beast, retained the host's massive size, standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long like a heavy-duty truck, but with a far more coordinated body structure. Its forelimbs evolved into 2 pairs of giant bone blades, its armored back bristled with spikes, and its tail extended into a 3-section heavy weapon, its tip perpetually dripping violet gold corrosive fluid. Name, Tremor Maw Aberration. Race, Xenomorph, Hero Unit. Level, Gold Tier 1. Skills, Seismic Shock, Corrosive Breath, Crystal Enhancement. The massive tremor-jawed xenomorph threw its head back with an ear-splitting roar, the sonic waves reverberating through the hive as all newborn xenomorphs bowed their heads in submission. Zheng Chang could sense that this newly born golden-level xenomorph already possessed strength approaching that of the xenomorph queen. Yet unfortunately, like the Shadow Xenomorph, Phantom Xenomorph, and Stone-Armored Xenomorph Chieftain, it remained merely a heroic unit, not a heroic queen. In the depths of its bloodline, it still had to submit to the Xenomorph Queen. Each world only has one Xenomorph Queen. Until the first queen dies, all facehuggers can only hatch ordinary xenomorphs. Perfect. Zheng Chang stroked the cold carapace of the Tremor-Jaw Xenomorph. 3 entirely new Xenomorph variants, and each has perfectly inherited the host's special abilities, especially the Tremor-Jaw strength, rivaling even that of the Alien Queen. This time's newly spawned aliens, the Sandblade aliens, were the most numerous, numbering as many as 47. Shadowweave Xenomorphs, 5 in number. The Tremor-Jawed Xenomorph was the rarest, with only 1 specimen present. Just as he prepared to inspect further, a violent psychic wave suddenly swept through the entire nest. The Xenomorph Queen abruptly raised her head, her inner jaw twitching restlessly. The Shadow Alien and Phantom Alien immediately entered combat stance, while the newborn aliens all turned toward the same direction. What's going on? Zheng Chang pressed his temples, the overwhelming spiritual energy wave making him dizzy. All the newborn aliens were now crouched trembling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Even the gold-ranked Tremor-Jaw's alien lay prostrate in terror, its entire body quaking uncontrollably. TSK. As if its majesty had been threatened, the Xenomorph Queen let out a low, guttural snarl. All the newborn xenomorphs, including the Earthquake Maw Xenomorph, struggled to their feet one after another, emitting low, guttural growls. What on earth happened? Watching everything unfold, Zheng Chang was filled with confusion as he studied these newborn xenomorphs, a wild guess slowly forming in his mind. Could it be that the facehuggers parasitizing the void swarm led to the birth of new xenomorphs, provoking whatever lurked behind them? The Mother Queen? At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, inside a massive nest built from biological tissue, an insectoid creature the size of a small hill slowly stirred awake. Its carapace was covered in nerve-like purple veins, with dozens of compound eyes simultaneously snapping open, radiating suffocating fury. Roar! The psychic roar materialized into a shockwave, making every grain of sand in the outbreak zone tremble. All insectoid creatures within a 100-mile radius were driven into a frenzy, abandoning their original territories as they surged recklessly in this direction. At the forefront were countless sandblade predators, numbering at least in the thousands. Behind them were shadowy stalkers, continuously leaping and gliding using their silk threads. Beneath the sandy terrain, massive undulating waves rolled continuously, the unmistakable sign of rumbling maw beasts charging forward. Not only that, but behind these insectoid beasts appeared vast reinforcements of new creatures. There were strange insects with 4 pairs of wings, resembling dragonflies in shape. There were also insectoid beasts with dozens of segmented limbs, resembling centipedes at a glance. There were also bugs with massive pincers protruding from their backs, their pitch-black bodies covered in armor-hardened shells as tough as steel, exuding an extraordinarily sharp aura. The first to suffer were precisely those rookie beastmasters who were still undergoing training for the provincial joint college entrance exams. Chapter 53 Despair. Ah!
A piercing scream tore through the desert silence, echoing far into the distance. A rookie beastmaster was pinned to the sand by 3 sandblade predators, his spiritual beast, a bronze-ranked ironclad pangolin already reduced to skeletal remains by corrosive acid. Side-like forelimbs impaled his abdomen as violet-black blood splattered across the sand, emitting sizzling corrosive noises. Save me. His trembling hand reached out, only to grasp a handful of scorching sand. Not far away, another squad was desperately fleeing. There's no escaping now. Form the formation. Quick, form the formation. Hold your ground and call for reinforcements. This is the Zerg's domain. The leading youth roared desperately as his spirit beast, the rock shield tortoise, erected an earthen yellow barrier. Yet in the next heartbeat, 5 lurker stalkers shot venomous threads from the shadows, shattering the barrier like fragile foam. And no way. How could a silver-tier spirit beast possibly? Before the boy could finish speaking, a sharp stinger had already pierced through his throat. Similar tragedies were unfolding throughout the outbreak zone. Almost the entire area was witnessing hordes of insectoids slaughtering newly awakened beastmasters en masse. A group of freshmen gathered beneath the rocky pillars, desperately trying to hold their ground as their spirit beasts formed a crude defensive perimeter. Firefoxes, ice wolves, armored rhinos, spirit beasts with various attributes unleashed their skills, yet they couldn't hold back the endless tide of insects. Hold on, the association will definitely find a way to get us out. Damn it, so many bugs, why are there so damned many bugs here? Beast tide, it must be a beast tide. Hold on for half an hour longer. Damn it, I'm done with this, activate the teleportation talisman now. Boom! The sandy ground suddenly exploded as a gold-tier Tremorjaw's beast emerged from beneath. Its massive jaws swept horizontally, cutting 3 freshmen and their spirit beasts in half. Entrails and blood splattered across the stone pillars, forming a horrific abstract painting. Even more terrifying was the sky, where dozens of 4-winged dragonfly-like insectoids were diving. The edges of their wings were as sharp as blades, and each pass they made sent up a spray of blood. In this situation, some beastmasters were still resisting desperately. Yet some rookie beastmasters couldn't hold on any longer, abandoning their partners and turning to flee. Some of the freshmen had even activated the teleportation runes on their arms. Amidst ripples of white light, many vanished from the out-of-control zone the instant their runes flared to life. But the teleportation talisman requires at least 3 seconds of charging time from activation to take effect. During this time, beast tamers must not be in combat, or else they will be utterly unable to stabilize spatial energy, rendering the teleportation talismans ineffective. And in such circumstances, more people died. Mom, I want to go home. A girl knelt in a pool of blood, weeping as she cradled her dying moonlight rabbit. The next instant, acid extinguished her cries. Chaos reigned throughout the out-of-control zone. Yet amid the insectoid rampage, many formidable freshmen either operated independently or formed defensive arrays, escaping while continually ambushing these insectoids to seize void hive stones. This situation is actually a blessing for powerful beastmasters. Zheng Chang stood at the cave entrance, his pupils contracting violently. On the horizon, rolling sand surged like a tsunami. Countless sandblade predators formed a dark torrent, devouring even solid rock wherever they passed. In the sky, a bronze-colored swarm of insects formed a dark cloud that blotted out the sun, emitting waves of shrill, rasping screeches. TSK! The alien queen let out a battle roar, and instantly the 47 sandblade aliens formed a defensive formation. Their exoskeletons gradually synchronized in resonant frequency, forming a visible ripple of energy across the sandy ground. Sandstalkers ready! Zheng Cheng calmly ordered. Shadowweave xenomorphs ambush in the rock crevices. Tremorjaw xenomorphs guard the cave entrance. When the first wave of Zerg rushed into the 100-meter range, all sandblade xenomorphs suddenly submerged into the sand. The vanguard of the insect tide couldn't break in time, instantly stepping into the death trap. Put! Dozens of blue-black figures burst from the sand, their sickle-like forelimbs precisely piercing the ganglia between the compound eyes of the insectoid creatures. The sandblade aliens moved in perfect synchronicity, each coordinated strike claiming the lives of over a dozen of their insectoid kin. Squeal! 3 Shadow Weaver stalkers attempted to counter with venomous threads, only to be dragged into the darkness by lurking Shadow Weaver aliens lying in wait. The eyeless Shadowweave aberrations were completely immune to optical illusions. They locked onto targets with sensory tendrils, their inner nest fangs spewing corrosive webs that dissolved their mortal enemies into bubbling pus. Boom! The ground suddenly bulged upward as 2 tremor jaw beasts erupted from the soil. Their massive jaws split open to their fullest extent, as if intending to shatter the entire nest entrance with a single bite. Bang! A massive figure burst forth from the cavern, the seismic maw aberration battling 2 foes at once. The 3-section heavy tail smashed the first great-jawed beast's skull like a warhammer, while its forelimb bone blade pierced through another's thorax. A golden-grade corrosive breath spewed from its maw, transforming a 30-meter radius into a dead zone. surveying the littered corpses, the acid-corrupted sands, and the shadowy xenomorphs continuously ambushing and slaughtering hordes of elite insectoids from the darkness, Zheng Cheng's expression kept fluctuating. Even with the abundant void hive stones obtained, he couldn't summon any joy. The swarm of insects showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, their numbers kept growing. Even more terrifying, 3 never-before-seen insectoid creatures appeared on the distant sand dunes. They resembled grotesque hybrids of scorpions and tanks, their carapaces studded with violet crystals. Every step they took left scorched footprints in the sand, clearly demonstrating their high-temperature attack capabilities. This bizarrely shaped Zerg creature possesses strength at least comparable to the Tremorjaw beast. Both are high-tier gold-rank entities. Zheng Chang also sensed that this new insectoid species undoubtedly wielded elemental control capabilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't radiate such frenzied energy. Whoosh! Kaboom! At that very moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot out from the southeast direction, rising rapidly from the horizon to a height of 100 meters before exploding into an intensely dazzling firework. Is that the guild's assembly signal? Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered with realization. Apparently, the guild had also sensed that something was wrong. Taking in the sight of the swarming insectoids covering the hills, Zheng Cheng made an immediate decision. Retreat! Head southeast, that's where the guild's rescue signal is coming from. The Alien Legion immediately carried out the order. The Sandblade aliens provided alternating cover, using their acid to corrode isolation trenches across the desert ground. The Shadow Weave aberration laid paralyzing spider webs along the retreat path. The Earthquake Jaws aberration covered the rear, each tremor from the earth veins slowing the pursuer's advance. The Phantom Alien and Shadow Alien retreated, especially the Phantom Alien, whose body radiated a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors that enveloped an area of over 30 meters. All Sandblade predator insectoids within this radius immediately descended into chaos, some tearing into each other indiscriminately, others shrieking in frenzied rage. Meanwhile, shadow xenomorphs continuously leaped from the darkness, systematically executing any insectoid that retained its senses. After leaving behind over a dozen xenomorph corpses and hundreds of slain insectoids, Zheng Cheng finally broke free from the encirclement with his remaining alien legion. At dawn the next day, Zheng Cheng approached the coordinates where the assembly flare had been fired. Here stood a vast stone forest, with hundreds of stone pillars each as thick as a man could embrace and dozens of meters tall rising from the sandy ground. As Zheng Cheng approached, several figures immediately appeared atop the stone pillars. All newly awakened beastmasters must recall your spiritual beasts before entering. Chapter 54, Temporary Gathering Point. Deep beneath where Zheng Cheng couldn't see, the Queen Insect's neural network was violently shuddering. It sensed the alien queen's departure, that loathsome presence was moving southeast. Waves of furious psychic energy tsunami swept through the entire hive, violet patterns madly flickering across its carapace. Humans, aliens, must be exterminated. The dozens of compound eyes of the mother insect lit up simultaneously, transmitting an unprecedented mental command throughout the Zerg network. At the edge of the out-of-control zone, spatial rifts suddenly twisted violently. The previously stable transmission channel was corroded by a strange purple energy, like prey wrapped layer upon layer in spider silk. Several freshmen activating teleportation arrays were horrified to discover the white light had barely ignited before abruptly extinguishing, the array's runes shattering inch by inch. No, impossible. A girl desperately pounded on the ineffective talisman. How could this happen? The sand behind her suddenly bulged as 3 sandblade predators burst from the ground. Their razor-sharp forelimbs lashed out, instantly slicing both the girl and her spirit beast in half. The same tragedy played out across the entire containment breach zone, whether survivors hiding in rock crevices or squads attempting to break through. All teleportation talismans had failed without exception. Despair began to spread. Zheng Cheng recalled all his alien creatures and walked alone toward the stone forest. The supervising teacher on guard outside verified his identity before letting him pass. After a moment's thought, Zheng Cheng asked, "Hello, teacher. What exactly happened? Why are there so many bugs?" The teacher examining Zheng Cheng had a crew cut, wore black leather armor, and had rough skin with bloodshot eyes. The beast tied something during this college entrance exam triggered the wrath of the insect swarm's queen, leading to this outbreak. You're lucky to have made it here alive. Get inside quickly. Another teacher said, there's a special concealment array here that masks our presence. The insect swarm can't detect us for now. Hurry up and go inside. Yes, teacher. Zheng Cheng walked into the stone forest, only to discover it was actually an expansive canyon with a hidden world inside. Soon, a large open space came into view, the clamor of voices hitting him like a wave. Hundreds of students were crowded in the central clearing, some bandaging wounds, others wailing while searching for companions, while even more sat pale-faced in stunned silence. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of burning, as several healing-type spirit beasts frantically cast their restorative spells. Did you hear? The Northern Sector's team was completely wiped out. My teammates are all dead, all of them, I'm the only one left. The association says the teleportation arrays have failed. We're trapped here to die.
I was planning to kill a few more bugs before leaving, but since last night the teleportation talisman has stopped working, whoa, we're doomed. The chatter buzzed in Zhang Cheng's ears, his frown deepening with each word. He pushed through the crowd when suddenly a bloodied teenager grabbed his arm. Bro, have you seen Jia Mei from number 2 high? She's our school belle, have you spotted her? Woo. Zhang Cheng shook off his hand, his eyes still searching for that familiar figure. In the distance, several association staff members were setting up a temporary command post, but the portly figure of Su Cohen was nowhere to be seen. Where on earth is Su Cohen? Could he be dead? And Lian Yining, after all, she has the flaming phoenix dragon, not to mention she's the daughter of the Weibei City Beast Tamers Association. She should be fine. I heard those teachers say the insectoid queen was enraged and searching for something. Could it be, looking for me? The alien queen? Zhang Cheng's face grew increasingly grim as these suspicions took shape in his mind. At this moment, a clamor arose from nearby. It's Qin Zhan, he's still alive. The crowd automatically parted as Qin Zhan strode forward, drenched in blood. His left arm was twisted unnaturally, yet his expression remained calm, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before him, an invigilator led the way as the two of them walked deeper into the canyon. At the highest platform of the stone forest, the temporary command center was embroiled in heated debate. We must organize a breakout immediately. Though the spatial rift has been sealed, if we all act together, we can force it open again in a short time. Proctor Wang Yan slammed the table. Every minute we delay increases the danger. There are over 10,000 new students here, we must think of their safety first. Yang Shenli, the steward of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association, shook his head. The spatial rift is completely sealed. Forcing a breakthrough would only trigger larger-scale spatial turbulence. What we must do now is await word from headquarters. With the space in the out-of-control zone sealed off, the association is bound to notice eventually. So we're just supposed to wait here to die? Xiao Tianyu sprang to his feet, his once magnificent uniform now tattered beyond recognition. Paying no heed to the grim expressions of the surrounding teachers, he growled through clenched teeth, "My Golden Eagle Scouts have detected at least tens of thousands of insectoids approaching, among them are elites at the gold tier, even diamond tier monsters. Staying here means certain death, we must find a way to break through." The entire tent erupted into immediate arguments. Some agreed to break through immediately, while others proposed to defend the stronghold. After all, there are defensive arrays here that can shield against the psychic perception of the insectoid queen. As long as we hold our ground here and wait for the association's rescue, everything will be fine. Idiots. Suddenly, Bai Yue's words cut through the ongoing discussion. There are indeed shielding arrays guarding this place, but what about other areas and other people? Over the course of this evening, at least 1,000 new students have entered the shielding arrays. The insect queen might not detect the arrays themselves, but surely she can sense these newcomers? With every new student's presence vanishing here one by one, even a fool would realize something's wrong, let alone the insect queen. As these words fell, several people's expressions changed slightly, especially Yang Shenli, who also seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Bai Yue was right, sooner or later, the Zerg Queen would discover this outpost. By then. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted open, and Qin Zhan stepped inside. After sweeping his gaze around the room, he spoke up, "Professor Wang, Deacon Yang, have you reached any conclusions in your discussion? Qin Zhan, do you have any news?" Qin Zhan walked to the table and seated himself dominantly in the head chair before stating solemnly, "Before my arrival, my father gave me a special artifact, the Twin Fish Barrier." Twin Fish Barrier. Yang Shili's expression abruptly changed as he exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean that spatial teleportation artifact forged from the remains of the void-leaping fish, that spiritual beast which could freely traverse between worlds by ignoring spatial channels after its death? Not bad." Qin Zhan nodded and said, "Just now, my Pisces barrier emitted ripples. It seems those outside have become aware of what's happening here and are about to send people in. Hurry up and open it. Who will the association send? My Pisces barrier is only the lowest grade. Based on distance and space constraints, it can transport no more than 3 people at most. The stronger the power, the fewer people can be transported." Qin Zhan nodded, flipping his hand to reveal a palm-sized, fish-scale-shaped special artifact in his grasp. As the incantation resonated, the scale-shaped jade pendant emitted a shimmer of starlight, forming a blackish glow over 2 meters tall. Soon, 2 figures slowly emerged from within. Chapter 55, Transcendent Beast Master. The dark spatial rift gradually closed as 2 figures became fully visible. The towering leader stood nearly 2 meters tall, his bronze skin covered with gruesome scars. A claw mark ran through his right eye, leaving only a hawk-sharp left eye piercing through. He was draped in a dark red beastskin cloak, with a string of pendants crafted from various animal teeth hanging at his waist. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly. "Second uncle." Qin Zhan smiled uncharacteristically and strode forward eagerly. Qin Zhihao, the youngest transcendent realm beast tamer of the current Qin family generation, a legendary figure who once single-handedly annihilated an entire low-level mystic realm.
He gave Qin a heavy slap on the shoulder, the force so strong it made everyone around them wince. Not bad, kid, still alive.
Second uncle, why are you the one who came this time? Ha ha ha, what? Your second uncle can't come?
No, but if you're here, it proves how dangerous this mission must be.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you, right?
Haha, you little rascal, still as sharp as ever. Qin Jihao laughed heartily. Exactly. This time the spatial rift in the out-of-control zone was suddenly sealed shut, and outside they detected powerful life fluctuations.
So here I am, deployed specifically for this.
Unlike the others, Qin Jihao deliberately stepped aside to let her enter as another figure approached. Zhao Hongxiu, daughter of Zhao Qicheng, deputy director of the Chang'an City Supernatural Bureau, a super genius who reached the transcendent realm at just 25 years old. She wore dark red light armor that outlined her agile figure, her black hair tied into a neat ponytail, with a pair of uniquely shaped short blades at her waist.
Sister Hongxiu. Lian Yining ran over in delight and grasped her hand firmly. A trace of a smile finally appeared on Zhao Hongxiu's frosty face as she pinched Lian Yining's cheek. Little girl, it's good to see you're alright.
Otherwise, Uncle Lian would have come here himself.
Is my dad okay?
He's fine, though quite worried about you. If he weren't needed to guard the spatial rift, he would have come in person. The two walked off hand in hand, making way for Qin Jihao. It was clear that Qin Jihao was the main player in this operation. Qin Jihao strode to the center of the command post, his beast-hide cloak sweeping behind him as he boomed in a thunderous voice, "Everyone, listen up." The tent fell silent in an instant, and nearly all eyes turned toward Qin Jihao, not just because he was from the Qin family, but primarily because he held the rank of Major General in the military, wielding immense authority. The spatial rift has been sealed by the Queen Insect using special means, making conventional methods ineffective for breaking through. Qin Jihao retrieved a blood-red crystal from his pocket and placed it on the table. The association headquarters has activated the Blood Moon Protocol. This is the latest directive. The crystal projected a holographic image, displaying a topographic map of the entire containment breach area. A massive red dot pulsated at the northwest corner of the map, surrounded by densely packed smaller crimson markers. The mother insect nest has been confirmed at a location 120 kilometers away from here in a valley.
Qin Jihao's single eye swept over everyone present. Conventional tactics won't break through the insect swarm, so we're executing a decapitation strike.
He pointed at the three winding blue lines on the map. New students, led by proctors and officials from the Beast Tamer Association, will split into three groups for a feigned attack to draw the main forces of the insectoids away. Meanwhile, I and Zhao Hongxiu will lead an elite team to strike straight at the heart of the enemy. As for the members of the elite team, they are the 5 freshmen from Qinzhou Province's exam district who possess 9-star spirit beasts in this year's college entrance exams.
Qin Zhan, Xiao Tianyu, Lian Yining, Bai Yuwei, Zhao Wuhan, the 5 of you.
Qin Jihao, seated in the main chair, announced loudly, while Zhao Hongxiu pulled Lian Yining aside to whisper.
I heard someone traded a 9-star spiritual beast for your 1-star beast? Lian Yining's ears turned crimson instantly. That was a special situation.
Oh, Zhao Hongxiu raised her eyebrows.
It seems the rumors are true. Our icy little princess has finally. Sister Hongxiu.
Lian Yining stamped her foot in frustration, unable to help but think of Zhang Cheng's figure appearing in her mind.
At that moment, Xiao Tianyu couldn't help but interject, just the few of us? The mother insect is at least epic level. Idiot. Bai Yuwei said coldly, didn't you see the mark on the map?
The mother insect is in the egg-laying period, and its strength has dropped to transcendent realm.
Qin Jihao glanced at the two of them and said, your guesses contain both right and wrong.
According to our investigation, this insect queen is severely injured for unknown reasons, and her strength has dropped to the transcendent realm.
But too many insect beasts have gathered around her.
So the mission for other teachers and new students is to draw away as many insect beasts around her as possible, to facilitate our decapitation tactic.
The critically wounded insectoid queen, transcendent realm?
General Qin and Lord Zhao are both transcendent-level beastmasters.
With 2 transcendent-level beastmasters dealing with a severely wounded transcendent-level magical beast, the success rate is very high indeed. This could be an opportunity. The Zerd nest surely contains high-quality void honeycomb stones. If I could.
Soon, both the teachers and new students in the tent erupted in excited discussions. In their view, with 2 transcendent-level beastmasters like Qin Jihao and Zhao Hongxiu present, that mere transcendent tier insect queen could surely be effortlessly suppressed.
Excellent.
In that case, this general shall assign our next phase of operations. Just as Qin Jihao was allocating tasks, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded outside the tent. A bleeding invigilator teacher burst in. Disaster.
The insectoids have discovered our stronghold.
Their vanguard has breached the outer defenses. On the holographic map, the red dots representing the Zerg swarmed in from all directions, with the nearest batch already less than 3 miles from the canyon.
Qin Jihao cursed under his breath and jerked the tent flap open. All proctors, listen up.
Immediately organized the freshmen to break out in 3 separate groups, create the illusion that we're forcing our way through the spatial rift. He turned and pointed at Qin Zhan and the other four. "You five, come with me." The crowd erupted instantly, a chaotic mix of wailing cries, furious accusations, and the shrieks of spirit beasts. Several teachers desperately tried to maintain order, dividing the freshmen into 3 groups. Amidst the chaos, Lian Yining's figure suddenly came to a halt. A familiar young man appeared not far in front of her. Zheng Chang. Without caring that Zhao Hongxiu was right beside her, Lian Yining hurriedly ran over. "Are you okay? Are you okay? And you?" "I'm fine too. By the way, have you seen Su Kuan?" "I asked around, and they said he activated the teleportation charm yesterday and had already left long ago." "Ha, that kid really is clever. So you're Zhang Chang, the one who gave the 9-star Crimson Flame Phoenix Dragon to Yining?" Just as the two were speaking, Zhao Hongxiu's voice suddenly cut in. Zheng Chang was also captivated by the suddenly appearing older sister figure, gazing at Zhao Hongxiu's silhouette and face. Even with Zheng Chang's discerning eye, he couldn't help but feel a flash of wonder. Unlike Lian Yining's gentle aloofness, the older sister before him exuded greater maturity and an even more confident aura. A pair of bright, large eyes thoroughly sized up Zheng Chang. Zhao Hongxiu studied this so-called simp boy with keen interest. Contrary to her expectations, Zheng Chang's eyes held no infatuation, only pure concern and a trace of some complex emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Zheng Chang asked curiously, "Hello there, miss. Can I help you with something?" Lian Yining quickly whispered, "Zheng Chang, this is Sister Zhao Hongxiu, daughter of Director Zhao and a transcendent-level beastmaster. You should address her as Your Excellency." Transcendent-level beastmaster. This was a realm that ordinary beastmasters could never reach in their entire lifetime. In an era where beastmasters of epic and legendary realms are either in seclusion, traveling afar, or have vanished without a trace, those of the transcendent realm stand as humanity's strongest fighting force. "Alright, since we're all friends here, just call me Sister Hongxiu." Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand and said, "No time for pleasantries. The insectoids are coming. Follow your respective team leaders. Kid, out of respect for Yining, take this. At a crucial moment, maybe it'll save your life." Zhao Hongxiu shoved something into his hand as she spoke, then immediately pulled Lian Yining away. Meanwhile, Lian Yining kept turning her head to look back with undisguised concern in her eyes. Zheng Chang looked down in astonishment. What Zhao Hongxiu had thrust into his hand was unmistakably a crimson scale, radiating a faint, warm glow. Is this a diversionary tactic? Chapter 56, Insect Beast Pursuit. Everyone, keep up, don't fall behind. Teacher Yang Xinli's shouts echoed through the chaotic jungle. The usually smiling middle-aged educator was now covered in bloodstains, his right arm hanging unnaturally, clearly fractured. But those eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, constantly scanning the swaying tree shadows around him. Zheng Chang followed closely in the middle of the group, carefully observing their surroundings. Beside him were over 20 equally disheveled students, each face etched with fear and exhaustion. Under Qin Jihao's orders, hundreds of freshmen from the temporary campsite followed several teachers and staff from the Beast Tamer Association in a desperate breakout attempt. The team leader assigned to Zheng Chang's squad was none other than teacher Yang Xinli. But what baffled them completely was the sheer number of insectoid creatures responsible for encircling and attacking them. It was downright excessive. In less than a day, their original force of over 100 squad members had been reduced by more than half, with devastating casualties. Their greatest hope now rested solely on Qin Jihao's elite team eliminating the mother insect in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, they're dead for sure. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The shrubbery on the left suddenly shook violently. Zheng Chang's pupils constricted as he instinctively summoned his phantom xenomorph. A semi-transparent figure flickered by his side before vanishing into the surrounding air. "Watch your left!" someone screamed. 3 sandblade predators, each standing over 2 meters tall, burst through the bushes. Their forelimbs gleamed with a lethal sheen like the sides of death under the sunlight. Mountain split. Teacher Yang Xinli let out a furious roar as a massive, earthen yellow figure abruptly materialized before him. It was a gigantic goat standing 3 meters tall, with curved horns atop its head resembling 2 razor-sharp scimitars. Its entire body was rippling with muscles, exuding explosive strength. Boom! The mountain-crushing goat's hind legs powerfully kicked off the ground, launching its entire body like a cannonball straight toward the lead sandblade predator. The insectoid creature didn't even have time to react before the ram's horn pierced through its chest, spraying green blood in all directions. Bah! The mountain-crushing goat let out an ear-splitting roar, violently shaking its head to fling the sandblade predator's corpse toward its 2 remaining kin. Seizing this opening, several quick-reacting students had already summoned their spirit beasts, firefoxes, ironclad turtles, wind-blade hawks, all launching attacks with their respective elemental attributes. Zheng Chang didn't act rashly. Instead, using the phantom shapeshifter's cover, he quietly observed the battlefield. He noticed a strange phenomenon. The eyes of these insectoids all glowed with an abnormal red light, and their movements were far more frenzied than ordinary insectoids, completely disregarding their own casualties. This is a berserk state. It seems the mother insect has received a death threat, hence commanding its brood to attack them so recklessly.
Or perhaps, it's commanding the insectoids to kill themselves in their madness. Ah! A piercing shriek interrupted Zheng Cheng's train of thought. Turning his head, he saw a male student whose thigh had been seized by a sandblade predator that suddenly emerged from underground, now being dragged beneath the surface. The classmate trying to help was intercepted by another sandblade predator. Zheng Cheng's eyes turned sharp as his mind flashed with determination. The shadow form lurking in the darkness suddenly struck, its razor-sharp tail blade piercing accurately through the sandblade predator's compound eye. The insect writhed in pain and loosened its grip, allowing the boy to break free while his companions dragged him to safety. Thank you, thank you. The boy's face was deathly pale as he tremblingly thanked Zheng Cheng. After spending a day together, the team had come to understand each other somewhat. To his teammates, Zheng Cheng appeared to be nothing more than a lovesick fool pining after the woman he adored. The facehugger hatched and parasitized an unknown magical beast, giving birth to a spiritual creature called a xenomorph. Zheng Cheng merely nodded, his gaze returning to the battlefield once more. The mountain-crushing goat had taken care of those 3 sandblade predators, yet teacher Yang Shenli's expression grew even graver. Everyone, pick up the pace. We're being followed. Teacher Yang shouted loudly, there are too many of these insectoids. Before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. A thunderous crash echoed in the distance as trees toppled, as if some colossal creature was drawing near. The gravel on the ground churned once more as over a dozen sandblade predators emerged again. Behind them, enormous figures stretched even further into the distance. What is that? Someone pointed toward the sky in terror, voice trembling with shock. Zheng Cheng looked up just in time to see a massive dark silhouette sweep past the treetops. It was a giant flying insect over 5 meters long, its metallic blue-gray body gleaming as 4 transparent wings vibrated at high speed, emitting a teeth-gritting buzz. Its head bore a pair of enormous compound eyes, with serrated mandibles beneath, while all 6 legs ended in razor-sharp hooked claws. A sky-splitting locust. Peak gold tier. Teacher Yang Shenli's face instantly drained of color. Everyone, scatter. Now! But the warning came too late. The rift-wing locust plunged downward with such speed it nearly left an afterimage. A girl didn't even have time to react before the sickle-like claws snatched her by the waist. Her scream was abruptly cut off as the gaping locust's mandibles severed her clean in half. Run! Run faster! Yang Shenli's eyes blazed with fury. Mountain Crusher, let the peaks crumble and the earth split asunder. The mountain-crushing goat threw back its head in a long howl, its fur standing on end as earth-yellow energy gathered around its body. It suddenly reared up on its hind legs before slamming its hooves down with tremendous force. Boom! Centered around the mountain-crushing goat, the ground within a 20-meter radius undulated like ocean waves as several sharp stone spikes burst from the earth, stabbing straight toward the sky-rending locusts in midair. Over a dozen sandblade predators emerging from beneath the sand were severely injured, more than half of them, by teacher Yang Shenli's single move. The flying locust nimbly dodged, yet was grazed by a stone spike that left a scratch on its wing. With an enraged screech, it turned and dove straight toward the mountain-crushing goat. Bang! The mountain-crushing goat neither dodged nor retreated, colliding head-on with the sky-rending locust. The massive shockwave sent surrounding trees swaying precariously, and several students who had gotten too close were sent tumbling by the blast. Zheng Cheng lay prone on the ground, squinting to observe the battle. The mountain-crusher goat clearly possessed greater brute strength than the sky-rend locust, but the locust's speed and agility gave it the upper hand. The 2 massive beasts grappled violently, each collision triggering minor tremors. Get out of here now. Teacher Yang Shenli's mouth was bleeding, clearly sharing his spiritual beast's injuries. I'll hold it off. Teacher. The students hesitated, trembling with indecision. If they were to leave now under such circumstances, wouldn't that be fleeing from battle? Let's go. Yang Shenli roared furiously while pulling out and crushing a red crystal from his pocket. A torrent of violent energy flooded into the mountain-crushing goat, causing its body to instantly swell in size as crimson energy coiled around its horns. The void-rending locust seemed to sense danger and attempted to retreat, but the mountain-crushing goat suddenly leaped up, its height actually surpassing the flying locust. Its horns, wreathed in crimson energy, slammed fiercely into the flying locust's abdomen. Kree-eek! In the sound of sickening tearing, the flying locust's abdomen was split open by a massive wound, green blood raining down like a downpour. The locust let out a pained screech, frantically flapping its wings to distance itself. But the mountain-crushing goat also paid a price. The locust's hooked claw had sunk deep into its shoulder, nearly ripping off its entire front leg. Bah! The mountain-crushing goat collapsed to its knees in agony, its body beginning to shrink, clearly having reached its limit. Teacher Yang Shenli spat out a mouthful of blood, sinking to one knee. He strained to lift his head and saw the rift-wing locust, grievously wounded yet still circling in the air, clearly preparing to deliver the final blow. Damn it! Yang Shenli closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly shot up from the ground, heading straight for the sky-rending locust midair. Its speed was astonishingly fast, barely a flash before it landed on the locust's back. Is that Zheng Cheng? Chapter 57, The Sky-Rending Locust. That loser from number 1 high school? What's he trying to do? He's gone mad. Get down now.
Zheng Cheng did indeed leap onto the back of the split sky locust. Gripping the base of the insect's wings with both hands, he clamped his legs tightly around its segmented body. The phantom alien and the shadow alien appeared simultaneously, attacking the locust's wing joints from both sides. TSK. The sky-rending locust twisted its body frantically, desperately trying to shake off the unwelcome rider on its back. But Zheng Cheng clung to him like a shadow, unmoving. His right hand formed into a claw, fingertips suddenly oozing a pale green liquid, the corrosive acid of xenomorph blood. Put! Zheng Cheng viciously drove his fingers into the locust's wound, the acid reacting violently upon contact with the insectoid blood. The locust writhed in agony, nearly shooting vertically into the sky. High in the air, Zheng Cheng felt his eardrums might burst from the pressure, but he gritted his teeth and refused to let go. This severely injured wing-cleft locust is precisely the aerial-type spirit beast he desperately needs. Once captured and parasitized by the facehugger, he would gain a formidable aerial-type xenomorph. HSSSS. The wing-cleft locust let out an intense screech, sensing that the human now on its back was the exact target the queen parasite required. Immediately spreading 3 pairs of enormous wings, it swiftly flew towards the mother insect's direction. It intended to deliver the human on its back to its mother. The skyren locust surged forward at breakneck speed, the howling winds roaring past Zheng Cheng's ears. Even the shadow alien and phantom alien could only dig their front claws into the skyren locust's body, straining desperately to avoid being shaken off. One insect and one human, 2 bizarre creatures, had long since left the location of their original party. In just a few short minutes, they had already flown several kilometers away. Zheng Cheng struggled to maintain his footing as the desert landscape reappeared beneath him, but hardly any insect beasts remained in the surroundings. 3 breakout teams, along with the elite squad led by Qin Jihao, closed in to exterminate the queen insect. If that mother bug wants to survive, it has no choice but to recall a massive swarm of insect beasts to protect itself. Now is his chance. His right hand clenched tightly onto the crackwing locust's plumage while his left palm struck hard against its body. Get out here! Boom! With a thunderous roar, a towering insect nearly 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, resembling a heavy-duty freight truck, materialized beneath Zheng Cheng. Simultaneously, it came crashing down with immense force onto the cracking void locust. Earthshaker aberration. This formidable aberration hatched from the Earthshaker maw beast possessed a sheer body weight exceeding 10 tons. Under the tremendous pressure of intense gravity, the rift-wing locust immediately let out a shriek of pain. Flying spirit beasts maintain their flight and speed by being significantly lighter than their terrestrial counterparts. Under the violent impact of the 10-ton seismic aberration, the young rift-wing locust couldn't withstand the force and plummeted toward the ground. Within mere seconds, it crashed violently onto the earth below. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as clouds of dust billowed high into the air, accompanied by the shrill, pitiful shrieks of the split-sky locust. Hiss! However, under the relentless suppression of the Terra mutant, it found escape impossible. Seizing the moment, Zheng Cheng swiftly summoned a facehugger and forced it straight into the split-sky locust's gaping maw. As the magical beast Zheng Cheng encountered grew increasingly powerful, the facehugger's size became somewhat inadequate. Its slender tail simply couldn't wrap around their necks properly, and at times nearly snapped itself in the attempt. When facing this skyren locust, the facehugger decisively crawled directly into its mouth, making its way toward the abdomen. Before long, the severely wounded skyren locust gradually calmed down, its body trembling faintly. Zheng Cheng saw this and immediately reopened the passageway to the spirit beast space, storing it inside once more. As the voidfire locust just entered, numerous facehuggers gathered together, spewing viscous fluids that tightly enveloped it, forming a large cocoon which was then set aside. After completing all this, Zheng Cheng momentarily withdrew from the beast space and turned his gaze to his surroundings. A vast desert stretched before Zheng Cheng, who had absolutely no idea where he was. What's strange was that there weren't many insect beasts around. They must have either gone to chase other classmates or were protecting their queen. Seeing this situation, Zheng Cheng immediately leaped onto the back of the phantom xenomorph while recalling the shadow xenomorph and the tremor xenomorph. When traveling through such perilous conditions, the phantom xenomorph's ability to bend surrounding light and conceal itself was undoubtedly more suitable. Identifying the direction, he swiftly fled down the path opposite to where the rift cutter locust was heading. In the valley 120 kilometers northwest, the thick scent of blood had nearly condensed into a crimson mist. Qin Jihao stood atop a protruding basalt rock, his beastskin cloak snapping fiercely in the scorching wind. Squinting with his single eye, he stared at the pulsating nest of flesh and blood at the valley's center, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Worse than anticipated. This broodmother has lived at least 3 centuries, the growth rings on its carapace have formed sigils. Zhao Hongxiu landed silently beside him, her dark red light armor smeared with green insect blood. Her slender fingers lightly brushed the twin blades at her waist as the beast space pattern on her left palm glowed faintly. The guard swarm has halved, must have been diverted for pursuit. In the darkness behind them stood 5 freshmen including Lian Yining and Qin Zhan, each holding their breath while meticulously scanning their surroundings. Yet their eyes burned with complex emotions, battle lust, worry, and fervor all intertwined. They could all feel the psychic pressure emanating from the depths of the valley, the madness of an epic tier creature on the brink of death.
Time's almost up. If we hesitate any longer and those guardian insectoids return, we'll be caught between enemies. Remember.
Qin Shihao tore open his blood-stained collar, revealing strange markings over his heart, and said gravely, "This isn't a test.
It's war. Hesitation means death. This is your trial as elite freshman. Kill it." Roar. With an earth-shaking roar, a 5-meter-tall giant bear burst forth from the ground.
Standing on its hind legs, it blotted out the sky and sun. Its massive paws striking the earth sent shockwaves rippling outward, and the oppressive aura of this transcendent-level spirit beast momentarily froze swarms of insects within a 100-meter radius. At the same time, Zhao Hongxiu reached out and grasped the air. A blood-red flame suddenly coalesced before her, wildly flickering.
Dragon-blooded Valkyrie. Screech. With a crystal-clear dragon's roar, an ethereal figure emerged from the dancing flames.
The Valkyrie striding from the flames wielded a twin-headed dragon spear, its tip dripping not blood but molten lava.
2 transcendent-level spirit beasts stood side by side, their auras churning the winds and clouds. Roar! From the nest not far away, piercing and shrill cries erupted as it sensed the presence of the 2 transcendent-level spirit beasts. In an instant, the thousands of insect beasts surrounding the queen's nest all charged toward the group in a frenzy. Attack! The earth demon bear thrust its massive paws into the ground, violently tearing up an entire slab of bedrock and hurling it toward the insect horde. Boom! As the colossal boulder shattered, the dozen or so killer predators at the forefront had no time to react before being crushed into bloody pulps. The Crimson Huntress charged forth as a scarlet blur, her long spear whirling in lethal arcs. Every draconic beast that dared approach was mercilessly detonated, creating thick clouds of crimson mist. Ancient warlord spirit! Qin Zhan roared furiously as a 3-meter-tall golden phantom suddenly surged behind him. It was a warrior clad in bone armor, swinging a massive halberd that swept through armies, perfectly complementing Qin Jihao's charge. Thunderous might! Xiao Tianyu pointed his sword toward the heavens, and the thunder golden eagle in the clouds summoned 9 bolts of lightning, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the center of the swarming insects attempting to encircle them. Screech! The thunder golden eagle swiftly darted through the swarm, letting out a triumphant cry. But before the laughter of the thunder rock and Xiao Tianyu could fade, dense clusters of black dots suddenly surged across the dim sky, sweeping toward them. Skyrend locust! At the sight of this, Xiao Tianyu's face suddenly changed dramatically. But after glancing at Qin Jihao and Zhao Hongxiu standing in front of him, he gritted his teeth and ordered the thunderbolt golden rock to charge forward. In an instant, the storm golden eagle was enveloped in a surge of deep blue lightning, its entire body nearly transforming into a sphere of crackling thunder. Boom! Chapter 58, The Desperate Mother Bug. Bai Yue gently stroked the creature in her arms, its emerald-green pupils abruptly constricting. With her as the center, temperatures plunged within a 100-meter radius, freezing the leading sandblade predators into ice sculptures in an instant. Moreover, this frigid aura continued spreading relentlessly, coating the ground with layers of ice blades. The charging insectoid aliens immediately let out agonized shrieks as they stepped on the razor-sharp ice formations. Zhao Wuhan, who had remained silent until now, strode leisurely to the front line with one hand clasped behind his back. Zhao Hongxiu spotted him immediately and frowned sharply, demanding, "Zhao Wuhan, what do you think you're doing? Seen your sister's scarlet sleeves, do you know, what is the brightest thing in this world?" Zhao Hongxiu's eyes filled with suspicion. What was this illegitimate Zhao family offspring up to? That would be, the radiance of a flying sword cleaving through the heavens. Screech! As soon as the words fell, Zhao Wuhan violently swung his right hand while discreetly opening his spirit beast space. In that instant, a 3-foot-long sword shadow, faintly cyan in hue, shot out, tracing a floral pattern in the air and radiating a soft glow. "Behold my sword-owning storm!" Zhao Wuhan roared, flailing his hands wildly through the air. And that pale cyan flying sword trembled slightly before instantly manifesting 10 illusory clones, descending from the heavens. Put! Put! 10 flying sword phantoms shot into the dozen or so sandblade predators frozen into ice sculptures, instantly piercing them straight through the heart. Unfortunately, the sandblade predators were too large, and the flying swords piercing wounds too small. Only 3 of the 10 attacked were hit in vital areas like the head and killed instantly. The remaining killer predators were instead provoked, struggling wildly in a frenzy. Faced with all this, Zhao Wuhan remained indifferent, calmly clasping his hands behind his back as he declared in a solemn voice, "I wield a single sword, one that can move mountains and part seas." What the hell?
Bai Yue rolled her eyes beside him as the black frost serpent at her side lunged forward, unleashing waves of chilling air that instantly froze several sandblade predators into ice statues. The piercing cold surged in churned, leaving Zhao Wuhan shivering uncontrollably.
Crazy woman, utterly lacking in grace. Get lost.
Lian Yining's right arm erupted with flames as the crimson flame dragon phoenix spread its wings and soared, spewing fireballs that detonated the diving venomous insects midair. The green poisonous mist had yet to spread before being purified by the fiery tempest unleashed by the dragon phoenix's wings.
Maintain triangular formation.
Zhao Hongxiu's voice cut through the battlefield roar. Qin Zhan takes left flank, Xiao Tianyu right flank, Bai Yue at center.
Zhao Wuhan.
For once, her voice carried hesitation before finally deciding, you act independently. The elite squad pierced through the insect swarm like a sharp blade, with Qin Jihao's earth demon bear constantly altering the terrain, sometimes erecting stone walls to block acid sprays, other times creating sinkholes to swallow waves of insects. The blood dragon Valkyrie focused exclusively on assassinating high-tier insectoids, each shot precisely severing neural nodes. When they broke through the final insectoid barrier, the true form of the brood mother was unveiled beneath the crimson moonlight. It was a half-human, half-insect monstrosity, the lower body a bloated queen abdomen, its transparent carapace revealing tens of thousands of squirming larvae beneath. Her upper body retained the contours of a human female, though covered in bronze-colored carapace. The most horrifying aspect was the 36 neural tendrils extending from its back, each one connected to the brain of a golden-tier insectoid.
Ah, delicious souls.
The mother insect actually murmured in human language, its voice like fingernails scraping against glass. It suddenly raised its head and contracted its abdomen, spewing dark green acid.
Earth barrier.
The earth demon bear suddenly raised its arms high and then smashed them down onto the ground with force. 3 curved stone walls erupted from the ground.
The acid corroded through the first 2 but was ultimately blocked by the third.
But from the shadows behind the stone wall, 3 invisible mantis-like insect beasts suddenly lunged at Bai Yue.
Sword formation, lotus blossom.
Zhao Wuhan barked coldly as the azure flying sword suddenly bloomed into a lotus of blades beneath Bai Yue's feet, shredding the Shadowblade assassins to pieces. The young swordsman's face paled slightly, this technique had taken no small toll on him.
Bai Yue retreated while the profound ice dragon's eyes blazed with blue light.
Ice crystals suddenly condensed in the air around the queen insect, noticeably slowing its movements.
Perfect opportunity.
Xiao Tianyu's eyes flickered with lightning as the thunder golden eagle high above folded its wings in dove, transforming into a golden bolt that struck straight at the queen insect's head.
Boom! When the lightning exploded, the queen insect let out a piercing shriek.
All 6 of its compound eyes burst simultaneously, while its neural tendrils whipped about wildly. Every controlled golden tier insect suddenly self-destructed, the shockwave sending everyone flying.
Psionic storm. Take cover.
Zhao Hongxiu screamed in alarm as the blood dragon warrior swiftly stepped forward to shield the crowd. Simultaneously, her body ignited with crimson flames that trembled violently.
Formless psychic spikes swept across the battlefield, the Earthfang bear's rock armor cracked while the blood dragon warrior's flames dimmed noticeably.
Zhao Wuhan was next, his flying sword, previously diverted to protect Bai Yue, couldn't react in time.
Affected by the maternal insect's psychic storm, he fainted instantly.
Qin Zhan, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, still clutched his battle axe stubbornly, while Xiao Tianyu pressed both hands hard against his head. Midair, the thunder golden eagle swooped down swiftly, shielding its master. The most critical situation was Lian Yining's. To protect the others, she had actually used Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix to withstand the psychic assault head-on. Now she knelt on one knee, her nosebleed sizzling as it dripped onto the scorching sand.
Ninger!
Zhao Hongxiu's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as the dragon-blooded Valkyrie before her suddenly transformed into a crimson ray, shooting straight toward the Zerg Queen. The bloody light blade slashed toward the queen, cleaving through nearly half her body with this single strike. Emerald blood cascaded like a waterfall. Hiss! The mother insect lashed out in agony, a neural tendril striking like lightning toward the dragon-blooded Valkyrie's back.
At the critical moment, Bai Yue's profound ice serpent leaped to intercept.
The frigid breath froze the tendril mid-air, while chilling mist surged, drastically reducing its speed.
It's almost done for.
Qin Jihao wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Hongxiu, Zhao Hongxiu and the dragon blood warrior leaped simultaneously. The female general crossed her twin blades into an X shape, while the dragon blood warrior's spear began rotating at hyperspeed, its tip igniting the air into plasma flames.
Dragonfire cross slash. Piercing star thrust.
2 streaks of crimson light flashed past each other, and the remaining compound eyes of the queen insect suddenly froze. Then, cross-shaped scorch marks simultaneously appeared on its head and thorax, causing its entire upper body to slowly slide apart. Yet the dying queen insect twisted into an eerie grin, plunging all its remaining tentacles into its own abdomen. Die, together.
Watch out, it's going to detonate the eggs. Qin Jihao's expression drastically changed. Everyone, fall back.
The earth demon bear slammed its paws on the ground, raising a circular earthen wall to encircle the group.
The others hastily retreated as the bear channeled its spiritual energy furiously into the earth. Walls of soil rose one after another, straining with all its might to shield everyone. Boom! In the earth-shaking explosion, the entire valley was engulfed by viscous green sludge. The slime had intense corrosive and parasitic properties, melting rocks and twisting plants into tumor-like growths wherever it spread. Inside the earthen barrier, Qin Jihao took a head count. Everyone alright? I'm fine. Uncle, Zhao Wuhan is unconscious, but still breathing. Everyone be careful, the mother insect might not be dead yet. The earthen wall began to crumble, revealing bleak surroundings. Bai Yue suddenly pointed toward the epicenter of the explosion. Look! As the dust settled, at the heart of the queen insect's remains, a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal hovered mysteriously, its interior swirling with starlit specks like a galaxy in motion. The Void Hive Stone. This aura, transcendent tier, or epic tier? Zhao Hongxiu displayed a rare look of astonishment before leading the group forward. Qin Jihao's single eye gleamed. No wonder this queen can seal spatial rifts. Something's not right. Why hasn't the spatial rift been unsealed yet? The mother Zerg is still alive. Wait, not just alive, but escaped? Everyone, fan out from the central nest and search. We must find traces of the mother insect. Yes. Chapter 59, Riftwing Locust. Zhang Cheng's eyes snapped open, the afterimage of the spirit beast's face still lingering in his pupils. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. The chrysalis of the void-rending locust had finished hatching, and a brand new alien creature now hovered silently within the spatial void. Come out! Jing Chang murmured the summoning words softly as ripples in the beast-taming space distorted amidst the desert's scorching heat waves. TSS. With a piercing screech, a dark cyan monster burst through the air. Its size was one-third smaller than the original Rift Sky Locust, but the metallic sheen of its carapace became even more pronounced. 6 pairs of wings evolved into 4 pairs of translucent membranous wings, their edges glinting with serrated cold light. The most terrifying aspect was its mouthparts. The original mandibles had transformed into a retractable tubular structure, faintly revealing the outline of inner nest teeth. Name, Voidrend Alien, Neonate. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Gold Realm Tier 3. Status, severely starved. Skills, Acid Blood, Sonic Strike, Aerial Dive, Acid Jet, Group Intimidation. Special Talent 1, Hypersonic Cruise. 4 pairs of membranous wings paired with an aerodynamic body enable supersonic flight. Special Talent 2, Storm Control. Its wing flaps can generate localized cyclones, forming cutting storms. Golden Realm. Zheng Chang ran his fingers over the frostcool carapace of the Fracture Sky Xenomorph, sensing high-frequency vibrations beneath his fingertips. This surpassed his expectations. It seemed the alien genes had enhanced the locust's flight capabilities during the fusion process. Moreover, compared to the original host, the alien that hatched after a few sounds would undoubtedly be countless times stronger than its previous host. A rustling sound suddenly came from the distance. Dozens of sandblade predators were crawling toward them, following the scent. Their carapaces were riddled with battle scars, clear remnants of the routed patrol team. Perfect timing to test its power. Zheng Cheng flipped onto the back of the crack space alien and commanded, use Sonic Boom Assault. The membrane wings of the Void Surge alien abruptly unfurled, their high-frequency vibrations leaving afterimages as they sliced through the air. As it swooped down, Zhang Cheng felt his internal organs being crushed flat. Amidst the sonic boom of the sound barrier being shattered, the 3 leading sandblade predators had no chance to react before exploding into clouds of verdant mist. The aftershock sent the insectoid creatures behind flying, their carapaces fracturing like spiderwebs. Keep going. Acid Spray. The rift-rending alien hovered 20 meters in the air, its proboscis contracting before suddenly swelling. A jet of dark green acid sprayed out in a wide arc, and the sandblade predators that were hit let out piercing shrieks of agony. Their armor visibly melted away, exposing the pulsating organs within. In just 3 short minutes, the patrol team had been reduced to bubbling wreckage. Such formidable power, especially that sonic boom ambush, now that's a divine skill for surprise attacks. If I could hunt Voidren locusts on a large scale and form my own Voidren xenomorph army, my strength would skyrocket in no time. Zheng Cheng's heart suddenly leaped. There were still 12 facehuggers within his beast space, and the xenomorph queen continued laying eggs without pause. As long as he had enough void-splitting locusts, he could assemble an entire void-splitting locust army. Above the clouds, Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes and activated his omniscient vision. In an instant, his sight pierced through the clouds, locking onto a circling swarm of void-splitting locusts. There were roughly a dozen of them, patrolling at low altitude as if searching for something. 10 void flight locusts? Why are they wandering here? Void flight locusts are practically an elite breed among insect swarms. They're not exactly common. Zheng Cheng smirked coldly. Perfect timing, we'll wipe them all out. Giving the carapace of his void-born aberration an encouraging pat, he murmured, let's pick off the outliers first. Don't let any escape. The void rifter made no sound, but Zheng Cheng could feel its excitement. The next second, boom!
The Void Rifter plunged downward abruptly, its speed instantly breaking the sound barrier as it compressed the air into visible white shockwaves. The outermost Void Locust hadn't even reacted yet when the Void Rifter had already closed in from behind. Put! The Void Rifter's inner jaw shot out instantly, piercing straight through the Locust's head as acidic fluids injected and dissolved its nerve center on contact. The Locust didn't even have time to scream before its corpse plummeted straight down. Capturing this entire squadron of Voidren Locusts alive was simply impossible. The only feasible approach was to eliminate some of them first, then capture the remaining Voidren Locusts. Perfect shot! The Voidborn didn't hesitate, flashing forward to charge at its second prey. This time, it didn't use its inner jaw teeth, opting instead to swing its forelimbs directly. The blade-sharp claws sliced through the air, instantly severing half of the Thunder Locust's wings. The creature lost balance and tumbled downward in a chaotic spiral. HSSSS. The remaining Skyren Locusts finally sensed the danger, emitting piercing shrieks as they quickly gathered, attempting to counterattack. Yet what they faced was a gold-tier Voidborn abomination and a hunter wielding the all-seeing eye. Roar! The Voidborn abomination suddenly bared its ghastly maw and let out an earth-shaking roar. Collective deterrence. An invisible psychic shockwave instantly spread outward, freezing all the Wingren Locusts in their tracks for a fleeting moment as if struck by some terrifying presence. Seizing this instant, the Voidwing aberration plunged straight into the swarm. Thud! 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 Claws slashed, inner jaws snapped, acid sprayed. The Riftstalker moved like a cyan lightning bolt, darting frenetically through the swarm of locusts, each strike landing with deadly precision. The ordinary Rift Locusts couldn't even keep up with its speed, let alone mount a counterattack. When one Locust tried to retaliate with acid, the Riftstalker dodged effortlessly before cleaving its belly open with a single backhanded slash. Another Locust tried to flee, but the Ripspace Aberrant's membranous wings vibrated, instantly catching up. Its inner nest fang pierced through its thorax, injecting acid that corroded its internal organs to nothing within seconds. In just half a minute, more than half of the Ripspace Locusts were dead or wounded, with only a few remaining scattering in terror. Don't let them escape, Zheng Chen said coldly. The Voidren Predator's figure flashed as it directly locked onto one of the fleeing Locusts that had escaped the farthest. Supersonic dash. Its speed surged once more, compressing the air into sonic booms, catching up to the fleeing Locust in just 3 seconds. Put! With a flick of its blade-like claws, the Locust's head was severed instantly, its corpse plummeting toward the desert below. The remaining few were hunted down one by one, not a single one escaped. Bang! 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 In the end, only 4 of the patrol squad of over a dozen Riftwing Locusts remained alive, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. With a wave of Zheng Cheng's hand, 4 facehuggers leaped into the air, their 8 clawed limbs outstretched as they pounced on the 4 Riftwing Locusts, burrowing in through their mouths. 4 void crack beasts. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement as he reopened his beast space and swiftly collected the 4 still struggling void crack locusts into it. His gaze then shifted back toward the distant northwestern sky. What's going on over there? Why are there so many insect beasts? At the far end of his vision, the sky was filled with densely packed black dots. There must have been at least 100 razorwing locusts at first glance. Meanwhile, smoke billowed from the ground, clearly indicating a massive surge of creatures stampeding across the land. Another beast tide? Zheng Cheng paid little attention to the beast tide on the ground, focusing instead on the swarming mass of razorwing locusts filling the sky. These void mantises are perfect prey for me. With a pat on his void alien, the massive creature soared into the sky once more. More prey has arrived, but no need to rush yet. Let's wait until the other 4 void aliens hatch first. Chapter 60, Winged Aliens. Several hours later, Zheng Cheng emerged from a hidden stone forest. Within the beast space, 4 newly hatched Voidstalker aliens slowly stretched their membranous wings, their carapaces glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Their bodies were slightly smaller than the first one, yet still more elongated and ferocious than ordinary Voidstalker locusts. Standing atop a sand dune, Zheng Cheng swept his gaze across these 5 golden tier killing machines, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Indeed, the first one is an elite unit, while the rest are just ordinary individuals. He examined their attributes through the all-seeing eye. Name, Void Rifter, common form. Star rank, 6 stars. Strength, gold tier first rank. Skills, acidic blood, sonic strike, high altitude dive. Special ability, supersonic cruise. Though not as powerful as the first one, 5 gold tier xenomorph rippers were enough to overwhelm an entire squad of Skyren locusts. In the distance, a dark tide of insects was approaching. The swarm of riftwing locusts in the sky churned like a storm cloud, numbering at least 100, while the ground below was teeming with densely packed sandblade predators and giant beetles, all frantically advancing in this direction. It seems they've sensed my presence. Zheng Chen let out a cold laugh. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. He flipped onto the back of the first Voidren Raptor and whispered, all units ascend, target the Void Locust swarm. Hiss. The 5 Voidren raptors let out sharp screeches simultaneously. With a forceful flap of their membranous wings, they shattered the sound barrier in an instant, soaring into the sky with Zhang Chang. The Void Locust swarm clearly hadn't anticipated an attack from their own kind. They had been circling at low altitude, scanning the ground for prey. Yet when 5 streaks of azure light tore through their formation at supersonic speed, chaos erupted. Put. The first xenomorph struck first, its inner jaw shooting out and piercing the heads of 2 flying locusts in an instant. Acid injected, instantly dissolving their nerve centers. Before the corpses could even fall, it had already lunged at its third prey. The other 4 xenomorphs were equally savage, darting through the swarm of locusts at blinding speed. Claws slashed, inner jaws snapped, each strike landing with lethal precision. Hiss! The swarm of rift-wing locusts finally reacted, letting out piercing shrieks as they attempted to counterattack. Yet, their speed couldn't possibly keep up with the rift stalkers. Even their acid sprays couldn't land a single hit on their targets. Boom! One rift stalker abruptly plunged downward, activating Sonic Strike. The compressed air burst into white shockwaves, instantly vaporizing 3 rift-wing locusts into bloody mist. Keep going, don't give them a chance to recover. Zhang Chun commanded coldly, yet his gaze instinctively wandered toward the swarm of void-split locusts. For some reason, he had just sensed the sweep of a gaze pass over him. That gaze carried coldness, malice, and ravenous hunger. Shift tactics. Don't kill the void-split locusts outright, just incapacitate them severely. Ka-ah! The void spawn beneath him let out a grating screech, soon echoed by the other 4 void spawn. They unfurled their forms once more and plunged into the swarm of void locusts, commencing another merciless slaughter. Unlike their previous massacre, this time they focused their attacks on the locusts' wings and abdomens. He didn't take their lives, merely left them gravely wounded instead. 5 void-split aberrations swept through the locust swarms like grim reapers, harvesting lives with frenzied efficiency. In just a few short minutes, nearly a fifth of the swarm of hundreds of void rift locusts had already been slaughtered. But at the same time, severely injured sky-splitting locusts that could no longer fly kept plummeting from midair like dumplings dropping into boiling water, crashing violently onto the ground. Quack! Fu! On the ground, insect beasts like the sandblade predator and earthshaker maw beast spontaneously avoided the area where the void crack locust fell, leaving an open space for them. Noticing this, Zhang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately opened his spiritual beast space and released the swarm of facehuggers. Facehuggers, attack! He suddenly waved his hand, and all the remaining facehuggers from the spirit beast space flew out, precisely pouncing on the severely injured rift locusts. Plop! Plop! The facehuggers coiled their tails around the locusts' necks, their mouthparts piercing in to inject embryos. Some facehuggers even directly crawled into the rift locusts' mouths, moving even faster. Soon, the flying locusts' bodies began to twitch before gradually calming down, entering a parasitic state. The surrounding sandblade predators, earth-shaking jawbeasts, and other insectoid creatures had no idea what was happening. They continued to make way, almost as if guarding these sky-rending locusts. Just a few more rounds, and this swarm of sky-rending locusts will be completely neutralized. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he already envisioned an aerial legion composed of sky-rending xenomorphs. However, just as Zhang Cheng thought victory was within his grasp, an unexpected change occurred. HSS. From the center of the void rift locust swarm came a bizarre, chilling hiss. The sound waves spread tangibly, momentarily distorting the surrounding air as if twisting space itself. In the next instant, the chaotic swarm of void rift locusts that had been fleeing suddenly halted. Instead, they turned and frenziedly surged toward Zhang Cheng and the 5 void rift xenomorphs, even faster and more frenzied, as if caught in a berserk state. What? Zhang Cheng's pupils constricted. What was even more terrifying was that his 5 void rippers seemed to suffer a mental shock as well. Their movements instantly slowed, with 2 even losing balance and plummeting toward the ground. Thud! Thud! The 2 void rift chimeras crashed heavily onto the ground. Before they could struggle to their feet, the tidal wave of insects surged over them, instantly engulfing them. Damn it! Zhang Cheng's expression abruptly changed. A psychic attack? He sharply lifted his gaze, his vision piercing through the chaotic swarm of locusts to lock firmly onto the central area. There, hovering in place, was a creature twice the size of an ordinary void rift locust. Its carapace was a dark purple hue, with a grotesque tumor swelling on its back that bore an uncanny resemblance to a twisted human brain. Is that the Voidbreaker locust boss? Zhang Cheng's heart gave a violent lurch. The creature's compound eyes shimmered with eerie psychic fluctuations. Clearly, it had been the source of that earlier mental shockwave. No wonder these Voidren locusts suddenly went berserk. Zhang Cheng's eyes turned icy as he swiftly adjusted his tactics. The 3 Voidren xenomorphs roared furiously, while Zhang Cheng simultaneously connected with the xenomorph queen in his spirit beast space. Using the queen's oppressive aura, he instantly subdued all 3 Voidren xenomorphs. Under the Xenomorph Queen's dominating pressure, the three Voidren Xenomorphs immediately shook off the mental disruption from the Voidren Locust boss's psychic shockwaves. Looking at the remaining 50 or so frenzied Ripspace Locusts, without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Chang gave the order. The three Ripspace Xenomorphs turned and fled at full speed.
Supersonic retreat mode activated. Boom boom boom. Chapter 61 Boss? Boom, boom, boom. Three Riftstalker aliens were fleeing madly at supersonic speeds, pursued by over 50 frenzied Fisher Locusts and that colossal boss whose back bore a grotesque human brain-like tumor. Zheng Chang crouched on the back of the lead Riftstalker, his gaze frosty as he watched the pursuing swarm behind them. Don't outrun them completely, we need to keep them chasing. With a thought, the three Void Rift aberrations immediately adjusted their speed, maintaining a steady lead of about 100 meters ahead of the swarm of Void Locusts. Hiss! The Voidren Locust boss let out a piercing shriek, unleashing another wave of psychic shock in an attempt to disrupt Zheng Chang's Voidrender Xenomorph. However, this time Zheng Chang was fully prepared. The Alien Queen's oppressive aura enveloped the three Riftstalker aliens, completely neutralizing the effects of the psychic shockwave. Counterattack! Zheng Chang ordered coldly. Whoosh! The three Riftspace Xenomorphs abruptly turned around, their inner jaw teeth shooting out and instantly piercing through the heads of the three leading Riftspace Locusts. Thud! Thud! The acidic liquid was injected, instantly killing the three Void-sundering Locusts as their corpses plunged downward. Keep running! Zheng Chang didn't linger in battle. After landing a successful strike, he immediately ordered the Voidbreaker alien to continue fleeing. Hiss! The Void-splitting Locust King roared in fury, driving the remaining swarm into an even more frenzied pursuit as their speed surged once more. However, their speed was ultimately no match for the Golden Tier Void-splitter alien, leaving them constantly kite and worn down by Zheng Chang. Again! With a cold smirk, Zheng Chang commanded the Void-splitter alien to turn and attack once more. Boom! The sonic boom assault activated, splitting the air with explosive force. Two more Void-splitter Locusts were instantly reduced to crimson mist. Put! The other Xenomorph slashed its clawblade, cleanly severing a flying Locust's wing and sending it plummeting to the ground in an unbalanced crash. Facehugger, go! Zheng Chang swiftly hurled a facehugger, landing it perfectly on the grievously wounded Locust. Parasitization successful. Retrieve! He opened the beast taming space and stored the parasitic creature inside. Just like that, Zheng Chang kept pulling and counterattacking. In just half an hour, the original swarm of over 50 Skyren Locusts had been sharply reduced to just over 20. Inside his beast taming space, the number of newly parasitic Voidren Locusts had already reached 15. Just hold on a little longer. Once they all hatch, it'll be our turn to retaliate. A cold glint flashed in Zheng Chang's eyes. Ah! The Voidwing Locust boss seemed to sense Zheng Chang's intentions and suddenly let out a piercing shriek. The fleshy tumors on its back squirmed violently as its dark purple carapace began glowing with eerie crimson patterns. The next instant, its entire body suddenly swelled violently as dense blood mist surged from the cracks in its carapace. The remaining 20-plus Riftwing Locusts were simultaneously affected, their bodies turning crimson as their speed and strength surged wildly. What? Zheng Chang's pupils constricted. Was this a fight to the death? Boom! A Bloodwing Locust abruptly accelerated, closing the distance to avoid Strider in an instant before slashing down with its blade-like claws. Crack! The Void Strider's carapace split open, spraying green blood in all directions. Roar! The Voidcracker alien shrieked in pain and instantly counterattacked, its inner jaw shooting out to pierce through the blood-red Locust's head. Yet even in death, the creature kept biting frenziedly, tearing off one of the Voidcracker's membranous wings with its final act. Damn it, they've entered a berserk state. Zheng Chang's expression darkened as he immediately commanded his three Voidcracker aliens to create distance. However, the swarm of Bloodrift Locusts had reached their maximum speed, chasing relentlessly. A few even self-destructed, attempting to splash acid and injure the Rift alien. Boom! Boom! Two Rift aliens were hit by the acid splash, their shells corroding, their movements slowing down. Hold on a little longer. Zheng Chang clenched his teeth, his gaze sweeping toward the distance. Soon, almost there. Hiss! The Voidren Locust boss let out a triumphant shriek, believing Zheng Chang had no escape left. Yet, just as it prepared to deliver the final blow, dozens of azure streaks of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. What is that? The compound eyes of the Voidren Locust boss flickered slightly, mistaking them for reinforcements from its own kind. It immediately emitted a commanding screech, attempting to order these allies to surround and kill Zheng Chang. Yet, when these reinforcements drew near, its psychic fluctuations abruptly froze. Those weren't Voidren Locusts at all, but over 20 Xenomorph Rippers. Roar! The newly hatched swarm of Xenomorph Rippers let out earth-shaking screeches as they instantly charged into the battlefield. Thwack! Thwack! With inner jaw projectiles firing and claw blades slashing, the 20-plus Xenomorph Rippers descended like reapers of death, mercilessly harvesting the remaining Bloodwing Locusts. Hiss! The Voidwing Locust boss finally panicked, frantically vibrating its membranous wings in a desperate attempt to flee the battlefield. Yet how could Zhang Cheng possibly allow it to escape? Surround and kill it. With another flick of his wrist, the 15 Voidwing locusts he had captured during the chase, now hatched into Voidwing xenomorphs within his spiritual beast space, joined the frenzied encirclement to slaughter their former kin. Boom! 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 5 Voidrift chimeras simultaneously unleashed sonic boom assaults, the air exploded, and the Voidrift locust boss's membranous wings were directly torn apart as its body crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! Dust billowed as the Voidrift locust boss struggled to rise, but over 20 Voidrift chimeras had already surrounded it completely. Hiss! It let out a final shriek, the tumors on its back writhing frantically, as if attempting to launch another psychic shockwave. However, Zhang Cheng sneered coldly, Queen Xenomorph, suppress. Buzz! An invisible psychic pressure descended, instantly crushing the mental shockwave of the Void Locust King. Kill! More than 20 Void Xenomorphs pounced simultaneously, claws, inner jaws, acid spray, all unleashed in a frenzied assault. Put! Put! The carapace of the Voidreaver Locust boss was torn apart, its flesh corroded, until finally, with a shrill screech, it met its demise. Boom! The massive body of the Voidreaver Locust boss plummeted from midair and slammed hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Cheng leapt off the back of the Rift Space alien and strode toward the corpse of the Rift Space Locust boss, the Void Hive Stone of the Golden Realm. He reached into the shattered chest cavity of the boss and pulled out a crystal-clear rhomboid core, its interior shimmering with star-like specks of light. Good stuff, Zhang Cheng said with satisfaction as he pocketed the crystal. However, when he looked at the boss's corpse again, his brow suddenly furrowed. Wait, where's the tumor on its back? That twisted, brain-like tumor had now completely vanished without a trace, leaving only an eerie hollow, as if something had forcibly gouged it out. This isn't right. Zhang Cheng's nerves instantly tensed up as his omniscient eye activated at full power, scanning his surroundings. Yet before he could notice anything amiss, the sandy ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. Boom! A ghastly maw over 5 meters in diameter burst from the earth, swallowing Zhang Cheng whole in an instant. What? Zhang Cheng only felt darkness engulf his vision as he was dragged underground. Roar! The Void Rift aliens let out furious screeches, madly pouncing toward the suddenly emerged colossal beast. However, the creature had already burrowed deep into the sand and vanished without a trace. Underground, Zhang Cheng was enveloped by an intense squeezing pressure, surrounded by pulsating fleshy walls and corrosive mucus. King of the Sandworms? He suddenly realized he'd been swallowed by a giant sandworm lurking underground. Try to digest me? In your dreams. With a cold laugh, Zhang Cheng thrust his right hand into the sandworm's inner wall, injecting its bloodstream with torrents of corrosive acid. Hiss! The sandworm writhed in agony, causing violent tremors through the underground tunnel. Yet, Zhang Cheng's gaze suddenly sharpened, for on the fleshy wall of the sandworm, he spotted a familiar tumorous growth. It was the very same one that had disappeared from the back of the void-leaping locust boss. At this moment, it was wriggling, as if, laughing. Zhang Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 62, The Seventh Mother Insect. Boom! The violent quaking inside the sandworm forced Zhang Cheng to desperately grip a protruding piece of fleshy tissue. The surrounding passages continuously contracted and squeezed, with highly acidic digestive fluid seeping through the gaps in the fleshy walls, corroding his combat suit and leaving behind charred, blackened holes. A gold-rank sandworm, no wonder it could lie hidden beneath the battlefield without a sound. His all-seeing eye glowed faintly in the darkness, allowing him to clearly observe the conditions inside the sandworm. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the pulsating tumor on the flesh wall ahead, precisely the brain-like organ that had vanished from the void-leaping locust boss's back. The tumor's surface was densely covered with purplish-red blood vessels, pulsing rhythmically like a beating heart. Even more bizarre was that when Zhang Cheng looked at it, all those blood vessels suddenly turned toward him, as if countless eyes were simultaneously staring his way. Hiss! A chilling friction sound came from within the tumor before it detached itself from the flesh wall and slithered toward Cheng Zhang like a giant leech. Stone armor alien! Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng summoned his sturdiest defensive alien. A flash of earthy yellow light later, a burly stone-armored alien materialized between him and the tumor, its entire body covered in thick rock armor. Plop! The tumor suddenly split open, spewing a stream of dark green mucus. The stone-armored aberration immediately spread its arms, its rocky carapace expanding into a shield that blocked Zhang Cheng. Sizzle, sizzle. A terrifying sound followed as the rock shield visibly corroded, thinning by half in the blink of an eye. Zhang Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. This level of corrosion was several times stronger than a sandworm's digestive fluids. Humans, surrender. A frigid psychic wave surged directly into Zhang Cheng's mind, the voice resembling the superimposed screeching of millions of insects, pounding his skull until his head felt ready to split apart. Be a good boy and become my meal. Hand over the alien queen parasite. Zhang Cheng endured the throbbing headache, a glint flashing through his eyes. Mutated insect? Are you referring to the alien queen?
He bought time while secretly commanding the stone shell alien to prepare for a counterattack. What the hell are you? And why do you keep hunting me down? Lowly creatures are unworthy of asking questions. The tumor suddenly swelled violently, its surface forming a distorted human face. The face's mouth gaped wide open, unleashing another blast of viscous fluid. Stone armor technique. The stone-armored alien's entire body glowed with an earthy yellow light. Its previously corroded shield instantly restored, even growing more massive than before. Yet this time, the slime wasn't merely corrosive, it carried countless microscopic psychic needles that pierced straight through physical defenses to strike the creature's consciousness. Roar! The stone-armored alien let out an agonized roar as spiderweb-like cracks spread across its rocky carapace. Zheng Cheng could feel his spirit beast suffering severe mental trauma, even its consciousness was dissipating at a speed like the ebbing tide. It's useless, your mutant insect is too weak. The tumorous mass squirmed closer, its distorted human face revealing a ferocious grin. Only then did Zheng Cheng clearly see dozens of slender tendrils had grown beneath the tumor, each tipped with a miniature maw opening and closing greedily. Right now, hand over the mother worm, or else. The fleshy tumor suddenly accelerated, bypassing the grievously wounded alien stone armor and lunging straight for Zheng Cheng's face. At the most critical moment, a glint of determination flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Since you want the queen insect, then you shall have it. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, causing violent tremors throughout the sandworm's inner cavity as its fleshy walls convulsed wildly. The space before Zheng Cheng distorted as a gigantic figure slowly materialized. It was the complete matured form of the alien queen, a massive 5-meter-tall body that nearly filled the sandworm's cavity. Its elongated crown nearly touched the ceiling of fleshy walls, while its powerful tail swung restlessly, carving deep gashes into the sandworm's interior. This is impossible. The tumor let out a piercing mental shriek, its distorted human face twisting in disbelief. It frantically retreated, its tentacles flailing wildly as if it had encountered something utterly terrifying. The main body of the alien queen, why is it so terrifying? Just what the hell is this thing? Zheng Cheng didn't answer. He lightly leaped onto the xenomorph queen's shoulder, coldly watching the panicked tumor. Now it's my turn to ask you, what the hell are you, and why do you covet my xenomorph? Lowly human, you're unworthy of knowing our clan's secrets. The tumor suddenly erupted violently, with all its tentacles simultaneously spewing mucus and psychic spikes. This attack was 10 times fiercer than before. Yet the xenomorph queen merely flicked her foreclaw lightly, and all those attacks were blocked midair by an invisible force field. Mind control? Doesn't work on me. Zheng Cheng sneered coldly. Through the mental link, he could sense the alien queen's current wrath, a natural hostility innate to an apex predator toward those who dare defend her. The alien queen let out an ear-splitting roar and lunged fiercely toward the tumorous mass. Its speed was astonishingly fast. The tumor had no time to dodge before being pinned against the fleshy wall by a single claw. No! Release me! I am the 7th hive of the Void Swarm. You cannot! Crunch! The alien queen's tail spike mercilessly pierced through the center of the fleshy tumor, causing the twisted human face to let out a silent scream. Zheng Cheng could sense an immensely powerful psychic force struggling within the tumor, attempting to counterattack. Facehugger. Zheng Cheng calmly summoned a facehugger. The alien larva, born solely for parasitic purposes, trembled with excitement, its 8 tentacles continuously opening and closing. No! Stay away from me! The tumor clearly guessed the facehugger's purpose and emitted terrified psychic waves. Human! We can negotiate. I can give you power, knowledge, the secrets of the Void Swarm. Too late. Zheng Cheng coldly cut it off, grabbing the facehugger and forcefully shoving it into the twisted mouth on the fleshy tumor. Since you claim to be the 7th hive, let you experience what it feels like to be parasitized firsthand. Gurgle, gurgle. The tumor convulsed violently, its surface veins bulging grotesquely as the human face contorted to the point of near rupture. The facehugger's tendrils firmly anchored themselves within the tumor's tissues, beginning to inject the embryo. Ah, damnable, xenomorphs, you'll regret this. The tumor's psychic fluctuations grew increasingly faint. We of the Void Swarm will find you. As the last traces of mental resonance vanished, the tumor fell completely silent, its surface beginning to form a translucent cocoon-like membrane. Zheng Cheng could sense a new life stirring within. Hiss! The alien queen gently nuzzled against Zheng Cheng, as if asking what to do next. Zheng Cheng scanned his surroundings. The sandworm's intestinal passage was battered and scarred from the recent battle. Digestive fluids oozed from the wounds that riddled its walls, and the entire chamber shuddered violently. First, get us out of here. Then I think we should have a nice long chat with our esteemed guest. The xenomorph queen understood, and her razor-sharp foreclaws plunged into the sandworm's fleshy inner walls as she began burrowing upward. Roar! Roar! As the queen tore through the sandworm's innards, the entire creature bucked violently, its movements becoming frenzied. Yet no matter how desperately it thrashed, nothing could stop the xenomorph queen's relentless advance. Zheng Chang stood on the queen's shoulder, gazing pensively at that tumor-like mass undergoing cocoon metamorphosis. From their brief exchange moments ago, he had already determined that the fleshy growth was undoubtedly the broodmother of the void Zerg. What struck him even more was that the Zerg seemed to harbor an unusual hostility and fear toward the xenomorphs. And the seventh mother insect? Seventh? Is it the numeral 7, or just a title? Could it be that beyond the spatial rift, there were 6 other insectoid swarm mothers? Mutant insects. Zheng Chang muttered the name under his breath. It seems the xenomorph queen and the void Zerg share some connection unknown to me. It seems that after we get out, we'll have to thoroughly interrogate this distinguished guest. Chapter 63 The Void Tomb. Boom! A massive wave of sand exploded in the desert as a gigantic sandworm writhed in agony, bursting forth from the ground. Its maw lined with ringed fangs gaped wide, unleashing an ear-splitting shriek as its hulking body twisted violently midair, flattening the surrounding sand dunes in its frenzy. Bang! The sandworm crashed heavily onto the desert ground, sending up towering sand waves dozens of meters high. A 10-meter-long gash suddenly split open across its back, as dark green blood cascaded down like a waterfall, corroding the golden sand into billows of white smoke. Screech! A pair of sharp black forelimbs suddenly extended from the wound, tearing the opening wider. Next, the alien queen's terrifying crest emerged first, followed by its massive 5-meter-tall body. Standing firmly on the queen's shoulder, Zheng Chang scanned the surrounding desert with wary eyes, his all-seeing eye gleaming with vigilance. Safe. After confirming there were no other Zerg or humans nearby, Zheng Chang gently patted the tough exoskeleton of the xenomorph queen. Understanding his intent, the queen withdrew her tail spike from the sandworm corpse, pulling out strands of viscous fluid. Zheng Chang closed his eyes, sensing the locations of his xenomorph army through their psychic connection. After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed to the northeast, over there, about 30 kilometers away. TSK, these sandworms are so fast. It hasn't even been half an hour, and they've already traveled so far underground. The xenomorph queen let out a low hiss, as if wanting to personally carry Zheng Chang to the location. But Zheng Chang shook his head. You're too conspicuous, and not fast enough. Besides, you have the important task of incubating facehuggers. Return to the beast space for now. Hiss. The alien queen let out a hissing sound, as if in agreement. A flash of light passed, and the massive body of the alien queen vanished without a trace. In its place stood a slender sandblade alien. His shadow alien, phantom alien, and rift space alien were all too far away in the distance, beyond reach of communication. Zheng Chang flipped onto the sandblade alien's back while simultaneously retrieving the tumor-like chrysalis from his spirit beast space. At this moment, the surface of the fleshy lump was completely covered by a translucent membrane, through which something could faintly be seen wriggling inside. Stop pretending to be dead. I know you can still communicate. Watch yourself, Zheng Chang said coldly. With a mere thought, the facehugger inside the queen twitched slightly. TSK. The membrane-like surface of the fleshy tumor suddenly trembled violently, emitting a weak but hateful psychic wave. Wretched human. How dare you treat a void Zerg queen mother this way? It seems the facehugger isn't strong enough yet. Cold gleam flashed in Zheng Chang's eyes as he intensified the facehugger's activity through their psychic link. The tumor instantly convulsed fiercely, the distorted human face flickering beneath the membranous surface while contorting in pain. Stop, stop. The mother insect's psychic waves trembled with terror. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. Zheng Chang slightly loosened his control, and the wart's convulsions eased accordingly. He directed the sandblade xenomorph to advance toward the xenomorph horde while beginning his interrogation. First question, what are you? And why are you hunting me down? The tumor remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Only when it sensed Zheng Chang's killing intent did it reluctantly answer. I am the seventh mother of the Void Swarm. You may call me Seventh Mother. The reason I pursued you was that I sensed the life fluctuations of a new alien queen. A hint of greed suddenly emanated from the queen's psychic waves. Such a pure alien queen, if only I could devour it. Zheng Chang narrowed his eyes. Alien insects? You mean xenomorphs? Why call them alien insects? Alien insects are alien insects. The queen suddenly became agitated. Your queen is called a xenomorph? What a strange name. This is the first time I've sensed a queen with such an aura. If I could devour it, my life tier would advance another step. Zheng Chang keenly caught the anomaly in the queen's words. Queen? Besides your void insect race, there are other insect races in existence? Of course. The mother insect said, the universe is vast beyond measure, with countless planets and dimensions. You humans are completely unaware, merely insignificant low-level carbon-based lifeforms. Zheng Chang sneered but didn't press further on that point. Instead, he asked, what exactly are the Void Zerg? Where do you come from? This time the mother insect replied more fluently, as if reciting some doctrine. The Void Zerg are the most perfect lifeforms in the universe. We consume, we evolve, we are eternal. We hail from the depths of the void, where lies our cradle, and also our
Enough! Zheng Chang cut off its meaningless boasting. Why are you here? What lies beyond the spatial rift? The fleshy tumor's human-like face suddenly twisted, its psychic fluctuations revealing clear hesitation. This is the borderlands. Beyond the spatial rift lies. Zheng Chang didn't hesitate to activate the facehugger. The tumor immediately let out a silent scream, its membranous surface bulging wildly as if something was about to burst forth. I'll talk. The mother insect begged in agony. That place is the Void Tomb. It's a forsaken land. Zheng Chang slightly loosened his control, explain in detail. The Void Tomb, it's a battlefield from ancient wars. The mother insect's psychic fluctuation grew much weaker, it's piled with corpses of races from countless universes, along with their leftover technologies and treasures. We defeated queen insects can only flee to these fringe areas to cling to life. Defeated? Zheng Chang seized upon the keyword. Who are you fighting against? The tumor suddenly trembled violently, its psychic waves brimming with terror. Queen insects. Other queen insects. Though our void insect race is vast, competition exists. Only by killing all other queen insects and devouring their life cores can a queen continue to grow, become the sole void queen, the true monarch of the void insect race. Zheng Chang frowned deeply, his instincts telling him the broodmother wasn't lying this time. He changed his question. Are the spatial rifts naturally formed or were they opened by you? They're natural. The broodmother replied, the void tomb's spatial structure is unstable, frequently generating temporary rifts. I used death feigning techniques to escape pursuit from other broodmothers and fled here, intending to recuperate. Zheng Chang pondered over this information. If the queen's words were true, then the void tomb beyond the spatial rift was both a dangerous place and possibly a massive treasure trove. But the question remained, how much of what this cunning queen said was true? His eyes flickered continuously as he scrutinized the fleshy tumor, the chill in his gaze deepening. One last question. Zheng Chang stared at the fleshy tumor. Besides you, have any other queen insects come through this rift? The human-like face on the tumor's surface revealed a sinister smile. None. This spatial rift is extremely well hidden, concealed beneath the corpse of an ancient deity from another race, covered by its aura of death. Other insects wouldn't be able to sense it at all. I only chanced upon it through sheer coincidence. Zheng Chang's tone subtly shifted, as though deep in thought. The mother insect transmitted another wave of mental fluctuation. Human, I've told you everything I should. You must honor the pact between us and spare my life. Oh. Zheng Chang responded indifferently. You also spoke of honoring our pact, yet you deceived me. How could I possibly let you go? What? The mother insect cried out in alarm. When did I ever deceive you? Chapter 64, The Golden Eagle's Ferocity. He immediately severed the mental connection with the brood mother, simultaneously ordering the facehugger to incubate at full capacity. The tumor thrashed violently, its membranous surface rapidly darkening and hardening. No, stop. I can tell you the real secret. About the origin of the Zerg. About the truth of the void swarm. The broodmother screamed in despair, its bloated body beginning to writhe. Zheng Chang watched expressionlessly as the tumor gradually lost its vitality. Too late. Since you refuse to confess honestly, I'll just let the alien directly devour your genes and memories. You'll regret this. The mother insect's psychic fluctuations grew weaker. When they come knocking, you'll wish you'd never been born. As the last trace of psychic energy dissipated, the tumor completely transformed into a pitch-black cocoon. Zheng Chang could sense that a new alien was gestating within, a special hybrid infused with the genes of the Void Swarm Queen. Full speed ahead. Zheng Chang issued the command to the Sandblade alien, yet his mind couldn't help but wander with speculation. The dying words of the queen had put him on edge. Just who were they that she referred to? Is it another Void Insectoid clan, or something even more terrifying? And what is the unknown connection between the alien and the Void Zerg? The Sandblade xenomorph's speed suddenly surged, leaving a trail of afterimages in the desert. At the end of his line of sight, a cluster of black dots entered Zheng Chang's field of vision, his very own flock of Void Ripper aberrations. Screech! At that very moment, a piercingly sharp screech erupted from the sky behind, accompanied by a deep, resonant boom, rapidly closing in on their location. Boom! A golden lightning bolt split the heavens, the deafening shriek making even the grains of sand tremble. Zheng Chang looked up to see a colossal eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters diving downward. Blue-white electrical arcs danced between its golden feathers, ionizing the surrounding air with a scorched metallic tang. Thunderbolt Golden Rock? Zheng Chang's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly recognized this 9-star spiritual beast. Xiao Tianyu. On the back of the colossal eagle stood a proud young man clad in silver battle armor. His handsome face was marred by a hint of malice, a lightning-wreathed spear gripped in his right hand while the emblem of the Qin family's direct lineage adorned his left chest, none other than Xiao Tianyu, who had a feud with Zheng Chang. Bang! The golden thunder eagle landed heavily on the dunes, its hurricane-force winds whipping the surrounding sand into spiraling curtains. Xiao Tianyu looked down at Zheng Chang with a sneer, his eyes flashing with greed when they landed on the dark cocoon in Zheng's hand. Is this the waste skulking around in the desert? I should have known it was you. Xiao Tianyu curled his lips mockingly. What? Did all the trash spirit beasts you traded for the Scarlet Flame Phoenix Dragon die already? Only these ugly bugs left? Ignoring the taunt, Zheng Cheng calmly withdrew the cocoon into his spirit beast space, a movement that immediately drew Xiao Tianyu's attention. Wait, hand over what you're holding, he barked. That's the Queen Worm Lord Qin Jihao wants. Why? Really now? Zheng Cheng retorted coldly while mentally tracking the approaching alien swarm's position through their psychic link. Barely 3 kilometers left. Immediately, his heart settled with newfound certainty. Xiao Tianyu pointed his spear, and the golden thunder eagle let out a menacing cry. With my eagle alone, I can blast you to pieces. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly revealing a malicious smile. But, if you kneel and beg me, out of respect for Lian Yining's sake, perhaps I'll spare your life. Hearing Lian Yining's name, a cold glint flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Lian Yining doesn't like cowards, Zheng Cheng said calmly, and she certainly has no regard for bullies who rely on their power. You're asking for death. Xiao Tianyu's face instantly turned ashen. Sensing its master's fury, the thunder golden eagle bristled all its feathers as violent lightning gathered between its wings. Last chance, hand over the queen insect. Zheng Cheng remained silent, merely raising his right hand slightly. In an instant, dozens of sandblade xenomorphs erupted from the desert, forming a ring around Xiao Tianyu. At the same time, the massive form of the stone-armored xenomorph stood before Zheng Cheng, its rocky armor gleaming with a cold light under the sun. With just this trash? Xiao Tianyu scoffed disdainfully. With a powerful beat of its wings, the thunder golden eagle soared into the sky. Let me show you the true power of a 9-star spirit beast. Boom! The sky abruptly darkened as storm clouds visibly gathered above the golden eagle with alarming speed. Dazzling lightning bolts weaved through the ominous clouds like harbingers of doomsday. Thunderous might! Following Xiao Tianyu's furious roar, dozens of lightning strikes as thick as barrels descended from the heavens, precisely targeting each sand-edge alien. The desert terrain instantly became pockmarked with charred craters, the intense heat melting sand grains into glassy crystalline formations. Thud! Thud! 6 sandblade xenomorphs were instantly struck by lightning, their acidic blood evaporating before it could even splatter under the intense heat, leaving dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. The remaining xenomorphs immediately dispersed, tilting their heads back to spew corrosive venom in an attempt to hit the golden eagle soaring high above. Pathetic! Xiao Tianyu laughed heartily. Thunderstorm domain. The thunderclap golden eagle spread its wings fully, instantly forming a 100-meter-wide thunderstorm force field. All the venom shot into the sky was ionized and decomposed within the force field, dissipating into harmless mist. Is this the spiritual insect hatched from the facehugger egg you traded for the 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix? What does quantity matter when they're all just as worthless as you are? Nothing but trash. Your bug can't even touch my golden eagle. Xiao Tianyu looked down at Zheng Cheng smugly, just like you'll never be worthy of Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng remained silent, simply commanding the remaining sandblade xenomorphs to continue their feigned attack. You know what? Xiao Tianyu maneuvered his golden eagle through the thunderclouds, occasionally summoning lightning bolts to reap the lives of the aberrant creatures. He suddenly declared, Zheng Cheng, you should know even with all these spirit insects of yours, you're still unworthy of Lian Yining. The gap between a 9-star and a 1-star is like comparing fireflies to the bright moon. You'll never catch up to her in this lifetime. Only someone like me is truly worthy of her. A bolt of lightning struck, turning 3 sandblade xenomorphs into charred husks. Zheng Cheng only had half of his alien creatures left, yet his expression remained impassive. You only know how to hide behind your spirit beasts, what a coward. Xiao Tianyu, seeing his verbal taunts had no effect, abruptly shifted tactics. Then I'll kill your spirit beast first, and torture you slowly afterwards. His gaze was fixed intently on the armored alien leader shielding Zheng Cheng. In his view, this bizarre-looking spirit insect with its black and yellow patterned body was Zheng Cheng's greatest reliance. Its pure aura alone had already stepped into the silver realm. If anyone else's spirit beast reached the silver realm, their power would immediately undergo a world-shifting transformation, elevating them above ordinary folk. But now, facing his Thunder Golden Eagle, he was simply no match. Even though his Thunder Golden Eagle was also still young and at the silver rank in strength, it was still far from being his equal. Thunder Strike! The Thunder Golden Eagle transformed into a golden lightning streak diving straight down, its target locked onto the xenomorph rock armor in front of Zheng Cheng. The stone-clad aberrant roared in fury, its entire body's rock armor glowing with a dull yellow light as it thickened threefold in an instant. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the stone-clad aberrant was sent flying dozens of meters, its thick rocky armor now riddled with cracks. Meanwhile, the thunderous golden rock merely flapped its wings lightly to regain altitude, the dancing electrical sparks across its feathers undiminished. Pathetic! Xiao Tianyu sneered, the next strike will take your worthless life. Zheng Cheng glanced at the dying stone-armored alien and suddenly spoke, do you know why Lian Yining looks down on you so much? Xiao Tianyu paused mid-movement. What? Because. Zheng Cheng curled his lips into a cold smile, she has better judgment than you. Go to hell. Xiao Tianyu completely lost his temper. Wrath of the Thunder God. The Thunder Eagle's entire body surged with electricity as lightning from the dark clouds madly converged, ultimately forming a colossal thunder pillar over 5 meters in diameter, crashing straight down onto Zhang Cheng's head. Stone Armor Technique Absolute Defense. The stone armor alien, unnoticed when it had crawled back in front of Zhang Cheng, burned away its last vestiges of life force, channeling all its spiritual energy into the rocky armor. A translucent, jade-like rock shield instantly formed, completely enveloping Zhang Cheng. Boom! A blinding white light enveloped a radius of 100 meters, while the shockwave from the explosion completely leveled the surrounding sand dunes. When the light dissipated, the stone-armored alien had turned into a charred statue, still frozen in its defensive posture with arms crossed. Zhang Cheng knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The stone-armored alien had taken this fatal blow for him with its life, but the residual force still left him with internal injuries. But it didn't matter. With the life-link talent active, as long as even one of his alien subordinates remained alive, he wouldn't die. Not even if only a single one survived. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianyu laughed maniacally. Now do you understand the consequences of offending me? He forced the golden eagle to descend, pointing his spear at Zheng Cheng. One last chance, hand over the queen insect, and I'll make your death quick. Zheng Cheng slowly raised his head, suddenly flashing a bizarre smile. You know what? You've made a fatal mistake. What? Chapter 65, Suicidal Desperation. Xiao Tianyu froze, his face filled with astonishment. You're too focused on the prey in front of you. Zheng Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but you forgot to observe your surroundings. Xiao Tianyu suddenly became alert, and the Thunder Golden Eagle also sensed something, letting out uneasy cries. He hastily scanned his surroundings, instinctively looking up into the distance. In that direction, dozens of black dots were swiftly flying toward them at breakneck speed. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be insects each bearing 3 pairs of wings. Sky-rending locusts? Why are there so many? But his expression quickly changed as he glared at Zheng Cheng. So what if it's void-cracking locusts? My thunderous golden eagle is faster than them. I just need to kill you before they arrive. Screech! A piercing screech suddenly erupted. The leader of the swarm, a void-cracking locust noticeably larger than the rest, swept down in a flash. Its speed was so immense that it created sonic booms. How could this be? Even as he cried out in alarm, the massive void-cracking locust had already reached him. With a single flap of its wings, the violent wind unexpectedly formed giant wind blades that swept towards the Thunder Golden Eagle. The Thunder Golden Eagle's massive figure instinctively retreated repeatedly, letting out a series of sharp screeches. This can't be. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed dramatically as he glared furiously at Zheng Cheng. In his eyes, the attacking void-crack locust was simply a beast that would consider both him and Zheng Cheng as enemies and prey. But now, the massive void-crack locust and the several dozen others behind it had all flown to Zheng Cheng's back and ceased movement. Especially the leading void-crack locust chieftain, it positioned itself protectively in front of Zheng Cheng, almost like a spirit beast guarding its master. How can this be? A spirit beast? Isn't this a void-crack locust? Why would it protect you? How could you possibly have so many spirit beasts? Xiao Tianyu's mind raced, and he quickly thought of something. Facehugger. Is this the true power of the Facehugger after all? No wonder you'd trade a 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix for Lian Yining's Facehugger. Bingo! That's correct. Unfortunately, no prize. Zheng Cheng slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with a cold light. The Facehugger's most terrifying aspect was never its individual combat strength, but rather, the swarm tactic. Screech! Roar! In an instant, dozens of void-rend aberrations let out a chorus of ear-piercing shrieks. Even from behind Zheng Cheng, numerous sandsaber aberrations and quakehide aberrations surged forth, tightly encircling Xiao Tianyu. Their cries merged into a terrifying sonic wave so powerful it scattered the thunderclouds above. With membrane wings unfurled, the void-rend aberrations shot skyward while sandsabers burrowed underground. A complete aberration army attacked Xiao Tianyu from all directions. No! Xiao Tianyu frantically commanded the Golden Eagle to ascend. Thunderbolt Golden Eagle, full speed retreat. Against merely a few dozen silver-tier blade sand aliens, he was confident he could annihilate them all. But now, surrounding him were at least 30 void-rend aliens. Especially the leading void-crack alien chieftain, whose aura was at least at the gold tier level. He's absolutely no match now. The Thunderhawk gave a powerful flap of its golden wings, its gleaming form soaring skyward in an instant as it sought to flee the area. But it was too late. 30 rift-spawn xenomorphs had already blocked all aerial escape routes, crashing into the Golden Eagle in suicidal attacks while their corrosive acid blood ate through its feathers. The Sandblade aliens on the ground simultaneously sprayed acid bullets, weaving a deadly net of corrosive rain in the air. Ah! Boom! The Thunder Golden Eagle violently flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest of lightning from its body that formed an electric barrier, repelling all the nearby void-rending aliens. Yet these creatures showed no fear of death. Even as their carapaces blackened from the electric onslaught, they continued charging forward wave after wave. Damn it! Why are these bugs so persistent? Xiao Tianyu growled through gritted teeth, wildly brandishing his lightning spear as bolts of thunder shot out, blasting several incoming aliens into fragments. Yet the sheer number of aliens was overwhelming. Screech! The thunderous golden eagle let out a shrill cry, its wings now riddled with holes from the corrosive acid, its flying speed plummeting. Yet, it remained a 9-star spirit beast after all, and even injured, it unleashed a terrifying display of combat prowess. Thunderous might! Xiao Tianyu roared angrily, and the thunderous golden eagle's body erupted with surging electricity, instantly stirring the dark clouds overhead. Countless thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down upon the surrounding aliens. Boom! 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 Dozens of sandblade aliens were instantly reduced to charred remains under the barrage of lightning, with deep craters blasted into the ground and dust swirling in the aftermath. Ha ha ha! With just this trash, you think you can kill me? Xiao Tianyu laughed maniacally, his eyes flashing with a savage gleam. Zheng Chang, you've underestimated the power of a 9-star spirit beast. Yet his laughter soon froze, for the shattered remains of the alien corpses, blasted apart by the thunder, were rapidly dissolving. Their acidic blood evaporated into a toxic mist that spread through the air. Sizzle, sizzle. The Thunder Beast rock's feathers were being corroded by the acidic mist, letting out a grating noise as its movements grew increasingly sluggish. But what truly drove Xiao Tianyu to despair was the sight of the Void Splitter alien leader, that golden tier monstrosity, hovering coldly in the sky, its 3 pairs of membranous wings slowly beating as if awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Run! I have to run! Xiao Tianyu's internal alarm bells rang loudly as he immediately commanded the Thunder Golden Eagle to break through at full force. Thunder Dash! The Thunder Golden Eagle's body erupted with surging lightning, transforming into a golden streak as it frantically fled into the distance. Its speed was astonishing, nearly blurring into an afterimage as it surged hundreds of meters away in an instant. Trying to run? Zheng Cheng sneered, raising his hand with a wave. Void Rippers, intercept and kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining dozen or so Void Rippers simultaneously burst into supersonic speed, encircling from all directions. Especially their leader, its speed far surpassed its kin, nearly catching up to the Thunder Golden Eagle in an instant. Hiss! The leader of the Void Space Aberrants suddenly flapped its membranous wings, accelerating abruptly and crashing straight into the Thunder Golden Eagle. Bang! The Thunder Golden Eagle was struck fiercely, its massive body tumbling several times mid-air, nearly plummeting to the ground. Xiao Tianyu was also shaken violently, his blood and chi surging uncontrollably, almost thrown off the eagle's back. Damn it! With a furious roar, he thrust his lightning spear straight at the Void Space Aberrant leader. Boom! Thunder exploded, cracking open a fissure in the armored shell of the Void Ripper leader, yet it didn't retreat an inch. Instead, it bared its horrifying mouthparts, and its inner fangs suddenly shot forth. Put! The Thunder Golden Eagle's chest was pierced, blood spraying violently. Screech! The Thunder Golden Eagle let out a pained shriek, its entire body erupting with frenzied arcs of lightning in a desperate attempt to repel the Void Ripper leader. Yet more Riftwalkers had already closed in around them, fearlessly lunging and biting, their claw blades rending the Thunder Rock's feathers while corrosive acids ate into its flesh. No! No! Xiao Tianyu's eyes bulged with fury as he brandished his spear wildly, trying to carve a path through the onslaught. But the swarm of alien creatures was simply overwhelming. Boom! At last, the Thunder Golden Eagle could hold on no longer. Its electric radiance dimmed as its colossal body came crashing down to the earth. Boom! A dust storm erupted as the Thunder Golden Eagle smashed into the ground, its blood staining the yellow sand crimson. Xiao Tianyu tumbled off the eagle's back in disarray, battered and covered in wounds. He looked around to see countless grotesque creatures surrounding him, their cold compound eyes fixed on him relentlessly, as if gazing at a corpse. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng approached slowly, his expression icy. Xiao Tianyu, it's over. Chapter 66 Death. Xiao Tianyu slumped onto the sandy ground, the massive body of the Thunder Golden Eagle collapsed beside him, its feathers charred and broken, blood gushing continuously from a bull-sized wound on its chest. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the lightning spear already shattered into 2 pieces, scattered 3 steps away. Zheng Chang. Xiao Tianyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, the arrogance in his eyes long replaced by fear. Don't kill me, we can talk. Zheng Chang approached slowly, with the void-rending alien hovering above his head and the sandblade alien rising steadily from the dunes. His expression remained impassive as he stared at his once formidable rival, not a trace of pity in his eyes. What is there to discuss? Zheng Chang's voice was icy as he spoke, his tone dripping with condescension. Xiao Tianyu struggled to prop himself up on his elbows, pressing his left hand against the wounded right arm as blood continued to seep through his fingers. I'm willing to pay any price. The Xiao family's resources, money, spirit beast cores, name your terms. His voice trembled with pain, yet he stubbornly clung to the pride befitting a scion of a noble family. And I swear, from this day forward, I'll never harass Lian Yining again.
A cold smirk played at Zhang Chang's lips as he advanced slowly, his boots crunching faintly against the sandy ground, each step seeming to press down on Xiao Tianyu's strained nerves. Xiao Tianyu, the moment you conceived the thought of killing me, we became mortal enemies beyond reconciliation. Xiao Tianyu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He jerked his head up, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. You can't kill me. I'm the first heir of the Xiao family. My father is Xiao Zhentian. Kill me, and the Xiao family will hunt you to the ends of the earth. There won't be a single place in all of Xia Kingdom that can shelter you. Zheng Chun listened quietly to his outburst, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He tilted his head slightly, and a sandblade xenomorph immediately stepped forward, its razor-sharp forelimbs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Why you? What are you doing? No, Sto-Ahh. Xiao Tianyu finally shattered, scrambling backward in desperation, only to leave a horrifying trail of blood across the sand. Rest in peace. The sandblade aberration's forelimbs flashed like lightning, nearly reaching Xiao Tianyu in an instant. Thwack! Blood sprayed across the golden sand as Xiao Tianyu's body was cleanly split in two. His eyes remained wide open, frozen in a final expression of terror and resentment. Zheng Chang stood in place, silently waiting for a few seconds. The desert wind swirled fine sands, gently covering Xiao Tianyu's lifeless body. He raised his head to survey the surroundings, confirming there wasn't a single living soul within several kilometers. Sigh. He let out a long breath as his taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. Now it was time to assess the damages. As Zheng Chang willed it, the surviving aliens began converging from all directions. His brows gradually furrowed. The situation was even worse than he'd imagined. Originally, there had been more than 30 Void Rift monsters, but now only 12 remained, and each one was wounded. The Golden Tier Voidren chieftain at the forefront bore scorched black marks across its membranous wings, with the second pair of wings on its left side nearly burned through by lightning. It floated quietly behind Zheng Chang, its compound eyes still gleaming with ferocity, though its presence had clearly weakened significantly. The sand shifted as the surviving sandblade xenomorphs emerged from the ground. From the original group of over 20 sandblade xenomorphs, only 11 remained, 3 of which had lost their forelimbs, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. What pained Zheng Chang most was the absence of the stone-armored xenomorph leader that had followed him the longest. It was protecting Zheng Chang when it was directly hit by Xiao Tianyu's thunderous strike and turned to charcoal. The stone armor alien leader was one of the first elite aliens to follow him, boasting incredible defensive capabilities. It had saved his life multiple times in crises. Unfortunately, it died under the thunder of the Golden Thunder Eagle. The tremor alien staggered over from a distance, its thick carapace riddled with cracks, with 2 of its 6 legs severed. The Shadow Alien and Phantom Alien were in slightly better condition, but both had sustained substantial injuries. The entire alien army had suffered losses exceeding half its numbers. Zheng Chang closed his eyes, sensing the condition of each alien through their psychic link. Despite the heavy losses, the core elite units were still alive. And what's more, his consciousness sank into the spirit beast space, where a massive insectoid queen lay quietly on the ground. The 7th queen of the void insectoids, his latest parasitic host. With her here, coupled with the alien queen's reproductive capabilities, the lost troops could quickly be replenished, perhaps even stronger than before. But, Zheng Chang opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing through them. Perhaps I can try a new approach. Just as he was about to leave, a faint crack suddenly sounded behind him. Zheng Chang spun around sharply, his vision instantly locking onto the source of the sound. It was the Thunder Golden Eagle, believed to have died, as expected, of a 9-star spiritual beast's tenacity. Though its chest had been pierced by the Voidbreaker alien leader and its feathers were scorched and falling off, the Thunder Golden Eagle still clung to a thread of life. Its beak opened and closed weakly, the golden light in its eyes dim but not yet extinguished. Zheng Chang cautiously stepped forward, carefully maintaining his distance. The Thunder Golden Eagle sensed his approach and struggled to lift its head, yet couldn't even manage this simple movement. Such tenacious vitality. Zheng Chang remarked softly. He crouched down, carefully observing this formidable spirit beast. A 9-star spiritual beast is exceptionally rare even across the entire planet, let alone the Thunder Golden Eagle, a top-tier flying spiritual beast renowned for its speed and offensive prowess. A bold idea flashed through Zheng Chang's mind. Without hesitation, he summoned a facehugger, this one more finely crafted than standard models, with faint golden patterns tracing its carapace. This was an elite unit specially modified by the alien queen for parasitizing high-level organisms. The facehugger immediately sensed the powerful life energy of the lightning golden eagle and began writhing excitedly. Zheng Chang gently tossed the facehugger, which landed squarely on the lightning golden eagle's head. Its 8 legs clamped tightly around the eagle's skull while its tail coiled around the neck. The lightning golden eagle let out one last faint cry before going completely still. The facehugger's abdomen swelled as it began injecting the embryo. Rest well now, Zheng Chang whispered. When you wake again, you'll be reborn anew. He stored the Thunder Golden Eagle, now undergoing parasitism, into the special area of the beast space, placing it alongside the seventh mother parasite. Surveying Xiao Tianyu's corpse and the bodies of the surrounding Zerg and Xenomorphs, Zhang Cheng had no intention of clearing the battlefield. Only by maintaining the scene's original flavor could he conceal his tracks, making outsiders believe he'd perished together with the Zerg. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate for a second. Storing his other alien forms and keeping only the phantom alien, he mounted it and swiftly departed from the area. Half a day later, when the setting sun dyed the desert blood red, several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Leading them were none other than Xin Jihao, Xin Zhan, and their group. They had received Xiao Tianyu's signal stating traces of the Zerg Queen had been found, prompting their swift arrival. I didn't expect, we're still a step too late? Over here. Zhao Hongxiu keenly noticed something unusual. She crouched down and picked up a charred metal fragment from the sand. This is a remnant of Xiao Tianyu's lightning spear. Xin Jihao quickly approached and took the fragment for careful examination. His expression turned grave. This is indeed the Xiao family's Thunderbolt steel. Only their direct descendants are permitted to use it. The other members of the search team spread out and soon discovered more traces. The acid-eaten, pockmarked sand, charred fragments of alien carapace, and bloodstains buried deep in the sand that hadn't yet been completely eroded by the wind. Captain, over here. Chapter 67, The Alien Outbreak. The crowd gathered around, only to see half of a human corpse partially buried in the sand, already mostly obscured by wind-blown grit. Yet, from the remaining fragments of clothing, it could be confirmed it was Xiao Tianyu. He's dead. Time of death was roughly 5 hours ago, right when we received news about the insectoid queen. Zhao Hongxiu frowned slightly but nonetheless began carefully examining the surroundings. Xin Jihao crouched down, meticulously inspecting the corpse. His gaze lingered on the cleanly severed surface of the corpse before surveying the surroundings. It's a guardian caste from the Zerg brood's hive, he said gravely. Judging by these marks, at least 30 to 40 high-tier Zerg units attacked simultaneously. Xiao Tianyu must have been tracking the brood mother here, only to stumble into a Zerg ambush. After a fierce battle, he unfortunately fell victim to the queen insect. Xin Zhan asked in confusion, but Xiao Tianyu's Thunder Golden Eagle is a 9-star spiritual beast, the fastest of its kind. Even if it couldn't win, escaping shouldn't have been a problem, right? Xin Jihao pointed to a scorched patch of sand in the distance. There are signs here of the Thunder Golden Eagle using heaven-sundering thunderbolt. Xiao Tianyu must have decided to fight to the death, but there were simply too many insectoids, and moreover. And here, he continued, we found traces left by an exceptionally large flying insectoid, likely the guardian leader of the insectoid hive, a boss-level void-splitting locust. Considering the siege by dozens of rift-winged locusts, dying here was no accident. Ha! Zhao Wuhan, who had been standing on the sidelines all along, let out a cold scoff. Serves him right. Lord Qin already warned him not to act recklessly after finding the queen worm. Who told him to be so impulsive? Alas, lacking in strength, one harms even those dear to them. Zhao Wuhan. Bai Yue frowned and said, although I don't like Xiao Tianyu either, he's still our classmate after all. Let's at least keep our words kind. He. At that moment, Zhao Hongxiu also approached. I spotted at least several dozen insect beast corpses nearby, mostly sandblade predators, but there were also over a dozen riftwing locusts and quakejaw colossus carcasses. It seems he truly fell into an ambush and met an unfortunate end. But strangely enough, what's wrong? What's so strange? The Thunder Golden Eagle is gone. His spirit beast? Xin Jihao frowned and said, there's a high chance the Golden Thunder Eagle was devoured by the Queen or other high-ranking insectoids. After all, the Golden Thunder Eagle is also a powerful spirit beast, which would be highly beneficial to a severely injured queen. But what about the mother insect? If Xiao Tianyu really found it, the mother insect should be nearby as well. Xin Jihao shook his head. It must have escaped. This queen insect has the ability to split itself and can parasitize other insectoids. It's extremely troublesome to deal with. He stood up, dusted off the sand from his hands, gathered Xiao Tianyu's remains and bring them back to the association. As for the mother worm, he gazed at the undulating sand dunes in the distance. Keep searching, it must still be nearby. The scheduled 3-day deadline has already passed. If we can't find the queen insect to break the spatial blockade soon, the association will probably assume we're all dead. Also, notify the other students to join the search party. We must locate the mother insect's trail in the shortest time possible. Let's move. Yes. Xin Zhan, Lian Yining, Bai Yue, and Zhao Wuhan responded in unison before scattering in different directions. 7 days later, deep in the desert, yellow sand filled the sky. 3 massive tremor jaw beasts burst forth from the sand, their bodies resembling gigantic beetles, their heads adorned with razor-sharp serrated jaws capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, as if sensing some looming threat in the air. Yet just as they prepared to retreat beneath the sands, a sudden mutation occurred. Boom, boom, boom.
Three dark figures erupted from the sand, three Earthshaker aliens. Their bodies were slightly smaller than Earthshaker maw beasts, but their carapaces were harder, their limbs more slender, and their blade-like claws glinted coldly. The Earthshaker maw beast roared, swinging its massive jaws into battle as both sides clashed instantly. Sand and dust swirled violently, the shaking ground resembling a minor earthquake. Crack! A tremor alien's forelimb viciously stabbed into the jawbeast's joint, instantly crippling one of its legs. Another tremor alien launched a flank attack, its razor-sharp tailblade piercing straight through the jawbeast's abdomen as green ichor sprayed outward. Within mere minutes, all three tremor jawbeasts lay severely wounded on the ground, thrashing impotently without being able to rise again. SHHHK, SHHHK. The sandy ground quivered slightly as three facehuggers swiftly emerged, moving with spider-like agility as they rapidly climbed onto the giant mandible beast's head. Their small frames made it impossible to wrap around the tremor maw's neck, so their entire bodies simply burrowed inside instead, beginning the implantation process. Roar! The tremor maw let out a wretched howl and struggled violently. But in their severely wounded state, they were completely incapable of doing so. Nothing but helpless rage remained. Not bad. Zheng Cheng's figure emerged from the distance, watching the scene with satisfaction. For the past 7 days, he had been using the psychic pulses of the Zerg overmind to lure nearby Zerg swarms within a kilometer radius. After trapping them with superior forces, he exterminated most while leaving the elite Zerg alive only to have facehuggers parasitize them, transforming them into his own xenomorph army. 17th Ravager Xenomorph Hybrid. With a single thought, he withdrew these three giant jaw beasts being parasitized into his spirit beast space. In just 7 days, his alien legion had grown explosively. The alien army that had suffered heavy losses in the battle against Xiaotianyu had not only fully recovered, but now surpassed its former size by far. The spirit beast space had undergone a dramatic transformation by this point. The number of Sandblade xenomorphs surpassed 100, including one elite variant with strength reaching gold tier, its carapace appearing dark golden with even sharper claw blades. 17 Tremor xenomorphs, all transformed from Tremor maw beasts, possessed massive builds and excelled at subterranean ambushes. Had there been more Tremor maw beasts available, the number of Tremor xenomorphs under his command would have been significantly greater. 35 Rift Spawn xenomorphs remained, led by their original Gold Tier Alpha whose injuries had fully healed, now even more formidable than before. A total of over 150 xenomorphs. Were it not for the limited egg-laying capacity of the Xenomorph Queen, his alien legion would have been even larger. Too bad the number of Zerg in the uncontrolled zone keeps dwindling. Zheng Cheng sighed deeply and shook his head. With the mother insect captured by him, the bugs in the out-of-control area lost their breeding capability, and their numbers dwindled sharply. Moreover, Qin Jihao and others kept expanding their search range, even teaming up with other surviving freshmen to comb through the area. The scope for his hunting grew increasingly limited. If this continues, they'll eventually find out. The secret of the facehugger remained known only to Lian Yining up to this point. Moreover, what she knew was merely the tip of the iceberg. She remained oblivious to the true horror of the aberrant entities. He still wanted to keep the alien's secret hidden, at least until his power was strong enough. I intended to stay here until the mother alien creature hatched, but now it seems I must leave early. It's time to go. He was just about to retrieve all the aberrant creatures and leave the out-of-control zone. Buzz! Suddenly, an intense spiritual fluctuation erupted within the beast taming space. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. The mother parasitic alien is about to hatch? Chapter 68, Void Empress Xenomorph. The energy within the spiritual beast space suddenly erupted into violent turbulence. The moment Zheng Cheng's consciousness entered, the sight before him made his eyes widen in shock. The massive cocoon that had encased the seventh mother insect was now convulsing violently. The cocoon's surface, veined with purple vascular patterns, emitted a teeth-grinding tearing sound. With a crisp shriek, 3 obsidian claws gleaming with metallic intensity pierced through the cocoon wall from within. Thick green nutrient fluid gushed out along the fissures. It's hatching. Zheng Cheng held his breath as he watched the claw slowly slit open the entire cocoon. The first thing to emerge was a terrifying head combining features of both aliens and insectoid creatures. Its smooth, streamlined parietal bone extended backward into 6 semi-transparent neural tentacles that quivered faintly like a crown. The mouthparts retained the distinctive inner jaw structure characteristic of xenomorphs, yet its mandibles had evolved acidic salivary glands unique to the Zerg. When this creature fully emerged from its cocoon, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but gasp in shock. It possessed both the slender torso of an alien queen and the reproductive organs of a Zerg brood mother, its upper body covered in obsidian-like carapace, with 4 pairs of segmented limbs ending in razor-sharp bone blades. Beneath that carapace, one could vaguely make out a grotesquely compressed, human brain-shaped mass of flesh. The lower body consisted of a massive sac-like ovary, its surface densely covered with glowing purple neural nodes. Most striking were the 3 pairs of translucent membrane wings on its back, currently dripping faint purple energy fluid. Eyes flashing, the all-seeing eye activated. Name, Void Mother Alien, Mutant Queen. Race, Alien/Void Zerg Hybrid. Level, Gold Peak. Skills, Acidic Blood, Inner Jaw Projection, Stealth Hunting, Void Stalk, Spatial Ability. Special Talent 1, Void Facehugger Spawning. Can produce 5 special facehuggers with space jumping capabilities daily, scales with strength enhancement. Unique Talent 2, Hive Resonance. Can detect all Zerg life signals within a 200-kilometer radius. Unique Talent 3, Spatial Marker. Can leave spatial coordinates on objects lasting 72 hours, viewable anytime. Special note, a mutated individual resulting from devouring the Void Zerg's 7th queen, having broken the alien species single queen limitation. Broke the colony's limitations? Zheng Cheng's pupils constricted violently. In his understanding, the xenomorph species could only ever have one queen, and ironclad law etched into their very genetics. Yet the omniscient eye's information could never be wrong. The monstrous creature before him had genuinely shattered this fundamental rule. As if to confirm this discovery, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the spirit beast dimension. The primal xenomorph queen charged out from her nest with earth-shaking strides. Every segment of her truck-sized armored body quivered with rage, acid dripping between jagged teeth that smoked as corrosive venom ate into the surrounding rocks. The newborn queen alien instantly reacted, its 3 pairs of membranous wings fully extending as its neural tendrils erupted with dazzling violet light. 2 utterly distinct pheromones violently collided in the air. The primal queen released an aggressive scent of bioacid, while the queen alien emanated ripples of energy carrying spatial fluctuations. Roar! The primal queen suddenly lunged, its massive tailblade slicing horizontally through the air with a sonic boom. The queen alien vanished in an instant, only to reappear 10 meters away, leaving behind a 3-meter-wide crater where it had stood mere moments before. Before the primordial queen could withdraw her attack, the 6 neural tendrils of the queen xenomorph suddenly shot out, piercing like javelins through the gaps in the opponent's carapace. Stop! Zheng Cheng's psychic energy surged into the battlefield like a tsunami, freezing both queens in place. The primal queen's tail blade hung suspended mid-air, while the queen alien's invasive tendrils ceased their advance. But what terrified him was that when the queen xenomorph was forcibly halted in its attack, the tips of those tentacles actually flickered with spatial distortion ripples. If not stopped just now, those tentacles might have directly torn through space and injured the primordial queen's internal organs. Spatial Attack Ability. The Void Queen alien before me has vaguely mastered the ability of spatial attacks. Everyone, retreat. Zheng Cheng intensified his mental suppression. The primal queen let out an unwilling growl but ultimately retreated slowly back into the nest. The queen alien obediently retracted her wing membranes, but Zheng Cheng noticed the trembling tendrils still subtly quivering, as if brewing something. With the immediate crisis averted, Zheng Cheng began carefully examining this rule-defying mutant. When his psychic senses swept over the queen alien's abdominal breeding chamber, 5 purple-veined eggs were visibly taking shape at rapid speed. The egg surfaces shimmered with glowing neural network patterns, their interiors revealing faintly visible facehugger embryos swimming in nutrient fluid. Directly hatch a facehugger from the void? Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. Ordinary alien queens needed to first lay basic alien eggs before they could hatch into facehuggers. But the queen mother alien skipped the intermediate steps, which meant his true production speed would increase exponentially. Just as he was about to retrieve the newly hatched facehugger, the queen mother alien suddenly sent a series of blurry images through their psychic link. In the unfathomable void where distances cannot be determined, some immense existence is awakening. The footage flashed fragments of violet gold carapace and sky-obscuring swarms of insects, finally freezing on the terrifying image of a 12-eyed matriarch opening its bloodthirsty maw. The Void Matriarch. Zheng Cheng instantly understood. The birth of the xenomorph queen had clearly alerted another Void Matriarch. Those images were warnings transmitted through some quantum entanglement phenomenon unique to the insectoid species. As if to confirm this speculation, the queen xenomorph's neural tendrils suddenly stiffened, their tips erupting with blinding violet light. It transmitted an overwhelming sense of urgency to Zheng Cheng. Its abdominal reproductive chamber began operating at overload capacity, rapidly discharging 5 more special eggs. It's preparing for battle. Squinting, Zheng Cheng could feel through their mental link that the queen xenomorph was invoking some form of spatial ability. The edges of the spiritual beast space began showing signs of unstable distortion. This is the precursor to marking spatial coordinates, indicating the pursuers have already locked onto the general location. However, the queen xenomorph sent another message. Although the location of that Void Zerg queen had been pinpointed, the distance between them was staggeringly vast. Even with the existence of spatial rifts, it would still take years, perhaps even decades. At the same time, in the vast expanse of the void, there were no stars, no light, only eternal darkness and silence. Yet at this moment, the silence was shattered. Whiz! An intangible psychic wave erupted abruptly, like the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe, instantly piercing through the entire void. The moment this wave swept past,
the dormant darkness suddenly seethed to life as countless slumbering Zerg units simultaneously opened their crimson compound eyes.
Boom! The void trembled like the heartbeat of some ancient leviathan.
In the deepest darkness, a colossal nest formed by accumulated biomass slowly writhes, its surface covered in violet gold carapace, with countless neural veins flowing across it like a living galaxy. At the very heart of the nest, something even more terrifying resides. TSK. A pair of enormous eyes suddenly snap open. 12 violet gold compound eyes blaze like burning stars, radiating suffocating pressure through the darkness. Where its gaze fell, the very void twisted, as if the fabric of space itself feared its presence. The sixth matriarch of the void swarm. Its massive frame towered like a mountain range, its violet gold carapace etched with ancient swarm runes, each glyph pulsing with apocalyptic power. Its neural tendrils writhed like living things, each vibration sending ripples through the surrounding void.
Seventh, has been contaminated. Its psychic resonance thundered through the void like lightning. In an instant, the entire hive boiled over. Boom! 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 Countless high-level insectoids awoke from their slumber, their carapaces gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, compound eyes reflecting the will of the matriarch. The Star Plunder, a kilometer-long predator with carapaces coursing with devastating energy, effortlessly rends planetary surfaces. The void lice swarm in formation, each harboring hundreds of elite insectoid warriors. The Abyssal Devourer, resembling a mobile black hole, consumes all matter and energy in its path. All these creatures stand facing the matriarch, awaiting its command. Find it!
The matriarch's spiritual fluctuations grew increasingly frenzied, causing the void to fracture as countless tiny spatial fissures spread around her. Destroy, the source of contamination.
Roar!
Countless insectoids roared with deafening cries, their compound eyes reflecting the same target.
The alien queen, Zheng Chang, and their future.